In the year 2323, as the world teeters on the brink of apocalypse, some individuals awaken extraordinary abilities while others, reborn, stir restlessly. Sheng An, the formidable leader of a new division, is tasked with uniting and guiding all those endowed with powers and those returned from the beyond, preparing for the impending calamity. How does one tame a group of self-proclaimed chosen ones, each believing themselves to be the protagonists of their own destiny? The yet awakened powerhouse, Sheng An, asserts, "Thank you, but I have the support of the nation." With celestial foresight, satellite surveillance, and back-end authority, alongside advanced weaponry, big data, and scientific prowess, Sheng An inquires, "So, dear ones, will you join in us?" The chosen ones retort, "Do we have a choice?" With a serene smile, Sheng An replies, "You do not." An enchanting and powerful heroine faces off against a strikingly handsome hero in this uniquely refreshing tale of the apocalypse, told from a distinct perspective. Chapter 1. The heretic. In my past life, my parents perished at the onset of the apocalypse. I believe my fiancée, who I thought would support me, had long since succumbed to an affair with my cousin. They betrayed me and tormented me for 3 years, ultimately casting me into a horde of zombies, sealing my fate. How Xingyuan read the narrative with unwavering seriousness. Suddenly recalling something, Shi Xiao unearthed the bracelet stolen by her fiancé and gifted to her cousin in her previous life. She sliced her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto it. Indeed, the ancestral jade bracelet on her wrist is a portal to another realm, vast and extraordinary, replete with mountains and waters, resembling an entirely different world. The jade bracelet vanished, leaving a faint mark upon her wrist. Recalling her cousin's spatial abilities from a past life, Shi Xiao gritted her teeth, determined that this time she would. Sheng An raised her hand, interrupting. Spitting out a cherry pit and popping another into her mouth, her words were muffled. "Summarize it, my head is aching." It was quite a feat for someone like her to sit here, patiently listening to a novel. Hao Jingye swiftly flipped through the pages and summarized. Eventually, Shi Xiao exacted a severe revenge on her ex-boyfriend and her cousin, who had betrayed her. Her cousin led a miserable life, ultimately meeting a gruesome end amidst a horde of zombies, while her ex-boyfriend was left in deep regret, consumed by despair, sharing a similar. Why tragic fate? Conversely, Shi Xiao encountered a dashing and charismatic male protagonist endowed with extraordinary abilities. In the end, the two retreated into seclusion, blessed with a spacious sanctuary that provided ample sustenance, living a lifetime of affection and even welcoming a child. Sheng An, that her expression momentarily shifted to one of complexity. After a pause, she inquired, and then, Hao Jingye looked up, bewildered. "That's all." Sheng An, noticing the change in her demeanor, Hao Jingye tentatively suggested, "Sister Sheng, do you not like it?" Sheng An's lips twitched. Then she suddenly adopted a serious tone. "Do not indulge in such romantic tales, they are unhealthy." Hao Jingye hesitated, cautiously responding, "This website is quite wholesome, forbidding any inappropriate content. It's rather healthy, isn't it?" Sheng An smiled faintly. "A minute disrupts my peace of mind." In a world where rebirth had occurred and the apocalypse reigned, there existed a realm abundant with mountains and rivers, seemingly a different world altogether, a vast expanse cap, able of transforming a scorched earth. Yet, its possessor remained entangled in love and hatred, devoid of anything beyond mere emotions. For someone with her temperament, it is quite a headache. Sheng An bit down hard on a cherry, striving to maintain her patience as she sat there. Hao Jingye, upon hearing this, began to search silently. Soon his eyes brightened. This is from another website, a rebirth story set in a post-apocalyptic world, focused on building an enterprise. Sheng An felt a spark of interest, spitting out the cherry pit and continuing to eat. "Do tell me about the content." Hao Jingye read rapidly. Su Qingqing has been reborn. In her previous life, when the apocalypse struck, she fell from being a wealthy heiress to the lowest rung of society, her bank account numbers turning into mere illusions, and her house, car, and company losing all value. She vowed to hoard supplies frantically, determined not to starve. At that moment, Su Qingqing suddenly discovered she possessed a golden finger space. After selling her car and house, Su Qingqing obtained 100 billion, and she began to stockpile supplies: rice, flour, oil. She aimed to convert all 100 billion into profit. Ishin's, ensuring she could live abundantly even in the apocalypse. Sheng An paused in her cherry biting, looking at Hao Jingye with a peculiar expression. Hoarding? Hao Jingye nodded earnestly. Indeed, it's a hoarding trend in rebirth literature, and this website is quite popular. The majority of the earlier content revolves around stockpiling, a frenzy of buying. Eventually, when the apocalypse arrives, chaos ensues, and the female protagonist lacks neither food nor drink, living in seclusion on a mountain, occasionally venturing into human settlements to confront supporting characters, leading a rather prosperous life. Sheng An furrowed her brow. What about the country? The government? The military? How could one possibly purchase 100 billion worth of supplies without attracting attention? Hao Jingye pondered for a moment before elucidating. When calamity strikes, the nation descends into chaos. In order to disintegrate this, it is referred to as the end of days. In other words, nothing holds value anymore. Sheng An remained silent for a brief moment before inquiring, what about the 10 billion resources within that space? Hao Jingye replied, the female protagonist feasts and revels, while the remaining resources linger in that space until the conclusion. Sheng An regarded him with a stoic expression. Without her uttering a word, Hao Jingye grasped the gravity of the situation. That amounted to an astonishing 10 billion resources. If in Sheng Jie's hands, even in such a chaotic era, it would be sufficient for her to unify the world. After all, it was merely a novel meant for enjoyment. However, Sheng An, being a public servant, sought a different narrative of apocalyptic rebirth, one that diverged from this particular genre. Sheng An declared, let us choose another book. After a brief pause, she added, let's try a different website. Hao Jingye nodded and swiftly retrieved another volume. The apocalypse arrives, and Zhang Aoyan awakens formidable dark powers, retaliating against those who underestimate him. From an inconspicuous individual, he gradually transforms into a formidable figure in this off-world scenario, gathering followers and a harem, reigning over the entire apocalyptic realm, becoming. Sheng An could no longer stomach even a cherry. She discarded the paper bag behind her, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. She appeared to be around 25, with a slender build, standing at approximately 1.70 meters. Her hair was tied up high in a ponytail, devoid of makeup, her features delicately refined. Her complexion was not the trendy pale white of the moment, but rather a healthy wheatish tone. Dressed simply in a windbreaker, she moved with the grace of the wind, exuding an imposing aura. Her beautifully shaped phoenix eyes swept across her surroundings, radiating an inherent sharpness. Hao Jingye swiftly stowed away his computer, tablet, and various documents, hastening to catch up. Sister Sheng, are you not going to continue investigating the rebirth phenomenon? Hao Jingye lowered his voice. Though he was not younger than Sheng An, the term sister slipped out quite naturally. Sheng An replied, no more reading about rebirth, let's get straight to the point. Hao Jingye's expression turned serious, his gaze suddenly focused. The two hurried to the entrance of a residential complex. In a hushed tone, Hao Jingye reported, Jiangyu resides in Building 3 of Jiaqing Bay. Yesterday, we received reports from residents for the past 5 days. Jiangyu has exhibited peculiar behavior, beginning with the replacement of windows, the installation of an exceedingly sturdy security door, and the acquisition of iron gates. Moreover, this individual is associated with several other anomalous incidents, raising strong suspicions of being a heretic. Heretic, a term referring to individuals exhibiting supernatural phenomena. Sheng An inquired, is this the 5th one? Hao Jingye nodded. Their newly established Doomsday Special Affairs Department was indeed quite unique, endowed with the highest authority. Simultaneously, it was destined to engage with heretics. Sheng An stated, let's go find the complainants first. Jiaqing Bay was an older residential area, yet its landscaping was commendable, often attracting local elderly women to gather for sunbathing or relaxation. The complainants were 2 of those elderly women. Hao Jingye produced his police credentials. When dealing with ordinary citizens, the identity of a regular police officer proved most effective. As anticipated, the elderly women, initially scrutinizing them with curiosity, became instantly amicable upon confirming the photographs on the credentials. Sheng An smiled and asked, may we speak with the 2 aunts to gather some information? Of course, cooperating with the state is our duty, one of the elder women replied. Sheng An inquired, Do you all remember the girl who installed the iron door in Building 3? Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiangyu was meticulously inventorying her belongings. Upon her rebirth, her first act was to sever ties with her scoundrel of an ex-boyfriend. Indeed, the bracelet was a gateway to a hidden realm. Jiangyu initially felt overwhelming joy, which soon gave way to tears of anguish. It turned out that this space truly belonged to her, in her previous life. Everything that Chun Jiao enjoyed through this space was, in fact, hers. Their happiness was built upon her suffering and sacrifice. Indeed, the heavens are fair. They have granted me a second chance to exact revenge on that scoundrel and ample time to amass resources, preventing me from facing the wretched fate of my past. Who could have foreseen? In just 21 days, this seemingly perfect world would descend into chaos. Fortunately, she had been reborn. She would never again endure the same fate as before. The thought of her previous life sent a shiver down Jiang Ye's spine. Thank goodness there were still 21 days, albeit only that limited time to prepare. The first action Jiang Yu took in anticipation of the impending apocalypse was to replace the windows and doors. In her previous life, their community was a sanctuary, surviving amidst the approaching disaster. Her intent in replacing the windows and doors was not for her own comfort, but to protect the home her parents had bequeathed to her from potential vandalism. To this end, she also procured iron railings. Once the apocalypse arrived, she would install them in the hallway, ensuring no one could approach her home. The reason she waited until the impending doom to make these changes was to avoid drawing attention. Simply replacing windows and doors would not attract anyone's attention. In this day and age, who truly cares about the affairs of others? Downstairs, Sheng An and Xingyuan listened intently as Sister Zhang and Wu spoke with fervor. One of them inquired, "Were you two discussing Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wu?" Sister Zhang, ever quick with her words, replied, "These two are police officers. We were just talking about the household in Unit 605 of Building 3. Upon hearing this, a group of elderly gentlemen and ladies instantly perked up and gathered around. In their retirement, they sought amusement, particularly this generation, which embraced enthusiasm rather than mere gossip. Is it that young girl? Oh my, she seemed perfectly fine before, but recently she has undergone a drastic change in temperament and even split with her boyfriend. That's because her boyfriend was unfaithful. How do you know that? A few days ago, I witnessed a man and a woman arguing with her. I overheard something about a bracelet. She is rather peculiar. She even replaced her doors and windows. Is she guarding against that man and woman? Surely, she didn't need to invest in such high-quality ones. Did she order from the materials market nearby? Indeed, she placed her order at Xiao's. Old Zhao remarked, not only did she change the doors and windows, but she also ordered a metal fence, customized for our corridor, and it had to be the most robust, capable of withstanding bomb-level impacts. My nephew's shop didn't have what she wanted, so we had to order directly from the manufacturer, who found her request quite unusual. Could it be that she has been influenced by some apocalyptic rumors circulating online? Quite possible. Young people these days do tend to act strangely. Upstairs, Jiangyu felt a surge of excitement at the thought of her space. Having such a space is incredibly convenient. Take that iron fence, for example. It was both heavy and cumbersome. She had someone place it in the unmonitored basement, and as soon as no one was watching, she swiftly retrieved it into her space without the slightest effort. Jiangyu even mused that if she were to suddenly find herself in danger, releasing the iron fence could very well be lethal. Indeed, this is an indispensable golden key for both home and travel. As long as she exercised caution in its use, who could possibly discern the existence of her space? Downstairs, why hasn't she taken the iron fence? Who knows? No one has seen it. Sister Zhang leaned closer to Sheng and, lowering her voice, the materials market sent it to the basement. It took several people to lift such a large and heavy object. Yet, the young lady didn't seem to move it at all, which is rather peculiar. Sheng An's eyes flickered and his brow arched in curiosity. Upstairs, Jiangyu gazed at the supplies within her space. In this day and age, shopping is remarkably convenient. She places orders online and has delivery drivers bring them directly to her home, swiftly storing them in her space the moment they depart. By ordering from multiple shops, she discreetly amasses her supplies without drawing attention. A smile crept across Jiang Ye's face. Thank goodness for this space, otherwise, where would I store so many supplies? My home cannot accommodate them all, and it would certainly attract unwanted scrutiny. The space is perfect should any unforeseen events arise. I can simply snap my fingers and vanish. She had witnessed firsthand the fate of those who, lacking abilities yet burdened with excessive supplies, met unfortunate ends in her previous life. When she ventures elsewhere, she need only carry a single backpack, unnoticed yet capable of fulfilling all her needs through the use of space. Who can truly ascertain the extent of her resources? Downstairs, an elderly man approached Officer Sheng An with a tone of astonishment, exclaiming, "Officer, you won't believe it. That girl has purchased an incredible amount of supplies. Just yesterday, she acquired 135 bags of rice, all weighing 50 pounds each." A lady in a dance outfit chimed in, "Indeed, I witnessed it too." Several delivery men were running back and forth. What a sight to behold. She also bought 120 bags of flour, 5 boxes of salt, 5 boxes of sugar, and, just in bottled water, old Shen delivered her 100 barrels. Who could possibly buy such quantities? How could she ever use it all? Surely, there isn't enough room to store it all? Upstairs, Jiang mused, who could possibly invade my space to tally my supplies? Downstairs, Sister Zhang remarked, "I can count clearly. She has procured a total of 160 bags of rice, 120 bags of flour, 100 packets of salt, 100 packets of sugar, along with stera. Knees." Upstairs, Jiang Yu reflected, "Even if the apocalypse were to arrive, no one would suspect me." Downstairs, Sister Wu asserted, "Officer, we suspect she is a spy." Chapter 2. The Countdown to the Apocalypse. After their inquiries, Sheng An and Xingyuan found a secluded spot within the community to sit down. Sheng An held a cigarette between his fingers, unlit, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Xingyuan was busy typing away on his computer. After a brief moment, he pressed his parched lips together, his expression intricate. Sheng An glanced at him and said, "Speak." He was a professional, now endowed with authority. Anything he sought to uncover could be swiftly discerned. Xingyuan remarked, "From the retrieved surveillance footage, the report appears to be accurate. Moreover, Jiang Yu purchased numerous items at the wholesale market, disappearing into an area devoid of cameras with large bags, only to emerge later empty-handed. This, in essence, was a seemingly safe yet profoundly perilous act. To buy items in a market, then to turn into a narrow alley, and within a mere 10 minutes to emerge with nothing. Could this not raise suspicions?" Sheng An nodded in acknowledgement. Xingyuan continued, "Furthermore, after the iron bars were placed in the basement, no one has removed them, nor has any truck entered or exited. Only Jiang Yu ventured into the BS. It meant once in the early hours of yesterday." Taking a deep breath, Xingyuan stated, "Jiang Yu, a heretic who might be aware of the impending apocalypse." Sheng An calmly summarized, "A reborn individual with spatial abilities." The novels they had previously read were not in vain, both understood in an instant. Xingyuan's breathing became rapid. He looked at Sheng An, his eyes betraying both anxiety and unease. "Little Hao, did you not already know the end times were approaching? Why do you still seem so unable to accept it?" His tone was light-hearted, yet filled with understanding. Xingyuan was indeed a rare talent, assigned as her assistant, and had just arrived at their Apocalypse Special Affairs Department. Receiving information and accepting reality are two distinct situations. Sheng An occasionally finds himself momentarily lost in thought. 6 months ago, scientists tracked the trajectory of a batch of meteors, concluding that they posed no threat to the blue planet. However, 3 months ago, the course of those meteors was altered. This news sent shockwaves across the globe, capturing the attention of all, with scientists tirelessly calculating and probing. Social media platforms buzzed with discussions about the meteors. Yet, no one truly believed that these celestial bodies would inflict any significant impact until 9 days ago, and the nation uncovered the first heretic. This individual possessed the ability to manipulate water, awakening in the middle of the night to find his bed drenched. Believing himself to be ill, he called for emergency assistance. Subsequently, he was discovered by the authorities. Naturally, in an effort to prevent public panic, the information was suppressed. While this anomaly astonished the nation, the discovery of the second heretic instilled a sense of dread. This individual was a reincarnate. When the meteors descended, the global death toll soared to 90%, and he was among the deceased. his foretelling of a leadership assassination in a certain country, an unforeseen earthquake in a city, and a sudden vehicular accident in the capital served as irrefutable evidence. This revelation prompted the highest level of concern from the government. The emergence of the third and fourth heretics compelled the nation to initiate urgent measures. The third heretic wielded the power of pyrokinesis, while the fourth was an insider within the government, also an ability bearer, known as Qiuyu. For heretics, coupled with the scientists' conclusions regarding the meteor impact in this seemingly vibrant and stable nation, internal tremors have begun to resonate. The higher authorities have initiated disaster response plans, issuing special directives to various regions. Concurrently, a clandestine organization known as the Doomsday Special Affairs Office has been established. This entity is tasked with overseeing heretical elements and operates directly under the auspices of the state, endowed with supreme authority. Sheng An is among the leaders of this initiative. The purpose of their organization is to consolidate these heretics, who are destined to stand at the forefront of the battle against impending doom. Regardless of how novels depict events or how the world may transform, as long as the nation persists, it will exert every effort to maintain order, even in the face of apocalypse. Moreover, they have already been forewarned, have they not? Xingyuan swiftly adjusted his demeanor and turned to Sheng An. Jiangyu is no ordinary heretic. She is a reborn individual we urgently wish to engage with. Wu Ji is also a reborn, but his data remains limited. Although plans have commenced from above, there is still a lack of complete confidence. Jiang's emergence is crucial. Furthermore, according to Wu Ji's assertions, they have only 21 days left. 21 days may suffice for stockpiling. Yet the urgency of deploying disaster response measures is pressing. How Xingyuan's expression turned grave. Shall we apprehend Jiangyu immediately? There is simply no time to squander with the heretics. While the outside world appears serene, the nation is already mobilized entirely. Otherwise, individuals like Sheng An would never find themselves in such a position. She has always been tasked with the most critical and confidential missions of the state. Sheng An gazed at him, her phoenix eyes arching slightly, a hint of amusement lacing her tone. Xiao, why use the term capture? Jiangyu is your future colleague, a member of our Doomsday Special Affairs Division. Let us be more amicable. Xingyuan looked at her in bewilderment. Not capturing? Sheng An said, you should first report to Old Zhang. Xingyuan nodded eagerly. Old Zhang referred to their leader, and only Sheng An dared to address him. As such, the rest of them had to show utmost respect. Indeed, it was Sister Sheng. Sister Sheng's words were always insightful, her considerations far more comprehensive than his own. For instance, regarding Jiangyu, it was entirely reasonable for Sister Sheng to advocate for a cordial approach. After all, she stood up, revealing a smile. Let's go have a chat with MS. Jiangyu, Xingyuan exclaimed. Cordial? With weapons and anesthetics. Cordial? Indeed, it was still the same Sheng An.
Chapter 3 Rebirth. Jiangyu was engrossed in online shopping, meticulously organizing the supplies she needed, while also calculating her remaining funds. Having already purchased a considerable amount, her pockets were now rather light. Reluctant to sell her house, and with only 21 days left, she pondered the possibility of certain perishables expiring. She could easily stock up on non-perishable items, trading them for food once the apocalypse arrived. However, her financial resources were insufficient. This thought made Jiangyu seethe with resentment, all directed at that scoundrel, Yulitian. In university, they had been an inseparable pair. Unlike her, a native of the capital, Yulitian hailed from a humble background, a true phoenix rising from obscurity. Handsome and charming, he garnered admiration from many, yet his affections remained steadfastly fixed on her, his fervent pursuit rendering him the quintessential boyfriend. For a time, Jiangyu believed herself to be the most fortunate woman in the world. But now, she realized that Yulitian had been primarily interested in her wealth. Jiangyu's appearance was unremarkable. Yet being a local, she inherited a considerable fortune from her late parents, including her apartment in the capital. She met Yulitian through her university roommate, Chen Jiao, who shared the same hometown as him. After becoming involved with Yulitian, her bond with Chen Jiao flourished. Unbothered by the fact that Chen Jiao was often the third wheel, Jiangyu included her in outings and travels, oblivious to the truth that she herself was the actual third wheel. Yulitian and Chen Jiao were former lovers, and his relationship with Zhang Yu had been nothing more than a means to access her wealth. Throughout her university years, she had unwittingly supported that ungrateful pair. Even after graduation, they continued to benefit from her generosity. Over the years, she had squandered nearly all the inheritance left to her by her parents. How could she have once thought herself happy? Zhang Yu smacked her forehead, finally realizing, I truly am a fool. In my previous life, the realization came too late, leaving me to perish in resentment and agony. Fortunately, she was reborn. In this life, she was determined to alter the outcome of her past, vowing never to fall into that fate again. She yearned to live the life she once had with Yu Li and Chen Jiao. Unless she inflicted severe torment upon them, she would endure a lifetime of suffering. In due time, she would possess a space of her own, abundant resources, and lead a leisurely life, sending those two scoundrels to hell. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes as she clenched her wrist. In her past life, Chen Jiao had access to a space and masqueraded as a spatial ability user, basking in adoration. In this life, she would not be outdone. She intended to hoard all her wealth as resources. Not enough. No matter when the apocalypse arrives and the world descends into chaos, she could always engage in zero-cost purchasing. The thought of zero-cost purchasing inexplicably thrilled Zhang Yu. Knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped on the door. The sound interrupted her thoughts, and she furrowed her brow, calling out, Who is it? Outside, a woman's voice replied, Delivery. Zhang Yu stood up to open the door. She had ordered numerous items recently, with deliveries arriving incessantly. It was dinner time, and she had just placed an order. How could it arrive so quickly? Without further contemplation, she opened the door. However, upon catching sight of the individuals outside, Zhang Yu's brow furrowed once more. A tall woman leaned against the wall, accompanied by a bespectacled, refined-looking man, while a seemingly inconspicuous yet sturdy plainclothes man stood behind them. On the other side, there were two additional men. Together, they blocked Zhang Yu's entrance. Zhang Yu cast a dubious glance at Sheng An, her eyes brimming with suspicion. This is hardly a delivery. Moreover, the woman before her exuded an air of complexity, using the pretext of a food delivery to gain entry. Instinctively, Zhang Yu's guard was immediately raised. Sheng An chuckled softly, stepping forward with her long, elegant legs, her movements silent in the tranquil corridor. Upon reaching Zhang Yu, she came to a halt. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, Sheng An commanded an impressive presence, while Zhang Yu, a mere 1.6 meters, instinctively took a step back, her demeanor increasingly wary. Sheng An, however, remained unfazed. She extended a document towards Zhang Yu, her voice languid and hoarse. Ms. Zhang Yu, we are from the Apocalypse Special Affairs Bureau. My name is Sheng An. Shall we discuss the secrets that you harbor? As she spoke of a discussion, what she presented was, in fact, a warrant for arrest. In an instant, Zhang Yu's mind erupted in chaos. She was utterly stunned, her thoughts swirling in confusion. The Apocalypse Special Affairs Bureau? Since the news of the meteorite 6 months ago, the internet had been rife with speculation, yet none had taken it seriously. Being a reincarnate, she understood all too well that no one had perceived the impending doom before it arrived. Although people had debated the meteorite, they did not believe it would herald catastrophic disaster. And her secret. At this moment, Zhang Yu was consumed by a singular thought. It's over. I've been exposed. What should I do? Should I eliminate these individuals? No, there are too many of them. Hide in my space? That's not an option either. Damn it. My space requires me to emerge every 24 hours, and I must remain in the same location. I cannot hide there indefinitely. If I were to enter my space before these people, it would spell my doom. The apocalypse, after all, has yet to arrive. Zhang Yu found herself in a state of turmoil, her mind awash with a cacophony of thoughts. The urgency of the situation left her utterly bereft of a plan. Yet, reason wrested control, allowing her to regain her composure and maintain a calm tone. What secret? I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Perhaps she had misinterpreted, for matters of space and rebirth were indeed esoteric. How could anyone else fathom them? Sheng An regarded her with an enigmatic smile, remarking, Ms. Zhang, you harbor quite a few secrets. She paused, observing Zhang Yu's feigned rationality, and slowly continued, for instance, space and rebirth. The young woman appeared intelligent, yet her expressions betrayed her thoughts. Not only Sheng An, but even how Xingyuan could discern what she was contemplating and what she sought to conceal. While the notion of space was tangible, the concept of rebirth lacked concrete evidence. Nonetheless, her reaction spoke volumes. Zhang Yu felt a subtle tremor run through her. Indeed, she was aware. In an instant, Zhang Yu crumbled, her fingers gripping her thigh to steady herself, her eyes wide with disbelief. I do not understand your words. What is this nonsense about space and rebirth? Have you read too many novels? She lifted her chin defiantly, scoffing. If you are unwell, seek treatment. What do you mean by apocalyptic? Have you lost your mind? I have no time to converse with lunatics. Farewell. With that, she attempted to close the door. Sheng An deftly propped her hand against it, and despite Zhang Yu's utmost efforts, she could not force it shut. Astonishment flickered across her face. This woman possessed remarkable strength. Zhang Yu, incensed, demanded, "What on earth do you intend to do? You claim to represent the state, but who knows who you truly are? Moreover, I have committed no crime. On what grounds do you interrogate me?" Her voice rose, yet curiously, not a single soul gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Zhang Yu's face flushed with indignation as she glared defiantly, exuding an air of obstinacy. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed her adversary retrieving an object from her waist. A gun. Sheng An lightly tapped the weapon against the door, her tone surprisingly gentle. The Special Affairs Department of the End Times possesses the highest authority. During missions, one is permitted to eliminate uncooperative subjects. My marksmanship is quite proficient. A single shot to the head ensures the victim experiences no pain. She aimed the gun, almost imperceptibly, at Zhang Yu. With a subtle smile, Sheng An inquired, "By the way, what were you saying just now?" Zhang Yu swallowed hard, stammering. "I stated that every citizen has an obligation to cooperate with the state. Please come in." Chapter 4. You must join us. Sheng An reclined on the sofa, while Hao Jingye occupied a nearby dining table, surrounded by an array of gadgets and a tripod set up for real-time recording. As for Zhang Yu, she sat on a stool opposite the sofa. The three plainclothes officers were stationed strategically, one at the door, and the other two flanking Zhang Yu, scrutinizing her from every angle. An unsettling chill coursed through Zhang Yu, rendering her restless. The camera's gaze intensified her discomfort. "Are we still recording?" Zhang Yu inquired weakly, overwhelmed by her recent busyness. Her hair remained unwashed, her face bare of makeup, and in the presence of someone as striking as Sheng An, she felt distinctly out of place. Sheng An responded, "Yes, let us document this." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu could only reassure herself that they were merely recording her interrogation process. Surely, there was nothing to be concerned about? Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the live-streaming camera, a vast conference room held over 100 leaders and personnel of various levels, all intently focused on the large screen. Clutching notebooks and pens, they scrutinized Zhang Yu, eager to analyze every detail. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yu, Sheng An initiated, "Enlighten us." Zhang Yu stammered, "WH what?" Sheng An placed a firearm on the table, its muzzle seemingly deliberately aimed at Zhang Yu. Twirling a pen in her fingers, she chuckled softly, "Zhang Yu, time is of the essence. My presence before you signifies a comprehensive understanding of your existence. You have no recourse. Regarding your rebirth and spatial abilities, I believe you would prefer to disclose the information yourself." A sense of dread washed over Zhang Yu. To disclose it herself. That implied methods of extraction beyond her own volition. A chilling sensation crept across her scalp, yet she remained unwilling to concede, retorting through gritted teeth, "I genuinely have no idea what you're alluding to." Sheng An turned her gaze towards Hao Jingye, who promptly adopted a stern expression and recited in a monotonous tone. Zhang Yu abruptly turned her head, her eyes widening in terror as she stared at Hao Jingye. The feeling of being exposed and laid bare was far from comforting. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, remarking, "You've been quite the dupe." Zhang Yu retorted, already cognizant of the situation. Hao Jingye continued, "However, since 5 days prior, certain changes have been observed in your behavior, including the installation of steel doors and the replacement of glass with bulletproof material." Zhang Yu interjected urgently, "I feared harassment from my ex-boyfriend and his mistress." Is that not permissible? Sheng An shook her head with a smile. Of course. You may enlighten me about the vanishing iron bars. Why is it that they were once in the basement, yet after your empty-handed visit, they have mysteriously disappeared? Zhang Yu gasped, her breath almost hitching. How Xingyuan interjected, in the past 2 days, you have purchased a total of 135 bags of rice, 120 bags of flour, 5 boxes of salt, 5 boxes of sugar, along with items acquired from the supermarket. Sheng An scanned the room with a half-smile. With such a considerable amount of goods, where have you stored them? Zhang Yu fell silent, feeling as though she were unraveling. How could they possibly know the quantity of her purchases? Who had the audacity to keep count? Rendered speechless, she tightened her lips, feeling increasingly unwell. The other party evidently held the evidence, and despite her mind racing like a whirlwind, she could not devise a plausible explanation. The disappearance of the items was an undeniable fact. Could it be that she had secretly relocated them elsewhere? Stealing a glance at Sheng An, she sensed that this person was not easily deceived. However, Sheng An's expression shifted. She sighed, gazing at Zhang Yu with focused intensity. Zhang Yu, I possess 100 methods to compel you to speak, yet I have chosen the path of peace. For I wish not only to acquire information from you, but also to invite you to join us in our collective struggle against the impending apocalypse. The notion of fighting against the apocalypse nearly caused Zhang Yu to believe she had misheard. Her demeanor turned scornful. Can humanity truly combat the apocalypse? Do you even grasp the meaning of the end times? How could anyone utter such words? It is truly amusing how these individuals remain oblivious to the nature of the catastrophe that awaits. Mere mortals, they dare to utter proclamations against the impending apocalypse. How audacious! Zhang Yu cannot help but tremble at the thought of the impending doom in just 21 days. Yet, Sheng An remains expressionless, her demeanor calm. You may perceive our actions as hubristic, but should we choose an action, the calamities of your past life shall inevitably recur in this one, leaving our homeland ravaged and the essence of human civilization fading away. With over 1 billion souls depending on our nation, retreat is not an option. Now that we are aware, we must exert every effort. Zhang Yu retorts, but mere exertion may not suffice. I understand, Sheng An replies slowly. In 21 days, a barrage of meteors shall descend, striking the earth with unrelenting devastation, followed by an onslaught of natural disasters. With each word she articulates, Zhang Yu's body grows increasingly tense. Are there other reincarnated souls? Does the government truly possess knowledge of the apocalypse? The nation is far more informed than you might imagine and has taken greater action than you realize. Upon concluding her statement, Sheng An extends her hand. How Xingyuan promptly presents her with a tablet. Sheng An places it on the coffee table, directing it towards Zhang Yu. 9 days ago, we identified the first ability wielder. 7 days ago, we discovered a reincarnated individual. 6 days ago, the government began formulating emergency plans and established the Apocalypse Special Affairs Office. 5 days ago, preparations commenced nationwide. She articulates each revelation with a calmness that leaves Zhang Yu in shock. Zhang Yu, you have been stockpiling supplies. You must have noticed the rising prices of grain? Sheng An inquires. Zhang Yu instinctively nods. It is not merely an increase. Grain prices have doubled. However, ever since the news of the meteorites broke, a myriad of messages has flooded the internet, with some even hoarding rice and salt, resulting in a surge in prices. Although she found it peculiar, she did not dwell on it. Could it be? Sheng An, indeed, the state is stockpiling food while simultaneously procuring supplies from abroad. Her fingers glided across the screen, revealing an array of images. It is not solely a matter of food. 5 days ago, various locations began constructing shelters based on existing air raid bunkers. In just 21 days, every city will boast several shelters, each equipped with food and essential supplies. The communications department is working tirelessly to produce communication devices for these shelters. Even in the absence of signal or in the event of satellite destruction during a calamity, thousands of shelters will form a network, coordinated uniformly by the state. Sheng An leaned forward, her gaze fixed intently on her. Zhang Yu, do you still believe the state holds no significance in the face of an apocalypse? Zhang Yu had nearly ceased to think, holding her breath, overwhelmed by the impact of the information. Sheng An pressed on, her sharp phoenix eyes imbued with a complex array of emotions, capable of stirring profound feelings with a mere glance. Jiangyu, the state's current response largely stems from that batch of meteorites. Information from the reincarnated ones is scant, and knowledge about the end times remains unverified. You are the pivotal link. Her eyes bore an intensity so profound that, when locking gazes with Jiangyu, it felt as though she could penetrate into her very soul. Sheng An, if we can obtain more definitive information from you, the remaining 21 days will allow the state to undertake even greater preparations for the impending apocalypse. Relocating the core factory underground, seizing the harvest, and relocating the populace. Jiangyu, as a reborn individual, cannot remain content within a small corner. Your rebirth holds the potential for greater endeavors and can yield immense value, representing the lives of countless individuals and the hope of the nation. Under Sheng An's penetrating gaze, Jiangyu felt her body tremble uncontrollably. In her mind, two thoughts clashed violently, threatening to tear her apart. She could not acknowledge it. She possessed a space. What if admitting it led to her being studied? Yet, if she did confess, could it truly bring hope? She was merely an ordinary person, slightly selfish, yet not one inclined toward disaster or possessing an antisocial personality. Moreover, under Sheng An's earnest scrutiny, her heart stirred with emotion. Never before, in either her past life or this one, had she felt so valued by another. Sheng An continued to forge ahead. You need not worry about anything else. Join us. You will be our comrade, under the protection of the nation. She extended her hand, enveloping Jiangyu's cold, trembling fingers within her own, offering a gentle smile. Jiangyu, even if your circumstances are unique, none among us would wish you harm. Being an aberration, a sign of the extraordinary, need not be a negative descriptor. It may indeed herald good fortune. Thus, I sit here, in your home, communicating with you in a manner that brings you comfort. Jiangyu's eyes were filled with turmoil. She yearned to speak yet was paralyzed by fear. Rebirth and her secret space constituted her greatest confidences. Was she truly prepared to reveal them? Sheng An, right, the nation is hoarding supplies. If you were a member of the Special Emergency Department, your living conditions in the apocalypse would undoubtedly not be worse than before. Regardless of how much you stockpile, you must manage it yourself. In the Special Emergency Department, there are state banquet chefs and resources from the national warehouses. The state will protect you comprehensively and supply you with provisions. Jiangyu, that sounds enticing. During special circumstances, there are special policies. The Special Emergency Department also possesses the authority to arrest individuals, such as those who cause disturbances or obstruct your mission, provided that it is within reasonable and lawful parameters. You may handle matters at your discretion. Sheng An continued. Jiangyu remained perplexed. Sheng An smiled slightly. For instance, you Lit Yin and Chun Jiao Jiao. Jiangyu. That's striking at the very core. How Xingyuan appeared stern on the surface, yet could not help but give a thumbs up inwardly. Truly deserving of being called Sister Sheng. Is it gentle? A gentleness aimed at the barrel of a gun. First, the military. Then, propriety, followed by a display of hardship and grievances, a sense of righteousness coupled with portraying individuals as the hope for the nation's future, and finally, a temptation, concluding with a retreat that serves as a strategy to advance. This is a tailored interrogation scheme for someone like Jiangyu, sentimental, soft-hearted, indecisive, and innocent, yet having experienced a rebirth in the apocalypse. Jiangyu's character means that harsh interrogation would not win her allegiance. Not forcing.
What ist?
If Jiangyu truly clings to her silence, Sister Sheng could enforce compliance on the spot. That gun of hers is loaded. Indeed, Jiangyu felt the warmth of Sheng An's hand leave and instinctively grasped it. Then, she stammered. For the nation, I am willing to tell you everything and join you. Chapter 5. The apocalypse before rebirth. This singular statement caused Hao Jingye to sit up straight in an instant. On the other side of the lens, in a professional conference room, countless individuals wore solemn expressions, their gazes fixed intently upon the image of Jiangyu on the large screen. Even Sheng An's eyes sharpened with intensity. Unbeknownst to Jiangyu, she was the subject of scrutiny by many. Her gaze lingered on Sheng An, yet it seemed unfocused, as if she were lost in her own thoughts, her voice taking on a distant quality. In truth, I cannot ascertain whether it has truly been a year. Each day feels as protracted as a year. In 21 days, the meteor strike will come, and on that day, at least 90% of the world's population will vanish, along with countless coastal nations submerged by the tsunamis triggered by the meteors. Our country, too, will be reduced to scorched earth, akin to the aftermath of numerous atomic explosions. Beijing was spared from a direct hit, yet cities struck by the meteor have virtually vanished, and while Beijing was merely affected, it endured devastation reminiscent of an earthquake of magnitude 8, with countless residential complexes collapsing. Our neighborhood was relatively fortunate to remain standing, albeit it too has been designated a hazardous building. At that time, every neighborhood was deemed unsafe. Sheng An's fingers idly caressed the sofa as she listened attentively. Her phone flickered to life, prompting her to glance at it. Lao Zhang. Ask her about the recent meteor. Sheng An inquired, little fish. Do you know where the recent meteor fell? Or rather, do you recall any meteors? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before responding with certainty. She shivered slightly as she spoke. Then Zhang Yu continued, do you believe that the greatest catastrophe will occur in 21 days? No, that is merely the beginning. Those who met with misfortune on that fateful day were, in a sense, fortunate, for every subsequent day would be steeped in calamity. Her voice trembled, and the fear etched upon her face was unmistakable. Sheng An poured her a cup of warm water and gently stroked her head in a soothing gesture. Zhang Yu inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance and smiled at Sheng An. As she glanced at her phone, it illuminated with a message. Old Zhang, just now. Academician Sun and his team recalculated and, combining it with previous research findings, Zhang Yu was indeed correct. The meteor shower's nearest impact to Jing City is likely to occur in Shi City. Her words might hold the truth. The leaders, including old Zhang, were simultaneously preparing for disaster while seeking verification. Yet, Sheng An had already placed his unwavering trust in Zhang Yu. She was not lying. Every action and expression of hers was genuine. She had indeed returned from a year into the future, and her proclamations were authentic prophecies. How Xingyuan nodded solemnly, his demeanor grave. The sudden descent of meteors upon Earth is akin to the detonation of countless atomic bombs, inevitably resulting in immense tremors. Earthquakes will not be fleeting, as the impact on geological plates will undoubtedly lead to a surge in geological disasters. The seismic activity alone will be substantial. Furthermore, the meteorite impact will generate intense heat and fire. The entire world will be subjected to meteor strikes, making even firefighting a luxury. The inferno will ravage the world, eradicating civilization in an instant. Moreover, the annihilation of the planet will inevitably compromise the ozone layer, while the thick smoke will usher in extreme pollution, rendering the air potentially toxic. Acid rain will likely become the norm. Additionally, it is conceivable that the meteors may pose other threats, such as radiation. Every word he uttered in a calm voice left Zhang Yu in a state of shock. Her eyes widened. Indeed, his deductions were entirely accurate. The meteorite impact was merely 21 days away, yet the endless calamities of the future had never ceased. Even at the moment of her demise in her past life, it was not yet over. Sheng An discerned her unease and smiled. Do not worry. Now that we are aware, we shall devise a means to cope. The machinery of the state possesses some efficacy. It will not mirror the past life entirely, at least not completely. However, Zhang Yu remained pale. She trembled slightly, her voice hoarse and obscure. This is only a fragment of the truth, for a formidable ability user can accomplish many things, and there are even more terrifying crises. Sheng An's gaze sharpened. He fixed his eyes on Zhang Yu, leaning forward. The emergence of ability users is inherently discordant. It is certainly not a calamity that nature could bestow. Is there an issue with that batch of meteorites? Zhang Yu marveled once more at how astute these individuals were, far beyond her expectations. She nodded and dropped a bombshell. The meteorites not only bring disaster but also induce mutations. In my previous life, I heard discussions at a temporary base regarding research on meteorites, which confirmed the presence of certain fragments capable of awakening abilities in some individuals. The principle remains unknown. Yet it is said that ordinary people who remain in proximity to these fragments can transform into ability users, while those who are already users become even more powerful in their presence. In my past life, everyone was vying for these fragments. I was merely an ordinary person and had never encountered them. The room fell into a profound silence. Everyone awaited her next words, pondering what the more dreadful crisis could be if the fragments could augment the strength of ability users. In the realm of the extraordinary, Zhang Yu inhaled deeply and spoke with measured deliberation. The repercussions of the fragments extend beyond mere ability users. They may also encompass entities of a different nature. Zombies? Hao Jingye inquired, perplexed. Zhang Yu shook his head. No, they are a different kind of formidable existence, indistinguishable from ordinary humans. They possess human intelligence and retain human memories. Some are ability users, while others are merely ordinary individuals. Yet, they are capable of murder and cannibalism, lurking among humanity, ready to strike without warning. They are devoid of emotion and humanity. Any human, regardless of their relationship, be it parents or family, may become their target. The room fell into an even deeper silence. Hao Jingye felt as though his breath had ceased, instinctively glancing at Sheng An. She remained silent as well. The greatest calamity in this world does not originate from external forces but rather from within ourselves. Regardless of the nature of natural disasters, humanity, united in purpose, can always devise solutions and grasp at fleeting chances for survival. However, the threat posed by these entities undermines human trust. Who would dare collaborate with others? Who would not fear awakening to find those beside them poised to strike? Everyone is compelled to fend for themselves. These entities indeed represent humanity's gravest disaster, a catastrophe potent enough to bring about annihilation. Sheng An gently closed her eyes, reopening them to survey the now fearful Zhang Yu and Hao Jingye. Her gaze, deep and unfathomable, gradually regained its composure. Her voice was frigid. There are no insurmountable dilemmas. A means to discern these entities will always be found. Beyond earthquakes, wildfires, toxic mists, and acid rain, there is also a virus. The entities are, in essence, a virus. As long as humanity does not succumb to a simultaneous infection, transforming into a different species, there remains hope for resolution. Anxiety is futile, and they will not simply resign themselves to death. Individuals like Sheng An, who exude calmness, are not solitary in their demeanor. As her phone illuminated, a message arrived. Lao Zhang. Continue. Sheng An turned to Zhang Yu. Now that we have discussed the apocalyptic calamity, let us delve into your space. Chapter 6. The essential space arrives upon hearing Sheng An's words. Zhang Yu visibly stiffened. Clearly, this was not a subject she wished to broach. She was reluctant to disclose anything about her personal advantages. Sheng An looked at her, smiled again with warmth. Zhang Yu, as I have mentioned before, we mean you no harm. You must understand that there will be many abilities in the future, and you cannot be the sole space ability wielder, can you? She was not unique, thus there was no need for trepidation. Nevertheless, Zhang Yu hesitated. In truth, she felt somewhat exceptional. Hao Jingye, realizing the implications, regarded her with suspicion. Could it be that you are not a space ability user, but possess this space for other reasons? Recalling the information he had sought earlier downstairs, his perceptiveness was almost unnerving. Zhang Yu, how could they possibly know? Her face a mask of horror. Her reaction spoke volumes. Zhang Yu, wait, how do they know everything? Where did I inadvertently leak information? I have been so careful. Sheng An suddenly understood, nodding and turning to Hao Jingye. Summarizing, Shi Shao. Hao Jingye nodded in agreement, confirming that the central figure was indeed Shi Shao. Concurrently, a message pinged on his phone. Lao Zhang. Who is Shi Shao? Zhang Yu. Who is Shi Shao? Sheng An explained. A person who is not particularly healthy. Zhang Yu responded with confusion. What does this even mean? If you are not a spatial ability user, then your space should differ from ordinary space, right? At this mention, Zhang Yu's demeanor visibly sagged. She emphasized, although I am not a spatial ability user, the space is already within me. The jade bracelet has completely vanished, and even if you wish to seize it, you cannot. Sheng An remained expressionless, assuring her, rest assured, no one will take it. Space is uniform regardless of its host, as long as they can utilize it. Zhang Yu replied weakly, it is somewhat different. It pales in comparison to other spatial ability users. Although their spatial abilities are small upon awakening, they have the potential to expand, whereas I am uncertain if mine can grow. She seemed slightly dissatisfied. However, Sheng An's expression hardened. Hao Jingye immediately straightened up, raising his voice. Black land. Zhang Yu nodded in bewilderment. Sheng An fixed his gaze on her. How vast? Zhang Yu replied. Quite large. The boundaries are shrouded in mist, and I have not measured it precisely. Sheng An exhaled slowly. Hao Jingye sighed. So your space is black land, identical in flow rate to the outside, and quite extensive, yet you intend to use it solely for storing supplies, while lamenting its inability to preserve freshness. His gaze was akin to that of someone observing a fool. Huh? Zhang Yu appeared even more perplexed. Hao Jingye, utterly speechless, turned to Sheng An, having been previously impacted by Shi Shao, now appeared more accepting, casually remarking, Shi Shao indeed. Isn't that the very Shi Shao that Sheng An finds distasteful? After all, it is black land. In this desolate world, the scorched earth remains fertile, serving as an ideal ground for scientific cultivation. Upon exchanging glances, Sheng An and Hao Jingye discerned each other's intentions. Zhang Yu harbored an unsettling feeling that they were not speaking kindly. Yet, memories of her previous life flooded her mind, stemming from her spatial awareness. You are not me. You cannot fathom my tribulations. Those wretched individuals, Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao, usurped my space and systematically trampled me into the mud. You have no idea of the atrocities they inflicted upon me. At this juncture, Zhang Yu's emotions spiraled out of control, her eyes ablaze with fury. When the apocalypse struck, Chen Jiaojiao hoarded a substantial amount of food due to her spatial abilities, while Yu Litian indulged in the same luxuries alongside her. In my past life, I failed to recognize Yu Litian's true nature. We were still together when the world fell apart. They enslaved me, treating me as a mere servant. Her body trembled increasingly, her voice hoarse and cryptic. They denied me sustenance, forcing me to scavenge like a dog, and presented me to various supernatural beings for their torment. Later, during a sudden outbreak at the temporary base, Chen Jiaojiao pushed me in front to shield herself from gunfire, and the creatures savagely tore her apart. I narrowly escaped, only to be deemed useless and cast aside to face those horrors. How could she not harbor an intense loathing? The world remains unchaotic. Thus, she cannot resort to indiscriminate killing. Yet, she feels stifled. Sheng An gently ruffled her hair, affirming that hatred is permissible, and vengeance is indeed warranted. They deserve it. Her tone conveyed an undeniable certainty. Zhang Yu gazed into her eyes, which seemed to encompass all. The sensation of being understood and supported was truly heartwarming. Zhang Yu nestled closer, as if drawing strength from her. Sheng An soothingly patted her shoulder. Hao Jingye's lips twitched slightly.
Xingyuan.
Truly, she could be fierce when she wished and gentle when she desired, effortlessly earning trust and dismantling defenses. Remarkable, my sister. After a moment of adjustment, Zhang Yu took a deep breath, regained her composure, and inquired. I have revealed all that I know, yet I am not a genuine spatial ability wielder. What more do you require of me? A notification chimed on her phone. Sheng An disregarded it, gently clasping Zhang Yu's hand, her phoenix-like eyes gazing at her as she spoke softly. There is one final question. Can your space accommodate others? As her words settled, the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Meanwhile, those in the conference room fixated intently on the screen. This was a crucial inquiry. The extent to which Zhang Yu's space could be utilized hinged on whether others could enter it. If others could not enter, that expanse of black soil would be of no use beyond its mere substance. Zhang Yu pondered for a moment, and under Sheng An's trusting gaze, she gritted her teeth and replied, I can enter, but others cannot. After a pause, she added, if others could enter, I would certainly ensure that Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao would be disposed of, erasing all traces and eliminating them. She gazed at Sheng An, imploring, do you believe me? Sheng An locked his eyes with hers, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, of course I believe you. Her gaze was utterly sincere, radiating complete trust. Under her scrutiny, Zhang Yu's eyes flickered, and she averted her gaze, an inner turmoil evident in her expression. Sheng An appeared oblivious, shifting his focus elsewhere. Hao Jingye frowned, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but a sharp glance from Sheng An silenced him instantly. Zhang Yu was indeed lying. Yet, it mattered little. The fertile land awaited utilization, and with so much to cultivate, she would eventually reveal the truth. Sheng An felt no urgency. Shall we exchange contact information? Would you like to accompany us to the Special Affairs Department? If not, you could rest at home for a day and return tomorrow. He reached for his phone. Jiang Yu hesitated. What would I go there for? Sheng An smiled gently. There are certain items that need to be placed in your possession. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, by aligning herself with the state and joining the Apocalyptic Special Affairs Department, she would not need to stockpile supplies herself. The government would provide. The resources offered by the state would undoubtedly surpass anything she could gather on her own. Moreover, certain restricted items could only be procured through governmental channels. Firearms, ammunition, various pharmaceuticals. What could the state not acquire? The thought exhilarated Jiang Yu, and she was on the verge of speaking when outside, footsteps echoed, accompanied by a male voice calling, "Little Yu, are you home?" Jiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a fierce countenance. Sheng An inquired, "You Litian?" Jiang Yu nodded vehemently, hatred etched across her face. Sheng An asked, "Shall we confront him?" She gently stroked Jiang Yu's head, stating, "If you do not wish to see them, I can ensure that you will never lay eyes upon them for the rest of your life. No, I seek vengeance. I must witness their suffering with my own eyes." She took a deep breath and stood up, commanding, "Let him in." Why should she endure a year of torment while they could easily escape before the apocalypse? She was determined to let them survive through the agonizing end times. Jiang Yu resolutely decided to allow someone to enter. Sheng An remained non-committal, affirming only the need for respect. Chapter 7. Swiftly dealing with scoundrels, Sheng An instructed her team to stow away their equipment. "This matter shall be entrusted to me. You need not worry," she assured the camera. Jiang Yu, bewildered, inquired, "Who are you speaking to?" Jiang Yu thought to herself, confused. Meanwhile, from the computer in front of Hao Jingye, a deep voice resonated, "Jiang Yu, welcome to the Special Operations Division for the Apocalypse. Join us in our fight against the end of days." Hao Jingye turned the computer around, revealing a vast conference room filled with countless heads. She recognized the leaders she had only ever seen on television nodding in her direction from the front row. "Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu!" The screen went dark, leaving Jiang Yu in a state of shock for an extended moment. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted, shaking the building. "Ah, I haven't washed my hair." To have the opportunity to converse with such esteemed figures, even with the knowledge of the impending apocalypse, felt like an honor. However, she had not washed her hair. Only women understand the significance of appearing presentable when meeting others. Sheng An looked at her in bewilderment, unable to comprehend her sudden outburst. Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with a sense of longing as Yu Litian entered her line of sight. He was a remarkably handsome man, wearing glasses much like Hao Jingye. While Hao appeared overly serious, Yu Litian exuded a sunny charm, resembling the quintessential heartthrob of his school days. "Xiao Yu, what on earth is wrong with you?" As soon as Yu Litian stepped inside, he could hardly contain himself. "Over the past few days, your anger has dissipated, and your voice has faltered." It was then that he noticed several others in the room. Yu Litian furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the others. The three plainclothes officers seemed rather ordinary and inconspicuous, yet Hao Jingye was clearly not an unremarkable individual. Yu Litian's gaze lingered momentarily on Sheng An, a striking beauty that compelled him to steal another glance. At this, Jiang Yu inwardly lamented. How could she have ever been drawn to such a person? She retorted bitterly, "What are you doing here?" Yu Litian, momentarily disregarding Sheng An and the others, displayed a sorrowful expression, gazing at Jiang Yu. "Xiao Yu, how long are you going to sulk? You've misunderstood my relationship with Chen Jiaojiao. We are merely fellow townsfolk." His superb acting skills appeared quite convincing. Were it not for Jiang Yu's rebirth, she might have fallen for his deception. Throughout her university years and beyond, she had sensed something amiss, yet it was swiftly overshadowed by Yu Litian's coaxing and Chen Jiaojiao's disdain for him. In retrospect, she could only feel foolish beyond belief. Her eyes were now filled with coldness and hatred, emotions that had never graced her face before. Yu Litian hesitated slightly, an inexplicable fear rising within him. However, recalling his purpose, he pressed on with his pleas, "Xiao Yu, what is truly troubling you? Have all our years of affection been mere pretense? Have you truly become indifferent to the 5 years of youth we spent together? How dare you even bring it up? For these 5 years, you have toyed with my emotions, reveling in your triumph, haven't you? Xiangyu clenched her fist, consumed with the urge to leap forward and strike down the scoundrel. Eulidian, with a wounded expression, stepped closer and grasped Xiangyu's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Xiaoyu, how could you think such a thing? All these years, my feelings for you have been genuine. Have you forgotten the promises we made by the sea? Do you not remember how I carried you on my back when you could not climb the Great Wall? Have you forgotten your vow to be with me for a lifetime, spoken at the edge of the world? At that moment, Xiangyu forcefully yanked her hand away, feeling nauseated. She realized that no matter the time, she was always appalled by this man's shamelessness. Had she not been reborn, she would have undoubtedly been touched by his words. Yet, in her previous life during the apocalypse, she had heard him and Chun Jiaojiao candidly discuss their happiness in every corner they had once occupied together. This pair of wretched lovers had been engaged in an affair. How shameless could he be to utter such words? Beside them, Sheng An and Hao Jingye watched the unfolding drama. Sheng An inquired, "Who footed the bill?" A soul-searching question. Eulidian hesitated. Sheng An sighed, "What a fool." Xiangyu was utterly exasperated. She did not wish to hear those 3 words again. With a fierce glare fixed on Eulidian, she spat, "I know everything you did in the past. You were with that wretched girl in high school, and when you lacked money in college, you set your sights on me. We traveled together, dined together, and after you deceived me, you immediately became entwined with her, basking in affection. Did you truly believe I was unaware?" Sheng An and Hao Jingye exchanged glances, astonished. Eulidian's facade momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure, defiantly stating, "Xiangyu, I genuinely cannot comprehend your words. Do you possess any evidence?" His demeanor shifted abruptly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Are you not the one who strayed, only to cast the blame upon me?" His gaze swept across the vicinity, momentarily bypassing 3 unremarkable gentlemen, before fixing upon Hao Jingye, whom he pointed at. "Is it him?" Hao Jingye responded, "What a peculiar accusation. How could one indulge in gossip while dragging oneself into it?" Xiangyu clenched and relaxed his hand, contemplating a violent act against Eulidian. With a calm demeanor, Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses and remarked, "My friend, even those who are kept must uphold some semblance of ethics. To be both maintained and simultaneously pursue a mistress is indeed quite unethical." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Eulidian retorted, his anger palpable. Hao Jingye scrutinized him, shaking his head in disapproval. "With your current state, the fleeting value of your youth from a few years past is hardly worth much. After all the expenses incurred, what more could you possibly desire?" His gaze was rife with disdain and reproach. Eulidian fumed, "What are you babbling about? You are the one who is morally bankrupt." Hao Jingye shrugged, "I have not taken advantage of my girlfriend in such a manner. If you indulge while lacking moral integrity, what else could you be called?" Xiangyu pointed towards the exit, declaring, "Eulidian, you may leave." She coldly smiled. "My sparing you now does not signify that I will forever grant you leniency. Cleanse your neck and await your fate. When the apocalypse arrives, I shall exact a merciless torment upon this despicable pair." Eulidian inhaled deeply, turning his gaze back to Xiangyu. He was perplexed as to why Xiangyu had changed. Yet, after years of companionship, he had always perceived her as a naïve and easily deceived soul. "Xiangyu, it was you who initiated the breakup and unjustly accused me of betrayal, placing the blame squarely upon my shoulders. If you cannot provide evidence, you must compensate me. Otherwise, do not expect a clean separation." His eyes gleamed with avarice. Hao Jingye clucked his tongue, shaking his head in disbelief. Eulidian shot him a glare before focusing once more on Xiangyu. Xiangyu, infuriated, found herself laughing in disbelief. "Are you threatening me? You were the one who wanted to break up. If you wish to part ways, then do so, but you must compensate me." Eulidian seemed to take this as a matter of course. "What do you want?" she inquired, eager to discern what further demands this wretched man might make. "The bracelet you took," he replied. Xiangyu gasped in shock. In that instant, she was consumed by fury, memories of the past year in the apocalyptic world flooding her mind. Her eyes turned crimson as she glared at Litian. You desire that bracelet? You've always coveted it? So you knew it was of value. No wonder you stole it when you left. It was no ordinary bracelet. It was an ancestral heirloom, laden with immense fortune. As the end of days approached, possessing a space carried profound implications, a truth that was self-evident. This pair of wolves was utterly revolting. Jiang Yu's chest heaved with rage, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It was you who initiated the breakup. If you are unwilling to give me the bracelet, then monetary compensation will suffice. Litian, with a blatant disregard, has torn the facade. Otherwise, I shall speak of you in the class group and even to your company. Suddenly, Sheng An stood up, pocketing her phone, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Her brow furrowed. Her expression was rife with impatience, as if her forbearance had reached its limit. Jiang Yu, did you say that after your breakup, he took your bracelet? Jiang Yu, taken aback, instinctively nodded yes. Sheng An ignored him and continued to gaze at Jiang Yu, inquiring, what is the value of your bracelet? Jiang Yu stammered, my grandmother gave it to me. Oh, I see. A treasured heirloom of immeasurable worth. Sheng An nodded in conclusion. She cast a glance at Hao Jingye, asking, what is the punishment for theft and extortion? Hao Jingye's eyes brightened as he stood up clutching his laptop, declaring, if the offender is not a family member, it constitutes theft, and if the amount is substantial, one can apply for a prison sentence ranging from 3 to 4 years. For extortion of a significant amount, the sentence is less than 3 years. Sheng An smiled slightly, then let us proceed. Litian? Jiang Yu? In Chapter 8, The End Times Special Affairs, Jiang Yu was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Sheng An remarked, your time is valuable, and mine is even more so. You have already squandered 12 minutes. She felt a tinge of helplessness. Did this girl not realize that the apocalypse was merely 21 days away? Why waste time engaged in futile arguments? Was it truly entertaining to watch a fool flail about? Jiang Yu remained in a daze. Sheng An, what is it? Are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to dispose of him directly? Jiang Yu quickly interrupted her. Wait. She shook her head. No, he cannot be allowed to die so easily. He must survive until the 21st day. In her previous life, everyone claimed that dying before the apocalypse was a stroke of fortune. She refused to allow Litian and Chen Jiao to meet such a swift demise. Sheng An's face displayed confusion, yet she maintained a respectful demeanor. She waved her hand dismissively. It's up to you. As long as you cooperate with the state, such trivial matters are entirely at your discretion. Her tone was almost indulgent. Litian felt bewildered, but it wasn't until he was restrained by 2 plainclothes officers that he realized these individuals were not to be trifled with, particularly the woman orchestrating his capture. Litian struggled. Wait, what are you doing? On what grounds are you detaining me? Sheng An did not waste words. With a wave of her hand, the 2 officers dragged him away, as if he were a lifeless dog. Outside, the sound of a woman's exclamation pierced the air. Litian, what has happened to you? Why are you apprehending Litian? Jiang Yu gritted her teeth. Chen Jiao. Just as the words left her mouth, a woman rushed forward, throwing herself onto Litian at the doorway. She turned her head. Jiang Yu, why did you allow them to capture Litian? Sheng An interrupted her. Oh, there's one more thing. Her expression remained calm, her voice devoid of emotion. Litian, was it Chen Jiao who instructed you to steal the bracelet? Just as Litian opened his mouth to respond, Sheng An stepped forward and forcefully twisted his hand. Ah, is it not so? The pain was palpable. Indeed, it was Jiao who urged Sheng An to release her grip, yet his expression remained inscrutable. Comrades, take them away together, he commanded, and as his words echoed, another undercover officer seized Chen Jiao. The 3 of them dragged the 2 away, and soon their cries faded into the distance. The wail of sirens pierced the air as the police vehicles departed, leaving no trace of Litian and Chen Jiao's voices behind. Jiang Yu was utterly bewildered. What had transpired? From the moment Chen Jiao appeared to her abrupt removal, scarcely a minute had passed. Within the bounds of legality and propriety, resolving issues should be straightforward. Had you never considered calling the police? Sheng An cast a glance at her. Jiang Yu replied, Truth be told, I hadn't thought of that. Her expression was a tumult of emotions. But the apocalypse is imminent. It would be futile even to be imprisoned. Sheng An sighed. Foolish child, the end is indeed approaching. The state will issue warnings about stockpiling supplies. Where do you think they will gather their provisions? In 21 days, when they are penniless and foodless, won't they fall into your hands? She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. With Zhang Yu's disposition, even with a rebirth and the possession of a spatial realm, she could scarcely achieve anything substantial beyond seeking vengeance against Eulidian. Perhaps this was the reason why Shi Shao ultimately chose to retreat into seclusion with the male protagonist. Sheng An endeavored to comprehend. At that moment, Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Hao Jingya nodded in agreement. If you seek vengeance, do not allow them to enjoy their days of freedom for 21 more days. As for the detention center, rest assured, I will ensure they are well taken care of. Sheng An attempted to grasp the situation but remained perplexed. She shrugged. I believe a direct resolution would be more efficient, yet if you insist on prolonging it, I shall respect your wishes. Her face still bore the expression of incomprehension, yet respect. Zhang Yu remarked. Just now, wasn't it said that everything was legal and compliant? This outcome is indeed the most favorable at present. Zhang Yu had always hoped to endure the trials of the apocalypse, but during the 21 days preceding it, witnessing them thrive was utterly distasteful. To cast them into the detention center to suffer was, in fact, quite agreeable. It was simply perfect. During these 21 days, she could stockpile her supplies in peace. With this thought, Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled as she regarded Sheng An, akin to a cat being petted, gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Good girl, align yourself with the state. From now on, Sister Sheng will look after you. The nation will protect you. Your sole duty is to serve the country well, and refrain from overexerting that mind of yours, principally because it doesn't seem particularly astute." Zhang Yu nodded emphatically, her voice resonating. Understood. Sister Sheng. She was now utterly devoted to Sheng An. Even though Sheng An may not be significantly older, the heartfelt address of sister was genuine. Sheng An smiled wryly. Let us go report to the Special Affairs Office. Zhang Yu's eyes brightened, nodding vigorously. After reporting, would she not be able to fill her space with supplies? Zhang Yu rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Seeing her compliance, Sheng An was immensely satisfied. Zhang Yu, a girl whose mind was filled with too many romantic notions, had officially joined their ranks. On the way back, Hao Jingye conveyed all that he could to Zhang Yu. She had long been aware of the impending apocalypse, yet she remained astonished by the tumultuous undercurrents beneath the surface of tranquility. Reflecting on the other 4 anomalies, Zhang Yu sighed. I once believed myself to be the most unique individual, only to discover that there are others who have been reborn, and even those with extraordinary abilities. Before the apocalypse has even arrived, such individuals already exist. Such occurrences were utterly unheard of in a past life. Sheng An gently tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, her gaze profound as she murmured. Indeed, with so many reincarnators and individuals possessing extraordinary abilities emerging. One instance may be a coincidence, but with this multitude, it is certainly not mere happenstance. She has never subscribed to the notion of coincidence. In Ha Jingye's heart, a sense of unease settled. The existence of a chosen one could be deemed normal, but multiple chosen ones. The emergence of those with abilities could be rationalized, especially with the meteorite approaching. However, rebirth? Zhang Yu shook her head, unable to comprehend it. Yet, a sense of disparity lingered within her. She had initially believed herself to be a chosen one, but now it seemed she was merely one among many. Oh, and still under someone's oversight as a chosen one. Zhang Yu stole a glance at Sheng An, who appeared to be pondering something. Curiously, she inquired, by the way, do the other 4 anomalies fall under Sister Shang's jurisdiction as well? Ha Jingye shook his head. Not quite. The Special Operations Department for the Apocalypse is divided into 2 groups. Sister Sheng oversees Group B, while the other group is under the purview of the abilities users. Qiu Yu and the remaining 3 anomalies report to Qiu Yu. The 2 groups must collaborate to jointly combat the impending doom, yet they operate independently without interference from one another. Qiu Yu? Zhang Yu expressed her curiosity. Ha Jingye glanced at Sheng An, and seeing her lack of response, understood that such matters could be disclosed to Zhang Yu. Qiu Yu is one of the anomalies and was originally the head of the Special Operations Department for the Apocalypse. However, both she and her direct superior, Old Li, are rather radical individuals. The higher-ups feared allowing them to oversee the entire department, worried about potential loss of control among the anomalies, thus assigning Sister Sheng to manage Group B, hoping she could reign in Group A. After a pause, Xingyuan added, "Naturally, Group A also seeks to dominate Group B." Zhang Yu felt a headache coming on. She was more concerned about the nature of Qiu Yu's ability. Xingyuan took a deep breath and slowly explained, "Puppet, the ability to manipulate the powers of others." Zhang Yu gasped in astonishment, instinctively raising her voice. "Such a unique ability, and Sister Sheng can suppress her?" Xingyuan chuckled softly. "You may not be aware, but both Sister Sheng and Qiu Yu hail from Team Zero. Before their fallout, Sister Sheng consistently kept Qiu Yu in check. Even after their falling out, Qiu Yu has never triumphed over Sister Sheng during missions. Moreover, Qiu Yu merely awakened her powers early. With someone like Sister Sheng, do you truly believe she would lack abilities in a post-apocalyptic world?" Xingyuan rubbed his chin, expressing his curiosity. "I am quite eager to know if I possess any abilities, and if so, what they might be." Zhang Yu, intrigued, asked, "Fallen out? Did they have a close relationship before?" Xingyuan pondered for a moment, uncertainly responding, "I suppose so. They both emerged from Team Zero, which has always been remarkably cohesive, with all members willing to risk their lives for one another." Sheng An remained silent, reflecting on the past. Both she and Qiu Yu had been nurtured by the state, undergoing rigorous training from a young age, and were among the only two women to become members of Team Zero. In contrast to Sheng An's ever-rational demeanor, Qiu Yu had always been warm-hearted beneath her cool exterior. She often washed and mended Sheng An's clothes, and would secretly prepare midnight snacks for her, saving the best meals for her like a devoted little wife. Of course, that was in the past. Zhang Yu, with a curious expression, speculated, could it be that they both loved the same man, leading to betrayal and a tangled web of love and hate? Sheng An cast a glance at her through the rearview mirror, speechless. "Is it possible for your mind to contain anything beyond matters of love?" She remained composed, and amidst Xingyuan's equally inquisitive gaze, she replied softly, "It's for a mission." After that, Sheng An fell silent. Zhang Yu wished to inquire further, yet, for reasons she could not fathom, the sight of Sheng An's profile rendered her hesitant to speak. Consequently, she turned to Xingyuan and asked, "Weren't we supposed to have Sheng Jie suppress Qiu Yu? Why then assign other anomalies to Qiu Yu? Is it due to her abilities?" Zhang Yu felt a twinge of displeasure. However, Xingyuan smiled, adjusting his glasses with a playful nudge.
"What is this?"
Sheng Jie would yield. "There must be other reasons." Zhang Yu leaned forward, curiosity piqued. "What reasons?" Chapter 9. "You want me, a reincarnator, to cultivate the land? I have taken Captain Qi Lingwu of Team Zero, and all three anomalies belong to Group A." The mention of Team Zero sparked recognition once more. Recalling Xingyuan's earlier words about Sheng An and Qiu Yu both hailing from Team Zero, her eyes widened in confusion. What exactly is Team Zero? Is it truly formidable? "Indeed, it is," Xingyuan replied with evident reverence. "During my time in the information unit, I longed to collaborate with Team Zero. To put it succinctly, Team Zero comprises individuals of unparalleled capability, tasked with executing the nation's most clandestine and arduous missions." He paused briefly before summing it up with a striking description. "Human weapons, flesh and blood war machines." Zhang Yu's breath caught in her throat. Human weapons, flesh and blood war machines. Such a terrifying assessment. Instinctively, she glanced at Sheng An, only to find her cold, sharp profile. Zhang Yu felt a sense of doubt. Sister Sheng appears quite frail, yet possesses such strength? Xingyuan noticed her skepticism and rolled his eyes. "Zhang Yu, never doubt Sister Sheng. With time, you will come to understand." Zhang Yu hesitantly nodded. "Is that truly the case?" she asked, still somewhat skeptical. Changing the subject, she inquired, "Team Zero is formidable and Team Qi is their leader, so he must be exceptionally strong?" Xingyuan nodded, proudly raising his chin. "Indeed, Team Qi is a legend. He is an elite marksman, and we privately refer to him as the limitations of vision are not the limitations of a sniper's range. Team Qi knows no bounds." Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of reverence. Hao Jingye rubbed his hands together, somewhat smug. The fact that Team Qi has joined Group B means that Sister Sheng can mobilize the entire Team Zero. Don't you think Sister Sheng has struck gold? Jiang Yu instinctively shook her head. Sheng An, driving lazily, remarked, I have encountered those two elementalists. Even in the future, they will not be able to match Team Zero. Elementalists can be formidable, but Team Zero is already exceedingly strong. A group both endearing and terrifying in equal measure. And she hails from that very place. Jiang Yu had another question. She leaned her head closer to Hao Jingye, her eyes sparkling. Since Team Qi is so powerful and represents Team Zero, why would Group A's leader, Qiu Yu, agree to this? Group B aims to suppress Group A, and Group A also seeks to dominate Group B. Hao Jingye suddenly chuckled, though he quickly composed himself, adjusting his glasses with a serious demeanor. What can we do? After all, Team Qi is Sister Sheng's lover. Even if Qiu Yu were to attempt to seize him, she would fear being let down by Team Qi. Jiang Yu. She instinctively glanced at Sheng An, hardly able to believe that this person actually had a partner. Wait a moment. Jiang Yu interjected. Why is it a lover and not a boyfriend? Hao Jingye replied helplessly, you'll have to ask Shang Jie about that. Jiang Yu turned her gaze toward Sheng An, blinking her eyes with a starry-eyed expression. Sheng An caught her reflection in the rearview mirror and smiled faintly. Stop prying. Don't let your mind be clouded with matters of romance. Focus on your health instead. Jiang Yu pouted. Is being in a relationship unhealthy then? She rested her head against the front seat's headrest, gazing at Sheng An. Shang Jie is truly beautiful. The more I look, the more I wonder who could possibly be worthy of her. Hao Jingye shot her a disapproving glance. Honestly, it was only the first day, and she had already become a little fan of Shang and He. Have you forgotten when Shang Jie had her gun pointed at you? The so-called unit was actually a temporary camp set up on the mountainside, secluded yet heavily guarded, surrounded by several experimental bases and multiple office buildings. After all, with the presence of superhumans, a small area would not suffice for their abilities. Jiang Yu surveyed her surroundings, exclaiming, having lived in the capital for so many years, I never knew there was a mountain here, let alone what lay within. Hao Jingye remarked, of course, a confidential place is not somewhere ordinary people can access. Sheng An led the two of them straight in. This building was shared by Group A and Group B, housing several laboratories and researchers, so it was possible to encounter members of Group A at any moment. Hao Jingye lowered his voice as Jiang Yu instinctively leaned forward to take a look. Hao Jingye pulled her aside, urging her not to linger. Team leader Qiu has taken the 3 members of Group A to seek out other anomalies. They cannot possibly be here now. Perhaps we shall encounter them later this evening. Hao Jingye continued, Indeed, every peculiar individual must be scrutinized. You are the 3rd one we are examining today. The first 2 were mere misunderstandings, but you, it appears, are genuinely anomalous and quite a rare specimen at that. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that she was not the singular chosen one as she had thought, which cast a shadow over her spirits. Yet her curiosity was piqued. So, we will continue to investigate other anomalies? Do we have specific targets? Hao Jingye nodded affirmatively. Yes, we do have some. Sheng An swiped his card and led the group into the elevator, pressing a button for a specific floor. The logistics team has been preparing along the way. You should first report in for an inspection, and then accompany us to store supplies in the space. Additionally, there are other arrangements for you, Sheng An instructed. Jiang Yu, overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily set aside her curiosity. She had only stored supplies herself, and the space still held vast emptiness. Though the items might expire, filling it to capacity would be splendid. If they could store weapons and controlled substances, it would be nothing short of magnificent. Such a sense of security it would provide. Sheng An nodded, walking as she spoke. The items within your space can be extracted. The nation is stockpiling provisions, and even in the apocalypse you shall not lack sustenance. Pausing for a moment, she considered that this individual had only just joined the Special Affairs Department and may not harbor complete trust in the government. Never mind, let it remain. Your supplies are not plentiful, and it would bring you peace of mind to keep them here. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. This is wonderful. The nation must provide her with abundant resources. Otherwise, why would they ask her to clear space? Shang Jie even thoughtfully allowed her to retain some supplies. Zhang Yu felt a twinge of gratitude, yet at the same time a hint of guilt crept in. Sheng An glanced back and immediately noticed the mixture of excitement and unease on Zhang Yu's face. A smile tugged at her lips. Zhang Yu's thoughts were easily decipherable. She had told a fib. Her space was certainly not limited to her alone. After all, it was a golden finger. Concealing a little was entirely reasonable. Sheng An could understand such small secrets. However, with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, she continued her leisurely stride. Sheng An led Zhang Yu to a warehouse adjacent to the camp. Gazing at the imposing doors of the warehouse, Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, nearly bursting into a jubilant cheer. As they approached, a middle-aged man emerged from within the warehouse, his demeanor stern. Sheng, everything is prepared and stored inside. The researchers have also arrived. Sheng An nodded. Zhang Yu, puzzled, inquired, researchers? As they drew closer, Zhang Yu finally discerned the contents within the colossal warehouse. Tractors, tillers, seeders, sprinklers, fertilizer spreaders, chemical fertilizers, seeds, and a myriad of seedlings and peculiar plants. Nearby, a group of elderly gentlemen in white lab coats moved with utmost caution. Ah, finally, someone has arrived. These items must be tenderly cared for. Hurry and plant them in the ground. An old man leaped up, beckoning to them. Zhang Yu questioned, gazing at Sheng An, what does this mean? What about the supplies I was to pack? This is what you are to store in your space. Your mission now is to preserve the hopeful seedlings and experiment with the hopeful seeds, ensuring your space is replete with bountiful fruits, even as the earth lies scorched. Your realm must remain vibrant and flourishing. The words were somewhat convoluted, leaving Zhang Yu in a daze. She murmured, seedlings, seeds, fruit, vibrant life. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her pupils widened in disbelief. Pointing at herself, she looked incredulously at Sheng An. So, you want me to farm? Sheng An beamed brightly. This is termed cultivating hopeful seedlings. That vast expanse of black earth must serve a purpose. Though it may lack the mountains, waters, and worlds of Shizhao's space, it will suffice. Zhang Yu protested. I senti that's still farming? At that moment, an old man approached, visibly excited. Is this young lady the one with spatial abilities? Oh, at last you have come. After receiving the apocalyptic notice, we've all been in despair. Thankfully, we found you. As the world turns to ash, your space is our final hope. Quickly, let me instruct you on how to cultivate these. Who are you? Zhang Yu inquired with impatience. Sheng An smiled gently. I am Academician Zhou from the Academy of Sciences, one of the world's most esteemed botanists. You may not be familiar with cultivation, but they will be your mentors, teaching you how to sow seeds. Zhang Yu was taken aback, nearly doubting her own hearing. Sheng An grasped her hand, his smile radiant. They are experts in this field. In the future, for scorched earth cultivation and post-apocalyptic farming, they will rely on your space for research. They are not only your instructors but also companions on this journey. Zhang Yu, feeling bewildered, asked, What do you mean? They are under my supervision? Sheng An reassured her. Rest assured, as a distinguished contributor, the provisions allocated to you will be more than sufficient to sustain them. Zhang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Is that what I meant? Wait a moment. So, my arduous efforts in farming are merely to support a group of people directing me on how to cultivate. Sheng An shrugged, wearing a look of regret. What can be done? Your space only permits your entry. Zhang Yu then grasped the meaning of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. In Chapter 10, which normal person builds a fortress? Zhang Yu opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of speaking. Sheng An looked at her, patiently awaiting her words. After a moment, Zhang Yu clenched her teeth. Fine. I shall go and cultivate the land. Is it not simply farming? Can it truly be any more arduous than in my previous life? My space is both my golden key and my trump card. If others were to discover that they could also enter my space, it would undoubtedly be subjected to relentless scrutiny. She was perplexed by the inexplicable space within the bracelet, unable to ascertain whether it could be accessed by others. After all, this was not her ability. In such a circumstance, she found solace in the idea of keeping the space sealed. To conceal the secret, Zhang Yu resolved to cultivate the land. Upon hearing this, Sheng An raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. Very well. You may stay here and learn diligently with your teacher and the others. I shall see you in the evening. Jiang Yu instinctively glanced at the sky, realizing it was already evening, with darkness approaching. Sheng An, with a knowing smile, remarked, "There are only 21 days left. Do you think our rest will arrive so soon? Keep up the good work, little fish." She gave Jiang Yu's shoulder a reassuring pat. At that moment, Hao Jingye rushed in, urgency apparent in his tone. "Sister Sheng, another faction has made significant moves today." Sheng An's expression grew serious as she turned to leave. The phrase significant moves piqued Jiang Yu's curiosity. She grasped Sheng An's sleeve, pleading, "Sister Sheng, take me with you. I wish to see what the other factions are like." Sheng An firmly declined. "No, you have your own matters to attend to. What if I finish my tasks? Can I then come to find you?" Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Sheng An's gaze softened slightly. "If you complete your tasks," she replied with a hint of amusement, "I will send someone to fetch you." The emphasis on your matters was unmistakable. Jiang Yu, oblivious to the nuance, eagerly nodded, filled with determination. "All right, Sister Sheng, wait for me," she exclaimed. As Sheng An departed with Hao Jingye, the hem of her jacket fluttered slightly, her silhouette exuding an air of elegance. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and turned around. "So, what should I do?" "First, you must undergo foundational training. If you lack any understanding, we cannot allow you to handle these seeds and plants," Academician Zhou stated, gesturing towards several items that researchers had brought over. "Begin by reviewing these books. I will highlight the key points for you. Additionally, you must go through these videos and materials." Jiang Yu followed his gaze to see two large boxes filled with thick volumes. On the table, stacks of documents reached the height of his arms, and an open laptop displayed a folder occupying 1 terabyte. "Make sure to finish these by tonight, and we will continue tomorrow," Academician Zhou instructed, leaving Jiang Yu momentarily dazed. A discreet vehicle cruised along the road. Sheng An drove with both speed and steadiness, while Hao Jingye sat in the passenger seat, reporting the current situation. Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao have already conducted their reviews. The desire for the bracelet appears to be coincidental. Chen Jiaojiao believes that Jiang Yu's ancestral bracelet holds considerable value. He nodded, indicating for him to proceed. Hao Jingye swiftly skimmed through the documents in his hands. Li Wanyun, aged 23, lost her parents a year ago, leaving her a substantial inheritance. Just 7 days prior, she was embroiled in a dispute with her cousin over her parents' company. 3 days ago, she unexpectedly proposed selling her shares to her cousin for 30 billion. Simultaneously, she began urgently liquidating her assets, including cars and houses. She has already received 10 billion and is in the process of selling another 10 billion worth of assets. Sheng An nodded in acknowledgement. "Continue." Hao Jingye added, "Today 30 billion has been deposited, while 10 billion in fixed assets has also been accounted for, monitored by bank transactions. At this moment, 40 billion remains in her bank account, with no expenditures recorded." His computer displayed a prompt once more, reiterating her numerous requests. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. "The apocalypse is imminent, and you are amassing 5 billion, intending to utilize it all for procuring supplies in anticipation of the end?" Hao Jingye's expression was complex. If Li Wanyun were also a reincarnator, then she would possess the script of Sheng An. Jiang Yu exists within the narrative of rebirth in the apocalypse, with the boss showering affection. In that case, Li Wanyun resides within starting with 50 billion. I am not lacking food in the apocalypse. What has Li Wanyun accomplished in the past 3 days? Sheng An inquired further. Suddenly, currently gathered intelligence suggests a sudden occurrence, raising strong suspicions that she experienced an anomalous situation during her reincarnation. Hao Jingye's tone was crisp and precise, embodying a professional demeanor. Sheng An nodded in acknowledgement. Hao Jingye continued. Li Wanyun and Li Jianli could not reach an agreement over the 3 billion, and on that very day, Li Wanyun contacted other business associates, expressing her intent to sell shares worth 3 billion, while clandestinely reaching out to professional brokers to liquidate assets. It is evident that Li Wanyun was quite anxious 3 days prior. She simultaneously sold stocks and other assets, frantically raising funds, most likely confirming the news of the apocalypse. The following morning, Li Jianli consented to the transaction, yet Li Wanyun provided only 2 days for fundraising. By today, the 3 billion must be accounted for, or else it would be sold to another party. Li Jianli managed to gather the 3 billion for her through various means. It appears that the stocks are worth far more than 3 billion, which is why Li Jianli agreed. The day before yesterday, after Li Jianli consented to purchase the stocks, Li Wanyun had been liquidating assets, even parting with jewelry and luxury items. As the evening unfolded, Sheng An's eyebrows subtly arched. That night, Li Wanyun dined at a restaurant, indulging in a feast that starkly contrasted her usual modest appetite. Hao Jingye glanced at Sheng An and turned the screen towards her. She cast a fleeting glance. On the monitor, a long-haired woman in an upscale eatery was wholly unconcerned with her image, devouring food as if it possessed an irresistible allure. Sheng An smiled, recognizing the traits of someone reborn. Having endured hardship and hunger, it was no wonder she exhibited reactions reminiscent of PTSD. If the intent was merely to liquidate assets and consolidate cash flow, it was plausible that prior information had been acquired. The government's actions were too significant to remain entirely concealed. Although news was temporarily under wraps, there would always be individuals capable of discerning or deducing the truth through various means. There has never been a shortage of astute minds. For instance, 3 days prior, a company shareholder, who had resolutely clung to their shares, suddenly changed their mind during a heated argument, opting to sell. Similarly, a wealthy scion appeared as if possessed by an insatiable hunger, consuming food voraciously. Hao Jingye concurred, stating, "Indeed, while there is no direct evidence as of yet, I have an instinct that Li Wanyun is the outlier." He paused for a moment, silently reflecting. This girl bears an uncanny resemblance to Su Qingqing. While reading a novel to Sheng An, he had casually perused its pages himself. The initial impression of Li Wanyun and the protagonist Su Qingqing, who hoarded supplies worth 100 billion, was strikingly similar. What had she done yesterday? What unusual actions had transpired today? Previously, when Hao Jingye sought her out, he mentioned that this outlier had engaged in significant maneuvers today. Upon hearing this, Hao Jingye's expression suddenly grew complex, leaving Sheng An perplexed. Hao Jingye, yesterday, after Li Wanyun signed the sales contract, she gathered a group of individuals to renovate the villa. She invested a significant sum of money and worked tirelessly through the night until this afternoon. Her house renovation has already taken shape. As the vehicle approached its destination, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, causing Sheng An to furrow her brow. She did not halt but pressed onward. As she drew closer, the sounds of workers laboring diligently became distinct, accompanied by the rumble of heavy machinery. The villa renovation resembled a bustling construction site. Hao Jingye pointed ahead, his voice laced with complexity. "Sister Sheng, see for yourself." Sheng An lifted her gaze and paused. The villa ahead was undergoing transformation, illuminated by the bright lights of the construction site, casting a radiant glow upon its exterior. The villa's structure was clearly discernible. Sheng An's lips twitched. A fortress. Chapter 11. Another reborn individual, whose family suddenly remodels their villa in such a manner. Li Wanyun increasingly resembled a reborn individual. Her sources of information were likely not from the state. Sheng An's tone was resolute. Hao Jingye nodded in agreement, fully endorsing her sentiment. Regardless of how one acquires information from the state, such individuals are undoubtedly astute, for no one would dare act so brazenly. To directly commission the construction of a fortress suggests a familiarity with the absence of a national system. Alternatively, it might indicate a lack of restraint. Though there was no concrete evidence, Sheng An was already certain that another reborn individual was in their midst. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel, synchronizing with the sounds of the construction site. This developing villa community was devoid of any presence save for the workers. Only a stray calico cat peeked out from the greenery before boldly crossing in front of the vehicle. She gently closed her eyes, her face shrouded in darkness. The beams of the construction site floodlights streamed through the car window, casting her features in a play of shadow and light. Her voice was hoarse as she remarked, "This place, I have seen the planning map. It is designated as a core refuge area by the state." This was a newly constructed community, its prices exorbitantly high due to its location in the outskirts of Beijing, resulting in very few properties sold. Moreover, the sales had only just commenced. Lacking any substantial promotional efforts, not to mention the fact that occupancy had yet to begin. Consequently, when they first drove in, the community appeared utterly desolate. The front row was lined with villas, while the rear boasted larger apartment buildings and high-rises, making the entire area quite expansive. The construction of the houses was impeccable, and the underground garage was robust. According to the plans, the basement was intended to serve as a refuge. With additional reinforcement and simple planning, it could seamlessly integrate with the ground level to become an ideal sanctuary. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed, for a moment both were silent. The state had calculated and hypothesized that this location could potentially serve as a safe haven in the event of an apocalypse. The placement of the capital's core refuge was of utmost importance, still under governmental planning and yet to commence construction. Even the state could not guarantee absolute safety in this area. Yet Li Wanyun had astutely chosen this spot, a community that had not yet delivered its homes. She had already orchestrated its transformation. Having survived the end of the world, she possessed the knowledge that this was a secure zone. Hao Jingye could not help but exclaim, "There are indeed many reborn individuals. If we were to discover a few more, we might as well have turned this world into a sieve." Wu Ji, Zhang Yu, and Li Wanyun all hailed from the capital. Beyond the capital, the existence of reincarnators is inescapable. The density is overwhelming. Sheng An remarked, "Indeed, it is excessively concentrated. Whenever unusual occurrences arise, one must suspect the presence of something sinister." Confronted by reincarnators and those endowed with supernatural abilities, Sheng An felt little concern. Her primary contemplation was how to channel their capabilities for the betterment of the nation, ensuring they did not descend into chaos. Yet, the reason behind such a multitude of reincarnators eluded her comprehension. Suddenly, a desire to smoke overtook her. She extracted a cigarette and placed it between her lips. With a flick of her fingers, a lighter materialized. The lighter sparked to life, but just as she brought it close, she hesitated, extinguishing the flame and gently lowering it. "Sister Sheng?" Hao Jingye inquired, puzzled. The elegance with which Sheng An held the cigarette was undeniably captivating, exuding both charisma and beauty, leaving him momentarily entranced. However, she restrained herself. In that moment, Sheng An's thoughts drifted to Qi Linggu. They had both received the foreboding news of the impending apocalypse simultaneously. That night, during their call, silence enveloped them. Neither spoke a word. They were individuals of formidable mental fortitude. Yet the imminent transformation of their world and the colossal challenges awaiting their homeland rendered tranquility unattainable. For half an hour, their conversation remained wordless, until Qi Linggu finally broke the silence, saying, "Sheng An, you should quit smoking. It won't be as convenient in the apocalypse." Sheng An chuckled lightly in response. "Do you think I won't be able to find cigarettes in the end times? Or is it that you lack the means and capability to procure them for me?" Qi Linggu laughed as well. In those simple exchanges, they both accepted the grim reality of the approaching apocalypse. Just before ending the call, Sheng An suddenly declared, "Then I shall quit." She was a person of contrarian nature. In the past, during task execution, she typically paid little heed to life and death, focusing solely on the completion of the mission. However, when the wretched world suddenly sought humanity's extinction, a rebellious spirit awakened within her. She no longer wished to perish. The craving for cigarettes, in the face of an apocalypse, may seem trivial, yet it ultimately represented a lack of better alternatives. Hao Jingye received a pack of cigarettes with a measure of surprise, obediently tucking it away. Sister Sheng remarked on quitting smoking, which essentially meant she would likely refrain from it. Sheng An inquired, "Is there any other news?" To which Hao Jingye replied, "None for now." He appeared to recall something and suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, Li Wanyun has purchased a ticket for tomorrow from the capital to a major grain-producing province in the northeast, and another ticket for the night after to the prairie. She has also browsed flights from the prairie to the southwestern regions and coastal cities." Sheng An raised an eyebrow. "Is she stockpiling?" Hao Jingye responded, "After all, it is 50 billion. Sheng An laughed, recognizing that she was merely dreaming. Hao Jingye paused, then suddenly understood, joining in her laughter. Indeed, she was lost in a dream. Where does Li Wanyun reside? In a hotel. Her mansion is currently on the market. Sheng An flexed her fingers, started the vehicle and said, "Let us go see the mansion that Li Wanyun is selling." How Xingyuan remarked, "Let us see what remains in her home." Sheng An nodded, and how Xingyuan comprehended. Li Wanyun was selling the house left to her by her parents, which bore many traces of their presence. If she had space, then it was likely that her belongings would be removed. A person with space who resides in a hotel would not engage in the labor of moving items. It would be a waste of time and effort. If Li Wanyun were thorough, the house would not resemble a fortress. How Xingyuan? Shouldn't we apprehend her now? Sheng An, let's first ascertain her true capabilities. After a brief pause, she smiled faintly. If she possesses a space capable of accommodating 50 billion resources, then I shall devise some alternative plans concerning her. How Xingyuan noticed the smile curling at her lips, an inexplicable chill creeping down his spine. Sheng An, send a message to Old Li. We can finalize the location of this core sanctuary. The reincarnators have already helped them determine it, haven't they? Chapter 12. The beginning of 50 billion. Li Wanyun could hardly contain her laughter. Today, Li Jianli transferred the funds to her, and that old hag immediately called, threatening her to sign and vacate the company. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Wanyun signed on the spot. How amusing! 21 days later, the stocks and the company will all dissolve into nothingness. Why should I delay and not act? What purpose would that serve? Clutching several bank cards, she collapsed onto her bed in laughter. She could hardly wait to witness the regret etched on their faces in 21 days. In her previous life, they had tormented her. In this life, it was only fitting that she brought them misfortune. However, the smile on Li Wanyun's face gradually faded, her gaze growing cold, imbued with indifference and hatred. 3 days prior, in her struggle to defend the company left by her parents, she had been embroiled in a fierce dispute with her cousin's family. That wretched cousin, Li Qianqing, had shoved her, causing her to collide with the doorframe and injure her head. Li Wanyun raised her hand to touch the wound on her forehead. That blow had awakened the Li Wanyun of 2 years hence. In her past life, she had suffered similarly, deepening her loathing for her uncle's family, compelling her to persist in her resistance, unwilling to yield. Until the impending doom arrives, she and her cousin are still relentlessly vying for control of the company. However, 21 days later, the apocalypse descends, and everything disintegrates into nothingness. She is left with nothing as she steps into this desolate world. Initially, her cousin's family was in the same predicament. Yet, damned be it, Li Qianqing awakens his extraordinary abilities, becoming a water elementalist. With this, the status of the Li Jianli family undergoes a dramatic transformation. They harbor resentment towards Li Wanyun, believing that her stubborn clinging to the company led to their entanglement, blinding them to the signs of the apocalypse. How laughable! That company was built through her parents' relentless toil. Why should it be surrendered to them? In her past life, after Li Qianqing awakened his powers, they relentlessly pursued her, leveraging their status as elementals to seize the meager provisions she had painstakingly gathered, brutally assaulting her, and even plotting her demise. Li Wanyun, however, was resilient and survived. She fled to another city, and after 6 months in the new world, she finally awakened her spatial abilities. What a remarkably unique existence and ability to manipulate space is. With her newfound powers, she endured hardships and suffering, eventually managing to live a semblance of a human life in the 2nd year of the apocalypse. Yet, at that moment, her wretched cousin's family resurfaced. Li, relying on her status as her grandmother, insisted that Li Wanyun support them, while Li Jianli and Li Qianqing sought to gain advantages from her. Subsequently, Li Wanyun's breath quickened, and her gaze turned increasingly frigid. Aware of their blood ties, she merely incapacitated Li Qianqing, sparing the lives of his family. To her astonishment, Li Jianli spread malicious rumors about her possessing supplies and colluded with several other elementals to launch an assault against her. Ultimately, Li Wanyun met a tragic end in the 2nd year of the apocalypse. Not every spatial ability wielder possesses abundant resources. On the contrary, Li Wanyun has always had a scant supply. Her awakening came far too late. This time, she stands on the brink of becoming the wealthiest individual. Overwhelmed with joy, she reflects upon her own space. In her previous life, her space grew only incrementally, and by the time of her demise, It had merely expanded to the size of a football field. However, upon her rebirth, inexplicably, despite her ability being only at the novice level, her space has astonishingly become immense. It must be at least 10 football fields in size. Truly, the heavens have treated her generously. Not only has she been granted a second chance at life, but she has also been bestowed with such a colossal advantage. In this lifetime, she is determined to thrive. She will ensure that Li Jianli and others pay the price. Contemplating the 50 billion and the vastness of her space, Li Wanyun could not help but smile. Such an opportunity is likely unparalleled in this world. The destined daughter is truly formidable. Who would dare provoke her now? Stepping on ability wielders and kicking down villains, this is the treatment befitting the chosen one. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Sheng An and Xingyuan stand within the luxurious mansion that Li Wanyun has put up for sale. The interior is desolate, devoid of any furnishings. Sheng An's expression remains stoic. Xiao Hao, tell me, how expansive must a space be for someone to strip an entire villa of its furniture, even when possessing 50 billion? Indeed, Li Wanyun has emptied the entire villa of its furnishings. 50 billion could stockpile an abundance of goods. Yet, why squander space on the furniture left by her parents? How Xingyuan swallows hard, silently contemplating. The space is vast, exceedingly vast. The two greats serve as both description and exclamation, and yet another crucial piece of information has been obtained. How Xingyuan expressed his confusion. Sister Sheng, how did her space come to be? She can't possibly be a space ability user, can she? Yet I haven't heard of any ancestral artifacts involved. According to their existing information, the spaces of ability users are typically quite small at first. If Li Wanyun's space is vast, it contradicts the logic of ability users. Sheng An cast a glance at him, remarking, with so many reincarnators around, do you really think logic is necessary? These chosen once possess golden fingers that defy reason. How Xingyuan? That makes a damn good point. Her space is indeed expansive, and her urgent need for funds, with tickets originating from regions of grain and livestock production, suggests a high probability that her space can preserve freshness. The spaces of ability users experience a halt in time. Thus, the likelihood of her being a space ability user is considerable. The extraordinary size of her space remains an enigma that may require insights directly from her. It is also possible that she herself is unaware of it. Judging from her various actions, she appears to be a reincarnator who has endured considerable hardships in the apocalypse. If the apocalypse has yet to arrive in this lifetime, she must have been a space ability user in her previous life. At the dawn of the apocalypse, the food beneath the ruins remained uncontaminated. Early awakened space ability users would not have experienced severe hardships. She may have only awakened her spatial abilities 3 months into the apocalypse. Sheng An succinctly concluded, Su Qingqing, or rather, Li Wanyun, a space manipulator reborn from the apocalypse, possesses an expansive domain. In her previous life, her abilities only awakened 3 months after the world fell into chaos, during which she endured considerable hardship. This time, she aims to amass 50 billion, driven by a fervent desire to stockpile resources. Through logical deduction, the two individuals have meticulously stripped away all pretense from Li Wanyun. How Xingyuan inquires, Sister Sheng, you mentioned you had plans for Li Wanyun's space? His expression reveals a hint of confusion. Jiangyu swears that she never faced such adversity even during her senior year of high school. A group of so-called academicians and experts drone on beside her, akin to a monotonous chant. Heavens, I have explained this to you twice, and you still haven't grasped it. Who can possibly remember the content of half a book after merely 2 listens? Quickly look at this. Do you recall what was discussed in the video just now? What type of plant is this? Thank you, but that video lasted 2 hours and covered 100 different plants, and that was with fast forwarding. Surely, you must know this one. It's basic biological knowledge. Is your basic knowledge limited to plant diseases and pests? Jiangyu, cradling her head in despair, exclaims, Ah, I can't take it anymore. She is met with disdainful glances from those around her, and once again, they cast her an irritated look. Academician Zhou sighs, I have truly never encountered such a dim-witted student. Academician Lu attempts to console him. Come on, Zhou. Do you think I have had the pleasure of teaching someone so oblivious? Dr. Chang sincerely laments, Her IQ might not even exceed 120. Zhang Yu is left speechless, pondering, what happened to being the chosen one? Why, despite possessing spatial abilities and having been reborn, is she still subjected to disdain? Zhang Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. Sister Sheng, help me. Chapter 13. The reborn, study diligently. The scene before her was anticipated. Sheng An remained remarkably composed, gently ruffling Zhang Yu's hair with a smile. Little fish, what troubles you? Zhang Yu, with tear-filled eyes, lamented, Sister Sheng, I don't want to study anymore. It's unbearably painful. They promised I was the destined daughter. Yet this is more grueling than my university days before rebirth. Sheng An offered consolation. Your suffering is unfortunate, but it is inevitable. After all, you are the only one capable of entering the space. You must study hard. Academician Zhou and the others aim to transform you into a professional in the field of agriculture within 15 days. Zhang Yu sighed once more, realizing she was indeed stepping on her own toes. During her university years, she was preoccupied with romance, barely managing to obtain her diploma. Her chosen major was rather trivial. Now, however, a group of esteemed academicians was attempting to rapidly mold her into a specialist. In just one night, she had crammed an overwhelming amount of information into her mind, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. This was not the treatment befitting a chosen one. It resembled the plight of a beleaguered student. Zhang Yu gritted her teeth. No, I cannot do this. It is not that I am unwilling. I simply can't endure it. She declared her resignation. What could the state possibly do to her? Upon hearing this, Sheng An remained unfazed. A slow smile emerged on her face as she replied gently, I'm afraid that is not an option. Zhang Yu widened her eyes in disbelief. Why not? Can the state really force me to do something I do not wish to? Sheng An responded, of course not. Her smile remained unchanged. However, the nation may not hand over Yulitian and Chun Jiao Jiao to you, for they are citizens of the state. It is possible that the country will provide for them, ensuring their survival even in the apocalypse. Of course, if they strive diligently, perhaps they might even have sufficient food and warmth. Ah! Zhang Yu is in a frenzy. This cannot be allowed. It is a matter of life and death. Every word is a threat to her existence. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. I shall learn. The thought of Yulitian and Chun Jiao Jiao, those wretched beings, living comfortably is more unbearable than her own demise. Behind Sheng An, Hao Jingye cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Yu. What nonsense is this? Does she truly believe that Shang Jie has arbitrarily taken control of Yulitian and Chun Jiao Jiao? This is Zhang Yu's Achilles heel. The child has fallen into Shang Jie's grasp, and yet she still harbors hopes of acting at her own whim? Ha! Does she think Shang Jie is a confidant? Zhang Yu, grinding her teeth in frustration, was dragged away by the anxious scholars and experts. It wasn't until the following morning that Sheng An saw Zhang Yu again. Zhang Yu resembled a wandering spirit, drifting into the temporary camp's dining hall. Her eyes darkened with fatigue, murmuring under her breath as if reciting something. Sheng An waved. Little Yu, come and eat. Zhang Yu glanced at her, her gaze filled with resentment. She approached, her voice hoarse. Did you sleep well last night? It was all right. Sheng An inquired, what happened to your voice? Zhang Yu replied, I was reciting. She sighed with a hint of melancholy. I hardly slept. They only granted me 2.5 hours of slumber, and they played recordings beside me, insisting that even during sleep, I should not neglect my studies. Sheng An replied, be good. Endure a little hardship. After all, who else can access your space? This was the phrase Sheng An always used to console Zhang Yu. It was laden with meaning, yet Zhang Yu's mind, in its simplicity, never pondered it deeply. Zhang Yu opened her mouth as if to speak, but hesitated. Sheng An looked at her with an expectant gaze. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Yu declared, fine. I will endure this hardship. I can bear it. The golden opportunity must be safeguarded. Beside them, Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, somewhat exasperated. Isn't it just learning how to farm? Must you wear such a woeful expression? Zhang Yu, unwilling to unleash her frustration on Sheng An, seized the chance to vent her ire at Hao Jingye, exclaiming, do you have any idea how much knowledge is involved in farming? Do you think it's merely about planting seeds? I used to think it couldn't be that difficult, but to my dismay, That group led by academician Zhou claims that many research plants are rare and require unique cultivation methods, each distinct and all for me to memorize. And what about the space being an experimental field? I need to learn how to compare. How Xingyuan, with a stoic expression, interjected, compare the growth conditions of different grain varieties under the same environment, as well as the growth conditions of the same grain variety under different environments, and the growth conditions of different grain varieties in varying environments, evaluating their strengths and weaknesses, even factoring in human intervention to cultivate the desired plants. Jiang Yu was left utterly bewildered, her face a picture of confusion. How do you know all this? How Xingyuan, with an expression of calm assurance, adjusted his glasses once more and remarked, during my doctoral studies, I found myself quite bored, so I casually pursued a degree in applied biological sciences. At that moment, his glasses seemed to glimmer with a sudden brilliance. Jiang Yu, bewildered, murmured, bored? Casually? How Xingyuan replied, indeed, I have acquired knowledge in numerous fields. I believe there are over 20. Later, I was specially recruited by the state and chose to specialize in a few directions, mastering over 10 languages. He sighed, however, with the impending apocalypse, all those languages may prove futile. Jiang Yu, utterly perplexed, tilted her head, her face a canvas of confusion and disbelief, her lips twitching. She questioned whether she had misheard him. Sheng An interjected, don't compare yourself to him. He possesses an extraordinary memory. Jiang Yu retorted, what on earth? Is there truly someone with such an exceptional memory? What do you think? If I lacked any special skills, how could I possibly be assigned as assistant to Sister Sheng, aiding in the management of such a critical operations center for the impending apocalypse? How Xingyuan rolled his eyes in response. Jiang Yu reflected. Until today, I had never realized just how remarkable How Xingyuan truly is. What kind of extraordinary individuals are these? I am supposed to be the chosen one, a reincarnated being. Why do I suddenly feel so ordinary and mediocre? This defies logic. She found herself engulfed in self-doubt, feeling utterly defeated. Sheng An nodded towards her, suggesting, let us eat. The breakfast was specially prepared for you by academician Zhou. You can order whatever you wish for lunch. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's gaze shifted towards the meal before her, a bowl of rice accompanied by several exquisite dishes, both meat and vegetarian, even featuring luxurious ingredients, steaming as if freshly prepared. It was evident that a skilled chef had crafted this meal, a feast for the senses. Jiang Yu swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion. At least he had a conscience. Was this an attempt to make amends for the torment he had inflicted upon her? She had no intention of forgiving him. Sheng An swallowed his food and casually remarked, he said you are too foolish, so eat more to nourish your brain. Jiang Yu. Let it all come crashing down. Her despair was incomprehensible to others. How Xingyuan had swiftly finished his meal, rifling through his tablet, before turning to Sheng An. Sister Sheng, Li Wanyun boarded a plane early this morning and is currently en route to the northeast, with old Zhao and the others following her. Sheng An nodded, a light chuckle escaping her lips. What a wasted trip. How Xingyuan inquired further. Should we follow her? Sheng An replied, no need. You can monitor her phone and access surveillance from various locations. With old Zhao and his team, we can ensure her safety, and we shall wait in the capital for her to return empty-handed. Jiang Yu could not contain her curiosity. What are you discussing? Sheng An responded, your future colleague, the spatial ability user, Li Wanyun. Yes, she can be considered a prospective member of their future team. Jiang Yu, there is already a spatial ability user. A tinge of jealousy washed over her. As if struck by a thought, she asked, why return empty-handed? How Xingyuan grinned mischievously, casting a glance at Jiang Yu. Because, in the face of the national machinery, all individual actions are ultimately futile and powerless. Jiang Yu? Could they not speak in a manner she could comprehend? May I join you? Jiang Yu asked with eager eyes. Sheng An replied with a gentle smile, no. You should focus on your studies and preserve the hope of the seedlings, cultivating the seeds of potential. Jiang Yu felt like crying. Farming is just farming. There's no need to make it sound so grand. How Xingyuan inquired with curiosity. What are your plans for this morning? Jiang Yu, with an expressionless face, responded, I am learning to operate a tractor. Chapter 14. starting with 50 billion, yet no stockpiles after Sheng An and Hao Jingye departed. Zhang Yu contemplated delaying her tasks. However, she was seized by academician Zhou and others, who insisted on teaching her how to operate tractors and other agricultural machinery. It seemed that the entire post-apocalyptic Special Operations Department was bustling with activity. Although Zhang Yu had arrived just the previous day, she had yet to encounter a single member of Group A, nor had she crossed paths with anyone from Team Zero. She didn't even have the chance to ask Sheng An. The post-apocalyptic Special Operations Department appeared to have a small number of personnel, yet it had an extensive reach. For instance, her mere presence was tied to the entire agricultural research system, and while these individuals were not direct members of the department, they were certainly part of it. Not to mention the national armed forces that could be mobilized and the pervasive information retrieval capabilities at their disposal. Seated atop the tractor, Zhang Yu curiously inquired, "Where have the members of Group A gone? And Team Zero? I haven't seen a single one of them." Academician Zhou, sitting beside her, gazed at her with a stoic expression and replied, "Focus on driving." Zhang Yu protested, "Professor Zhou, don't be so serious. It's just driving a tractor. How difficult can it be?" In her moment of bravado, she inadvertently drove the tractor into a ditch. Zhang Yu sighed, and soon the air was filled with the repetitive chanting reminiscent of Tang Seng's scriptures. There are merely 20 days remaining until the foretold apocalypse. Sheng An and Hao Jingye have much to accomplish, as they diligently attend to their tasks while simultaneously monitoring Li Wanyun's movements. Zhang Yu has ceased to be a source of concern. However, Li Wanyun's endeavors have only just commenced. At this moment, she has disembarked from her flight and is hastening towards a location where provisions can be procured. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, she has opted to rent a large truck for her journey. Unbeknownst to her, she is already under surveillance. The vehicle she hired adjacent to the airport has been rigged with monitoring devices by their operatives. On the screen, Li Wanyun's excitement is palpable. She is a woman whose demeanor starkly contrasts with that of Zhang Yu. While Zhang Yu possesses a gentler disposition, Li Wanyun, despite her soft-sounding name, exudes an air of pride and carries an undercurrent of hostility and menace in her gaze. This individual has undoubtedly witnessed considerable bloodshed in her past life. Beside her, Hao Jingye is engaged in scrutinizing information. "What have you found?" Sheng An inquires. "Among those who issued the apocalyptic warning yesterday, how many are deemed suspects? The heretics do not manifest simultaneously. Thus, the information available online requires meticulous vetting each day. At midnight, the information department intercepts unusual occurrences for preliminary examination. Subsequently, from midnight until 8 in the morning, background checks are conducted, representing the second phase of scrutiny. After traversing these 2 rounds, only a few candidates remain before them. 9. He notes, not an excessive number, considering they are merely persons of interest. The information department seeks to eliminate any possibility of oversight. If they cannot be completely ruled out, their cases will be forwarded directly to us. More often than not, none of them prove to be significant. Are there any anomalies? Sheng An asks. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses and briefly summarized the peculiar nature of 2 posts. One of them, published yesterday in a cyber CAF in Dong'an district, issued an apocalyptic warning with alarming precision, predicting an event in exactly 21 days. Although the world remained calm, an incessant stream of rumors circulated, speculating about the end of days. However, most of these could be dismissed as nonsensical upon closer examination. Yet, if someone could pinpoint an exact time, that would indeed raise suspicions. This individual could be deemed a heretic. The second post was even more bizarre. The author claimed to have encountered Iron Man in their neighborhood. Iron Man allegedly informed him of the impending apocalypse and urged him to stockpile supplies. As the narrative unfolded, Hao Jingye's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Presumably, with the impending doom, he, as an assistant to Sheng An, was accustomed to receiving an array of odd information daily. However, today's revelation was particularly difficult to digest. Sheng An nodded, maintaining his composure. "What makes you regard this post with such significance?" Firstly, it was due to the background check on the poster, who was a rational researcher. He had suddenly begun hoarding supplies yesterday, firmly convinced of his encounter with Iron Man. Although the police had interrogated him and found his statements somewhat nonsensical, they did not appear to be lies. Hao Jingye asserted seriously. Sheng An understood. This indicated that, regardless of the truth, the researcher genuinely believed he had seen Iron Man. If that were indeed the case, the possibility of a supernatural being could not be ruled out. Sheng An concluded. Iron Man? A metal-type supernatural being? Sheng An's brows furrowed slightly, and Hao Jingye naturally considered this notion as well. What is the second reason for suspicion? Sheng An inquired. Hao Jingye remarked. The original poster resides in the same community. Last night, a resident reported a break-in, claiming that it disturbed their child. Sheng An looked at him in confusion. The child opened the window? She inquired. No, the child is not tall enough to reach the window, and upon inspection, it was confirmed that the window had indeed been opened from the outside, leaving behind a handprint devoid of fingerprints on the windowsill. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and slowly continued. That family lives on the 21st floor of a 32-story building. It would be challenging to access their window from above or below. Moreover, the child claimed to have seen Iron Man. In the same community, two individuals claiming to have encountered Iron Man, and a handprint without fingerprints outside the 21st floor? The suspicion seems considerable. Is there any surveillance footage? Hao Jingye shook his head. There is currently no recorded footage. Sheng An furrowed her brow. So, there is no direct evidence then. As she pondered, a question arose. What did they report missing in their burglary? Hao Jingye's expression instantly turned peculiar. They lost a few Ultraman figurines belonging to the child. According to the child, after Iron Man asked him if he believed in light, he stealthily took his figurines. What? Sheng An responded, her calm demeanor faltering, her expression becoming strange, her lips twitching in disbelief. If all of this is true, then it is indeed a belief in light embodied by Iron Man. After a prolonged silence, Sheng An suddenly stated, let us investigate the situation of the first person further. For now, we should engage with the original poster who prophesied the apocalypse in 21 days. Secondly, she was not particularly inclined to investigate. Just as Hao Jingye was about to speak, a message popped up on his phone. He glanced at it, his expression complex as he looked towards Sheng An. Sister Sheng, Team Leader Chiu and the others have already gone to monitor the first one. This meant that only the second heretic remained for them to scrutinize. Trust in the light. Iron Man Sheng An fell into silence. In the northeast, traversing mountains and rivers, Li Wanyun finally arrived at her destination. The quantity of supplies she intended to stockpile was immense. Purchasing from any wholesale market or opting for takeout or online shopping was simply impractical and exorbitant. She prided herself on being clever, devising the best strategy to procure supplies directly from the source, securing the most favorable prices for the maximum quantity. With the impending apocalypse, what could she possibly fear? However, Li Wanyun exclaimed, What? There's no grain available. Her voice rose in disbelief. How could there be no grain? Rice? Flour? Sorghum? Corn? None at all? What a joke. After traveling such a distance to buy grain, was it truly unavailable? The owner of the private farm she approached casually dug at his ear, remarkably nonchalant. No, it has all been purchased. Who bought it? It's all sold out? Li Wanyun stepped forward. Indeed. The owner waved his hand dismissively. The granaries have been emptied long ago. Li Wanyun gasped in shock. She urgently inquired, Boss, where can I buy grain now? If you need a little, you can find it at supermarkets and wholesale markets, but if you require a large quantity, I'm afraid there's nowhere left to buy. All the grain has been taken. The owner, clearly disinterested in further conversation, waved his hand and turned away. Li Wanyun breathed heavily, yet she had no choice but to leave. She traversed several private farms, state-owned farms, and even visited middlemen and rural households. However, she received the same answer everywhere. None available. Li Wanyun appeared bewildered. She could not comprehend. Why? Who had purchased the grain? The Grain Bureau, of course. All grain is allocated and distributed by the Grain Bureau to local supermarkets and middlemen. Li Wanyun. She was a resolute individual, and upon realizing this, she gritted her teeth and headed straight for various breeding farms and slaughterhouses. If purchasing grain en masse was impossible, then she would first acquire meat. Consequently, she promptly booked a flight and departed. Yet, Li Wanyun exclaimed, What? To purchase over a ton of meat? One must obtain a permit from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Chapter 15. The International Courier, the owner of the breeding farm, cigarette in mouth, nodded. Indeed, it's a new regulation. What is the requirement for obtaining a permit? Li Wanyun was perplexed. It depends on what you intend to do with the meat. Generally, individuals do not require such large quantities. For business purposes, presenting a business license and prior transaction records would naturally suffice to obtain approval from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The owner regarded this as self-evident. Li Wanyun. The crux of the matter was that she had nothing at all. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, if a permit is needed for over a ton, would it suffice if I purchased 900 kilograms? The farm owner glanced at her, narrowing his eyes slightly. What do you need so much meat for? Do not concern yourself. I shall procure 900 kilograms at the market price, adding a 20% premium. Then, I would appreciate your assistance in contacting other farms to acquire the same quantity. However, the owner of the farm interjected, urging her not to waste her efforts. All our meat has already been allocated. Any surplus has been sold, and the remaining stock is already reserved. If we sell to you, we will breach our contract. Although she was willing to pay a premium, the profit from 900 kilograms of meat was minimal. The repercussions of a breach would be far more significant. The owner of the farm was not foolish. Why would he acquiesce to her request? Li Wanyun's breathing grew increasingly rapid. What she had initially envisioned as a prudent stockpiling strategy had faltered at the very outset of her meat and grain purchases. Yet, she refused to concede, continuing her relentless search. If the larger farms were unyielding, perhaps the smaller ones would be more accommodating. The owner of a smaller farm responded, the meat has long been reserved. All forthcoming production is already claimed. Li Wanyun, in disbelief, questioned, who, then, has managed to secure all the goods so thoroughly? This leaves no room for survivors to thrive. After an entire day of frantic efforts, her legs had grown weary and thin. She managed to accumulate a mere 2 million in scattered supplies. Standing in the street, she felt utterly lost. This was not at all what she had anticipated. 2 million in a day. How would she ever expend 100 million by the time the apocalypse arrived? Moreover, this 2 million comprised an assortment of items. Acquiring a single type in bulk would necessitate formal approval. Unless she resorted to purchasing piecemeal from supermarkets and stores, even if she ran herself ragged, she could never amass the quantity she required. Why, she pondered, had the government suddenly imposed restrictions on grain, oil, and meat? Had they unearthed something alarming? Damn it! How am I supposed to spend my 5 billion? She paced back and forth, clearly distressed. Regardless of the reasons behind the governmental control over grain, her immediate priority was singular. Stockpiling, stockpiling, stockpiling. However, at present, acquiring supplies from the market was utterly impossible. On the screen, the street outside the hotel appeared. Li Wanyun alternated between standing and squatting, visibly torn. Hao Jingye could not help but exclaim. How could she possibly stockpile 50 billion worth of goods? Setting aside the fact that the nation was consolidating grain and other resources, just the sheer purchasing power of that 50 billion would undoubtedly create a significant impact. The government could not possibly overlook it. Sheng An remained silent. Both of them had anticipated such an outcome. At that moment, on the screen, Li Wanyun suddenly came to a halt and looked up. It seemed she had conceived a plan. Her eyes sparkled with renewed brightness, shining in the darkness. She murmured, if I can't buy it domestically, then I must go abroad. Yes, she could purchase grain overseas. While the domestic market was under governmental regulation, the international arena was different, teeming with farmers and even thriving black markets where anything could be acquired. She had initially intended to venture abroad to stockpile weapons. Now she could also procure grain and meat alongside other supplies. A smile returned to Li Wanyun's face. She knew that, in this second chance at life, it was impossible for her to be rendered helpless. Such a trivial problem could not possibly defeat her. Pride returned to her countenance. Meanwhile, Sheng An removed his headphones and turned to Hao Jingye, his voice calm. The fish is on the hook. Arrange for her to go abroad, and do it swiftly. Upon confirming that Li Wanyun had ample space to maneuver, he resolved to facilitate her departure from the country. This is her arrangement for Li Wanyun. Hao Jingye was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. Sister Shang, You wish for her to assist in procuring supplies abroad? He inhaled sharply, murmuring, indeed. With only 21 days until the apocalypse, our nation's extensive procurement from foreign sources cannot remain concealed. While many countries may not understand the situation, they instinctively oppose us. Since Li Wanyun possesses the ability to carry items, she should venture out to assist us. However, Sheng An shook her head, her expression serene. That is merely one aspect. How Xingyuan, perplexed, inquired, are there other purposes? Sheng An smiled knowingly. Have you forgotten what Team Zero is engaged in? How Xingyuan was momentarily stunned, his pupils dilating in realization. Yet, Sheng An had already dialed a number. On the other end, the voice of Wan Yuan, responsible for communications in Team Zero, came through. Sister Sheng? What prompts this sudden contact? His breath was hurried, deliberately lowered. What's the matter? Sheng An furrowed her brow. Alas, the quantity of arms in this shipment is substantial. Inevitably, some will take notice. Wan Yuan paused, then replied with a chuckle. Team Qi is here. They will resolve it shortly. Sister Sheng, please hold on and speak with Team Qi. It's fine. Discussing it with you suffices. Sheng An replied nonchalantly. Don't worry about it. Wan Yuan protested. Sister Sheng, please just wait for Team Qi. Every time you contact us, he is elated for days after speaking with you. If he doesn't get to converse with you, I will certainly endure a miserable time ahead. Wan Yuan's tone was one of exasperation. Meanwhile, Hao Jingye observed with keen interest, while Sheng An could only respond with resignation. She understood that, as long as Wan Yuan did not consent, she could not unilaterally terminate the call. Literally, the call could not be severed. The other party did not keep Sheng An waiting for long. A chilling voice emanated from the phone. Who? Captain Qi, it's Sister Sheng. Wan Yuan chuckled. The other end hesitated slightly in breath. Soon, the cold voice resonated again, yet softened considerably, gravelly and hushed, as if whispering in her ear. What's the matter? Hao Jingye could not resist rubbing his cheeks in disbelief. My goodness, is this really Captain Qi? Sheng An propped her chin on her hand and casually inquired. How is it on your end? Her tone was nonchalant and relaxed. Qi Linggu replied softly, pretty good. Without acknowledging him, Qi Linggu turned to Sheng An and asked, What about you? Before Sheng An could respond, Wan Yuan leaned closer to the microphone and raised her voice. Really? Sheng An fixed her gaze on the excitedly Wan Yun on the screen and slowly began to speak about the spatial ability user. Team Zero remained stranded in M country due to a batch of arms. Given the recent upheaval domestically, M country had tightened its scrutiny. Old Zhang was even prepared to give up. Who would have thought? Just as a nap was coming, someone delivered a pillow, and Li Wanyun popped her head in. Hao Jingye's lips twitched. On the screen, Li Wanyun had just received over 10 million into her account. She was striding with an air of arrogance and satisfaction, completely unaware that she had been plotted by Sheng An to become an international courier. Chapter 16. A bit clever, but not much more. Without further ado, Sheng An ended the call. Hao Jingye's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Sheng An. Sister Sheng, shall we not contact Li Wanyun first? No, she replied. Sheng An smiled gently. Li Wanyun and Jiang Yu possess contrasting personalities, making them rather difficult to persuade. A person becomes particularly attentive when it comes to safeguarding their own assets. While Jiang Yu is adept at leveraging emotional appeals, Li Wanyun is not. She cast a serious glance at Hao Jingye, sitting up straight, urging him to assist our courier promptly. Hao Jingye immediately adopted a solemn expression. Meanwhile, upon confirming her plans to travel abroad, Li Wanyun swiftly searched for visa processing on a popular online platform. She selected the highest-rated service and inquired, Can you assist with obtaining a visa for country M? This nation, known as the largest grain producer, also has lax gun regulations, perhaps affording her a chance to acquire some firearms from the black market. Customer service representative Xiao Hao promptly responded, Dear, we can certainly assist. Please contact our agent Xiao Hao at the following number, 152. Without hesitation, Li Wanyun dialed the number. The call was answered instantly. Hello, I am delighted to assist you. I am Agent Xiao Hao. Are you looking to obtain a visa for country M? A youthful male voice resonated from the other end.
Li Banyun,
reclining on the hotel bed, replied in a faint tone, yes. How quickly can it be processed? She could not afford any delays. After all, she needed to purchase supplies and find a way to procure weapons from the black market. Time was of the essence. Naturally, securing a visa for Country M was no easy feat if time proved insufficient. She would have to contemplate alternatives. Dear, it can be done in just 2 days. Such swiftness astonished Li Wanyun, prompting her to sit upright. Is that so? Indeed, dear. How much will it cost? Only 99, dear. Agent Xiao Hao replied with a subtle smile. Hao Jingye remarked, 99 for a 2-day processing time. How can you not be tempted? Li Wanyun let out a disdainful snort, sneering. Fraud. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Hao Jingye thought to himself, oh no, I've overacted. He glanced nervously at Sheng An, who displayed no discernible expression, merely smiling at him. An inexplicable chill ran down Hao Jingye's spine. He quickly grabbed his computer, feigning seriousness. On the other end, Li Wanyun mocked. Do you really think I'm that easy to deceive? Obtaining a visa for Country M is quite a hassle. Can be processed in 2 days, and you expect me to believe it costs only 99? That's nothing short of a scam. Do I seem like someone who can be easily fooled? To think you could trick a reborn woman like me? Dream on. Once again, she opened a certain shopping platform, still greeted by the search interface. Dismissing the previous option, she clicked on the second and third listings, sending messages. Dear, it's possible. Please contact the agent Xiao Jing at this number. 135. Dear, of course. Click the link above to view the necessary materials for the Country M visa. If you are in a hurry, you may also contact the agent Xiao Yi at 139. Li Wanyun selected the second option, Xiao Yi. The call connected instantly. A deep male voice resonated on the other end. Hello, are you looking to apply for a Country M visa? Li Wanyun cut straight to the point. How much does it cost? For the standard process, including one-on-one expert guidance, telephone training, and assistance during the interview, the VIP discounted price is 2,999. Feeling somewhat reassured, Li Wanyun inquired further. How long will it take? Approximately 25 days for the standard process, though we cannot guarantee it, came the reply. The apocalypse will arrive in 20 days. Li Wanyun replied calmly, what is the fastest you can manage? Dear esteemed client, should you wish to indulge in our VVIP services, it would only require a sum of 49,999, and we can have everything arranged within 3 days. Are you certain? If we fail to deliver, we shall not charge you. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Wanyun responded affirmatively. Very well, proceed with the arrangements immediately. At that moment, the intermediary, Xiao Yi, interjected, if you are particularly anxious, an additional 99,999 will expedite the VVVIP process, and you could receive your visa by tomorrow. For an extra 599,999, we could even arrange a private flight to Country M by tomorrow. Li Wanyun sat upright in astonishment. You can complete it by tomorrow? How is that possible? Xiao Yi explained. That is why an additional fee is necessary. With sufficient funds, we can accomplish anything. Our travel agency possesses influential connections, ensuring that your visa will be secured, and you may pay upon receipt. We pride ourselves on our integrity. Li Wanyun felt a twinge of skepticism. What sort of travel agency boasts such connections? She switched to another interface and discovered that the Taobao store was named Special Travel Agency. Fortunately, payment was deferred, and the promise of completion by tomorrow was enticing. Li Wanyun remarked nonchalantly. Then add 99,999. I require my visa by tomorrow. With 5 billion in her possession, she was not concerned about this expenditure. As for the private flight, she scoffed. Safety was her only priority. What if these individuals, seeing her wealth, attempted to exploit her? Xiao Yi replied, certainly, dear client. This number is my WeChat. Please add me, and I shall send you the necessary materials. Should you have any further needs, do not hesitate to contact us. We are capable of anything, both domestically and internationally, including substantial loans. Li Wanyun felt a flicker of interest. Wait, substantial loans? Xiao Yi affirmed. Indeed, dear client. Is it reliable? Rest assured we are following the banking procedures. Li Wanyun felt a flicker of interest. However, she remained cautious about the intermediary's reliability. She needed to see if they could secure her visa by tomorrow before proceeding. As for fear, as a space ability wielder unafraid of death, what could she possibly fear before the apocalypse? Once the end times arrive, her fears would dissipate even further. Being able to take out a loan is advantageous. The more she borrows, the more supplies she can stockpile. When the apocalypse strikes, who would even care about her debts? Xiaoyi, then I won't disturb you further. Feel free to reach out anytime. Good night. After hanging up, Hao Jingye turned to Sheng An. Sister Sheng, the task has been successfully completed. He switched to a certain online shopping platform's interface and couldn't help but exclaim. Li Wanyun is quite guarded, far more difficult to deceive than Jiangyu. Sheng An, not lifting her head, remarked. A bit clever, but not overly so. She sent a message to Wan Yuan. All set. She will definitely contact the intermediary once she arrives in Country M. You reach out to her. Hao Jingye stroked his chin. Although Li Wanyun hasn't mentioned the loan yet, if we sort out her visa by tomorrow, she will likely bring it up. How much should we offer her? Li Wanyun is still unaware that her trip abroad is as a cross-border courier. The more money she carries, the more food she can purchase, which also aids the country in stockpiling resources. It matters little how much we allocate to her. Sheng An pondered for a moment and shook her head. Don't give her too much. We wouldn't want to raise her suspicions. Let us offer her 5 billion. Hao Jingye, to be honest, even 5 billion raises some eyebrows. Nevertheless, his task was to ensure the target remained unsuspecting. Certainly, it is also possible that she is a reborn individual with extraordinary abilities, which instills in her the confidence that no one can challenge her audacity. Sheng An inquired further. Has anyone captured any footage of Iron Man's community today? Hao Jingye promptly reviewed the feedback. He then shook his head. There were no clues regarding Iron Man, despite having accessed all surveillance footage. Currently, they only possessed the testimonies of 2 unusual witnesses, along with the fingerprints found outside the window. Sheng An rose and proceeded to exit. Let us go meet the 2 witnesses, one large and one small, to discern the circumstances surrounding the Iron Man who believes in light. Chapter 17. The Iron Man who believes in light. Huayu community. It was already nighttime, yet the police arrived, and the individuals being questioned were exceedingly cooperative. During the actual inquiry, the officers remained outside, while Sheng An and Hao Jingye were inside the room with the witness. The researcher who had posted online was named Song Linwei, who appeared visibly excited. Before Sheng An could even begin his questioning, Song Linwei eagerly interjected. Is it confirmed that the apocalypse is imminent? The police may not believe me, but you must be of a higher authority, correct? Do you truly place your faith in this so-called Iron Man? Song Linwei smiled. You continuously seek my confirmation precisely because there is something unusual at play, isn't it? If everything were tranquil, that post would not have captured your attention. Would it? A doomsday prediction has drawn scrutiny, and though the police remain skeptical, they persistently interrogate me. Tonight, they have even brought individuals with evidently superior authority to continue their inquiries, with the police stationed outside while the 3 of us remain inside. How can this not pose a problem? Sheng An looked up at him. The individual in question possesses remarkable intelligence and a lucid mind, demonstrating complete control over his consciousness through his reactions. This implies that he is neither insane nor speaking nonsensically. Sheng An placed the notes she held on the table and suddenly inquired, What research do you conduct? Song Linwei appeared taken aback by her question. Sheng An nodded and continued, Then you must be a believer in science. I am quite curious. How did Iron Man manage to convince you of his existence? She leaned forward, fixating her gaze upon him. Song Linwei replied, His very existence defies scientific explanation. He gestured to his own eyes, adding, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Very well. Mr. Song, could you describe what this Iron Man appeared to be? Sheng An prompted. The corners of Song Linwei's mouth turned downward, and he furrowed his brow. I have already relayed this to the police, he stated. I wish to hear it from you directly. Sheng An maintained her smile. Song Linwei shrugged and sighed. All right, I shall recount it once more. Yesterday morning, before I left for work, I noticed something fleeting outside my window. Being a rather sensitive person, I decided to investigate. I saw Iron Man, a figure entirely clad in gold. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a humanoid form, perched against my window, facing me directly. Was the appearance unclear? Hao Jingye probed further. Song Linwei shook his head, stating, rather than a golden person, it would be more fitting to describe it as a metallic humanoid. Upon a mere glance, one would immediately recognize its peculiarity, truly exceptional. And what did you converse about? Sheng An inquired. Song Linwei. At that moment, I was genuinely startled and took several steps back. My instinctive reaction was to grab a broom and strike him. However, he suddenly spoke, declaring himself to be Iron Man. Sheng An's eyebrows twitched slightly, and Hao Jingye also furrowed his brow. He indeed resembled Iron Man, a true embodiment of steel. I mentioned my intent to call the police, to which he responded that the apocalypse was imminent, rendering any report to the authorities meaningless. Instead of wasting time, he suggested stockpiling supplies. Song Linwei sighed. So you firmly believe the end of days is approaching? With such extraordinary occurrences and the matter of the meteorite, is it unreasonable to suspect the impending apocalypse? There is no issue, you are quite astute. Sheng An shook his head, discerning that Iron Man was indeed male. But what about his age? Song Linwei shrugged. Age is indiscernible. He sighed once more. Turning to Sheng An, I have disclosed all I know, that Iron Man is genuine, and anyone who encounters him would be left in awe. Yet we have not seen him. Sheng An chuckled softly, her gaze as profound as the abyss. Are you truly devoid of anything else to convey? Song Linwei shook his head. No. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he leaned forward, a look of distress crossing his face. Iron Man appears quite confident that you cannot capture him. Do you believe you can? Sheng An refrained from answering directly, instead posing a counter-question. Of course, I wish to, and I desire to uncover more information. Will the apocalypse truly come? He looked at them, pressing his lips together, and in a hushed tone he asked, So, can you inform me whether the apocalypse is indeed real? His inquiry was cautious yet filled with trepidation. Hao Jingye was about to shake his head. Sheng An suddenly remarked, Indeed, in 20 days, the meteor shall descend, heralding the apocalypse and unleashing catastrophic devastation upon the world. Song Linwei's pupils trembled in shock. Hao Jingye also appeared astonished, clearly taken aback by Sheng An's proclamation. In an instant, Song Linwei lost his composure, his face flickering with astonishment, confusion, and a profound sense of despair. He slumped, his voice hoarse. So it is true. Sheng An inquired, now that you are aware, what are your subsequent plans? Song Linwei shook his head, his gaze vacant. I do not know. With the arrival of the apocalypse, what plans could there possibly be? He took a deep breath, moistening his parched lips. Rest assured, I shall keep this confidential. He realized he could glean no further information. Sheng An stood. Then we shall take our leave, Mr. Song. Should any further news arise, please remember to contact us. Song Linwei nodded, seeing them off. Hao Jingye wore a perplexed expression. As they stepped outside, he immediately lowered his voice to inquire, Sister Sheng, why did you disclose this to him? The news of the apocalypse remains under wraps. It should not have been casually revealed. The two were then directed to another residence. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Is it two adjacent buildings? Hao Jingye nodded, whispering, Yes, they are adjacent, which lends a modicum of credibility to the sightings of Iron Man. This household contained a child, and Sheng An asked few questions. Little one, what was Iron Man like when you saw him? She gently probed. The child pondered for a moment, pouting. He was nothing like on television. He was quite unpleasant. Oh? In what way was he unpleasant? He stole my Ultraman. The child was on the verge of tears. He had been treated unfairly. Sheng An crouched down and retrieved a delicate Ultraman figurine from her bag, smiling as she said, How about this Ultraman from the Ante for you? The child's eyes sparkled with delight as he instantly grasped the toy. He looked up at Sheng An, his eyes shining brightly, and said, Thank you, sister. Sheng An gently patted his head, her smile growing even warmer. Upon hearing her words, the child's eyes gleamed even more as he tightly clutched the Ultraman, nodding vigorously. However, children often lack strong logic, and in a jumble of disjointed phrases, Sheng An and Hao Jingye pieced together the story. Yesterday, the child had been locked inside his home when he suddenly heard a commotion outside the window. Unable to open it, he merely pulled aside the curtain. To his astonishment, he beheld a shimmering iron man. He bravely inquired, "Who are you?" displaying no fear at all. Upon hearing the child's voice, Iron Man opened the window and leapt inside, causing the child to scream and cry in terror. Ignoring the child's distress, Iron Man remarked, "Stop crying, you're so annoying." At that moment, he noticed an Ultraman figurine on the wall. Iron Man then asked the child, "Do you believe in light?" The child, already frightened, continued to wail inconsolably. Iron Man, with a dismissive expression, muttered something before departing with the child's Ultraman. How Xingyuan pressed further, "Little friend, do you truly not recall what he said?" The child shook his head, too preoccupied with his tears to remember. How Xingyuan sighed, while Sheng An tenderly stroked the child's head. After glancing at the handprint left behind, they finally left the community. As the two bid farewell to the police, they entered their respective vehicles. How Xingyuan remarked, "Their information overlaps significantly, and these two individuals are strangers to one another, having had no previous contact." Although the child's statements vary slightly, the key details remain consistent and truthful. It appears that Iron Man may indeed be real. It was indeed true. He was a gold-based supernatural being. Sheng An started the engine, her expression calm. Continue investigating Song Linwei. Look into his living conditions, family background, and relatives, as well as anyone he has interacted with in the past 3 days. Compile all the information for me. How Xingyuan, surprised, inquired, "Do you suspect him?" The revelation that Sheng An had informed Song Linwei about the impending apocalypse had already astonished How Xingyuan. At this moment, he noticed her unusual reaction. Sheng An smiled. He certainly did not lie, but he has chosen to selectively conceal certain details. Could he possibly be that gold-based supernatural being? How Xingyuan ventured a bold hypothesis. Chapter 18. Stockpiling abroad. Sheng An was speechless. Can you not think even further ahead? She gazed into the distance, her eyes glinting with intrigue, her lips curling into a slight smile. He is not the one, but if I am not mistaken, he knows who the gold-based supernatural being is. The realization that Song Linwei might know the identity sent How Xingyuan's heart racing. Sister Sheng, aren't we going to press for more information? Sheng An shook her head. He is a clever man. He has not uttered a single lie throughout this. He understands the nature of interrogation and knows how to mask any signs of deception. All of us are experts in questioning. If Song Linwei were to lie, it would surely be exposed. He did not lie from beginning to end, but rather chose to conceal the truth, selectively omitting certain details and only revealing what he wished to share with them. The coherence of his narrative was impeccable, rendering any anomalies nearly imperceptible. Such a clever individual is exceptionally difficult to scrutinize. It is not the best option, but there is no rush. She possesses alternative methods. How Xingyuan no longer insisted, his gaze complex as he inquired, "Sister Sheng, how did you discern this?" He was undoubtedly a genius, yet just moments ago, he had failed to see through it while Sister Sheng had. "Remarkable," Sheng An replied, "intuition." How Xingyuan responded, "Well, it seems I have much to learn." Countdown, 19 days. The state intervened, and Li Wanyun's visa was swiftly secured. How Xingyuan met with her. Li Wanyun exclaimed in astonishment. It was resolved so quickly? No interview required. How Xingyuan smiled knowingly. I mentioned that we have connections. Otherwise, how could we dare to charge you 150,000? The fee for merely processing a visa is indeed quite high. Li Wanyun remained somewhat skeptical. How Xingyuan produced the contract and, with utmost seriousness, stated, "You are also a straightforward person. Your willingness to spend 150,000 for the visa indicates substantial means. We are not concerned about you defaulting on the agency fee. You may opt to pay upon your arrival in Country M." This was indeed a gesture of sincerity. Li Wanyun accepted the contract, which was straightforward and clear, devoid of any hidden clauses, merely stating that she could choose to pay after traveling to Country M. Should the visa fail to facilitate her passage, she would incur no costs. Of course, it also emphasized that she must purchase her ticket to Country M within 2 weeks. Everything was reasonable and logical. She repeatedly scrutinized the document several times, confirming that this individual was indeed reliable in his dealings. The contract was designed to alleviate her concerns, allowing her to utilize the services with a post-payment guarantee. Li Wanyun remarked, "The service is quite commendable." Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, his demeanor amicable. "Indeed, while our prices may be steep, we are committed to providing our clients with the finest and most impeccable service. This is the ethos of our travel agency." Li Wanyun signed the contract and took possession of her copy. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed her mind. Hao Jingye also put away the contract and deliberately inquired, "Dear, do you have any further requests?" Li Wanyun lowered her voice. "Is it possible to exchange for M currency?" "Certainly." Hao Jingye maintained his smile, adopting a rather formal tone. "This is all part of our plan." After a brief hesitation, Li Wanyun continued, "The amount is substantial. Are you certain you can accommodate this?" "Absolutely," Hao Jingye assured her. "As long as the intermediary fee is settled, everything can be arranged." "Is 50 billion feasible?" Hao Jingye feigned a momentary pause, then dramatically inhaled sharply, raising his voice, 50 billion. Li Wanyun's expression remained composed, her eyes glimmering slightly beneath her sunglasses. "Yes, 50 billion. Can it be exchanged?" "And promptly, please." Hao Jingye appeared momentarily conflicted, then clenched his teeth and replied, "It is possible. However, the intermediary fee is quite high, and the exchange rate will be lower than the official rate." Li Wanyun remained unfazed, yet internally she exhaled a sigh of relief. "Wonderful. I can indeed have it exchanged." As for the exchange rate, if he were to assert that it could be exchanged at the official rate, that would raise my suspicions. At this moment, her suspicions were further solidified. This small enterprise stemmed from an unorthodox yet capable source. Was there any fear? How could someone who intended to procure firearms on the black market harbor any trepidation? Instead, the confirmation of this notion only intensified her belief in their prowess. In such a brief span, to traverse abroad and exchange 50 billion in currency, if one were to utilize legitimate channels without privileges, how could such a feat be accomplished? Hao Jingye. "Thank you, we indeed have privileges." Li Wanyun smiled. "No problem. How do we proceed?" Hao Jingye escorted her to the official bank. In less than 3 hours, 50 billion was exchanged into M currency after deducting the intermediary fees, all seamlessly deposited into her account. It was astonishingly swift. This specialized travel agency possessed capabilities beyond her expectations. Li Wanyun was taken aback, her expression somewhat dazed. She murmured, "What exactly is the background of your agency?" Hao Jingye replied with a faint smile, "Our boss has connections."
Li Wanyun sudan li comprendre.
Bewilderment gave way to shock, which was soon eclipsed by elation as she gazed at the funds resting in her account. Lowering her voice, she inquired, "What about loans? How much can you secure for me?" After a brief pause, she added, "Rest assured about the intermediary fees." Hao Jingye regarded her, also lowering his voice. "Dear, the amount you possess determines how much we can lend. However, if the sum is excessively large, our loan duration will be quite limited." Li Wanyun almost laughed aloud. With the apocalypse looming in just 19 days, as long as the loan period exceeded that, who could demand repayment from her? Suppressing the corners of her mouth, she pressed on, "Is it truly possible to secure 50 billion? I have certain arrangements for this 5 billion, which cannot be used as collateral." Li Wanyun gazed at him, not missing the fleeting glimmer in his eyes. Suddenly, she comprehended. With her 50 billion, Xiao Yi and the individuals behind him placed their faith in her assets and earning potential. They offered her usurious loans, hoping to grasp this golden goose tightly in their hands. Perhaps they even coveted her 50 billion. Upon this realization, the prospect of borrowing 50 billion no longer seemed incongruous. Most likely, they would not believe she could swiftly expend 100 billion, would they? And as for the high-interest loans, the impending doom loomed just 19 days away, rendering everything null and void. Li Wanyun smiled. "Then let us proceed." Hao Jingye revealed a barely perceptible smile. Sister Sheng was indeed correct. Although their plans were fraught with numerous flaws, Li Wanyun, having experienced the apocalypse and rebirth, was not one to consider gains and losses from others' perspectives. She preferred to evaluate from her own viewpoint. Thus, as long as it benefited her and fulfilled her demands, she would rationalize everything to expedite the attainment of her advantageous objectives. 3 hours later, she mortgaged her property and secured a loan of 50 billion from the official bank. Furthermore, Xiao Yi had exchanged it all for M currency, quietly resting in her overseas account. Naturally, she also mortgaged her only property, a villa transformed into a fortress. She had invested considerable money into that villa, yet it hardly equated to 2 billion, thus she incurred no loss. Moreover, when the apocalypse arrived, everything would become void, and it would still remain her house. Li Wanyun possessed the confidence and the audacity to believe so. Gazing at her balance, she murmured, "You truly possess remarkable capabilities, managing to accomplish everything and having 5 billion arrive so swiftly." Hao Jingye smiled faintly. "As long as money is involved, we can achieve anything." He added, "Of course, we cater exclusively to esteemed clients like yourself, a VVVIP. Thus, I have the authority to assist you with this application. We would not entertain a request from an ordinary customer." Li Wanyun understood. They were after her wealth. Yet it mattered little. This time their efforts would undoubtedly yield nothing. After all, the apocalypse was approaching, and she was a reborn being endowed with spatial powers. A smile played on her lips as she relished having chosen the right path. Was she truly the chosen one? Though her attempts to procure supplies had been thwarted, other avenues immediately presented themselves, and whatever she desired materialized. It was indeed her struggles in acquiring provisions that allowed her to amass 100 billion. Worth it. Heaven had not allowed her rebirth to be in vain. With everything settled, and feeling uneasy about Xiaoye and the potential mishaps with her funds, she decisively purchased the next available flight to Country M. Stockpiling resources and acquiring weapons, she was determined to expend this wealth swiftly. Xiaoye drove her to the airport. Li Wanyun waved him off, carrying nothing, and boarded the plane with grace. As the aircraft prepared for takeoff, she looked down at the land beneath her, finally revealing a radiant smile. Everything had transformed. Reborn, everything was indeed progressing smoothly. She could procure 100 billion in supplies to store in her space. When the apocalypse arrived, she would be the wealthiest individual in this new world, effortlessly dealing with Li Qiancheng and the others. Her space is replete with everything she could desire, and she is destined to lead a life that is entirely different from her previous one. In this rebirth, she shall be the protagonist of the world. Such is the treatment befitting the daughter of destiny. In this realm, who would dare to challenge her? Li Wanyun lifted her chin and casually tapped on her phone, noticing that a recent friend request had been accepted. Special Travel Agency M Country Local Guide Xiao Wan. "Hi, dear." Meanwhile, Hao Jingye was swiftly driving to pick someone up. "Sister Shang, Li Wanyun has boarded the plane, and old Zhao is on board to ensure her safety. The team is also waiting for her. Brother Wan has successfully made contact with her. Everything is proceeding smoothly." Hao Jingye's voice was filled with excitement. Shang An calmly nodded, evidently not troubled by the matter. Li Wanyun was already a fish in their pond, unable to escape. The other party would execute their meticulously devised plan step by step. It was merely a matter of when they would cast their net. Her fingers glided across the tablet, and her brow furrowed slightly. "Sister Shang, what's wrong?" Hao Jingye inquired, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 19. No nonsense. Direct capture. He had spent the entire day running errands for Li Wanyun, uncertain of what else Sheng An might have been up to. "I am reviewing the investigation results on Song Linwei," Sheng An replied. Hao Jingye immediately sat up straight, eagerly asking, "Is there any outcome?" "There is something peculiar," Sheng An said as she scrolled through the screen. "Yesterday, I instructed an investigation into Song Linwei's living conditions, familial background, relatives, and the individuals he has interacted with over the past 3 days. This forms a vast web, encompassing a wealth of information. However, I have already clarified much of it today. Song Linwei's family is untainted. His parents are university professors, currently re-employed, and both continue to hold positions at the school. The elder sister and her husband are engaged in commerce, and their endeavors are flourishing remarkably. He graduated from the nation's premier university with a master's degree and is involved in research related to physics. This family resides in the capital and is diligently pursuing their respective careers. Additionally, Song Linwei has a nephew, who is 16 years old and currently in his second year of high school. According to investigations, this family possesses commendable character traits. Song Linwei himself is exceptionally intelligent, consistently receiving high praise in both academic and professional settings. They enjoy a comfortable living environment, a harmonious family atmosphere, and relatives who have all achieved their own successes, leaving no room for criticism. Furthermore, since he began posting, Song Linwei has not attended work, having taken leave to remain at home. Over the past 3 days, apart from visiting family, he has spent the remainder of his time secluded within his residence. Monitoring his communications reveals that everything is proceeding as usual. In addition, his interactions during these 3 days have been minimal, comprising only a list of individuals such as delivery personnel, couriers, and supermarket clerks, all of which remain unremarkable. It can be asserted that, based on the investigative findings, Song Linwei appears to be entirely normal. How Xingyuan expressed his astonishment. He seems perfectly normal. What do you find peculiar? Shangjia. Sheng encountered. What kind of person do you believe Song Linwei to be? Without hesitation, Hao Jingye replied, a wise and good individual. His intelligence is attributed to several encounters and background checks, while his goodness stems from his post-warning of an impending apocalypse, intended as a cautionary message to others. Sheng An smiled and suggested, if we consider the possibility that my intuition is correct and he harbors some issues, the lack of any detectable anomalies could imply that he is even more astute than we initially perceived. Hao Jingye nodded in agreement. Given this, why would such an astute individual post a message that serves little purpose beyond capturing our attention? Sheng An narrowed her eyes, a profound meaning reflected in her phoenix-like gaze. Hao Jingye exclaimed, indeed, that is contradictory. Furthermore, one could continue to speculate. If Sheng An's intuition is mistaken and Song Linwei is not in peril, then he must have truly encountered Iron Man. Would a brilliant researcher choose to post online or seek help from higher authorities? Clearly, he would opt for the latter, promptly informing the nation of Iron Man's existence. The act of posting itself is rather inconsistent with the behavior of an intelligent person. Hao Jingye gasped. Thus, if Song Linwei is indeed in trouble, what could his ulterior motive be? What is he concealing? If he is not Iron Man, who could it possibly be? The investigation into Song Linwei continues. Are you aware of today's findings? Sheng An teased. Hao Jingye shook his head, his eyes filled with urgency. Sheng An revealed. Prior to today, his parents, sister, brother-in-law, and nephew were all going about their daily routines. Hao Jingye was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly articulated, so, he only realized the impending doom last night, therefore that post. Sheng An tilted her head slightly, replying softly, yes, the Iron Man who believes in light must be someone close to him. He is protecting that individual. As for the post, Song Linwei is fishing for information, specifically from the authorities. He seeks to ascertain whether the end is nigh and to make contact with them to gather intelligence. After a while, Hao Jingye exhaled slowly. Indeed, Song Linwei is exceptionally clever. His scheme was without flaw, yet regrettably he encountered Sheng An. Hao Jingye turned his gaze towards Sheng An and suddenly comprehended why the state appointed her as one of the heads of the Doomsday Special Affairs Bureau. They believed she could suppress those heretics. Keen, intelligent, and formidable, she was already capable of managing the heretics without any extraordinary powers. What would happen if she were to awaken a powerful ability? Hao Jingye found himself unexpectedly intrigued. The Song family. After a day of contemplation, the entire family finally accepted the news of the impending apocalypse. Song father furrowed his brow, appearing aged and weary. Song mother, equally bewildered, questioned, how can this be the apocalypse? Song Linwei's sister, Song Linlin, inquired, why did you post to attract the state's attention? What if the state? Song Linwei sighed and explained, because I wanted to ascertain whether the apocalypse truly exists. It was merely an ordinary post. Unless the state was monitoring, it would not garner any attention. However, the immediate response from the state indicates they have been observing, and not merely to see who posted about the apocalypse, but specifically to identify those with anomalies. The state is searching for individuals with special abilities. Last night, he had gleaned the answer he sought from state representatives. A terrifying yet anticipated revelation. Song Linlin asked, so the state is now aware? Will they notice Xingyuan? Song Linwei shook his head. They likely won't. There were no flaws from the beginning. I merely exposed the existence of individuals with special abilities, without revealing Xingyuan. In the vehicle, Hao Jingye asked, Sister Sheng, who do you think it is? Sheng An pointed to a name with a calm demeanor, Li Xingyuan, the nephew of Song Linwei. The tone is not one of speculation, but of certainty. Song's mother expressed her concern. Your post is too specific. It exposes Xiao Xian's abilities, which is perilous. You must keep it concealed to avoid detection by the authorities. Li Xian's father, Li Huai, shook his head. The state is in search of individuals with special abilities. Li Xian need not remain hidden indefinitely. In the event of an apocalypse, those with extraordinary abilities would have a greater chance of survival than ordinary individuals. Song Linwei concurred. Indeed, this is the very reason I highlighted Xiao Xian's powers in my post. If we are certain that an apocalypse is imminent, then Xiao Xian may not be the most unique, yet possesses significant uniqueness. He glanced towards the closed room, inhaled deeply, and slowly stated, we can leverage this to negotiate with the state, but only before they uncover Xiao Xian's identity. I must further investigate their stance on individuals with special abilities. Time is of the essence. We have merely 19 days. Song Linlin expressed her worries. You consider Xiao Xian, but this rascal is unruly and disobedient. Song Linwei replied, I must advocate for his rights. After all, Xiao Xian is special, and it should not be overly challenging. Sheng An remarked, if I am not mistaken, Song Linwei exposed his nephew's metal-based abilities to negotiate for his rights. This simplifies our task. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, stating, isn't it merely a negotiation? As long as we ascertain. Sheng An interrupted him. No, not a negotiation. Hao Jingye was taken aback. Sheng An scoffed. This heretic seeks to negotiate, as does that one. We do not have the luxury of time for such trivialities. Once you enter my department, you will follow my directives. She raised her hand and tapped the steering wheel. Capture. Hao Jingye's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time Sheng An had employed such terminology. Chapter 20. Why are you crying? Upon returning to the camp, it was already midnight. The heretics' dormitories were situated on the same floor, featuring a hotel-style suite layout, with smart home technology making for a comfortable stay. Sheng An and Hao Jingye had also relocated to this dormitory. Hao Jingye was taken aback, exclaiming, what is wrong with you? Zhang Yu replied with a faint smile. I learned it. Hao Jingye's expression grew complex. Is it really that distressing? It's merely acquiring knowledge, isn't it? Zhang Yu turned her head away, unwilling to converse with an academic overachiever. Ahead, Sheng An waved. Come here. Zhang Yu obediently approached. Sheng An inquired, how is your learning progressing? Will you be able to transplant the seeds before the apocalypse? Can the experimental fields be properly planned? Zhang Yu's voice was weak. I don't know. We have already transplanted a batch today, and Old Zhou and the others are currently planning the experimental fields. Once I can proficiently use the agricultural tools, I will officially begin farming. She tugged at her hair, which had become greasy due to her lack of time to wash it, and exclaimed in despair, Sister Sheng, I truly cannot endure this anymore. Farming is exceedingly laborious, and my tasks are simply overwhelming. Balancing both studies and agriculture, she felt utterly exhausted after just 2 days. This was far from her expectations of rebirth. Zhang Yu clutched her head in frustration. She felt on the verge of madness. No one should disturb her in her frenzy. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Comrade Zhang has worked diligently for the nation. We have all witnessed your efforts. With greater capability comes greater responsibility. Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Zhang. Rest assured, the country will not neglect you. Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Who was it? She glanced around in confusion, then lowered her head. Sheng An sat on the sofa, a computer before her, and on the screen a figure appeared to be moving. Zhang Yu instinctively leaned closer, attempting to discern the details. Suddenly, she found herself face to face with a group of elderly men on the screen. Zhang Yu blinked. Before her were those familiar faces she had seen on television. The leaders of the nation. This was her second encounter. The last time was in her home, when they had exchanged greetings. Zhang Yu? Zhang Yu! Abruptly, her pupils dilated in terror. Oh no! I haven't washed my hair. On the other end, an elder hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Sheng An, perhaps we should send over a few professional psychologists for you, Comrade Zhang. It seems the pressure is quite overwhelming. The leaders were concerned about her mental state upon witnessing a young person losing composure at home for the first time. Jiang Yu. Her pupils initially scattered, then gradually focused only to shatter and spiral into despair. What is wrong with Comrade Zhang? Old Zhang inquired, his face filled with confusion. Sheng An waved her hand dismissively. Don't mind her. She'll be fine shortly. Very well. As long as you handle the matter, we trust you. At this point, old Zhang continued his previous discussion. After the apocalypse, the number of superhumans will increase, but none will carry the significance that the current aberrants hold for us. Sheng An nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. With the addition of another extraordinary individual at the brink of the apocalypse, their collective strength would increase, allowing them to conserve more resources and save a greater number of civilians. The significance of your Special Operations Unit in this dire time cannot be overstated. There are only 19 days remaining, so it is imperative to gather as much talent as possible. Lao Zhang rubbed his temples, acknowledging that it was not only Jiang Yu who had suffered from sleeplessness. Sheng An and the other leaders shared the same plight. Each individual was burdened with countless responsibilities, and the hour was drawing perilously close. Sheng An nodded in agreement and discussed further arrangements before the brief video conference concluded. Jiang Yu, her hair still damp, burst from her room, only to find Sheng An closing his laptop. What? It's over already? She exclaimed in disbelief. Sheng An glanced at her freshly washed hair and nodded. Yes, it has concluded. Jiang Yu clutched her head in frustration. Ah, how infuriating. I went through all that trouble to look presentable for the meeting, and the leaders didn't even see me. It's utterly maddening. Feeling thoroughly dejected, Jiang Yu decided it was time for a midnight snack. Meanwhile, Hao Jingye opened the door, and the logistics team wheeled in a hot pot cart, laden with sumptuous and extravagant ingredients. Jiang Yu's attention was diverted, though she felt puzzled. Why such a lavish spread? She wondered aloud. Typically, the meals were decent, but the late-night snacks were never this elaborate. Moreover, the camp cafeteria leaned towards healthier options, whereas this opulent hot pot was clearly ordered from outside. Sheng An found a seat and Hao Jingye sat opposite him, grinning widely. Thanks to the generous donation of 150,000 from our future teammates, he remarked. That's the commission we earned from Li Wanyun. She felt that if she didn't charge that girl, it would be a scam, so she could only raise the price. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Is she really that wealthy? Sheng An had already begun to eat. Jiang Yu, puzzled, set down her chopsticks, feeling a twinge of envy. Why did the country grant her 50 billion? It's utterly unfair. Without lifting her head, Sheng An replied. She procures for the nation. Li Wanyun. I thank you. Jiang Yu sighed. And what about me? I cultivate the land for the country? As she chewed on her hot pot beef, she felt despondent. Farming hardly sounded grand. She lamented. My space is utterly useless, especially in comparison to those with spatial abilities. Others can stockpile goods, while mine is merely suited for agriculture. The mere mention of farming made her head throb. She glanced at another individual with spatial abilities, extravagantly spending 100 billion. How carefree. And then there was her, toiling with a hoe, criticized by the old man Zhou for her poor digging skills. It was infuriating to compare oneself to others. Suddenly, Sheng An looked up at her, a smile playing on her lips, her voice laced with mirth. Who says your space is inadequate? As I mentioned before, your spatial ability is of greater value compared to others. Under Jiang Yu's gaze, she continued to savor her hot pot, casually remarking, there are various types of abilities, including earth and plant manipulators. If only your space could accommodate people. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hao Jingye quietly added. Then you could bring people inside. The earth manipulators could till the ground, plant the seeds, and the water manipulators could irrigate them, while the plant manipulators would activate their abilities. At these words, Jiang Yu felt a rush of exhilaration. Indeed, how could she not have realized it? Sheng An noticed her expression, a slight smile gracing his lips as he continued. In due time, your space will yield produce in batches, likely requiring a truck for transportation. It will not only serve as a testing ground but also sustain a vast base. Jiang Yu's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. Yes, my space can be complemented by plant-type abilities, earth-type abilities, and water-type abilities. It is truly an invincible source of production. Her excitement flushed her face crimson, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Sheng An exchanged a glance with Hao Jingye, both understanding the implications in each other's eyes. Sheng An sighed, regrettably, your space cannot accommodate others. Jiang Yu instinctively began to respond, but her voice faltered abruptly. Sheng An gazed at her with anticipation. Jiang Yu tightened her grip on the chopsticks. No, she could not reveal her trump card. This was her golden key. How could she possibly divulge all her secrets? What if they circumvented her and seized her space? Absolutely not. She must restrain herself and keep this secret hidden. Sheng An blinked curiously. What were you about to say? Jiang Yu lowered her head, feebly eating hot pot. I wanted to say it's such a pity that Earth-type and Plant-type abilities cannot enter my space. Sheng An smiled faintly. Indeed, such a pity. Thus, that vast expanse of fertile land will rely solely on your gradual planting, nurturing, and harvesting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu trembled, her hands shaking, tears streaming down her face. Hao Jingye asked, why are you crying? Jiang Yu lifted her head, her eyes filled with tears, and after a moment, managed to choke out two words. So spicy. Sheng An and Hao Jingye exchanged glances. Hao Jingye, are we not going to press her any further? Sheng An, with a stoic expression, replied, let us see how long she can hold out. The plant-based ability user has yet to appear, so there is no need for urgency. That evening, Jiang Yu sobbed while devouring a pot of hot pot. It wasn't a matter of channeling her sorrow into strength. Rather, farming requires considerable physical exertion. Chapter 21. Off to save the world. Doomsday countdown, 18 days. Another early morning had dawned. Before stepping out with Hao Jingye, Sheng An made sure to pry Jiang Yu from her bed. Jiang Yu, sporting dark circles under her eyes, floated listlessly. Hao Jingye, puzzled, inquired, why do you look so groggy? You should have had 6.5 hours of sleep last night, which is relatively ample. Jiang Yu, with a vacant stare, don't you play on your phone while lying in bed? Hao Jingye, no, I don't. Jiang Yu? She instinctively glanced at Sheng An, who maintained his impassive demeanor and offered a faint smile. I don't play. None of them were afflicted with the contemporary obsession with smartphones. For them, phones were tools for work, not for amusement. Their devices were even distinct from ordinary smartphones, being military-grade custom models with high confidentiality. Jiang Yu, what a bunch of devils. In the next moment, Sheng An handed Jiang Yu over to Academician Zhou and his team before departing with Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye, somewhat perplexed, asked, what are team leader Qiu and the others up to? Why haven't any of them shown up for several days? Sheng An, engrossed in the feedback on his phone, replied without looking up, his demeanor calm. They must have located some formidable ability users in other regions, perhaps even more than one. Hao Jingye's expression grew complex, fraught with confusion. What was team leader Qiu planning? Sheng An, she appears gentle, yet in reality, she possesses an inflated sense of pride, particularly when confronting me. Therefore, your conjecture is accurate. She is preparing a grand display, intent on overwhelming us upon her arrival. Sister Sheng, are you not anxious? Hao Jingye is already feeling the pressure. Sheng An, not at all. She navigates the interface with remarkable composure, embodying the adage that while emperors remain unperturbed, their attendants may fret. The groundwork has been meticulously laid. The special police have encircled the Fuan community. Let us engage with the self-proclaimed Iron Man who believes in the light. Sheng An stowed her phone away. The previous night, she had dispatched assignments, and by 6 a.m., other departments had coordinated with the Special Emergency Response Division to ensure everything was in place. By 7 a.m., the special police had quietly surrounded the Fuan community. All was set. Sheng An nodded and entered the vehicle, a discreet black car making its way towards the Fuan community. Before 8 a.m., the vehicle halted at the entrance of the community. Sheng An met with the special police and received the box they had brought. Upon discerning the contents, Hao Jingye's expression shifted to one of complexity. Sister Sheng, Li Xian is to be our future ally, and the Song family appears rather cooperative. Are we truly going to resort to a violent apprehension? His concern for jeopardizing their camaraderie was evident. Sheng An grasped his meaning. However, she smiled softly. Do you truly believe that a 16-year-old boy, who embraces the notion of light and self-identifies as Iron Man, will heed his parents and comply with us once he acquires superpowers? In truth, the metallic ability holders, Song Linwei or Li Xian's father, are far more manageable than Li Xian himself. At least the former two exhibit calmness and can negotiate based on mutual interests. Yet, Li Xian, a youth beset by adolescent fantasies, is likely the most unpredictable and challenging to control. Who knows what peculiar thoughts are swirling in his mind? Were it not for the immense utility of his golden abilities, Sheng An would undoubtedly choose to disregard this eccentricity. The notion of a gold-powered individual snatching Ultraman figurines from children is enough to induce a headache. How Xingyuan? I understand. Meanwhile, in the Fuan community at the Song residence, all pursuits and occupations seem trivial in the face of the impending apocalypse. After a day of calm reflection and discussion, they reconvened early this morning to continue their deliberations. Song's mother. Is Xiao Xian still asleep? Song Linlin shook her head. Not yet. He always sleeps until 11 during holidays, so let him be. Song's father inquired of Song Linwei. When shall we negotiate with the government? Song Linwei. Let's wait a couple more days to gather more information. I will reach out to our contacts in the government. That individual named Sheng An should possess considerable authority. I have kept her assistant's number. At that moment, a loud bang echoed as the door suddenly swung open. Everyone was startled and turned to look. The door handle's metal had melted, and a young boy burst forth, brimming with energy, clad entirely in gold. He sported gleaming golden mechanical arms, a metallic mask obscuring his face, and a helmet atop his head, clearly a deliberate disguise that rendered his features unrecognizable. At first glance, he resembled an automaton. However, as he spoke, his voice was exuberant. Why bother contacting the government? I refuse to be studied or constrained. The apocalypse is upon us, and as the chosen one, I shall dominate the world and reign over the end times. His words immediately revealed a certain adolescent bravado. The Song family. Song Linwei rubbed his temples, a headache gnawing at him, his voice tinged with helplessness. Xiaoxin, why have you reverted to this state again? Haven't I told you? Do not recklessly employ your extraordinary abilities. What if the government discovers it? Call me Iron Man, Li Xian declared, slamming his palm onto the table, which instantly shattered into fragments, dust swirling in the air. Coughing, he found himself momentarily unprepared, a touch of embarrassment creeping in. Yet, his thick skin allowed him to recover swiftly. He lifted his chin once more and proclaimed proudly, "If I am discovered, so be it. The apocalypse is upon us, and besides, a superhero fears no government." He patted his chest with his mechanical hand, producing a resounding clank of metal colliding. I am no longer the old Li Xian. I am the superhero Iron Man Li Xian, invincible and omnipotent, impervious even to bullets that dare to breach this indestructible form. Beneath his mask, his face radiated with pride. Even without witnessing his expression, one could envision his demeanor merely by the audacity of his voice. Song Linlin felt a throbbing pain in her head. Li Huai's hands itched, a desire to reach for a weapon stirring within him. Li Xian flexed his mechanical arm and confidently declared, "Rest assured, from this day forth, I shall protect you all. However, superheroes belong to all of humanity." With that, he lifted his foot and strode towards the exit. Li Xian, what are you doing? Li Huai could no longer contain himself, roaring in protest. Saving the world, he replied, and with that, the window flew open, and he leapt down from above. In truth, he had long desired to do this. The day after awakening his powers, he had skipped school to boast to his uncle, while also taking a brief tour of the neighboring child's home. Li Xian had consented to this plan. Now it has been confirmed, and the answer has come from the authorities. The apocalypse is truly upon us, yet the nation continues to conceal this from the public. He resolved to no longer remain in the shadows. He would embark on a quest to save the world. Chapter 22. The arrest. Song Linlin exclaimed, rushing toward the window. The members of the Song family turned pale, but their reactions were in vain. Li Xian had already leaped from the window. Song's mother felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly fainting on the spot. Song Linwei also rushed to the window to look down. He understood Li Xian's capabilities. By jumping from the window, he could skillfully navigate the metallic railings outside, gliding effortlessly to the ground. With metal at his disposal, he was fearless. Indeed, even if he were to plummet from the 17th floor, his indomitable body would prevent him from meeting a fatal end. The sight was merely alarming. But the concern was that it was broad daylight. The apocalypse had not yet arrived. Song Linwei felt himself on the brink of collapse. Below, the golden figure twisted and turned like a gecko, descending the outer wall, growing ever more distant. Song Linlin clutched at his sleeve, her arm trembling violently. What should we do? Linwei, what should we do? Song Linwei took a deep breath, his face pale, and set off in pursuit. Jumping down in broad daylight would surely attract considerable attention. Li Xian spoke of saving the world? Who knew what further actions he might take? Song Linwei bolted outside. Li Xian's residence was located on the 17th floor of Building 9. Since yesterday, this family had remained indoors, venturing out only in shifts to procure supplies. Xingyuan spoke as he walked. Sheng An walked beside him, carrying a suitcase. Stockpiling food and supplies is the most instinctive response. Their family had limited space and purchased only a small amount. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Sheng An quickened his pace. Let us hurry. The night before last, Song Linwei learned of the apocalypse, and yesterday he informed the Song family to discuss it. From yesterday to today, Li Xian has been holding back, and any moment now, he could cause a commotion. At first glance, the Song family appeared to be a harmonious unit. The grandparents were esteemed intellectuals, still teaching at the university. The parents were formidable businesspeople, commanding the commercial arena. Even the uncle was a distinguished researcher, engrossed in his work. Such a family could easily overlook the children. When it was confirmed yesterday that Li Xian was a metal-type ability user, Sheng An scrutinized Li Xian's investigation results. While he found little of significance, the grades were dismal. With such accomplished relatives, the pressure was palpable. Typically, such pressure breeds rebellion. They needed to intervene before he caused a significant disturbance. Xingyuan, upon hearing this, immediately adopted a serious expression and quickened his steps. However, in the next moment, a gasp echoed through the air. Simultaneously, a tremendous crash resounded. A dazzling golden object landed mere 5 steps in front of Sheng An. He halted. As the radiant object touched the ground, a hand pressed down, and a figure knelt halfway. The scene exuded a sense of ritual, the atmosphere perfect. Ha! Who can stop me? The youth, amidst the gasps, spoke with a tone of arrogance, brimming with confidence and exhilaration, his blood ablaze. He lifted his head, locking eyes with Sheng An, who stood motionless 5 steps away. Li Xian broke into a broad smile, gradually rising to his feet under Sheng An's gaze. In that moment, he felt as if he were soaring to unimaginable heights, becoming valiant and formidable, radiating brilliance even more than the superheroes depicted in grand films. Was he captivating to women? Yet, contrary to his expectations, there were no screams, no expressions of astonishment, nor any inquiries. The young lady standing opposite him raised her hand to touch her forehead, seemingly at a loss for words, perhaps experiencing a twinge of headache, her gaze reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. This reaction. Li Xian was taken aback, bewildered. Aren't you afraid? Sheng An inhaled deeply, gazing at him before slowly responding. Li Xian, why are you awake so early in the morning? You're a bit late. The boy had risen much earlier than usual that day. Fortunately, he had arrived in a timely manner. Li Xian replied, that question is rather peculiar. From behind, it sounded almost absurd, but he pressed on. Do you know me? He glanced down at himself, shimmering in a golden glow, completely enveloped. His uncle had failed to recognize him at first glance. How could this woman possibly know who he was? And how did she come to know him? Who are you? He inquired. Sheng An smiled gently. I am your future superior. Even through the radiant mask, one could discern the confusion and bewilderment etched on Li Xian's face. At this age, a young man gaining immense superpowers was a momentous occasion. Yet here stood an unexpected woman, declaring herself as his superior. Li Xian still felt compelled to utter those 3 words. Who are you? The first was steeped in curiosity, while this second iteration was laced with skepticism and displeasure. What a peculiar situation. Suddenly, he ceased to acknowledge Sheng An and took a step to leave. Sheng An intercepted him. The 16-year-old boy was not short. In fact, he stood taller than Sheng An, radiating a golden shimmer as he donned a helmet, which accentuated his stature. Yet, she remained undaunted before him, exuding an aura that commanded respect. She retrieved a badge from her pocket, held it aloft, and spoke calmly. Leader of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department, Sheng An. Xingyuan was momentarily stunned. Then enlightenment dawned upon him. So, she was affiliated with the government. But what of it? Don't block my path. Move aside, he barked, unconcerned. Grandfather. How Jingya's lips twitched slightly. Sheng An maintained her composure, continuing to gaze at him with a serene expression. Xingyuan, come with us. She accepted a document from Hao Jingya's hand, raising it for Xingyuan's inspection. This is your arrest warrant. Xingyuan responded with incredulity, laughter escaping him as he retorted arrogantly. You think you can apprehend me? Dream on. You lack the capability. With that, he exerted force beneath his feet, leaping upward to cling to the building's exterior wall. In the distance, a gasp was heard. Xingyuan glanced down at Sheng An. Her mask obscured her expression, yet he could discern the arrogance in his own tone. Ha ha ha. Come on. Try to catch me. Sheng An remained steadfast, unyielding in her position, observing him. Just as Xingyuan began to believe she was rendered powerless, the special police surrounded them, guns drawn, encircling the entire 9th building and the adjacent 10th. The dark muzzles of the guns aimed squarely at him, sending a jolt through Xingyuan's heart. However, he quickly regained his bravado. Do you think guns can intimidate me? Ha ha ha. I fear nothing. Upon finishing his words, he no longer hesitated, scaling the metallic guardrail of the building with the agility of a gecko. Fear was a foreign concept to him. He was even daring Sheng An and the others below him. Gunfire erupted from below, aimed in his direction. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire was muffled, yet the bullets struck the metal, creating a resonant clang that hardly fazed him. Above, Xingyuan continued his ascent, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha! I am the indestructible Iron Man. Your weapons are futile against me, you feeble humans. Do not impede my quest to save the world. Indeed, the bullets were ineffective against him. Hao Jingya's expression turned serious. No wonder this fellow was so arrogant. He possessed considerable prowess. Meanwhile, Sheng An remained composed, unperturbed by the bullet's ineffectiveness. She squinted at Xingyuan, then slowly raised her hand to don her goggles, retrieving an item from the box she held. At that moment, Xingyuan had already reached the 10th floor, reveling in the might of his superpowers and the impotence of the nation's weaponry against him. Chapter 23. The shattering of the superhero dream. Xingyuan's confidence peaked at that instant. Even the nation's advanced weaponry was powerless against him. He was the superhero of this world, a top-tier powerhouse. Who does not harbor a dream of being a hero? He considered himself the favored child of the heavens, the destined one. He could recklessly embrace his role as a hero and fulfill his dream. Ha 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 ha. Xingyuan laughed boisterously. Hao Jingya glanced at Sheng An, urging her urgently. Sister Sheng. Sheng An remained composed as she secured the firearm in her grasp, aiming it steadily at Xingyuan. Her voice was calm. Xingyuan, the indestructible body is derived from Buddhist scriptures, while Iron Man is a superhero from Western comics. Do not conflate the two cultures, for it only reveals a lack of understanding. As her words settled in the air, Sheng An pulled the trigger. This time, the metallic clash was absent. Instead, a different sound erupted, a piercing howl from Xingyuan, akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. Following this anguished cry, he plummeted from the heights, crashing onto the ground with a resounding thud. Sheng An retreated calmly as the impact reverberated. Xingyuan writhed on the ground, clutching his injured arm, where a gaping hole had formed in his metallic limb, emitting a sizzling sound as if something was incessantly corroding the metal. Overwhelmed by pain, he cried out in despair, "What have you done to me?" His voice was laced with agony. Sheng An crouched beside him, gazing down with an air of superiority. Observing his torment, A radiant smile gradually spread across her face as she leisurely remarked, "If I were you, I would relinquish my powers and sever the metal from my hand immediately." Upon hearing her words, the helmet atop Li Xian's head and the mask on his face vanished, while the shimmering golden aura surrounding him dissipated instantaneously. His true form was laid bare before Sheng An, a rather handsome 16-year-old boy with an expression of youthful defiance and innocence, his wide eyes brimming with rage. His slightly long hair partially obscured his brows, and he was clad in a bear-themed pajama set. As Li Xian gasped for breath, he was about to speak when, in the blink of an eye, a gun was aimed directly at his forehead. Above him, Sheng An offered a slight smile, rendering Li Xian motionless.
Moments later.
The point of the gun transformed into metal. He was on the verge of resistance. Sheng An maintained her smile, stating, "If it were merely skin, my gun might not pose a threat to you. However, should you transform into metal, then this weapon will prove effective." Li Xian froze. In the next moment, the metal beneath the gun vanished, reverting to his ordinary flesh. Ultimately, he succumbed to the fear of death and pain. Surrounding them, the special police had encircled them, their weapons aimed at Li Xian. At that moment, whether he transformed into a being of metal or remained unchanged, he was entirely at their mercy. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian demanded, "What kind of gun is this? How can it harm me? This is impossible. I am supposed to be impervious to blades and bullets." Sheng An replied, "A metal-based supernatural being can manipulate metal and even transform it into their own body. You have become an embodiment of the metal element. Just by observing your hue, it is evident that the metal you have manifested consists primarily of copper and gold. Copper is manageable, but gold poses a challenge. Your confidence in being bulletproof indicates that your metal contains other elements, enhancing its hardness." Li Xian was bewildered. "What is she saying?" Sheng An continued, "But fear not. Given your level of education, the metals you manifest are likely to be commonplace elements. Common metal elements are not difficult to handle. The bullets contain a chemical substance of my own concoction, a mixture of concentrated nitric acid and concentrated hydrochloric acid in a volumetric ratio of 1:3, commonly known as aqua regia." Li Xian's expression became vacant, his eyes reflecting utter confusion. She seemed to be mocking him, yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate his claim. Sheng An remarked, "Aqua regia is capable of dissolving most metallic elements, particularly given that your metallic exterior comprises common elements such as copper and gold, which are easily manageable. Should you happen to produce any rare elements, however, that would indeed pose a complication, possibly necessitating the dispatch of a chemical expert." Li Xian responded with confusion. Sheng An smiled faintly, tapping the barrel of his gun against Li Xian's forehead. "Thus, young man, perhaps you should indulge in a bit more reading before you venture out as a superhero." Li Xian was taken aback, pondering whether this individual was indeed ridiculing him. His mind buzzed with bewilderment, leaving him momentarily dazed. He had prided himself on being destined for greatness, believing his superpowers to be invincible. Yet Sheng An had effortlessly bested him using the most rudimentary principles of chemistry learned in high school. The familiar terms, copper, gold, concentrated nitric acid, concentrated hydrochloric acid, swirled in his mind, rendering him almost entranced. Before him crouched Sheng An, aiming the specialized bullet gun at his brow, while a squad of special police surrounded them, leaving him with no means of escape. Gritting his teeth in defiance, Li Xian declared, "I will not cooperate with you. If you have the courage, then kill me." Defeated, the youth felt a twinge of frustration, but more so, a surge of anger. He was both embarrassed and fiercely resistant. Sheng An maintained her serene smile. "Oh, is that so? You refuse to cooperate? In that case, I shall have to compel your parents and family to comply." She lifted her gaze towards the entrance of the building. Li Xian gasped and turned sharply to look. The elevator had been secured by the special police, yet the Song family could still emerge. At that moment, they stood at the building's entrance, fearfully observing the unfolding scene. Song Linwei felt as though his head might explode. They witnessed Li Xian's arrogance and Sheng An's decisive actions throughout the ordeal. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, he would have been unable to restrain himself from delivering a severe thrashing to Li Xian. Of course, More eager to take action were Song Linlin and Li Huai. "You dare threaten me?" Li Xian exclaimed, his eyes aflame with fury. If it were only Sheng An, he might have resisted, even contemplating eliminating this antagonist. However, the presence of a special police team rendered him cautious, as they could easily control his parents. Sheng An replied, "You may perceive it that way, but I believe I am merely elucidating the situation." Li Xian clenched his fists, cursing. "Sheng An, you are shameless." At that moment, she bore a striking resemblance to the quintessential villain obstructing the hero's path. Sheng An responded, "Indeed, I am shameless." Her smile unwavering, she continued, "And what of your theft of a child's Ultraman figurine?" Li Xian was left momentarily speechless, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Sheng An rose to her feet and addressed the Song family with warmth. "Children ought not to be overly indulged. Otherwise, they may become unruly and cause great mischief." What just transpired was a true upheaval of the roof. Li Xian descended from the 17th floor. After taunting Sheng An once more, he climbed back up to the 11th floor, scuttling about like a gecko in plain view, audaciously shouting. The Song family observed the spectacle. Li Huai, breathing heavily and having seized a broom on his way down, could no longer contain himself. He charged forward, exclaiming, "Li Xian, if I don't strike you today, then I am not your father." A piercing scream escaped Li Xian as he momentarily forgot his transformation into a metallic form. "Father, why are you hitting me?" he cried out in despair. "It is evident that they obstruct my mission to save the world." "Ouch! Stop hitting me." Sheng An calmly holstered his gun, no longer gazing at the scene of filial piety before him. He turned to Hao Jingye and instructed, "I will take the person with me. You handle the aftermath." Hao Jingye nodded silently, his mind already racing with countless contingency plans. The commotion today was significant, and managing the aftermath would not be a simple task. Of course, one could blame this on the overly dramatic individual who insisted on leaping from rooftops. Hao Jingye watched as Li Huai relentlessly struck Li Xian, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. "Want to be a superhero? Perhaps you should consult your father first." After Li Xian received a thorough beating, Sheng An departed with the dejected boy in tow, the Song family following closely behind, accompanied by special police officers, while Li Jingye remained to deal with the aftermath. As for Li Xian, the superpowered dream of a hero, it shattered before he even left the neighborhood. Chapter 24. The pitiful shattering of pride. Once in the car, the Song family wore expressions of trepidation, maintaining a tense silence. Unable to contain himself, Li Xian attempted to speak, only to be met with a fierce glare from Li Huai. He immediately wilted, his head drooping in defeat. Song Linwei, feeling a headache coming on, turned to Sheng An and inquired, "Is the aftermath troublesome? Could it potentially cast a negative light on society?" This was indeed the typical response of a rational individual. Suddenly confronted with a superpower-wielding family member and causing such a ruckus, they would still have to reside in this neighborhood. Should the repercussions be too dire, the government might not be lenient. Upon hearing this, Sheng An glanced at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. He recognized him as a perceptive individual, rare for his awareness of the broader situation. Truly, this was not a significant issue. Before Li Xian could create a significant disturbance, he was apprehended by them. Even if someone were to record a video, the information department could handle it, as they possess ample experience in such matters. Although one could use filming as an excuse, there would undoubtedly be those in the community who would speculate. Song's mother felt a deep sense of unease. While filming might deceive the majority, today there were far too many witnesses, and some would see through the facade and refuse to believe. With only 18 days until the apocalypse, the truth could not be concealed for long. Li Xian, upon hearing this, was taken aback and exclaimed incredulously, "What? The government will notify the public?" He had always believed that the state would keep the populace in the dark. Therefore, he felt compelled to save the world and inform everyone of the impending doom. Yet now, he was being told that the government would communicate the news? Sheng An was left speechless. She glanced at him, her expression neutral, and questioned, what purpose would the government serve by deceiving its citizens? Would it truly benefit them if everyone perished? Of course, they would issue an urgent notification, make arrangements, and seek ways to ensure the survival of as many people as possible. Young man, refrain from indulging in such wild fantasies. Li Xian fell silent. Song Linwei shot him a glare, prompting Li Xian to retract his neck and huddle in his seat. Song Linwei then turned to Sheng An, his expression one of confusion. What brings you both here today? Wait, did you already suspect that Xiao Xian is that Iron Man? Wasn't it rather easy to deduce? Sheng An replied. The only ones you would go to great lengths to conceal are your family. Aside from Li Xian, your entire family is exceptionally astute. Naturally, only Li Xian would dare to snatch a child's Ultraman figurine. Sheng An paused before adding, if we hadn't been here today, he would have caused an even greater uproar. Thankfully, we arrived in time. Song Linwei fell silent, his gaze towards Sheng An laden with complexity. He believed he had concealed his feelings well, only to realize that the other party had already discerned his secret. Of course, Li Xian was partly to blame. Song Linlin exclaimed in disbelief, What? You took the child's Ultraman? When did this happen? At this, Li Xian shrank back slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he murmured, Who told him not to believe in the light? I just wanted to give him a little punishment. Li Huai was already contemplating picking up the broom again. Song Linwei stopped him, feeling a headache coming on. He knew that after the incident with the meteorite, there had been rampant talk of an impending apocalypse, and Li Xian was among those who believed it. He had even been reluctant to attend school because of it. Later, after Li Xian awakened his extraordinary abilities, he was convinced that the end of the world was nigh and that it was his time to save the world and showcase his prowess. Song Linwei was uncertain about the situation and chose to fish for information. To his surprise, they had indeed caught something, but it was a shark that swallowed them whole. After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Sheng An, who showed little reaction. He then ventured to ask, What is the current situation? Xiao Xin. How do you plan to proceed? Sheng An replied, Doesn't he wish to save the world? Naturally, he will join us in our mission. She looked up at Li Xian, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Young man, how about joining us to save the world? Li Xian instinctively lifted his chin, an air of defiance on his face. He huffed, If you point a gun at me, I'm not so easily intimidated. Sheng An interjected with a faint smile, I'm informing you, not negotiating. Li Xin? He could hardly believe it, nearly leaping from his seat as he raised his voice. Hey woman, I am Iron Man, Superman. What is this attitude? Sheng An discerned his arrogance. This young man, even when apprehended, still believed himself to be remarkably impressive. It was understandable, after all, given his extraordinary abilities. However, Sheng An had little patience for such hubris displayed in her presence. She arched an eyebrow. Do you truly consider yourself Superman, endowed with special powers, destined for greatness, and distinct from all others? Li Xian remained silent, defiantly lifting his chin. The Song family attempted to pull him back, but he remained unmoved. He was indeed impressive. If the country sought to win him over, they should adopt a friendly demeanor and elevate him. How could they treat him with such disdain? Especially this woman before him. He was determined to make her bow down. Sheng An smiled slightly. Oh, you are mistaken. In truth, you are not remarkable at all. Merely a metal element ability user. When meteors descend, countless others with extraordinary powers will emerge globally. The elemental forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are not the most formidable. There are also ancestral and mutated abilities, as well as powers related to space, healing, darkness, and more. Li Xian's expression shifted slightly, yet he still held his head high. So what? They haven't appeared yet. Have they? I possess superpowers right now. Ah, this young man was rather quick-witted, wasn't he? Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Who said they haven't appeared? What do you think our Apocalypse Special Affairs Office is for? Beyond you, there are many other ability users. Water and fire users have already manifested. Li Xian stubbornly retorted. They are not as strong as I am. His fist clenched tightly, embodying the last remnants of youthful defiance and pride. Sheng An smiled gently. There are still quite a few reincarnators. Li Xian responded with confusion. What on earth? Are there truly reincarnators? SNT, that's something found only in novels and television dramas. Yet, Reincarnators seem to embody the essence of protagonists far more than those with supernatural abilities. Li Xian had to concede this point. A few days ago, a teammate named Zhang Yu joined their ranks, having returned from a year in the apocalypse. She possessed a vast space filled with fertile black soil suitable for cultivation. Sheng An spoke with a calm demeanor. Li Xian exclaimed. Sheng An continued, her eyes sparkling with delight. Oh, and there's another teammate named Li Wanyun, a reincarnated spatial ability user. Not only does she command an immense space, but she also began with a staggering 50 billion, currently aiding the nation in stockpiling supplies. Furthermore, there are other formidable unknown ability users. Our other team has mobilized entirely. Suddenly, a sound of shattering broke the air. Oh, that was merely the sound of the young man's fragile pride fracturing. Chapter 25. Sister Sheng. My only sister. He felt a tinge of grievance. How could this happen? He was an indestructible Iron Man. A superhero. How could he not be the protagonist? How could a multitude of reincarnators emerge? If they were all reincarnators, then who truly held the title of the world's protagonist? Li Xian was profoundly disappointed. Song's mother cast a worried glance his way, while Song's father remained composed, stating, "It is indeed time to temper his spirit, lest he become uncontrollable. This boy simply requires discipline." Previously, their encounters had been infrequent, allowing him to maintain a facade. However, with the emergence of supernatural abilities, Li Xian's Na'vi nature was laid bare. Afterward, he admonished Song Linlin and Li Huai Yututu as parents should know the importance of properly educating your children. Day by day, one cannot fathom what one is so occupied with. The two wished to retort, but as they opened their mouths, they fell silent once more. Li Huai cast a sharp glance at Li Xian. Hearing this, Sheng An nodded in agreement. Indeed, this young lad is in dire need of guidance. If you cannot manage him, handing him over to the state would be most fitting. Such an act now serves the nation. Should he commit any grave misdeeds, then handing him over to the state would signify. Li Xian was at a loss for words, but as the members of the Song family glared at him in unison, he had no choice but to relent. Subsequently, he shot a furtive glare at Sheng An, grinding his teeth in frustration. It was evident that he still viewed her with disdain. Sheng An feigned ignorance of his glare. As the vehicle entered the camp, Sheng An led her companions directly into the interrogation room. This chamber was unlike any other. It had been transformed by Hao Jingye the previous night, rendering it a unique interrogation space. Sheng An opened the door. At first glance, the room appeared stark and empty, yet it exuded an aura of the extraordinary, with walls and floors that were anything but ordinary. Sheng An gestured inside. Li Xian, please step in and wait. I need to speak with your family first, and I shall come for you shortly. Li Xian protested. Why must I stay in here alone? With a slight smile, Sheng An replied, because I said so. Upon finishing her statement, she raised her hand and swiftly pushed him inside. Enraged, Li Xian attempted to resist. Sheng An let out a cold laugh and lifted her hand. Bang! With a resounding crash, Li Xian was unceremoniously tossed into the room like a mere chick. In the next moment, Sheng An decisively shut the door. Inside, amidst the sounds of anguished cries, Li Xian exclaimed, Damn it! How can this woman possess such strength? Sheng An ignored his outburst and led the Song family in another direction. The members of the Song family exchanged glances, ultimately remaining silent. Li Xian indeed lacked proper upbringing. In the interrogation room, after enduring pain, Li Xian's gaze swept across the barren space. It was desolate, devoid of anything. Not even a light was illuminated. The door was tightly sealed, robust in appearance, making it seemingly impenetrable. Suddenly, Li Xian let out a cold laugh. Ha! Do they think that confining me would render me powerless? He realized that he was not as exceptional as he had envisioned. Yet, he understood that as long as he refrained from any actions, the state would not extinguish his life. This instinct remained intact. Thus, he would not passively remain there. If he were to wait here, it would imply that he had been subdued by that woman he had just encountered. Impossible, Li Xian smirked, a glint of cunning in his eyes. In an instant, his form transformed into that of a metallic being, ready to charge at the door. Ding! The lights flickered on. In that moment, he was abruptly drawn against the wall, pinned tightly. Li Xian? He struggled a couple of times, yet his body remained immobile, still pressed against the wall. Li Xian was bewildered. Simultaneously, from the four corners, the surveillance cameras relayed a calm voice from Sheng An. Who informed you that this is a magnet? The power of science, of which you are utterly ignorant, young man. You ought to read more. Li Xian. Damn, is this woman mocking him again? Suspended against the wall, he gritted his teeth and abruptly transformed back into a human. With a resounding crash, he hit the ground. Ouch! Li Xian let out a blood-curdling scream. His visage contorted in agony. His backside. After a while, he regained his composure. Glancing at the surveillance, he clenched his teeth, unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Thus, he approached the door. The door was neither locked nor made of metal. He attempted to manipulate it, but to no avail. Li Xian gritted his teeth, abruptly transforming his hands into metallic hammers, intending to strike the door. However, he was suddenly drawn upwards, suspended from the ceiling. Dazed once more, Li Xian blinked and glanced down, noting the solid ground 3 meters below him. If he were to fall, he would surely be crippled. Li Xian felt a surge of trepidation. He yelled at the surveillance camera in frustration. Sheng An, let me down now. Yet, there was no response from the monitor. In another room, Sheng An revealed a satisfied smile. What's going on? Song Linwei inquired, puzzled. Sheng An merely shook his head and cleared his throat. Nothing. Let us continue our discussion. In the interrogation room, Li Xian bellowed at the camera with all his might. Are you daring enough to never let me down? Let me down now. Half an hour later, through gritted teeth, Li Xian pleaded. Just let me down first, and we can discuss this calmly. One day, he would undoubtedly take revenge on that female antagonist. An hour later, Li Xian felt defeated. You can't possibly hang me for a lifetime, can you? Hey, Sheng An, are you even there? 2 hours later, Li Xian hung his head in despair. All right, I concede. Just tell me what you want. 3 hours later, Li Xian was in a state of utter hopelessness. Sheng An. For hours later, parched and weak, he muttered. I give up, Sheng An. 5 hours later, in a frail tone, he lamented. I was wrong, Sister Sheng, my only sister. Meanwhile, Sheng An conversed with the members of the Song family for quite some time. After the conclusion, she warmly invited them to join her for lunch. The Song family sensed Sheng An's demeanor and exchanged glances, feeling somewhat relieved. Her attitude was quite amiable, indicating that the nation regarded Li Xian favorably. Sheng An arranged for the Song family to tour the training grounds, dormitories, and dining hall, and also had someone explain the preparations the country was undertaking. This served as a morale booster, reassuring them about surrendering Li Xian to the state. After all, that young man was still a minor. Meanwhile, she and Hao Jingye busied themselves with other matters, seemingly forgetting about Li Xian altogether, as he was not mentioned at all. As night fell, Sheng An once again invited the Song family to dinner. After the meal, she wiped her mouth and smiled gently, saying, Let us go and see our Iron Man. Chapter 26. Sister, I was wrong when Sheng An opened the door. Li Xian felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. A full 6 hours had passed without food, water, or a bathroom break. Fortunately, he hadn't consumed anything, and his body had turned to metal. Otherwise, enduring such a long duration would have likely resulted in an unfortunate accident. Li Xian's state of mind was fracturing. He felt as if he had ceased to exist. When Sheng An entered, Li Xian hung silently, resembling a lifeless body. Hao Jingye whispered, Let us hope he has not gone. Sheng An, with an impassive expression, replied, Oh, then we should just drag him out and bury him. Wait! Li Xian suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide open. I'm still alive, not dead. Don't bury me. Sheng An was not at all surprised. After all, this young man was an ability user, specifically with metal abilities, making it rather improbable for him to perish so easily. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian exclaimed, You are going too far. Isn't the country trying to win me over? Why treat me this way? He did not comprehend. Sheng An corrected him. That is called gathering, not pulling. Gathering and pulling have entirely different meanings. The state apparatus is not afraid of these so-called heretics. Sheng An's objective has always been to gather them, rather than to win them over. Li Xian ground his teeth, his gaze filled with suppressed resentment. Sheng An inquired, "Do you not wish to come down?" Li Xian replied, as the saying goes, "Those who understand the times are the true heroes." Opening his mouth, he conceded, "Sister Sheng, I was wrong." Starving and parched, he felt on the verge of madness. Sheng An, somewhat satisfied, nodded, "All right, come down." Li Xian was taken aback. "You want me to come down directly? Without a mat?" If he had dared to leap down, he would have done so long ago. This was not a mere jump. He was suspended above, and if he transformed back into a human, it would mean plummeting face first. How could that end well? Sheng An assured him, "I will catch you." Li Xian cast a doubtful glance at Sheng An's slender arms and legs. Currently, he was hanging freely. At this height, he could jump down. Li Xian thought? At that moment, his mind was consumed with two words. What the hell? Why had he not thought of this sooner? He felt an urge to strike Sheng An and himself alike. Had he only considered this solution earlier, he would not have endured 6 hours of hanging. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian focused on restoring his legs to normal, freeing them from the grip. His legs naturally descended, soles facing down. Subsequently, his upper body returned to its normal state, and he began to fall. "Ah!" Li Xian instinctively cried out. Having been suspended for so long, his body suddenly dropped like a sack of flesh, limp and powerless, nearly crashing to the ground. Sheng An swiftly reached out to catch him, preventing a hard landing. Li Xian's foot touched the ground, his body leaning against Sheng An, breath coming in shallow gasps. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of reliability emanating from Sheng An, stirring an unexpected emotion within him. Sheng An, with an inscrutable expression, inquired, "So, can you stand on your own now?" Li Xian, taken aback, complied dutifully, feeling a rare flush of embarrassment. Hao Xingyuan, observing his newfound docility, nodded in satisfaction. "Li Xian, are you now able to cooperate with us for some examinations?" With a heavy heart, Li Xian remained silent, his gaze cast downward. A glance from Sheng An made him acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body, prompting him to raise his hand in surrender. "I'll cooperate, I will." He conceded obediently. The examination of Jiang Yu was relatively straightforward, given that her abilities stemmed from her bracelet. However, Li Xian's case was markedly different. He underwent thorough inspections both internally and externally multiple times, with 10 or so vials of blood drawn, various imaging scans conducted, and extensive metallic research performed. The process of administering these diverse tests alone required a day or two. Often, following the results of one examination, further research would be necessitated. This was not only the case for Li Xian but also pertained to the previous elemental practitioners. "What is the current situation?" Sheng An inquired. Within the laboratory ahead, Li Xian was visibly impatient, being directed to manipulate metal and conjure mechanical arms. Each time his patience wore thin, he could catch a glimpse of Sheng An's threatening gaze through the glass, compelling him to comply once more. This female antagonist was undeniably formidable. He resolved to bide his time. Beside him, Dr. Yan's eyes reflected a myriad of emotions, ultimately coalescing into a single remark. "Quite peculiar." "And how so?" Hao Xingyuan inquired, intrigued. Sheng An also turned her attention towards Dr. Yan. Dr. Yan perused the thick results in his hand, his expression grave. Similar to those two elemental beings, there existed a peculiar substance within their bodies, enveloping their blood and flesh. The special components found within the three of them shared similarities and differences, all being unknown entities. It is possible that with additional samples, more conclusive insights could be drawn. At present, it remains uncertain how they manipulate the elements, but it is undoubtedly linked to this unique substance. This extraordinary material affects their physical forms. Li Xian is somewhat more exceptional than the other two. While the latter can merely control and emit water and fire, Li Xian possesses the ability to transform into a metallic entity, merging metal with his body. Sheng An and Hao Xingyuan shared the same somber demeanor. Hao Xingyuan turned to Sheng An, opening his mouth to speak. "Sister Sheng." Sheng An took a deep breath and calmly replied, "Continue." Upon hearing this, Dr. Yan continued, "We have captured various comparative images of Li Xian in his metallic form and in his natural state, discovering that he seemingly utilizes the special substance to achieve this transformation. Furthermore, the examination results are numerous, yet most yield perplexities with few conclusions. The researchers, despite being among the elite in their field, remain baffled by the situation. After a lengthy discourse, Dr. Yen finally pressed his lips together. We shall persist in our research. With more samples, we may attain clearer conclusions. Additionally, we will request the transfer of more researchers. Sheng An nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. Xingyuan and the others will also cooperate. Standing outside, Sheng An and Hao Jingye lingered in silence until Hao Jingye finally remarked, "It seems rather peculiar." Sheng An gazed calmly at Xingyuan and slowly spoke. He has just awakened his extraordinary abilities, yet he is remarkably unique. According to the examination results, Xingyuan possesses an unimaginable mastery over metal. This is truly peculiar. Hao Jingye scratched his head, pondering. Everything suggests he has only recently acquired his powers. Dr. Yan's findings corroborate this. His body's unusual elements do not exceed those of the two elementalists associated with water and fire. However, his control over metal is unparalleled. Sheng An articulated each word with precision, as if he were already an exceptionally formidable adept. Current research indicates that elementalists ultimately gain command over their respective elemental forces. Xingyuan has already attained abilities that surpass the norm. Though he currently lacks education, once he fully comprehends the properties and composition of metals, his potential will be beyond imagination. This is not merely Iron Man. It is the ever-changing essence of metal. Hao Jingye inhaled sharply, filled with questions and uncertainty, ultimately transforming into a single thought. Could he truly be the Chosen One? Sheng An remained silent. The Chosen One?
Jiang Yugoslavia, Libanyun.
And now another Xingyuan. Regardless of whether they are reincarnated beings, they all possess something extraordinary. The vast space of Li Wanyun and Xingyuan's extraordinary command over metal. Indeed, more samples are necessary. Sheng An narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Countdown to the apocalypse. 17 days. In the interrogation room, Xingyuan dared not transform into a metallic being, instead curling his hands within his sleeves, crouching in the corner, exuding an air of utter helplessness. Sheng An stood impassively before him, unmoved. Song Linwei, recently awakened, was summoned and appeared somewhat bewildered. What is going on? What transpired? Chapter 27. Submission to the Nation. Sheng An remained expressionless, his tone devoid of emotion. Nothing much, merely that during the inspection, he rendered all the testing machines inoperable and nearly harmed a researcher. Song Linwei inhaled sharply. Xingyuan, crouching on the ground, protested with a hint of grievance. This cannot be blamed on me. That lab coat insisted I reach in to manipulate the gold element. They directed me this way and that, and I lost control for just a moment. The elements reacted violently, and the machines broke down. He spoke innocently, yet his voice diminished under Sheng An's steady gaze, becoming increasingly timid. Sheng An regarded him calmly, causing Xingyuan to instinctively avert his gaze. Observing this, Song Linwei could discern the truth. He understood Xingyuan well. It was evident that after a sleepless night and relentless inspections, Xingyuan had grown impatient. With Sheng An absent, he chose to act out defiantly. Ever since awakening his powers, this young man had fancied himself a destined hero, excessively arrogant. The destruction of the machines nearly injuring someone in the process. With this thought, he shot a fierce glare at Xingyuan. One must admit, Song Linwei's intuition was correct. Xingyuan, having spent the night without rest and now confined to the interrogation room, leaned against the wall, increasingly agitated. Coupled with an inexplicable sense of guilt, he decided to abandon all restraint, defiantly raising his chin and retorting, "I've already apologized to them. What more do you want? It's just a few broken machines. I can compensate for them, can't I?" His tone was remarkably obstinate. Upon hearing this, Song Linwei felt a pang of unease. Meanwhile, Sheng An couldn't help but chuckle. With a smile gracing her face and her eyes curving gently, she slowly began, "You intend to compensate, do you? Very well, let us settle the account." Hao Jingye swiftly flipped through his tablet, and soon after, he adjusted his glasses and stated, "Xingyuan, The equipment you have damaged is the latest specialized instrument of the laboratory, which is not available for sale outside. We will charge you at cost, totaling 97 million. How would you like to make the payment? Li Xian nearly leapt up in disbelief. Raising his voice incredulously, he exclaimed, "What on earth? Those items are worth 1 billion? What do you think?" Sheng An gazed at him. One must consider the consequences of their actions. Intentional destruction warrants compensation. Naturally, as you are a minor, I shall have to reach out to your guardian. His parents were businesspeople, reasonably affluent, yet not to the extent of possessing 1 billion. Furthermore, he had acted impulsively in destroying the equipment. How could he possibly face his family and demand they risk everything to make amends? Li Xian protested vehemently. "Why should I compensate? I was merely cooperating with your research, and any ensuing losses cannot be attributed to me." Sheng An replied, "If the losses were indeed a result of your cooperation, you would not bear the blame. However, these machines were deliberately damaged by you, and you nearly harmed someone in the process. This is an exceptionally grave matter. I had no idea they were so fragile. I merely extracted the metal inside." "Oh, it appears you are admitting to intent. In that case, the 97 million can be sought from the Song family." "Sheng An, you assert that it amounts to over 90 million just like that? How can one ascertain if the price is inflated? What grounds do you have for this? Rest assured, we shall provide a quotation when it comes time for compensation." Li Xian ground his teeth in anger. The apocalypse is imminent, the world is on the brink of destruction, and yet there is talk of compensation. With his fists clenched tightly, his teeth ground together in frustration, he felt an overwhelming urge to lash out. Moreover, he was indeed guilty of deliberate destruction, which only fueled his rage and unease. At that moment, Sheng An reiterated, "Li Xian, one must always consider the consequences of their actions." Suddenly, Li Xian's shoulders slumped. "Oh, and how do you propose I repay this?" Sheng An replied with a bemused smile. What could he possibly offer? As a 16-year-old minor, his pockets were virtually empty. The only time he had any substantial amount was during the new year, yet even that would soon dwindle. 97 million? It would be a challenge for him to produce even 970. After pondering for a while, he suddenly said, "How about I write an IOU? The end of the world was approaching. Even if he penned an IOU, who would honor it after the apocalypse? At that point, money would lose its value." Li Xian's eyes sparkled at the brilliance of the idea. Sheng An smiled slightly. "Li Xian, do you think I am foolish?" Li Xian's enthusiasm dimmed. The light in his eyes extinguished as he felt deflated. However, Sheng An suddenly spoke up. 3 months. What? Li Xian was bewildered. Sheng An stepped forward, slowly approaching him before crouching down to meet his gaze. Her voice calm. "You will work for the country for 3 months, and after that, the 97 million will be wiped clean. What do you think?" Her tone was serene, yet her eyes were filled with persuasion. "Work for 3 months?" Sheng An's voice was low and contemplative, equivalent to 30 million a month, with provisions for food, accommodation, and clothing. Such remuneration is beyond even what Iron Man could hope for. Do you still find it lacking? Sheng An smiled gently, nodding in affirmation. Behind her, Xingyuan instinctively took a step back, feeling as though Sister Sheng was digging a deep pit ahead. Li Xian's eyes darted, and he continued, "Then I still want." Sheng An rose, her expression icy. "Song Lin Wei, let us discuss the matter of compensation." "Wait." Li Xian grasped her garment, pouting in frustration. "Truly, must you be so cold-hearted?" I agree, is that sufficient? This woman is impossible to negotiate with. It's merely 3 months, after all." Li Xian's thoughts were quite clear. Having already been apprehended by the state, with his parents under Sheng An's control, escape was not an option. Working for 3 months hardly seemed too arduous. He had assumed Sheng An would insist he join the post-apocalyptic Special Operations Division. Just 3 months could be manageable, Li Xian emphasized. "Are we in agreement?" Sheng An nodded. "A promise is a promise. I fear you may falter, so let us draft a contract." Li Xian hurriedly nodded in compliance. Sheng An regarded him intently. "Li Xian, what is it? Is there something else?" Sheng An coldly cast her gaze upon his grasping hand at her garment. a slight smile playing on her lips. Shouldn't you release your hold? Song Linwei witnessed the entire exchange, rubbing his temples in exasperation. This foolish boy. Does he truly believe it is merely a straightforward 3 months? With only 18 days remaining until the apocalypse, these final days before the end, along with the subsequent 2 months, are the most perilous and critical. Sheng An has grasped the significance of this time. The foolish boy remains blissfully unaware, delighting in the notion that he need only endure 3 months. Moreover, Song Linwei discreetly cast a glance at Sheng An. She did not strike him as the type who would release someone after merely 3 months. Song Linwei discerned this truth, yet chose to remain silent. Through the insights gleaned from an entire day's discussion yesterday, their family had resolved to surrender Li Xingyuan to the state. Rather than risk his unpredictable actions, it seemed wiser to entrust him to the governance of the nation. His uniqueness ensured that the state would not allow him to meet his demise. Furthermore, Sheng An had even insisted that he, as the uncle, witness the process of luring Li Xingyuan, reflecting a commendable degree of sincerity. How Xingyuan drafted the contract while Sheng An sat beside him, and Li Xingyuan occupied the chair opposite. How Xingyuan stated, Li Xingyuan, you have caused damages to laboratory equipment amounting to 97 million. You will work to repay this debt over a period of 3 months. After 3 months, the debt will be absolved. However, should you fail to fulfill this obligation, he glanced expectantly at the 2 individuals, evidently uncertain about the subsequent clauses. Li Xingyuan, with his chin raised defiantly, scoffed. S&T at just 3 months? If I can't manage it, I'll repay the money. Sheng An shot him a sidelong glance, the corners of her mouth curling upward. 3 months from now, who knows what the world will look like? Do you truly believe it will be easy to obtain the money you have now? If you fail to comply, you need not repay a single penny. She had carefully dug such a pit. How could she possibly allow him the chance to renege when the apocalypse arrived? This boy, still a minor, was immature and capricious. So what? Li Xingyuan queried, genuinely perplexed. He could not fathom how the contract could be structured to contain him. In the midst of chaos in a world on the brink of apocalypse, he stands as a formidable superhero, possessing terrifying powers. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could whisk his family away, leaving others powerless to intervene. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Xingyuan chuckled to himself. When the time comes, he would undoubtedly make that woman kneel and beg for mercy. With a playful glint in her phoenix-like eyes, Sheng An spoke slowly, declaring that if Li Xingyuan failed to fulfill his promises, he would be unworthy of the title of hero. A faithless coward, a worthless promise-breaker, a monster to be vanquished by Ultraman, an adversary of Iron Man, and ultimately a defeated foe of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Bureau. Chapter 28. How cruel you are, Li Xingyuan. What? How Xingyuan and Song Linwei? Is this a means to coerce Li Xingyuan? As the two pondered this, the next moment, Li Xingyuan erupted. How cruel you are. This woman had struck a nerve, clearly presenting a serious threat to him. In dealing with someone as self-absorbed as he was, one had to employ equally absurd tactics. Curses of ill fate might not even register with him, yet the thought of losing his dignity was intolerable for someone who aspired to be a superhero. Sheng An, with an air of calmness, tilted her head and asked, "Will you sign?" Li Xingyuan's expression fluctuated between hues of green and white. Ultimately, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth to utter a single word. Sign. The agreement was finalized in duplicate. As Li Xingyuan poised to sign, a sudden frown crossed his face as he eyed Sheng An with suspicion. You aren't setting a trap for me, are you? Did you already know I would sabotage the equipment? How Xingyuan, you finally figured it out. Song Linwei. This child's mind still has potential. Sheng An blinked innocently. How could that be? Wasn't it you who destroyed the equipment? How could I possibly scheme against this? You're overthinking it. Really? Indeed. Sheng An shrugged, her expression one of feigned innocence. Li Xingyuan snorted, lifting his chin slightly. That's true. I am not so easily deceived. With that, he nonchalantly signed his service contract. No, it was a labor contract. Observing this, a smirk crept across Sheng An's lips. This overly dramatic youth was evidently not so easily tamed. Relying solely on threats would be futile. He seemed oblivious to other matters. It would be wiser to dig a pit for him to fall into first. He likely believed it was merely 3 months, enduring would suffice. However, once on board, there would be no escape. Did she not stay vigilant all night and recognize that his patience was wearing thin? Satisfied, Sheng An tucked away the agreement, signifying that their department had gained another member. Though he was a juvenile with a flair for theatrics and a talent for gold-related abilities, he still possessed some merit. Xingyuan lounged in his chair, legs crossed, a defiant expression adorning his face. Go ahead. What do you require of me? Let me make it clear, I am exceptionally powerful. If it's just trivial matters, spare me the trouble of intervening. They lack challenge. His face radiated arrogance, as if awaiting someone to plead with him. Afterward, he turned his gaze toward Song Linwei. Sheng An stated, now, let us discuss the conditions for Mr. Song's joining us. Song Linwei was taken aback. Xingyuan inquired, what? His expression was one of bewilderment. What do you mean? You want my uncle to join the Special Affairs Department? Sheng An lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her demeanor calm. Yes, I extend an invitation to Mr. Song to join our Doomsday Special Affairs Department as a member of Group B. She seemed oblivious to the monumental impact of her words, leaving even Hao Jingye somewhat astonished. After a lengthy pause, Song Linwei finally spoke. I am not an aberration, nor do I possess any extraordinary abilities, and I am certainly not a reincarnate. Sheng An shook her head, gazing intently at him with earnest eyes. The Apocalypse Special Affairs Bureau aims to gather aberrations, but the ultimate goal is to combat the impending doom. Of course, it requires more than just aberrations. We need individuals capable of contributing their strengths. Unfortunately, the number of intelligent minds I seek is scarce, and you are one of them. Sheng An was unaware of the origins of these aberrations, yet the few she had encountered were increasingly eccentric, each brimming with distinct personalities. When such individuals were gathered, conflicts were inevitable. Moreover, without sharp minds, their capabilities could not be fully realized. She needed astute individuals to help them unleash their utmost potential. Hao Jingye was one, and so was Song Linwei. Song Linwei fell silent, while Xingyuan wore a peculiar expression. Leaning forward, he could not help but interject. Hey, don't think that just because you've recruited my uncle, I'll join your ranks. Sheng An regarded him with an impassive expression, replying, oh, I never intended for you to join. You are merely a contract worker. It is your uncle who possesses the talents I seek. Therefore, young man, please maintain your silence, if you would. Xingyuan? He found himself engulfed in existential doubt. Was it truly not an attempt to recruit him, but rather to invite his uncle? Was he truly so devoid of value? Sheng An turned her focus back to Song Linwei, her gaze unwavering. So, Mr. Song, do you wish to join us? Song Linwei appeared lost in thought. It was evident that Sheng An placed great importance on him, and this was not merely due to familial ties. He could sense all of this. He just never anticipated that even with the impending apocalypse, he would still be regarded with such importance. This feeling stirred a complex array of emotions within him. In truth, the knowledge of the approaching end, coupled with the awareness of countless superhumans emerging in the future, left him feeling quite unsettled. He pondered whether the absence of supernatural abilities would render him devoid of worth. However, Sheng An assured him that even in the absence of such powers, he remained immensely valuable. Such recognition was exceedingly rare and deeply moving for him. Was there really any hesitation? It was not solely about Sheng An's trust. The Special Affairs Department for the Apocalypse was no ordinary place. It was a high-level agency established by the state, directly affiliated with the highest echelons of national authority, and one of the most pivotal entities in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Once the end arrived, the nation would combat the crisis, and aligning oneself with the government's efforts would offer the greatest chance of survival. This was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Moreover, to be part of such a unique department and to strive alongside someone like Sheng An on the front lines against the impending doom, was he not eager for that? Song Linwei's breath quickened, and his voice grew hoarse as he declared, All right, I will join. Sheng An smiled and extended his hand, saying, Welcome, my comrade. Song Linwei reciprocated, grasping Sheng An's hand gently, and murmured, Thank you, Team Leader Sheng. Their hands clasped in mid-air, imbued with a sense of unexplainable ritual. Xingyuan stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sight. This self-proclaimed child of destiny, a superhero, appeared utterly flabbergasted. So, was this Iron Man truly outmatched by his uncle, a mere mortal? His uncle was a formal member with a designated position, while he himself was merely a contract worker. Holding that 3-month contract, Li Xian felt an unprecedented sense of confusion. Where was the promised Iron Man? Where were the superheroes destined to save the world? Why did it differ so greatly from his expectations? Sheng An turned to Song Linwei and proposed, "How about arranging employment for your parents and your sister and brother-in-law? Consider it a benefit of your joining us." She smiled with a profound meaning. Song Linwei was momentarily taken aback, but upon meeting Sheng An's gaze, he suddenly understood. He smiled. All right. This was indeed a benefit for him, yet it was not for his own sake. In a matter of moments, his grandparents, parents, and uncle were all given jobs in this apocalyptic world, and it was evident that they were all formal positions. Meanwhile, Li Xian, the Iron Man, remained beside them, bewilderedly clutching his 3-month contract. Unable to contain his anxiety, he inquired, "What about me? What will I do?" Sheng An finally turned her gaze towards him and replied with a slight smile, "First, attend classes." Li Xian exclaimed, "What?" Chapter 29. Awakening abilities requires learning. Li Xian doubted his own hearing. Ever since he awakened his powers, his first thought had been to drop out of school. From that moment on, he believed that education had no relevance to him. The apocalypse was approaching. Who would still be concerned with studying? Li Xian erupted, "Hey Sheng An, get this straight. The apocalypse is coming. The end of the world is upon us. What is there to learn? A poor student cannot bear to hear the word study." Song Linwei frowned and admonished, "Li Xian, how can you speak like that? Show some respect. Haven't you been taught manners? Address her as team leader Sheng." Li Xian pouted, clearly disapproving, while Sheng An remained unfazed by the issue of titles. She simply gazed at Li Xian, offering a faint smile. "Do you think that, after awakening your abilities, you can forego learning?" Sheng An remarked, "Are you under the impression that studying serves no purpose? Is that not the case?" Li Xian's defiant expression was laced with disdain. The knowledge he had acquired seemed utterly useless, especially with the impending apocalypse. How could it possibly hold any value? Wasn't it merely a waste of time? Moreover, with the end of days upon them, what place would there be for schools? Sheng An stroked her chin, nodding thoughtfully. "Indeed, you make a valid point." In the growing arrogance reflected in Li Xian's eyes, she chuckled, "But that applies to others. When the apocalypse arrives, others may temporarily set aside their studies, but you cannot." "Why?" Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Sheng An raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly, "Because you are a metal-type ability user." Li Xian responded with confusion. "Does being a metal-type ability user necessitate learning? The Research Institute has already provided your report. You are likely aware that you can manipulate metals and even transform your body into metal, much like when you previously became a small golden figure." Sheng An handed him a thick stack of examination reports and continued, "However, due to your limited knowledge and lack of understanding of the elements, you can currently only utilize existing metals or convert them into the most basic metallic elements. This limitation prevents you from harnessing their full potential, resulting in a significant shortfall in combat effectiveness. In other words, you must quickly familiarize yourself with and master all metallic elements." Sheng An gazed deeply at him. Li Xian felt somewhat bewildered, yet a flicker of understanding began to dawn. He muttered, "But I can just transform directly." He transforms directly. What knowledge or understanding of metallic elements is required? Why must one grasp the essence of metals? How Xingyuan could no longer endure the conversation, rolling his eyes. "Let me rephrase that. Do you understand why the metallic components you embody are predominantly Cu and O, with a trace of Fe?" Li Xian instinctively shook his head. "Because you are only familiar with these few common elements." How Xingyuan exclaimed, throwing up his hands. "There is no such thing as a direct transformation. Every change is rooted in an understanding of materials. The elements within your body enable you to manipulate all surrounding metals. However, if you wish to transmute your body into metal rather than merely donning armor crafted from nearby metals, you must comprehend the elements." Sheng An leaned forward, meeting his gaze directly. "Do you truly not wish to learn? Once you master this, you will be able to shift into various metallic states at will. manifesting different colors in diverse environments through different metallic forms. Li Xian's eyes lit up. Wow, does that mean I could not only become Iron Man but also a chameleon? Sheng An replied, moreover, you can utilize various metals in different battles based on their properties, sometimes as malleable as clay, at other times as unyielding as steel. You could even take flight. Fly? Li Xian was astonished. You mean I could actually soar? Yes, indeed. Certain metals are remarkably lightweight, and with the assistance of magnetic fields and your allies, you can minimize the effects of gravity, enabling you to ascend directly into the skies. Sheng An paused momentarily before speaking in a soft tone. Certainly, you could also suddenly alter your metallic composition when others target you. If, for instance, I had attacked you with Aqua Regia yesterday and you transformed the metals within you to tantalum or iridium, I would have been unable to capture you. Li Xian's eyes gleamed like light bulbs, and he held his breath, eagerly inquiring, is that truly possible? Indeed, Sheng An affirmed. Li Xian leaned forward, meeting her gaze, swallowing hard. Are you genuinely willing to teach me how to shapeshift and to fly? To soar through the skies? What a dream for countless youth enamored with martial arts and fantasy. Moreover, the last time this woman had apprehended him so effortlessly, it had left a psychological scar. If he could indeed transform as she suggested, wouldn't that make him invincible? Invincible! What a splendid notion! Li Xian's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Sheng An smiled, her voice laced with temptation, of course. Although you are merely a contract worker, during the duration of your contract, the state will tailor a learning program for you, assisting you in enhancing your abilities and better utilizing your metallic powers. You will become a model for future metallic power users. Li Xian's heart raced with exhilaration. He even contemplated that had this woman revealed such information to him sooner, he might have already considered aligning himself with the state. I will learn, he declared with unwavering resolve. Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. She then took several sheets of paper from Xingyuan and laid them out before Li Xian. You will need to focus on mastering mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Mathematics serves as the foundation to better comprehend the other two subjects. Physics is intended to enhance one's capabilities, while chemistry, needless to say, serves to deepen understanding. This is a provisional list of the textbooks you are expected to study. Li Xian cast a glance over the densely packed titles, feeling overwhelmed to the point of exasperation. Must I truly study all of this? At that moment he felt somewhat dazed. Indeed, much of this content will only be accessible to you during your undergraduate, graduate, or even doctoral studies. However, fear not, for you have a team of specialized instructors who will swiftly bridge the gaps in your knowledge and focus on the essentials. Sheng An presented another sheet of paper, adorned with the names of distinguished professors and academic luminaries. These individuals will become your mentors, crafting a personalized learning plan for you. Li Xian was left speechless, staring blankly at the sheets of paper. Before he could fully comprehend the information, Sheng An produced yet another document, placing it atop the others with a gentle smile. This is your current schedule. Classes in the morning, assessments at noon, training in the afternoon, and further classes in the evening. Your teaching team will adjust the following day's curriculum and lesson plans based on your assessment reports and training outcomes. Moreover, you shall become a model for future practitioners of the Golden System. Li Xian glanced at the schedule, which outlined only the first 3 days. Waking at 6 a.m., retiring at midnight, and with a total rest time of no more than half an hour throughout the day, aside from meals. It was indeed a timetable that would bring tears to the eyes of even the most steadfast canine. Li Xian blinked, his expression one of bewilderment. Multiple instructors for a single student? Would he be unable to daydream or doze off during class? Sheng An, by the way, your grandparents are also among your instructors. One specializes in mathematics while the other excels in chemistry. Coincidentally, your uncle can also serve as one of your physics teachers. Li Xian. So, their role is simply to educate him? Sheng An, with over a dozen expert instructors dedicated to your learning, of course, if that doesn't satisfy you, we could even arrange a 100-member teaching team solely focused on you. Li Xian. A 100-member teaching team. He doesn't want that. Sheng An, your parents will also be working at the camp, ensuring your mental and physical well-being, as well as monitoring your academic progress. Li Xian. A terrifying image of his parents overseeing his studies fills his mind. Sheng An, the apocalypse is approaching. You may not be able to enter your third year of high school, but your efforts will be no less than those of your peers. Young man, persevere. You are capable, I believe in you. Upon hearing this, Xingyuan felt darkness closing in, and he stumbled backward. Sheng An, expressionless. Quickly, summon the doctors for rescue. There's no need to send him to the hospital, it would waste time. Class starts in half an hour. Xingyuan.
Chapitre 30. À Elish Existence Midnight.
After attending classes all afternoon, Xingyuan felt utterly dizzy, to the point of nausea. After all, he was a struggling student. In the past, during lessons, he often slacked off. There were so many students that he could occasionally zone out or doze off without attracting the teacher's attention, simply lost in the crowd. But now, dozens of eyes were fixed upon him. In the past, the teachers would randomly call on students, making it rare for him to be singled out. However, at present, all the inquiries are directed solely at him. The teachers, pressed for time, compel him to concentrate intensely, absorbing information at an overwhelming pace. Xingyuan feels as though he is on the brink of madness. Is this not akin to the pressures of the final year of high school? It is 100 times more terrifying, a hellish existence. His grandparents are such loving individuals, particularly his grandmother, who normally dotes on her precious grandson with such affection. Yet now, just moments before class, she was gentle. 10 minutes later, she transformed into a fearsome witch, launching a terrifying assault upon him. In the past, look, my grandson is such a fine young man, so obedient and spirited. Now, what on earth is wrong with you? I've repeated myself thrice and you still haven't grasped it. You are no longer my grandson. And then there is his grandfather. That is truly frightening. Xingyuan has finally come to deeply understand why the students at his grandfather's school refer to him as one of the 4 great masters of dread. Indeed, it is utterly terrifying. The power of such teachers is an experience one would hope to avoid for a lifetime. Furthermore, there is a group of so-called experts and researchers, wielding their self-authored textbooks, subjecting him to inhumane psychological torment. It is nothing short of a nightmare. Xingyuan cannot fathom why things have come to this. He constantly yearns to give up. Yet, his parents resemble 2 small whips, occasionally circling around, and at the slightest hint of rebellion, they swiftly suppress him. The notions of becoming stronger and soaring high appear as 2 tantalizing carrots dangling ahead. His parents act as 2 sticks prodding from behind. Hence, he becomes the donkey caught in between, forced to march forward, enduring such torment. At one point, he even contemplated that perhaps if he had not awakened his extraordinary abilities, it might not be so bad. The teachers all urge him to retire to bed early. He was utterly exhausted, yet sleep eluded him. He had to meet someone, another member of the Doomsday Special Affairs team, Group B, Xingyuan. Who is Xingyuan? She is the possessor of a rebirth space. Even though Xingyuan considered himself the child of destiny, he could not deny that Xingyuan was the daughter of fate. Rebirth space, the ability to cultivate. She epitomizes the quintessential protagonist of a novel. How remarkable is that? Though he kept his admiration to himself, his heart swelled with a mix of envy and reverence, and he eagerly anticipated meeting Xingyuan, yearning to witness the legendary figure in person. Meanwhile, Xingyuan had spent the entire day operating tractors and seeders, her mind inundated with the principles of agronomy from academician Zhou and others, leaving her covered in dirt and grime. At that moment she felt dizzy and lethargic, longing to collapse into a deep slumber. But she could not. She had to meet the new member, Xingyuan. Xingyuan forced her eyes wide open, striving to remain alert, hoping to see clearly when the time came. After all, he was a metal-based ability user. In her previous life, Xingyuan had been an ordinary person. She understood the lofty status and immense strength of ability users. A metal-based ability user? That was an extraordinarily potent power, capable of manipulating metals with unparalleled prowess. Not to mention, Xingyuan was exceptionally unique. He was an anomaly who had awakened his abilities even before the apocalypse, and it was rumored that he could already transform into a metallic form. This capability was reserved for advanced ability users. Sheng An had approached her to gather information, and naturally, she had learned about Xingyuan's situation in the process. Having just awakened his abilities, yet possessing the extraordinary talent of metal transformation. One could only speculate how formidable he would become after the apocalypse, when the meteor fragments arrived. Surely, he would emerge as the astonishing child of destiny. As Jiang Yu contemplated, she quickened her pace, eager to encounter the future magnate. The two of them floated down the corridor like phantoms, lost in thought yet hastening their steps, until they collided. The youth who ran into her raised his voice in anger, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Can't you watch where you're going?" Initially, Jiang Yu intended to apologize, but instead, she scoffed, "You are the one who should watch where you're going. Clearly, you bumped into me first. What a brat. What are you doing here anyway?" Li Xian was anxious to see Jiang Yu, having finished his class quite late. He worried she might have already gone to bed, which only heightened his urgency. Thus, when this woman referred to him as a brat, he was instantly incensed. Self-proclaimed as a destined hero, he abhorred being called a child, as it struck a nerve with him. Li Xian retorted, "I was about to ask you the same. Who do you think you are, looking so filthy? Are you some sort of janitor? You stink." Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at Li Xian. You. Which staff member brought this insolent child? You can hardly walk straight. Are you glued to your phone? Leave this place at once, or I'll have someone drag you out." She certainly had the authority to make such threats. Apart from the pressure to study, her country had treated her exceptionally well, providing her with everything she desired. "Drag me out?" Li Xian laughed heartily. "You think you can have someone drag me out? I am a key figure here. No one would dare to remove me. It's you who should be dragged out." Jiang Yu replied, "What kind of child is this so audacious? Ha! I am protected by the state. I have their backing." Neither of them yielded an inch, their eyes locked in a fierce stare, unwavering in their confrontation. "The nation still supports me. I am indeed the child of destiny, a member of the Special Affairs Bureau." "Wait, heretic? Member of the Doomsday Special Affairs Bureau?" Both paused, their eyes flashing with confusion and shock. Jiang Yu tentatively inquired, "What kind of heretic are you?" Li Xian hesitated, lowering his voice, "A metal element ability user." "And you?" Jiang Yu replied, "A space reborn." Both exclaimed simultaneously, "You are Jiang Yu, Li Xian?" In that moment, the world fell silent. Chapter 31. An opportunity for zero-cost purchases. Li Xian observed Jiang Yu, who was covered in dirt, as if she had been through a rough ordeal. Her eyes were darkened, and her face bore traces of sweat, resembling someone who had labored in the fields all day. Jiang Yu scrutinized Li Xian, who appeared utterly exhausted, his own eyes shadowed, and spirit waning, reminiscent of a high school senior or a graduate student buried in studies under immense pressure. "This is not what I envisioned. How could you be like this?" They both questioned each other simultaneously. After a moment, Jiang Yu offered a rueful smile, "It's due to studying." Li Xian, wearing a mask of despair, echoed, "Studying." Their gazes locked, and in each other's eyes, they discerned complexity. "So, you too must study," Li Xian murmured. At that moment, his emotions were a tangled web. One moment, he felt sympathy for Jiang Yu, the next, he pitted himself along with a bewildering sense of satisfaction. Jiang Yu felt similarly disheartened. With her head hung low, her voice was weak. "It's not just studying. I have to learn many subjects related to agriculture." Li Xian, "I aspire to master the subjects of mathematics, physics, and chemistry, yet I find myself a mere underachiever in the second year of high school. They expect me to leap directly into a doctoral program. Who hasn't faced such challenges? The plethora of videos and books is overwhelming, like mountains upon mountains. The textbooks are stacked high, one pile after another. You may think your situation is dire, but I have a cadre of teachers, an entire research institute focusing solely on me. Yet, I still lament my fate. I have a team of lecturers scrutinizing my every study session. A lecturer team? To students, it is akin to a devilish presence. My plight is even worse. I must not only study but also engage in agricultural tasks, operating tractors and seeders daily, alongside installing irrigation systems. My suffering is profound. The complexities of mathematics, physics, and chemistry are so profound that each symbol feels suffocating, as if they could drive one to despair. I am the most unfortunate. I am the most unfortunate." The two transitioned from a contest of superiority to a comparison of woes, growing increasingly animated in their discourse. Eventually, they found themselves in tears. Xingyuan. Sister, I assent at the duty of those with extraordinary abilities in the gold department to save the world and flaunt their prowess? How is it that my unawakened powers lead to a more arduous high school existence? Zhang, dear brother, isn't the purpose of space to stockpile goods? Perhaps cultivate some vegetables and fruits, ensuring a better life post-apocalypse. Why must it be so grim? Sister, brother, both, with tears streaming down their faces, exclaimed in unison. This is not at all what the novels portray. At that moment, Xingyuan seemed to have an epiphany. He suddenly released Zhang, fixing her with an intense gaze and lowering his voice. Sister, do you not wish to rebel? Zhang paused, then felt a surge of inspiration. She too lowered her voice. How do we rebel? Xingyuan gritted his teeth. We can. At that moment, the dormitory door beside them suddenly swung open, and instinctively the two turned to look. Sheng An, clad in her pajamas, retained her striking beauty, yet her expression remained sharp and cold, sending a chill down their spines. As her gaze swept over them, they instinctively straightened up, as if caught by the disciplinary director for skipping class. She took a couple of steps forward, leaning against the half-open door, and regarded them with a slight smile. Aren't you two asleep yet? You seem to be in great spirits. Perhaps I should suggest to the teachers to increase the intensity tomorrow. Ah, Zhang replied. I'm feeling tired. I'll be asleep shortly. Xingyuan added. The intensity is already sufficient. I'll be sleeping soon. Bang, bang. Two sounds echoed as their room door was shut, plunging them into silence. Inside, the computer displayed a flickering screen, indicating an ongoing video call. Xingyuan, what's up? Xingyuan flashed a grin and remarked, it seems the Special Operations Department is quite challenging to manage. Not too bad. How about your side? Sheng An countered. While Zhang and Xingyuan lamented outside, Sheng An was engaged in a conversation with the counterpart from Country M. She was unconcerned about Team O, but she always kept an eye on Li Wanyun, inquiring about the progress and when Li Wanyun and Team O would return. She was indifferent to Group A, yet both Qi Lingwu and Li Wanyun from Team O were her team members. Upon hearing this, Wanyuan's expression turned complex as he sighed. Li Wanyun certainly has a vast space and is genuinely useful. But Sheng An, she is indeed a handful. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Wanyuan chuckled bitterly. She is exceedingly reckless and audacious, contacting local guides upon her arrival and insisting on purchasing supplies with vast sums of money, without a hint of discretion. Sheng An was not the least surprised, letting out a light laugh. She has always been this way, which is precisely why I entrusted her to you, so you could safeguard her. Were it not for Team Zero being in Country M, Sheng An would never have permitted Li Wanyun to venture out. The girl is utterly oblivious to the fact that each nation is particularly wary of foreigners, especially given the tense relations with Country M. Furthermore, even disregarding that factor, her blatant expenditure on supplies would undoubtedly draw attention. Wanyuan sighed. Alas, we have been trailing after her daily. She has nearly been spotted several times, and it has been we who resolved those situations, leaving Team Qi at a loss for words. After all, she possesses a spatial advantage. Sheng An, feeling reassured by them, continued to inquire about the arms. What progress has been made? At the mention of this, Wanyuan perked up, a smile gracing her lips. It would be ready shortly. A batch had already been sold to her at a low price, amounting to perhaps less than 1% of its true value. If we sell her a bit more, even she, in her foolishness, ought to take notice. In truth, the money Li Wanyun provided could never procure even 1%. She is merely relying on her ignorance of weaponry. However, she has begun to notice us. Team Qi deliberately provoked her, inciting her ire. This girl is indeed bold, recently purchasing supplies while keeping a watchful eye. As soon as she completes her purchases, we shall stage a performance for her. Wanyuan chuckled mischievously. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. What sort of performance? Chapter 32. Is romance always so subtle? This indeed aligns with Li Wanyun's sentiments. It was then that she was destined to meet Li Wanyun. In this world, nothing comes without a cost. If everything unfolds seamlessly, and blessings descend from the heavens at will, then It is highly probable that someone is digging a pit for you. Sheng An chuckled lightly, advising, be cautious, do not harm her, but also guard against self-harm. That girl is capable of murder. Unlike Jiang Yu, Li Wanyun is undoubtedly ruthless. Upon mentioning her name, his expression soured. Sister Sheng, why not contact Captain Qi directly? Ever since you last reached out to us, he has been constantly on call. Sheng An smiled. Isn't contacting you the proper protocol? Yuan Wan is responsible for communications, while Team Zero carries out missions externally. Their correspondence should indeed follow this protocol. Although she is quite eager to meet Qi Linggu, there is no urgency. Yuan Wan pouted. The world is about to change. Why adhere to protocols? Captain Qi has been with me these past few days, and now that he is out on a mission, you conveniently reach out to us. After several days without contact from Sheng An, the one time she does, Qi Linggu happens to be unavailable. This is truly. Yuan Wan could already envision Captain Qi's reaction upon returning. With this thought, he couldn't help but sigh. These individuals have long surrendered their lives to their homeland, and few seek companionship, as they are acutely aware that they may not witness another dawn. The fate of those who wrap their bodies in the skin of horses and stain the mission with their blood culminates in becoming one among the countless martyrs' monuments, standing resolutely upon the land they valiantly defended. Each farewell may potentially be the last. The relationship between Sheng An and Qi Linggu is unexpectedly poignant, akin to flowers blossoming upon desiccated bones, evoking a profound sense of heartache. Throughout the year, their encounters are scarce, particularly after Sheng An's reassignment from Team Zero. A fleeting moment of disorientation flickers in Sheng An's eyes. Upon hearing this, Wan Yuan immediately radiates a beaming smile, illuminated by the sun's brilliance. Indeed, they can once again fight side by side. Even in the face of impending doom, with trusted comrades by their side, they remain unafraid. Wan Yuan, momentarily taken aback, appears somewhat bewildered. Is this not common knowledge? Why emphasize it? Even after the call ended, Wan Yuan remained perplexed by Sheng An's words. Upon meeting Qi Linggu, he recounted their conversation in detail, including the final remark. Hearing about the missed call, Qi's lips momentarily tightened, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Yet, upon hearing the last statement, his features softened, and a smile gradually emerged. Wan Yuan, perplexed, asked, Qi, what does Sister Shang's last sentence mean? Is there some hidden meaning? Or is she trying to convey something? Anxiety suddenly surged within him. Qi Linggu glanced at him, paused for a moment, then pressed his lips together, slowly responding, it's nothing. That statement is unrelated to the mission. His voice, husky and magnetic, belied his good spirits, perceptible to those who knew him well. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Wan Yuan stood there, bewildered, murmuring, unrelated to the mission? Wait. He seemed to have recalled something. His pupils trembled, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is romance now so subtle? The single man was utterly perplexed and expressed his astonishment. Li Wanyun was enjoying a hamburger by the roadside. While procuring supplies in the M country was indeed exhilarating, the food left much to be desired, making her long for the diverse delicacies of her homeland. However, this trip was worthwhile. The thought of the substantial amount of resources she had acquired, along with her stockpile in her space, filled her with uncontainable joy, almost prompting her to leap with excitement. Yet, she restrained herself. Moreover, this journey not only secured essential supplies, but also allowed her to acquire the coveted weapons of fervor. Admittedly, due to their high price, she could not purchase many. What did this signify? It implied the possibility of amassing a significant arsenal of advanced weaponry. With a fortress-like abode, abundant food supplies, and a plethora of weapons, coupled with her spatial abilities, who could possibly rival her? In this apocalyptic world, no one would dare to offend her. Contemplating her vast possessions, unknown to others, she could no longer hold back and let out a soft chuckle. A few passers-by cast curious glances her way, but Li Wanyun paid them no heed. Truly, she was the chosen one. Rebirth aside, everything she desired came to fruition effortlessly, as if she were endowed with extraordinary fortune. What else could such serendipity signify but destiny? This smooth sailing would surely continue into the apocalypse. allowing her to live an extraordinary life. With a hamburger in hand, Li Wanyun laughed uncontrollably on the street. Not far away, team member Zero remarked, "Fool. Countdown to the apocalypse. 16 days. Sheng An inquired, "How is it?" Sheng An nodded, not particularly disappointed. The number of heretics is considerable, yet they are by no means ubiquitous, nor can they be easily located at will. Particularly after gaining experience, many suspects can be dismissed without the need for extensive investigation. Xingyuan remarked that he had already ordered an expansion of the search parameters to include online information and even procurement data. Time is of the essence, and the heretics they have identified remain insufficient. Xingyuan helplessly gazed at her, saying, "Sister Sheng, there are certainly individuals who are concealing themselves, and they are doing so quite effectively. Fear not, we shall sift through the details gradually. We will inevitably uncover some traces," Sheng An replied thoughtfully. "Let us also investigate the reports of incidents from various locales. If they are indeed heretics, they will, like the elusive Jiangyu, leave behind some signs. Should someone witness them, it is likely that an alert would be raised, similar to what happened with Li Xian." Sheng An continued, "We must also re-examine the wholesale markets. They are the places most frequented by the reincarnated. Although the national screenings are thorough, these two areas require our repeated scrutiny." Xingyuan nodded and promptly composed a message to disseminate. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Report. Come in, what is it?" Sheng An raised her head. Xingyuan abruptly stood, casting a glance at Sheng An. She raised an eyebrow. Xingyuan hesitated. "Shall we not go take a look?" Sheng An replied, "No." Xingyuan. "This is not unfolding as I had envisioned?" Chapter 33. You actually reported it. Xingyuan found himself bewildered. Autumn Rain and Sheng An are colleagues. Yet they also stand as rivals, particularly as their respective superiors desire for one to surpass the other in absolute control of the End-Time Special Affairs Department. Although the department presently appears sparsely populated, its significance cannot be overstated. It serves as the nucleus for the future community of superhumans. The role of these superhumans in a post-apocalyptic world is self-evident. Currently, both women hold leadership positions, necessitating cooperation while simultaneously fostering competition. This rivalry is intensified by Sheng An's impending departure, which has instilled in Autumn Rain an acute sense of urgency and competition. Now, with Autumn Rain's return alongside the anomalies, a pivotal moment has arrived, prompting Sheng An, whether motivated by considerations for the Special Affairs Department or her relationship with Autumn Rain, to seek information. How could she not be intrigued? Xingyuan's eyes widened, his glasses precariously perched on the bridge of his nose, displaying a complex expression. In contrast, Sheng An remained relaxed and unconcerned. As for the nature of the anomalies, she felt no trepidation. She was confident that Autumn Rain would present them to her. Why should she investigate herself? After finishing her tasks, Sheng An rose from her seat. Xingyuan, who had been distracted, immediately stood up as well, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Are we going to take a look?" Sheng An replied, "No. It's time for lunch." With that, she strode purposefully towards the cafeteria. Xingyuan. Upon their entrance into the cafeteria, Jiangyu and Li Xian also arrived. They approached from opposite directions, both resembling lost souls, dejected and drifting forward. Upon seeing Sheng An, Jiangyu's eyes lit up as he hurried over, while Li Xian gritted his teeth and followed with a similar sense of frustration. Sheng An, curious, inquired, "What's wrong? Have you been reprimanded again?" Jiangyu nodded with a sense of grievance, murmuring, "I have forgotten a great deal of what I learned yesterday and accidentally damaged several plants. Old Zhou is furious with me." Sheng An gently ruffled her hair, offering words of comfort. "It's all right, just be more diligent next time. Your space can only be accessed by you, and you must master these planting techniques." Jiangyu sighed, It seems yet another day where my golden finger will be revealed." Li Xian leaned in, grumbling, "You need to hurry and get rid of those teachers. They are insufferable. They dare to call me foolish while I have yet to criticize their inability to teach. They are merely a bunch of researchers. What do they know of being an ability user in this apocalypse?" Sheng An, with an impassive expression, glanced behind Li Xian and spoke in a calm voice, "Uncle Song, you have arrived." Li Xian immediately shielded his head, exclaiming, Grandfather, grandmother, I was wrong. I shall never do it again. There was silence behind him. Li Xian blinked in confusion and cautiously looked up, only to find Zhang Yu stifling laughter. He quickly turned around, but there was no one there.
Enray, Li xin sao Tết.
Sheng An. With a swift motion, Sheng An swatted his head, a slight smile gracing her lips. If you continue to speak in such a manner, I shall inform your grandparents and parents, inquiring whether they believe you an ability user is more esteemed than they are. You actually would report me? Li Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only will I report you, but I shall do so repeatedly. Sheng An maintained her smile. Li Xian, seething with frustration, covered his head and endured, his teeth gritting audibly. This was utterly intolerable. That female tyrant was insufferable. The transformation from a woman to a female antagonist, and then to a female tyrant vividly reflected Li Xian's attitude towards Sheng An. As Sheng An grasped Zhang Yu with one hand, she pulled Li Xian along with the other. Let us proceed inside for a meal. Are you also intent on squandering time? Or do you find the lunch hour excessively protracted? Zhang Yu waved her hands vigorously, exclaiming, No, absolutely not. The lunch hour is not long at all. It is far too brief. This was her heartfelt sentiment. Indeed, the duration for lunch felt exceedingly short, leaving no time for even a brief respite. Li Xian, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, Such a meager amount of time is more dreadful than the third year of high school. That detestable teacher even wants us to have our meals in the classroom. How outrageous! Zhang Yu nodded emphatically, adding, Yes, even old Zhou has remarked against that. They barely have any time to breathe. If it were to be commandeered, what relief would they have? Sheng An shrugged, saying, All right, I shall extend my regards to them. From now on, you will continue to dine in the cafeteria. If one pushes too hard, problems may arise. It is essential to leave a little leeway now and then. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up with excitement as she embraced her arm, exclaiming, Thank you, Sister Sheng. Even Li Xian felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. This woman is not entirely unbearable, it seems. Behind them, Hao Jingye interjected, PTSD? Have you all forgotten who the true culprit is? The four from Group B gathered for their meal. Their lunch had been prepared, and as they reached the entrance, the kitchen staff began to serve dishes and pour tea, arranging everything upon the table. A small sign displaying their names was also placed there. The food emanated steam, as if it had just been freshly cooked. Zhang Yu's lunch remained sumptuous, while Sheng An and Hao Jingye had their preferences catered to with flavors aligning with their tastes. Only Li Xian's meal was a stark contrast, consisting of a simple, clear broth. Li Xian was left bewildered. Hao Jingye, this is what the Academy has prepared for you, intended to assess the effects of different diets on your current health. Li Xian, are they now even monitoring what he eats? Just as Li Xian appeared on the verge of losing his temper, Sheng An picked up his chopsticks and casually remarked while eating, 3 months.
Li xin.
Oh, this is actually quite delicious. Although it's rather bland, it is indeed quite tasty. Li Xian's pace quickened, and next to him, Zhang Yu was equally engrossed in his meal. They had no choice. They were utterly fatigued and ravenous. The cafeteria fell into a sudden silence. However, it was not long before a series of footsteps echoed through the space. This was the cafeteria designated for the Special Operations Department, typically only frequented by its members. The abrupt sound of footsteps drew everyone's attention, except for Sheng An, who remained unfazed. Zhang Yu and Li Xian exchanged puzzled glances. A group of 7 individuals entered, led by a young woman who was slightly shorter than Sheng An, her expression even colder than his. Dressed in casual attire yet impeccably groomed, she stood in stark contrast to Sheng An, who had simply thrown on a windbreaker before heading out. Her exquisite features marked her as a beauty of an entirely different style. As she strode in, accompanied by the 6 others, she exuded an undeniable presence. Zhang Yu and Li Xian observed them intently, while Sheng An continued his meal with an air of calm, barely casting a glance their way. Zhang Yu turned to Hao Jingye with a look of confusion. Hao Jingye silently mouthed, Qiu Yu. Zhang Yu. At the same time, he tugged at Li Xian, who looked utterly bewildered. As the group approached, Qiu Yu halted, and her followers obediently came to a stop behind her. clearly attentive to her commands. Qiu surveyed the four of them with a cold smirk, saying, "Oh, isn't this leader Sheng? Finally, 2 team members have arrived?" The emphasis was palpable. Looking behind her, there were 6 individuals, a stark contrast. It seemed their mere presence could overshadow Sheng An and his companions. Chapter 34. Taking Action. Qiu was provoking Sheng An. Qiu cast a cold glance at her, her expression indifferent. Were the remaining ordinary individuals of any value? She clearly had a comprehensive understanding of Team B's circumstances. Currently, aside from the 4 of them, only Qi Lingwu's representative from Team O and Song Linwei remained, both of whom were ordinary people, neither reincarnators nor endowed with special abilities. Evidently, Qiu had excluded them from her calculations. Zhang Yu felt a surge of anger. Although she possessed a spatial ability, it was not a supernatural power, and having lived as an ordinary person for a considerable time in her previous life, she was acutely aware of Qiu's condescending attitude. Some supernatural beings were like that, regarding ordinary people as inconsequential, even believing that they squandered resources, deeming only those with powers worthy of survival in the apocalypse. However, in this world, no one was truly the protagonist. With the onset of the apocalypse, how many supernatural beings existed? Anyone could be just another ordinary soul among the masses. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, Qiu's gaze fell upon her, their eyes locking. Zhang Yu's stare gradually dulled, and then she slowly raised her hand, seemingly intent on striking her own face. Sheng An reached out, grasping Zhang Yu's hand. Sheng An also directed her gaze at Qiu, her eyes devoid of emotion. Zhang Yu is a national resource, a talent valued by the state, one of the hopes for survival in the apocalypse. I will report your use of supernatural abilities against her. Qiu's expression darkened slightly. Then, she scoffed. I was merely joking with Ms. Zhang. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Yet it appears my teammate Zhang Yu seems to have been frightened by you? Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, she met Sheng An's gaze and realized with a jolt. Oh dear, I thought I was going to die just now. My head hurts terribly, and my chest aches as well. What should I do? Am I on the verge of death? Will I be able to attend afternoon classes? Zhang Yu lamented. Song Linwei appeared out of nowhere, his expression fraught with concern. I will contact the medical team immediately. Hang in there, little fish. His reaction suggested that Zhang Yu was in dire peril. Ouch, it hurts. Zhang Yu cried out, clearly intent on extracting an extended performance of misery for herself today. Sheng An found it amusing. Qiu's expression grew increasingly frigid, and she fixed a piercing glare at Sheng An. Her voice strained as she uttered, Sheng An, you continue to shield her. How utterly unappealing. Leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head, Sheng An smiled at her words, his almond-shaped eyes curving into crescents. I believe I am quite charming, gentle, and kind. Everyone adores me. If you find me unappealing, perhaps the issue lies with you. He turned to Hao Jingye and the others, right? Hao Jingye nodded resolutely. Indeed. Song Linwei, absolutely. Zhang Yu, amidst her groans, managed a weak nod. Yes. Only Li Xian remained. This woman is gentle and kind? Charming? Li Xian nearly thought he misheard. However, with Hao Jingye and Song Linwei all looking at him, even he, no matter how dense, understood that this was a moment of solidarity. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out 2 words. Yes. Sheng An spread his hands. You see, the problem lies with you. Behind Qiu, a tall and robust man furrowed his brow, seemingly about to speak. Qiu raised her hand, and he immediately fell silent. Evidently, she is an absolute authority within Group A. The puppet-like abilities are indeed formidable. Qiu took a deep breath, choosing not to engage in verbal sparring with Sheng An, knowing she could never prevail. From childhood, she had never bested Sheng An. A fleeting thought of the past washed over Qiu, but her expression turned colder. What did it matter if she won in words? I have awakened my abilities, while you have not. This time I shall triumph. The arrogance of the ability users was unmistakable. Hao Jingye furrowed his brow, questioning, is being an ability user truly so remarkable? When the apocalypse arrives, Sister Shang may yet awaken. Qiu smiled. Having encountered so many anomalies, Do you not grasp the uniqueness of ability users who awaken before the apocalypse? A heaviness settled in Hao Jingye's heart. It seemed their previous speculations were entirely true. Those who awakened prior to the apocalypse possessed extraordinary strength. Although recently awakened, they exhibited capabilities comparable to those of advanced ability users. The end of days had not yet arrived, yet current estimates still suggested that those awakening during the apocalypse would not match the strength of those who awakened earlier. The reason remained a mystery, yet it was largely accepted as fact. For reasons unknown, however, Hao Jingye felt an inexplicable certainty that Sheng An would not falter. She had yet to awaken her abilities and was even uncertain if she could. He harbored an odd intuition that Sheng An would not be inferior to anyone else. This intuition was peculiar, and he chose not to voice it. Having finished her meal, Sheng An set down her chopsticks, displaying no reaction to Qiu Yu's words. Calmly wiping the corners of her mouth, she stood up and remarked, "Whether one wins or loses cannot be determined at this moment. You should consider how to explain this to the higher-ups." Regardless of the reason, the higher-ups would not take kindly to Qiu Yu using her abilities on Jiang Yu. The autumn rain clenched tightly into a fist. Sheng An swept his gaze over the remaining individuals, raising an eyebrow. "Have you finished eating?" "Yes, we have." Several quickly set down their chopsticks. "Then let us depart." Sheng An stepped forward, calmly making his way outside, with the others promptly following suit. Qiu Yu's expression darkened. Behind her, the tall man, who had been restless, could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Stop!" In that instant, a bolt of lightning struck towards Sheng An. With a sudden leap, Sheng An gracefully glided over the dining table, evading the lightning. The spot where the lightning had struck instantly formed a crater, emitting thick clouds of smoke and dust, evoking terror among the onlookers. One could only imagine the severe injury that would have befallen Sheng An had it connected. Everyone stood frozen in shock. A lightning adept. At that very moment, Sheng An overturned the table and slid to the opposite side. Her hand pressed against the table as her legs ensnared the man's neck, executing a fierce maneuver that sent him crashing to the ground, his face contorted in agony. Yet, Sheng An did not relent. She exerted pressure, and with a sharp crack, the man's arm was fractured. "If you do not know how to wield it, then do not attempt to." Sheng An spoke with an air of calmness. The man's hand twisted grotesquely, and he let out a cry of despair. In his other intact hand, a lightning orb instinctively formed, crackling ominously. Sheng An placed a foot upon him, while her other hand tightened around his throat, her gaze frigid. "You may try to strike me down, or I may crush you first." The grip on his throat was unyielding, the powerful fingers conveying an unmistakable sense of impending doom. The man, stricken with fear, found his cries abruptly silenced. As Sheng An swept his gaze over the other hand, a cold smile graced his lips. "If this hand of yours cannot wield your powers, I would not hesitate to break it as well." Almost instinctively, the man's lightning dissipated, his complexion turning pale and his eyes filled with terror. Behind Qiu Yu, another individual grew anxious. "Release Lu Mingwei." The members of Group A glared fiercely at Sheng An, their expressions grim. Jiang Yu, unwilling to be outdone, matched their intensity. Song Linwei's face was etched with fury, while Li Xian transformed into a metallic figure, his gaze wary. The two sides stood in a tense standoff. Hao Jingye exclaimed in anger, "Group Leader Qiu, your subordinate has violated regulations by using lightning powers against Group Leader Sheng. The cafeteria surveillance has captured it all. What is your intent? Are you seeking to eliminate dissent?" "She also harmed Lu Mingwei," retorted Geng Liqian from the opposing side. Taking a deep breath, Song Linwei slowly spoke. "I have familiarized myself with the rules of the Special Affairs Department. The first stipulation is that one must not take action against others without cause. Group Leader Qiu, your subordinate has transgressed." Qiu Yu, clearly taken aback, wore a notably grim expression. Sheng An maintained his grip on Lu Mingwei's neck, looking down upon him as if to convey to him and to everyone else that the ability wielders are not invincible. He had yet to draw his weapon. "You may test this. Will it be your lives that I take first, or shall I execute you?" Chapter 35. Sheng of Prosperity, and of National Peace and People's Security. With that, Sheng An forcefully released his grip. Lu Mingwei's arm lay broken, rendering him unable to rise from the ground in agony. Sheng An straightened, casting a cold glance over all members of Group A, ultimately settling his gaze on Qiuyu. It seemed that this time, Group Leader Qiu would indeed have to reflect on her actions. After 2 breaches, a thorough self-examination was in order. Upon finishing her words, she elegantly stepped outside, her silhouette exuding grace and composure. Xiangyu cast a fierce glare at them before following Sheng An, their group departing under the wrathful gazes of Team A. On the ground, Lu Mingwei was assisted to his feet by others, his forehead glistening with sweat, his complexion pale and ghastly. Team Leader Qiu. She actually broke my hand, he exclaimed. Suddenly, Qiuyu delivered a sharp slap to his face. Lu Mingwei was momentarily stunned. Qiuyu's gaze was fierce and menacing, fixed upon him. If you dare lay a hand on her again, I will end your life. Lu Mingwei's eyes widened in terror. She was a powerful adept capable of stealing one's soul. Outside the cafeteria, Song Linwei furrowed his brows, remarking, "The members of Team A are exceedingly arrogant." Hao Jingye replied, "Qiuyu is precisely that sort of person, and her subordinates naturally mirror her demeanor. Now you understand why the higher-ups favor Sister Sheng, don't you?" Song Linwei nodded slowly. Xiangyu gazed at Sheng An with starry eyes, exclaiming, "Sister Sheng was just so cool." Xiangyu rolled her eyes. "Are you foolish? Look at their numbers compared to ours. Team A has at least 5 adept members, while we only have Li Xian, who is still a minor. How could we possibly contend? Moreover, Lu Mingwei possesses lightning abilities, making him formidable." Xiangyu let out a long sigh. Nearby, Sheng An similarly sighed deeply. Xiangyu asked, "Sister Sheng, do you share our concerns?" Sheng An glanced at them, her voice contemplative. "No, I am pondering why Qiuyu's subordinates are so obedient, while you all are so rebellious." The group responded, "Sister, please focus on the main point. Hao Jingye is not a man who indulges in emotions. He is a model worker. At this moment, he has already taken out his tablet, sliding and tapping on the screen, pursing his lips. I want to see the current situation of Team A." Sheng An gestures with her chin. "Let's head over there." The group strides forward. Here lies the outdoor training ground, vast and spacious, with a flag standing tall in the center. They take their seats on the steps beneath the flag. Sheng An has someone bring over some cola. She tosses a can to each person, her tone casual. "At this time we ought to be drinking alcohol, but drinking during the day would be counterproductive. Let us make do with some comfort soda." Xiangyu is taken aback. "Sister Sheng, you know that cola is comfort soda?" Li Xian shares the same surprise. Sheng An opens a can with a pull tab, exasperated. "Thank you, but I am 25 this year, not 250. The two of them awkwardly touch their noses. For some reason, they often overlook her age when interacting with Sheng An, perhaps because she is so dependable, exuding a serious and earnest aura. It is difficult to associate her with internet slang. Song Linwei chuckles. Having just experienced a tumultuous event, he understands that Sheng An's gathering of them is not merely for analyzing Team A's situation, but also for fostering team cohesion. Drinking cola while discussing the most serious matters creates a peculiar sense of dissonance. Song Linwei shakes his head with a smile and takes a sip of his cola. Hao Jingye, the model worker, has already broached the topic at hand. Team A currently consists of 7 members. Originally, there were 5. Qiuyu, Assistant Gu Chong, Reborn Wu Ji, Fire Elementalist Gung Liqian, and Water Elementalist Huang Weiyang. A few days ago, during the screening, 2 individuals were identified. One, a precise prophet, and the other, Iron Man. The latter was Li Xian, while the former was Yang Chuan. Sheng An fell into deep contemplation. Xiangyu gasped, raising her voice in surprise. "I can't believe there's also an Earth-type ability user." Sheng An raised an eyebrow and glanced at Xiangyu. An Earth-type ability user would indeed be quite compatible with her spatial powers, should they allow entry. Xiangyu awkwardly averted her gaze, her voice feeble. "But it doesn't permit entry." Li Xian straightened up, his expression serious. "Hey, why are you all so calm? Group A already has so many formidable individuals. They have 3 elements covered, metal, wood, and water, along with powerful lightning and unique puppet abilities." However, urgency proved futile. Sheng An remained composed. Li Xian, vexed, gritted his teeth, feeling utterly exasperated. Truly, the emperor was calm while the eunuch fretted. Sheng An was untroubled, yet he was on the verge of despair. Song Linwei sighed. Indeed, fretting is of no avail. We should hasten our search for the aberrants. With so many present in the capital, we might as well broaden our scope and venture into other provinces, just as they did. Noticing their evident concern, Jiang Yu's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, "Right, there's also Li Wanyun. She is a spatial ability user and furthermore a reincarnated one, starting with a staggering 50 billion. Clearly the hallmark of a leading lady.
Li Xin Musek.
Is she another daughter of destiny?" He stroked his chin and reflected, "That's true. Although our group is small, it seems each member is quite extraordinary." Sheng An lightly tapped his forehead. Exasperated. What nonsense about daughter of destiny? Doesn't T-Group A also have reincarnators and ability users? The concept of lightning-based supernatural abilities sounds remarkably impressive, doesn't it?
Li Xin.
Indeed, it does seem to embody the essence of a protagonist's powers more than anything else. Sheng An, when I refer to the members, I am not solely speaking of Li Wanyun. I also mean Team Zero. She cast a penetrating glance at Jiang Yu and Li Xian, raised her hands in a gesture of resignation, and remarked, "If you underestimate Team Zero, do not blame me for not having forewarned you when misfortune befalls you." Jiang Yu felt a flicker of anticipation, whereas Li Xian merely scoffed, dismissing them as mere ordinary individuals, lacking any extraordinary prowess. How could they possibly compare to us, the chosen ones? Jiang Yu, however, remained anxious. We are searching for individuals, and so is Team A. If they truly possess superior abilities, what shall we do in the future? Shang Jie, are you genuinely unconcerned? Unfazed, Sheng An sipped her cola, her tone remaining composed. I do not perceive you as inferior to them. Your capabilities exceed your own expectations. Moreover, even if Team A is indeed formidable, it matters not. She is provoking you. Li Xian nearly leaped from his seat, urgently exclaiming, "What if their team is genuinely more powerful than yours? After the apocalypse, what if she decides to eliminate you?" "That will not happen," Sheng An reassured confidently. Jiang Yu, perplexed, inquired, "Why not?" Sheng An, "She may wish to surpass me, yet she would never resort to killing. The same applies to you all. Team A and Team B are adversaries but also allies. Qiu Yu and I share similar origins. We were both nurtured by our nation and will always prioritize national interests over personal grievances." "Really?" Jiang Yu expressed skepticism. Sheng An chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. Some matters are beyond the comprehension of others, for they are etched into the very essence of the soul, serving as a pillar of spirit.
Li Xin, Biu Wei
Asked, "What exactly is your perspective? The apocalypse is upon us, yet one remains so patriotic? What if the nation no longer exists when that time comes?" Sheng An suddenly turned her head, smiling. "What is my name? Sheng An? Which Sheng? Which An? The Sheng of blooming flowers, or the An of peace of mind?" Incorrect. It is the Sheng of prosperous times, and the An of a nation thriving in peace. As Sheng An spoke, she rose to her feet and gently tossed a can, which landed precisely in the trash bin. With a light laugh, she lifted her foot and departed, her silhouette graceful and composed, yet her posture was upright and resolutely steadfast. Sheng An, may this prosperous era endure, and may the nation thrive in peace. Chapter 36. The mental state of university students, the Sheng of prosperity, the N of a nation thriving in peace. So that is the meaning behind Sheng An. Off you go. It is time for your classes, Sheng An stated with unyielding resolve. Jiang Yu clutched her head and lamented, "Sister Sheng, I have a headache. I was just affected by Qiu Yu's abilities." With that, she waved her hand. "Hao Jingye, Song Lin Wei, let us continue our search for abnormalities."
Li Xin Jiang Iu.
"We thought you genuinely did not care about the strength of Group A. It appears you are quietly striving." Hao Jingye and Song Lin Wei followed Sheng An out, while Li Xian and Jiang Yu remained seated, unwilling to leave, resembling children reluctant to go to school. Every moment dragged out was a moment gained. Li Xian grimaced. "This life is unbearable. Worse than before I awakened my powers." Li Xian gritted her teeth. "If it weren't for the potential to empower me, I would never endure such a life. Zhang Yu nodded in deep agreement. I can scarcely hold on any longer. It is truly dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. In the distance, someone shouted, Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Hurry up and come practice cultivation. Xingyuan, are you skipping school again? Do you want to be punished? Get to class now. The chosen one and the chosen daughter exchanged glances before simultaneously sighing. Alas, this life is truly unbearable. The entire afternoon, Sheng An accompanied Hao Jingye and Song Linwei in sifting through information. Song Linwei gazed at the screen, seemingly lost in thought. Sheng An poured him a cup of water and raised an eyebrow, asking, what are you thinking about? It was not merely complexity that troubled him, but also a blend of anxiety and unease, even a subtle fear. The phrases world destruction and global crisis alone were enough to instill dread. Sheng An understood this well. She patted his shoulder in silent comfort. Suddenly, Song Linwei asked, Captain Sheng, with the apocalypse approaching, is there anything you wish to accomplish before that day arrives? In the past, during light-hearted conversations, they would jokingly ponder what they would do if the end were to come tomorrow. Yet, when faced with the reality of that day, one would realize that many things pale in significance before the specter of life and death. Without lifting her head, she replied, we must swiftly gather the heretics and ensure a smooth transition into the apocalypse. But the apocalypse is not merely a meteor disaster. There will be successive calamities afterward. Even if we manage to survive, there are still the ever-looming threats of mutations. Disasters can be dealt with, but the mutations. Sheng An paused, turning to look at him with calm, unruffled eyes. We do what we can. Song Linwei felt a moment of disorientation. After a brief silence, he understood and murmured, yes, we do what we can and leave the rest to fate. They could only accomplish what was within their power, surrendering the remainder to the heavens. Sheng An, no. One merely does what one can and does not heed the will of heaven. She smiled faintly. When the apocalypse descends, must one succumb to death simply because fate dictates it? Her tone was calm, yet it exuded an inexplicable defiance. Song Linwei stood stupefied, gazing at her. In that moment, he seemed to grasp a fragment of Sheng An's essence. She was a servant of the nation, engaged in noble deeds for the benefit of the people. Yet, she was not the archetype of a virtuous individual. In her demeanor, there lay an undercurrent of rebellion, a tranquil laziness concealing a wild spirit. She was, in truth, quite suited for a world on the brink of collapse. So, have you completed your tasks? Sheng An directed her gaze towards him, her smile lingering, akin to Song Dayu. Song Linwei. He rubbed his nose, saying, very well, let us continue. With work unfinished, who has the time to lament the fleeting nature of life? Beside them, Hao Jingye remained silent, his expression contemplative. Sheng An noticed and approached him, inquiring about his thoughts. Hao Jingye, I am currently investigating a report of an incident from the neighboring Shishir city. It seems rather peculiar. I am unsure if it qualifies as heretical. The information was submitted in a yellow folder. The folders are color-coded. Red for urgent attention, yellow for general matters. It appears that the lower ranks could not decipher its significance and opted to report it. What is the situation? Song Linwei turned his attention towards him. Hao Jingye. A police station in Shishir received a report from a mysterious individual who insisted on meeting with the authorities regarding a grave matter. However, he refused to elaborate, claiming he possessed evidence that could only be disclosed in the presence of a leader. Song Linwei furrowed his brow. At first glance, it seemed peculiar. However, ever since the screening of information commenced, Song Linwei had been acutely aware of the daily reports concerning similar situations. The desire of ordinary citizens to meet with their leaders was hardly uncommon. What was so extraordinary about it? He pondered. Yet, Sheng An had already shifted her focus to the computer, scrutinizing the details with diligence. Hao Jingye shook his head, remarking that it was not particularly special, but he sensed an unusual hint of joy emanating from the individual. Song Linwei was left bewildered. Person, visibly anxious and insisting on meeting with a leader under the pretext of a significant matter, could simultaneously exhibit happiness? What sort of reaction was this? Sheng An clicked on the accompanying video, replaying it twice. In the footage, a tall, slender young man introduced himself as a university student. When questioned about the reason for his call to the police, He adamantly insisted on meeting with a leader. The police, growing impatient, noted his anxious demeanor, yet he divulged nothing further. Sheng An remained silent, watching a third time, before pausing the frame with a click of her mouse. She smiled, suggesting they arrange a meeting with him the following day. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would soon welcome a new ally. Both Hao Jingye and Song Linwei widened their eyes in astonishment. Hao Jingye, perplexed, queried whether the young man was in trouble or perhaps even an anomaly. This could indeed explain his apparent elation. Song Linwei suddenly grasped the situation. However, Sheng An shook her head, clarifying that he was not an anomaly. Had he been, he would not have sought the police's assistance, nor insisted on meeting the leader before speaking. The two men were immediately thrown into confusion. If he was not an anomaly, could it be that he had discovered one? Song Linwei inquired. They had no doubts about Sheng An's judgment, only questions. Sheng An nodded, instructing them to make contact. Hao Jingye promptly issued a notification to the relevant police department. Song Linwei curiously inquired, "Team leader Sheng, how did you arrive at that conclusion?" Sheng An gestured towards the photograph displayed on the screen. The image showcased a young man gripping his phone tightly. She magnified his face. "Is there something peculiar?" Song Linwei struggled to comprehend. Sheng An chuckled softly, her finger tapping lightly on the screen, causing a gentle echo. The emotions of fear, anxiety, and urgency were palpable in the recording. Although Hao Jingye claimed to feel a bit of joy, it was evident that he experienced much more excitement. Really? Song Linwei was taken aback. He recognized the anomaly that had caused the young man's tension, fear, and impatience. Yet, simultaneously, the discovery sparked exhilaration within him. This was precisely why he felt compelled to report to the leadership, as the subordinates could only relay information without the authority to act. Sheng An's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Song Linwei, bewildered and somewhat dazed, struggled to grasp the logic at play. How could one feel excitement upon discovering an anomaly? Shouldn't fear be the prevailing emotion? No, there is no fear, Sheng An replied with a knowing smile. You may be underestimating our university students. When they encounter an anomaly, they not only remain unafraid but are also immensely thrilled. Song Linwei was left in a state of confusion. Hao Jingye remarked, "First, we have those with delusions of grandeur saving the world, followed by a frenzy among university students. The apocalypse has yet to arrive, yet the mental state of everyone seems somewhat concerning." Chapter 37. High Acceptance Rate Countdown to the Apocalypse. 15 days. Early in the morning, Sheng An departed with Hao Jingye, leaving Song Linwei behind at the camp to manage affairs and continue screening for heretics. Following yesterday's contact, he had been proactive and suggested arranging the meeting place in the capital. As Hao Jingye reported the situation, his voice abruptly ceased. He noticed Qiu Yu, who was also preparing to leave, accompanied by his assistants Gu Chang and Lu Mingwei, along with Geng Liqian. Lu Mingwei's arm was in a sling, evidently a consequence of Sheng An's heavy-handedness the previous day. Both parties became aware of each other's presence, and upon locking eyes, Lu Mingwei's expression darkened instantly. Sheng An remained composed, nodding as if nothing had transpired, and proceeded towards the parking area. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Mingwei inquired, "Where is team leader Sheng headed?" Hao Jingye mirrored Sheng An's emotionless smile, replying, "Regarding matters of Team B, I presume there is no need to report to Team A, is there? As for you, I've heard you were instructed to write a self-reflection. Have you completed it?" Lu Mingwei clenched his uninjured hand, his gaze filled with anger. Geng Liqian stepped forward, gently stating, "Do not take it out on Brother Lu. He tends to be hot-tempered, but he genuinely cares for you. Every heretic has their unique circumstances, making them challenging to subdue. However, Team Leader Qiu possesses exceptional abilities, and if Team Leader Sheng requires assistance, we are willing to help." Although her tone appeared gentle, it was laced with veiled barbs, suggesting that Sheng An was inferior to Qiu Yu. Hao Jingye coldly retorted, "There is no need for your concern. Team Leader Sheng has never faltered, and I believe Team Leader Qiu is well aware of this." Indeed, he had never faltered, yet it seemed that progress was not particularly smooth. As fellow assistants, when their leaders were at odds, it was only natural for the assistants to harbor mutual disdain. The two parties appeared to be at peace, yet were secretly engaged in mutual hostility. Hao Jingye wore a smile that did not reach his eyes and retorted, "Do you assert that our team's strength is lacking merely because you say so? Since when has power been gauged solely by the number of ability users?" Suddenly, Lu Mingwei chuckled, lifting his chin in disdain as he regarded them. "It was indeed my fault for taking action independently yesterday." Hao Jingye was momentarily taken aback. Could Lu Mingwei, with such a disposition, truly be apologizing? Moreover, who apologizes while radiating contempt? As expected, he continued, "However, given that we are in the Special Affairs Department, where most are ability users, it is only natural that we engage in mutual instruction. Last night, we reported to the higher-ups and Mr. Lee stated that as long as both parties are willing, a friendly sparring could take place." He emphasized the last four words heavily, as though he were crushing them beneath his words, his tone laden with anticipation and ill intent. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Hao Jingye. In terms of sparring, their team truly held no advantage, especially with numerous ability users in Group A. Sheng An approached with a smile playing on her lips, her steps swift and her aura commanding, an instant wave of pressure enveloping the air. She advanced toward Lu Mingwei. Almost instinctively, he recoiled, tucking his chin and casting a wary and fearful glance. Sheng An tilted her head, feigning innocence. "What are you dodging for? I am merely driving." As she spoke, she pressed the car key, and the nearby vehicle emitted a sound. Lu Mingwei felt a jolt of panic. She was doing this on purpose. Yet, having retreated in fright, he felt humiliated. Regret and frustration washed over him in an instant. Meanwhile, Hao Jingye beamed with delight, skipping over to open the door to the passenger seat on the other side, his face alight with a victorious grin. Lu Mingwei clenched his neck, biting down on his molars, and uttered each word with intensity. "Wait, Team Leader Sheng, you have yet to mention the matter of our sparring. When shall our two teams engage in a friendly duel?" Sheng An stood beside the car, observing him. Lu Mingwei taunted, "What's the matter? Are you afraid? Your team possesses only one combat ability user. Are you overly protective, Team Leader Sheng?" Having suffered a setback at Sheng An's hands the previous day, he had not learned his lesson but rather harbored greater resentment. Hao Jingye scoffed. The provocation was unmistakable. However, if the higher-ups consented to their occasional sparring, it would indeed be difficult to decline. Continuously refusing would imply fear of them, yet how could they possibly defeat Team A? As Hao Jingye spiraled into his thoughts, Sheng An glanced at Lu Mingwei, who had stepped closer, clearly provoking her. The proximity was unsettling. Curious, Sheng An asked, "How is your injury?" "Huh?" Lu Mingwei froze, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. "It's fine. The physical condition of ability users surpasses that of ordinary individuals. This little injury is nothing." A scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig pierced the air. Sheng An grasped his fractured hand and shook it, causing Lu Mingwei to cry out in agony. His recently healed hand had worsened. "Ah, it seems you are not yet recovered. As for sparring, my dear lightning friend, perhaps it would be best to focus on your recovery first," Sheng An said with a subtle smile. She then entered the vehicle, waved goodbye to the trio, and departed. The car receded into the distance, leaving behind a pained Lu Mingwei, supported by Gung Liqian. That Team Leader Sheng was truly ruthless. Autumn Rain paid no heed to Gung Liqian, instead watching Sheng An's car vanish, her gaze inscrutable. In the vehicle, Hao Jingye found himself at a loss for words. Lu Mingwei was behaving as if he were unwell. Just yesterday, he had faced repercussions, and today he was back at it again. Team Leader Chiu was no fool, so why did she allow him to act with such impunity? Sheng An drove with an expression devoid of emotion, aware that they were not naive. Hao Jingye cast a puzzled glance her way. As the end approached, the nation required the full might of the Special Affairs Department. The presence of two team leaders was a result of the prevailing circumstances, not an optimal outcome, particularly when those leaders were at odds with one another. If discord festered among the subordinates and tensions escalated, one of us would inevitably have to be removed, either I or Chiu. Chiu's tolerance for the unrest caused by Team A was a clear provocation for those in authority to make a choice. Sheng An perceived the situation with clarity. Hao Jingye, growing anxious, pondered whether Chiu Yu had the confidence that the higher-ups would choose her over the other. Was it because she could control the ability users? He sighed in resignation. It was a troubling time, yet she was still engaged in schemes. Sheng An remarked that it was only natural, wherever there were people, there would be disputes as long as they did not threaten the larger picture. Moreover, this was Chiu Yu who had always aspired to outshine Sheng An. Hao Jingye sighed again. Although it was of little consequence and the other party would ultimately suffer, it was indeed vexing to witness Lu Mingwei's antics. If only a more powerful ability user would emerge to quell him. Individuals like Sheng An and team leader Qi could certainly handle Lu Mingwei, yet he clearly refused to submit, relying solely on his abilities. As it stood, among the ability users, those with lightning-based powers were indeed formidable. It would likely require someone even more powerful to silence him. However, finding such a person was no simple task. Sheng An then suggested they discuss the individual they were to meet today. Hao Jingye immediately cast aside all distractions and immersed himself in his work. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaoliang had arrived at the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau, seated in the conference room awaiting the individual he was to meet. He was visibly anxious, tinged with both excitement and apprehension. A police officer entered to pour water, prompting Zhang Jiaoliang to inquire, "What is the authority level of the person I am to meet?" The officer, unaware, merely shook his head, leaving Zhang Jiaoliang somewhat disheartened. At that moment, the director entered with a stern expression. His voice grave, "The individual coming to meet you possesses significant authority. It is advisable that you indeed have pressing matters to discuss. He possesses not only first-hand observations but also concrete evidence." Zhang Jiaoliang could only hope that the person he was about to meet would be amenable and not intimidated by him. Soon, a report came from the entrance. The director promptly stepped outside. Zhang Jiaoliang's anxiety intensified as his palms, gripping his phone, grew clammy. Chapter 38. I truly saw a ghost in a short while. Sheng An entered with Hao Jingye. Zhang Jiaoliang glanced behind Sheng An and Hao Jingye, noticing that aside from the director and 2 police officers, no one else was present. Where is everyone else? Where are the leaders? The director then spoke. This is the person you are to meet. Share your matters with team leader Sheng. Zhang Jiaoliang was taken aback. What? So young? Noticing his skepticism, Sheng An calmly reassured him. Rest assured, this is the Public Security Bureau. No one here will deceive you. Zhang Jiaoliang reflected on this. Indeed, this was the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau, and the individual had been brought in by the director, which implied at least a higher authority than the director himself, despite his youthful appearance. Furthermore, the fact that he remained reticent and was able to meet someone of even higher authority than the director was already a considerable privilege. It is indeed a challenge to meet the highest authority. As the director exited, the atmosphere relaxed. Within the vast, empty conference room remained only Sheng An, Hao Jingye, and Zhang Jiaoliang, along with the inconspicuous surveillance. Zhang Jiaoliang appeared somewhat apprehensive, gripping his phone tightly. Sheng An, seated across from him, spoke in a gentle tone. Is it time to speak? Comrade Zhang Jiaoliang, what is the important matter you wish to discuss? Zhang Jiaoliang hesitated slightly before leaning forward, cautiously beginning this. Leader, how open-minded are you? In an instant, Sheng An comprehended his apprehension. He feared she might not believe him. She remained silent, signaling to Hao Jingye. He promptly produced the identification he had brought, the cover emblazoned with the word Special Affairs Division. The mere mention of this startled Zhang Jiaoliang. The Special Affairs Division. You can imagine what we handle? Hao Jingye, with an air of calmness, tucked away the credentials. You may disclose whatever you have discovered. You might find it hard to believe, but for us, it is rather commonplace. They had indeed encountered numerous extraordinary events involving space manipulators, metal manipulators, and lightning manipulators. What astonished Zhang Jiaoliang was merely another day for them. I saw a ghost, he declared, shocking them with his revelation. Hao Jingye's expression shifted to one of disbelief, his brow furrowing. Are you certain? Zhang Jiaoliang nodded emphatically. Absolutely, I truly saw a ghost. Sheng An and Hao Jingye remained silent, not uttering a word. Zhang Jiaoliang grew anxious, leaning forward with urgency in his tone. Please trust me. It is precisely due to its strangeness and shock that I wish to meet with the leadership to report this matter. This is utterly bizarre. If he were to approach an ordinary police officer, they would undoubtedly dismiss him. Of course, the leadership might also ignore him. Yet, he possesses evidence. The implications are too significant. Unless he confronts someone with considerable authority, he would not dare to disclose the evidence lightly. Hao Jingye turned his head to glance at Sheng An, blinking in confusion. Could it be that, aside from the aberrants, there are also ghosts? Had he heard such a claim before, he would have certainly dismissed it. Yet, with the apocalypse looming, it seemed that anything was conceivable. Sheng An shot him a look, exasperated. It is evident that a special ability has been misconstrued. Has your once astute mind been infected by Jiangyu and Li Xian? Hao Jingye awkwardly rubbed his nose. Admittedly, in that fleeting moment, he had indeed failed to think critically. His instinctive reaction had been to consider the possibility of ghosts alongside the extraordinary and the reincarnated. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious demeanor, placing his fingers on the keyboard to record Zhang Jiaoyang's words. Believing they were skeptical, Zhang Jiaoyang reiterated, "I am telling the truth." He placed his phone on the table, his body fidgeting restlessly. Observing his growing agitation, Sheng An spoke calmly. "What you are saying is certainly worthy of scrutiny, is it not?" After a brief pause, she continued slowly. "However, our Special Affairs Department has dealt with numerous similar incidents and has encountered certain supernatural beings. Perhaps you could recount your ghostly experience." The preceding statement stirred his anxiety, while the subsequent one offered him solace. With a rhythm of tension and relaxation, coupled with the knowledge of having dealt with similar incidents, Zhang Jiaoyang felt compelled to speak without hesitation. He took a deep breath to compose himself and, organizing his thoughts, began. "The day before yesterday, I was with my girlfriend. The earlier events were already known to Sheng An and Hao Jingye. What truly mattered were the occurrences that transpired within the inn. Nestled in the mountains, the inn's appeal lies in its proximity to nature, featuring a series of quaint cabins scattered across the hillside. From the wooden corridor, one could gaze down upon the dense forest below, where a small grove lay, almost devoid of human presence. Initially, I had no time to explore, but my girlfriend went to take a shower, and feeling bored while waiting, I recalled my newly acquired phone, which seemed perfect for capturing a few photographs. As I snapped pictures along the corridor, I was taken aback when I zoomed in on the distant scenery. At this juncture, his tone was a blend of terror and exhilaration, a profoundly intricate emotion. Sheng An and Hao Jingye refrained from interrupting. Zhang Jiaoyang swallowed hard and continued. "My new phone has excellent resolution, so I distinctly witnessed a figure emerge from that little grove. No, it was a ghost." "What did it look like?" Sheng An inquired. Zhang Jiaoyang replied, "I couldn't see it clearly." Raising an eyebrow, Sheng An pressed, "How can you be certain it was a ghost?" Zhang Jiaoyang asserted, "Because I saw it with my own eyes. It stepped out of the woods and vanished without a trace the very next moment." Hao Jingye frowned, questioning, "Vanished without a trace? Could it not have simply fallen or hidden from your view?" "No." Zhang Jiaoyang shook his head vehemently. The mere act of vanishing was not terrifying. What truly instilled fear was the fact that in the blink of an eye, he reappeared several hundred meters away. In an instant, several hundred meters. Could this not be classified as supernatural? "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Zhang Jiaoyang nodded fervently. Sheng An extended his hand, his tone composed. "Please show me the photos or videos you captured." "Oh?" Zhang Jiaoyang exclaimed in surprise. "How did you know?" "You are convinced there is evidence and harbor no doubt about whether you might have misperceived the situation. All the while, you clutched your phone tightly. Is that not evident?" Sheng An replied matter-of-factly. Zhang Jiaoyang responded, "Is that truly so obvious?" After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly unlocked his phone and handed it over. Sheng An perused the images briefly, his brow furrowing slightly, before passing the phone to Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye connected the phone to a computer and enlarged the images. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Jiaoyang continued, "If it weren't for the photographs, I would surely question whether I had misseen anything, but these images serve as irrefutable proof. Damn it, I truly encountered a ghost." He was certain that the apparition had vanished from its original spot, and in that moment, he had chosen to take a photograph. The images were a series of consecutive shots, taken within a mere 2 seconds, each displaying a shadowy figure. How Xingyuan worked on processing the photographs. Sheng An regarded Zhang Jiaoliang gently and inquired, "Is there any additional information? Did the figure emerge from the woods? In which direction did it head?" Zhang Jiaoliang instinctively shook his head. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he remarked, "I merely happened to capture the moment. I do not know him. However, judging by his figure, he appears to be a stout individual. He emerged from the woods, wearing a hat. The light was dim, and I couldn't discern the direction he took." Sheng An nodded in understanding and proceeded to ask a few more questions. At that moment, beside them, Hao Jingye's expression turned serious. "Sister Sheng, the photographs have been processed, including a 3D map of the shooting location. Please take a look." He moved the computer in front of Sheng An. The processed images were significantly clearer, and after reviewing them, Sheng An slowly nodded. It seems the skilled individual we anticipated may indeed have surfaced. Chapter 39. The incredible imagination of university students, having just viewed the photographs. Sheng An noted that due to the figures being blurry and the considerable distance from which they were shot, the images lacked clarity, leaving her uncertain. However, these processed images were remarkably clearer. In a mere 2 seconds, 4 photographs displayed the same man. His figure was discernible, albeit his features remained obscured, yet it was unmistakably the same individual. His clothing and hat were identical. When the 4 images were stitched together and compared with the actual map, it became evident that the man had traversed a distance of at least 800 meters in just 2 seconds. Between 2 consecutive shots, the first captured him standing beneath a tree, while the second showed him 200 meters beyond that tree. It is virtually impossible for an ordinary person to cover 800 meters in 2 seconds. The world record for 100 meters is 9.58 seconds. This speed exceeds the world record by several times. Hao Jingye spoke softly. "There are no signs of alteration in the photographs. They are all original, and the captured scenes are authentic." Sheng An nodded, turning her gaze towards Zhang Jiaoliang. Zhang Jiaoliang widened his eyes in disbelief. "Is that it?" "Indeed, that's all." Sheng An smiled. "Of course, if you recall anything further, do notify us." Zhang Jiaoliang displayed his disappointment openly on his countenance. Sheng An and Hao Jingye observed him, yet he remained, fidgeting with the phone that had been returned to him, clearly reluctant to depart. "Is there anything else?" Sheng An inquired, feigning ignorance. Zhang Jiaoliang clenched his teeth and sat upright, asserting, "I was the first to notice the anomaly, and after circling around to inform you, you cannot simply dismiss me with a mere acknowledgement. And what do you desire?" Zhang Jiaoliang continued, "I seek to understand the situation. Is he truly a ghost? Furthermore, does the nation possess numerous supernatural entities? Are they apparitions or pre-establishment spirits?" Such inquiries were overwhelming. Hao Jingye furrowed his brow, preparing to speak. Sheng An raised a hand to halt him, fixing his gaze upon Zhang Jiaoliang. In response to his eager anticipation, he remarked, "He is not a ghost, but there are certain supernatural circumstances surrounding him. As for the rest, I cannot disclose anything at this moment, and I hope you can maintain confidentiality." Zhang Jiaoliang's shoulders slumped, his expression clouded with displeasure. Hao Jingye, puzzled, remarked, "You are merely an ordinary person. Why are you so intrigued by such enigmatic matters? Are you not concerned about encountering misfortune?" Zhang Jiaoliang replied with fervor, "It is precisely the mystery that piques my curiosity." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "You seem entirely unfazed. Has the nation already mastered numerous supernatural existences, akin to those in novels? Is there a department for cultivating immortals or a bureau for managing monsters? Perhaps a liaison between the realms of yin and yang?" Hao Jingye responded with silence, while Sheng An merely stated, "You are overthinking it. The imagination of our university students is truly remarkable." Zhang Jiaoliang, undeterred, continued, "May I join you?" Sheng An shook his head, replying, "That is not permissible. Our department is composed of individuals who are anything but normal, and you do not meet the criteria." Thus, he found himself at a disadvantage for being too ordinary. Zhang Jiaoliang, with a serious demeanor, retorted, "I believe I am rather abnormal as well, frequently experiencing intermittent bouts of anger, suffering from insomnia, and often feeling on the verge of losing my mind." Sheng An smiled slightly. "Your condition is more suited for the 3rd hospital, not our group. The third hospital is notorious for being a psychiatric institution. Zhang Jiaoliang, seeking a more attainable option, pleaded, "Then may I accompany you in the search for this ghost? My curiosity is piqued." "Curiosity kills the cat," came the somber voice of Hao Jingye. Zhang Jiaoliang responded, "I am human, and if I were to encounter such supernatural occurrences, I would embrace it. Perhaps I could even become a figure of the metaphysical or experience a journey through time." The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Sheng An stood up. Zhang Jiaoliang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that possible?" Zhang Jiaoliang's frustration grew. His visit had not brought clarity but rather deepened his confusion, about Sheng An, about the Special Affairs Department, and about the existence of the supernatural. Yet, they refused to enlighten him. Zhang Jiaoliang exclaimed in exasperation, "I have captured evidence of supernatural phenomena. Why won't you share this with me? If you do not tell me, I shall disclose it to the world. I will post it online." This was a threat. Sheng An's expression remained unchanged. "Very well. Should you wish to post it, then go ahead." After a moment of hesitation, under Zhang Jiaoliang's furious gaze, he spoke again. "However, if you cooperate with us, I shall reveal it to you in 10 days. "Really? Indeed?" Sheng An affirmed with certainty. Zhang Jiaoliang thought, "Just 10 days? I can wait," and so he did until he departed. Suddenly, Hao Jingye inquired, "When will the country officially announce the final news?" Sheng An replied, "In 10 days, specifically at the 5-day countdown." Hao Jingye remarked, "So we are indeed waiting for 10 days? At that time, not only will Zhang Jiaoliang be informed, but also the entire nation. That poor child has been deceived by Sister Sheng." Sheng An's demeanor turned serious as he ordered, "Immediately investigate who the heretic is. His abilities are quite extraordinary. The photograph lacks clarity, but with state resources, we shall surely uncover the truth." Hao Jingye, curious, asked, "What kind of ability does he possess? Is it a speed-related power? If it were a speed-related ability, it wouldn't be particularly frightening." Yet, Sheng An shook his head, "I doubt that. 800 meters in 2 seconds would merely create an afterimage. Capturing the person is impossible. Though I have never encountered a speed ability, it is evident that speed abilities are characterized by their swiftness, extreme swiftness. The faster one moves, the less discernible they become, leaving only an afterimage behind. This photograph, while relatively clear, does not indicate speed. Thus, it must be another unique power." Hao Jingye gasped. "If it is not speed-related and clearly does not belong to the elemental abilities of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, it could only be one of the rare abilities. The specifics may need to be inquired from him directly or perhaps."
Libanyun.
Sheng An stepped outside, realizing that their understanding of these abilities was still far too limited. Hao Jingye hurriedly caught up. Hao Jingye. Chapter 40. The buffs have been fully stacked. I had just encountered Song Linwei and hadn't yet had the chance to share today's discovery when the other party spoke first. The red folder contained an urgent message. The grain depot in Shirshir had been robbed, and it was 100% confirmed that the perpetrator possessed spatial abilities. Team A had already taken action. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, while Hao Jingye widened his eyes in astonishment. "Is this a zero-cost purchase?" This is the true essence of a zero-cost acquisition, directly targeting the national warehouse for grain. The apocalypse has not yet arrived, yet decisive actions have already been taken. This person is formidable. Hao Jingye's expression turned serious. "Sister Sheng, we must act swiftly. We cannot allow Team A to get ahead of us." Previously, each team had been gathering information and searching for heretics. However, this time, the red document sent from above explicitly identified the target as a heretic. A shared piece of intelligence between Teams A and B. In other words, the first to arrive will reap the rewards. Song Linwei nodded in agreement. This individual who can seize the grain from the warehouse must undoubtedly be a spatial ability user. Team A lacks spatial abilities. As soon as the news reached them, Qiu Yu immediately abandoned her current task and dashed to the scene, evidently determined to secure the prize. Including Jiang Yu, they possess 2 spatial abilities, while Team A primarily comprises combat specialists and lacks spatial powers, hence their urgency. Sheng An, however, remained composed. The audacity to directly execute a zero-cost acquisition from the national warehouse speaks volumes about the confidence of the perpetrator. It is likely that this individual will be difficult to apprehend, so there is no need to rush. Team A may take action first, but that doesn't guarantee they will be the ones to capture the suspect. Their presence at the scene is merely to gather more information, rather than to immediately locate the individual. Sheng An murmured, "Once again, it is Shurshur." They discovered that the extraordinary individual was in Shurshur, and this Xingyuan purchase fellow was also in Shurshur? Song Linwei pondered, "Shurshur? Indeed, Zhang Jiaoliang also hails from Shurshur. How did your inquiries fare today?" As they walked, Sheng An interjected, "Additionally, please provide me with any existing information on Xingyuan purchase. I wish to examine the specifics of this anomaly. All pertinent information resides within the folder. The various departments below are actively engaged, with the Information Department and the Investigation Department continuously updating the contents of the folder." Sheng An meticulously reviewed each detail, while Hao Jingye recounted the findings from today's investigation to Song Linwei. Since the confirmation of the apocalypse, cities have been preparing, not solely for shelters but also for provisions. A global cataclysm, of course, cannot be confined to a single location. Vast quantities of grain have been stockpiled across various regions, with warehouses brimming and undergoing constant reinforcement, even constructing underground storages to relocate supplies. Shurshur is no exception. However, from Jiangyu, they have received definitive intelligence indicating that Shurshur will be struck by a meteorite. The grain reserves in Shurshur are scant, as the capital city is intended to be the nation's most secure stronghold, with Shurshur serving as a pivotal transit point due to its proximity. All grain is stored in surface warehouses, with frequent comings and goings. One such granary was burglarized today. In the fleeting moment when the granary was opened for grain distribution, the provisions vanished into thin air. Everyone present was subsequently restrained, and the interrogation results from the folder indicated that both the psychologist and investigation experts were concurrently conducting inquiries, with reports being updated in real time. Everyone appeared to be perfectly normal. Song Linwei. Until more information surfaces, the staff present in the warehouse today are all under suspicion. After all, the surveillance footage reveals that, apart from these few employees, no one else entered the premises. The cameras captured the precise moment when the supplies vanished. Several staff members were engaged in transporting grain when suddenly half of the stock disappeared, prompting gasps of astonishment from the workers. Naturally, this is not the only surveillance. There are additional cameras monitoring the surroundings of the warehouse. Reports indicate that they have scrutinized nearly 3 days' worth of footage, finding no unfamiliar faces approaching, while inquiries into older recordings are still ongoing. This leads to the unsettling conclusion that the spatial anomaly user is likely among the staff. Hao Jingye inhaled deeply. Fearing this was the very reason team leader Qiu Yu rushed to the scene. She must aim to engage with the personnel immediately to identify the aberrant. Sheng An remained silent, her brow furrowed, repeatedly reviewing the footage of the grain theft, her gaze profound, lost in thought. Hao Jingye, puzzled, asked, "Sister Sheng, are we not going to the site?" Qiu Yu has already arrived. If the aberrant is among the staff, she will soon apprehend them, effectively meaning Team A has already identified the anomaly, and they cannot interfere further. Sheng An tilted her head, murmuring, "I have a hunch that the thief is not among the staff." A hunch from Sheng An indeed warrants serious consideration. Hao Jingye countered, "But there are no footprints from other individuals at the scene. How could this spatial anomaly user have entered? And where could they be hiding? It is quite perplexing." Song Linwei felt a stir in his heart. Could it be that the aberrant possesses another form of ability? Sheng An exhaled deeply, raising his head and slowly articulating, "It is not impossible that this is the work of a syndicate." Hao Jingye gasped in surprise, the two men taken aback by the implication. More than one person? Are awakened individuals collaborating with other heretics? If that is the case, it would involve multiple abilities, evading surveillance, and absconding with supplies without leaving a trace. It indeed makes sense. Yet the thought is profoundly chilling. Song Linwei pondered. If it is the work of 2 or more individuals, how did they manage to meet? Hao Jingye speculated. Could it be that the heretics are from Shurshur? A matter of proximity? He did not dismiss this possibility. Sheng An paused before continuing, however. It is also conceivable that the heretics were aware of the impending meteor strike on Shurshur, believing these supplies to be wasteful, and therefore took action beforehand. Hao Jingye's pupils constricted as he exchanged a glance with Song Linwei, both exclaiming in unison, Reincarnator. Suddenly, everything fell into place. There exists a reincarnator, potentially one endowed with abilities, akin to Yang Chuan and Li Wanyun awakened reincarnators. They would know who else might awaken abilities and could have conducted a preliminary screening. By comparing against a standard answer, they successfully made contact with the heretics who had awakened early. Reincarnators, space, abilities, this little group is remarkably fortified. Sheng An chuckled. We must locate this reincarnator, and there's also Li Wanyun. I have just realized another purpose for her. I can hardly wait for her return with the supplies. How Xingyuan and Song Linwei instinctively touched the back of their slightly cool heads. Strangely, they felt a twinge of sympathy for Li Wanyun, who, unbeknownst to her, was assisting the nation in delivering supplies. What a tragic fate for a daughter of destiny. How Xingyuan, provide the interrogation team leader with a video. I wish to converse with the staff. Sheng An appears to have found a direction. Song Linwei looks utterly perplexed. How Xingyuan shares the confusion, yet dutifully contacts the team leader at Sheng An's request. The video connection is established, revealing not only the team leader but also a familiar face, Qiu Yu. Sheng An raises an eyebrow and waves a greeting, Leader Qiu. Qiu Yu, with a stern expression, responds, Leader Sheng, I've been keeping a close watch over this matter. If I recall correctly, you seem to have other objectives. Sheng An smiles. If Leader Qiu has already located the individuals involved, we shall not interfere. However, it appears that Leader Qiu has come up empty-handed. Qiu Yu's expression darkens further. Sheng An asserts confidently, it is evident that the perpetrator is not among the on-site staff. Previously, this had merely been her intuition, but Qiu Yu's reaction now substantiates this assertion. Song Linwei, upon hearing this, suddenly comprehends. How Xingyuan, still somewhat puzzled, whispers, why does Leader Qiu's reaction indicate that they are not staff? Song Linwei lowers his voice. Have you forgotten Leader Qiu's ability? How Xingyuan's eyes widen in realization. Qiu Yu possesses the power of puppetry. She can directly compel the staff to speak the truth. If the perpetrator were among them, Qiu Yu would have apprehended them by now. Her darkened expression is sufficient evidence that they are not involved. How Xingyuan gazes at Sheng An with admiration. Indeed, Sister Sheng's intellect is remarkable. Even Song Linwei cannot help but express his astonishment. How could he have thought he could deceive Sheng An? Her acuity is nothing short of astonishing. Though they speak in hushed tones, their conversation remains audible to those across the video link. The autumn rain rendered the atmosphere even colder, its voice icy. These workers were indeed oblivious. The vanished grain had no connection to them. If team leader Sheng wished to uncover the thieves, perhaps he should seek other avenues. This was the truth. Yet, Sheng An smiled serenely. There was no rush. He intended to pose a question to them. A flicker of confusion crossed Qiu Yu's eyes, yet she refrained from intervening. She was unaware of what further inquiries Sheng An had in mind, for she possessed the ability to directly manipulate and glean all truths from the workers. These individuals truly knew nothing. They were neither thieves nor accomplices. At that moment, when the grain disappeared, they were engulfed solely in shock and terror. Chapter 41. Exploiting the national resources, the captain entered the interrogation room, phone in hand, gathering the previously separated workers together, awaiting Sheng An's remote questioning. Not only were Qiu Yu and the captain perplexed, even How Xingyuan and Song Linwei shared the same bewilderment regarding Sheng An's intentions. Gazing at the workers through the camera, Sheng An unveiled a smile and gently inquired, please take a moment to reflect. Before the grain vanished, did any of you feel a chill at the back of your neck, or perhaps, did you experience an encounter with the supernatural? What a bizarre question. An encounter with the supernatural. This was an infuriatingly familiar description. Wasn't Zhang Jiaoliang the one who reported such an experience to the authorities? The individuals on the other side appeared equally taken aback, their eyes revealing a sense of confusion. The captain quickly added, feel free to share anything that comes to mind. Indeed, even if it were merely an illusion or a fleeting doubt, it was welcome. Sheng An's tone remained exceedingly gentle, assuring them that it was perfectly acceptable to air, for they were all individuals aiding the nation. Upon hearing this, the captain instinctively cast a glance at Qiu Yu. Unlike Qiu Yu, who exuded an air of authority that instilled fear, Sheng An approached the inquiry with a gentle demeanor. After posing a couple of questions, Qiu Yu resorted to using his abilities. It must be acknowledged that while Qiu Yu was efficient, Sheng An fostered a more relaxed atmosphere. Some shook their heads in confusion, while one individual slowly raised his hand. Sheng An immediately encouraged, "Please, go ahead." The individual appeared hesitant, prompting Sheng An to reassure him, "It's perfectly fine. You can share anything with me." With warmth in her voice, the captain directed the video towards him. Observing Sheng An's smiling face, the individual stammered, "I think I might have encountered a ghost recently." The crowd responded with astonishment, signifying that there was indeed something noteworthy. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei straightened up instantly, and even Qiu Yu on the other end, alongside the captain and others, adopted a serious demeanor. Qiu Yu frowned. This matter seemed unrelated to the theft that occurred today. During her inquiries, she hadn't addressed this issue, and the individual had not mentioned it either, believing it to be irrelevant. She felt a swirl of emotions but refrained from interrupting Sheng An. Earlier in the storage room, I felt a breeze behind me. After a pause, as if fearing misinterpretation, he quickly added, "Of course, I was facing away from the door. It could have been the wind from outside." Standing in front of the door, it was indeed plausible to sense a breeze from behind. Sheng An nodded with a smile. "All right, I understand. Thank you for your cooperation." The individual appeared bewildered, lost in thought. The captain responded sternly, "Understood. We will investigate immediately." With that, he ended the call. Qiu Yu pursed her lips, her expression grim. Sheng An is an astute individual. She is far from foolish. Yesterday, she encountered a supernatural occurrence, and today, she sensed a peculiar breeze. At this critical juncture of the grain depot theft, although the underlying logic remains elusive, the information must not be overlooked. Upon her arrival at the scene to make inquiries, she inadvertently missed this vital detail. However, Sheng An, from a distance, deliberately sought clarification, indicating that she had already contemplated certain possibilities, perhaps even deducing a significant amount of information. Once again, she found herself at a disadvantage. Autumn Rain clenched her fists tightly. The perpetrator had yet to be apprehended, and she refused to believe that her extraordinary abilities would fail to uncover the thief. She could not afford to be outmaneuvered by Sheng An again. Meanwhile, upon concluding her call, Sheng An reclined in her chair, her hands resting behind her head, swaying leisurely as she mused. "Now, we await the results. Has there been any news regarding Zhang Jialiang's report on the heretical investigation?" To her surprise, she swiftly shifted her focus to another heresy. She promptly organized the information from the ongoing investigation. Song Linwei, still perplexed by the theft and its implications, could not restrain his curiosity. "Sister Shang, why did you suddenly inquire if they had encountered any supernatural events? What leads you to believe that someone truly did experience such occurrences? Who would instinctively invoke the term supernatural?" Upon hearing this, Sheng An thoughtfully stroked her chin. "I am not entirely certain, which is why I felt the need to inquire. If someone indeed experienced the supernatural, it would corroborate my hypothesis. Of course, this remains merely a conjecture, and further investigation is required. I shall inform you shortly." She turned her gaze towards Hao Jingye, who promptly presented all the relevant documentation. Sheng An nodded appreciatively and picked up one of the photographs taken by Zhang Jialiang, scrutinizing it intently. The image revealed only that the individual wore a hat and donned dark clothing. Such is the power of the national machinery. A formidable force, where nothing remains concealed, looms ominously. The notification chimes, and the folder updates promptly. Hao Jingye immediately clicks to open it. At the scene, upon inspecting the positions of the staff who encountered the supernatural entity, they discovered an additional, peculiar trace resembling a footprint. Strangely, there was only a single imprint in the entire warehouse, which they had overlooked during their initial investigation. Had it not been for the precise identification of this staff member's position and a meticulous examination, they would have likely failed to notice the faint mark. The two of them inhaled sharply, printing out the photograph. Sheng An smiled, her eyes gleaming. Indeed, this individual possessed remarkable skill and knew how to leave no trace, exhibiting far greater caution than the heretics they had previously encountered. Jiang Yu was at home incessantly ordering takeout. Li Wanyun was raising funds to construct a stronghold. As for Li Xian, It goes without saying that if they did not pursue him, he would undoubtedly reveal himself. Among the heretics discovered thus far, the one who raided the warehouse was the most prudent. Of course, even more cautious ones remained undiscovered. Cautious yet audacious, with merely 15 days until the apocalypse, they had already begun to exploit the resources of the state. Hao Jingye spoke urgently. Sister Shang, what shall we do next? Song Linwei replied, this information is public. Team leader Chiu has also received it, and they will likely commence screening immediately. We must act as well. Upon hearing this, Sheng An flicked her fingers against the photograph bearing the faint imprint, stating coolly, prompt them to swiftly utilize satellite surveillance to pinpoint the heretic captured by Zhang Jiaoyang. Hao Jingye exclaimed, Sister, focus on the key points. That individual, while formidable, can be set aside for the moment, can't he? The heretics involved in the grain warehouse theft may not be singular. We ought to prioritize this area. Song Linwei concurred, stating that we cannot allow Leader Chiu to uncover the crucial information first and identify the target. Otherwise, this heretic will become associated with Group A. On one side stands an individual with extraordinary abilities, and on the other, a small gang. Clearly, the latter holds greater significance. They should now compete with Chiu Yu to see who can first uncover the vital information, for only by discovering this essential data can they pinpoint the target heretic. However, Sheng An shook her head. She placed two photographs side by side, one depicting the ghost captured by Zhang Jiaoyang, and the other showing a faint imprint in the warehouse. Sheng An smiled, exclaiming, we have already found it. Who says they do not overlap? This little ghost is indeed a key figure in the theft. Chapter 42. Brother Long, you are the protagonist of the world. What? They overlap. Upon hearing this, the two widened their eyes in disbelief. They never imagined that the two heretics they were pursuing would indeed be intertwined. The ghost captured by Zhang Jiaoyang had also participated in the theft. Their expressions shifted as they pondered the underlying logic, and soon, astonishment filled their eyes, realizing their earlier oversight. Sheng An set down the photographs, tapping her fingertip lightly upon them, her tone relaxed. Both are in Shurshur. I have long wondered whether these two incidents could be connected. Why would that individual utilize their abilities in an uninhabited area at the foot of the mountain? It is highly probable that they sought a secluded location for training. Such training must serve a specific purpose, perhaps to facilitate the theft of grains. Hao Jingye slammed the table and remarked, it is akin to the ability of speed. If one is sufficiently swift, things become indistinct. When he activates his ability consecutively without any interval, ordinary cameras are highly unlikely to capture it. Sheng An chuckled lightly, her tone remarkably composed. While it is possible to activate the ability twice without a break, the space ability user must collect the food cards in between, inevitably prolonging the interval, thus ensuring that the two manifestations of power are not continuous. The cameras would certainly record it. She rested her chin on one hand while the other toyed with two photographs, twirling them at her fingertips, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Thus, the little ghost requires a blind spot to shield himself from the cameras, which necessitates his knowledge of the warehouse's layout. Installing a miniature camera on a staff member for real-time surveillance of the warehouse, while comprehending the monitoring positions and the existing blind spots, becomes imperative. The staff member's encounter with the supernatural last night was the little ghost placing a camera on him, and the sensation of the wind today signifies the little ghost retrieving the surveillance. Hao Jingye suddenly grasped the situation. As if struck by a revelation, he hastily opened the surveillance video, fast-forwarding to the precise moment the food vanished, and paused it. Song Linwei also glanced over, then pointed to the location beside the staff member, inhaling sharply. It is here. The towering stacks of food and the actions of the staff member rendered the camera unable to capture this angle. Hao Jingye nodded, his expression a tapestry of complexity. It was only for a fleeting moment that the absence was noted, for that individual would soon be in motion, and the provisions would promptly vanish. This brief interval sufficed. The spatial ability user collected the supplies, and he swiftly retrieved the surveillance footage before departing. Sheng An paused the monitoring interface, lifting her chin to direct her team to analyze this specific moment, this precise location, this angle. Hao Jingye nodded in agreement, hastily issuing commands. Song Linwei shook his head. Cunning calculations, quite impressive. Indeed, that is why I refer to him as a clever little imp. possessing a distinct objective and a lucid course of action, from training to reconnaissance, then identifying the individual responsible for installing the surveillance, and ultimately executing the plan while erasing all traces. A job executed splendidly, praised Sheng An without reservation. Song Linwei stole a glance at her, his emotions a swirl of complexity. No matter how clear the operational route or how exquisite the methodology, it was still uncovered by Sheng An. The scattered clues were seamlessly interconnected, precisely pinpointing the target from the minutiae. Encountering her was indeed a stroke of misfortune for the aberrant. Song Linwei reflected, the nation truly knows how to select its aberrant leaders. After sending out the notification, Hao Jingye inquired with curiosity. Sister Sheng, what kind of ability does that imp possess? Sheng An, having dubbed him imp, continued to refer to him as such. An exceptionally formidable adept, his very essence seemingly altered by this moniker. Sheng An resumed her examination of the 4 photographs taken by Zhang Jiaoyang, a smile gracing her lips, her voice laced with amusement. A rather unique ability, it should be aptly termed blinking. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei widened their eyes in astonishment. At that moment, the communication device emitted a sound, followed by the emergence of a high-definition photograph and a document from the fax machine. Hao Jingye glanced down, abruptly rising to his feet, seizing the photograph and the document with a serious demeanor. Sister Sheng, we have located the file on the teleportation ability user. In an abandoned factory in Shishir, laughter erupted from Kujashua, brimming with pride. Indeed, everything is proceeding smoothly. As anticipated, when the boss takes action, success follows effortlessly. Her tone appeared composed, yet the slight elevation of her chin and the confidence in her gaze were ample to reveal her arrogance. Beside her, a modest man smiled gently, his voice soft. It is the prowess of Tianyu's abilities, as well as the flawless plan devised by him. Without it, I would certainly be incapable of achieving anything. Long Tianyu, the user of the teleportation ability and the very core of their team, the one who brought them together, stated in 15 days, or rather, as midnight approaches, it will be 14 days. The apocalypse will arrive, and the world will undergo tremendous transformation. We shall awaken our abilities before the end times, and when the apocalyptic era dawns, we will undoubtedly shine brilliantly. He surveyed the 2 individuals before him, whom he had exerted considerable effort to locate, and they were the teammates he had chosen for himself. Kujashua's eyes sparkled even brighter, eagerly supporting him. Though I have awakened my abilities, if it weren't for Brother Long, I would have been oblivious to the impending apocalypse, let alone prepare supplies in advance. While the arrival of the end times is terrifying, Brother Long's foresight and guidance have enabled us to stockpile food early. As long as we possess ample resources and formidable combat capabilities, we need not fear the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Long Tianyu felt a stir within his heart. He gazed at the 2 individuals, his demeanor turning serious. You are the companions I have chosen. I trust you both and know you will not betray me. Therefore, there are certain matters I can now disclose. Upon hearing this, both of them immediately displayed expressions of curiosity. In truth, I am not a harbinger of doom, but rather a rebirth. Long Tianyu spoke slowly. Zhang Kuan, what? Kujashua? No way. Long Tianyu continued, will you hold it against me for having concealed this before? Of course not. They replied in unison. Kujashua, her cheeks flushed with excitement, exclaimed, Brother Long, I always sensed you were extraordinary. I never imagined you were a reborn individual with such formidable abilities. Brother Long, you must be the protagonist of this world. She was merely a fresh university graduate, in an age where she adored novels. Zhang Kuan nodded in firm agreement. It is indeed our fortune to follow Brother Long. According to the laws of the 2-dimensional realm, a reborn individual with such powers must be the chosen one. To align against Brother Long is to court certain doom. Kujashua nodded vigorously in affirmation. Long Tianyu could no longer suppress the upward curve of his lips, his face radiating pride and arrogance. With the might of his rebirth and unparalleled abilities, he was confident that even if he pilfered supplies from the national reserves, no one would uncover his deeds. He indeed was the chosen one. Chapter 43. The chosen one lacks funds. As the apocalyptic hour approached, Long Tianyu found himself financially bereft. Thus, their meeting place was an old, dilapidated factory, drafty on all sides, where the three sat upon the ground, a supermarket shopping bag filled with beer and snacks placed before them. The chosen one was still in a phase of development, exhibiting a degree of financial constraint. Naturally, the other two paid little heed to this fact. As they shared a common plight of poverty, Joshua munched on chips and curiously inquired, "Long ago, what transpired before your rebirth? Could you share it with us?" Xingyuan reached out, taking a handful of chips, his gaze equally expectant. There was no reason to conceal the truth. Long Tianyu retrieved a can of beer from the plastic bag, popped it open, and took a hearty swig before gradually recounting the tale of his past life. In his previous existence, he survived until the second year of the apocalypse, having awakened his teleportation ability in the first year. Initially, this ability was not particularly potent, as the distance he could teleport was quite short, resulting in numerous hardships. However, as his teleportation range expanded, he evolved into a master assassin, capable of appearing instantaneously beside anyone. Taking advantage of their unguarded moments, he would dismantle defenses and succeed in his assassinations, eventually gaining a measure of renown among ability users and joining a formidable team of superhumans. Alas, during a mission to seize fragments of a meteorite, they were ambushed by a group of hidden abominations. Despite expending all his powers, he ultimately fell victim to these creatures. The specter of death loomed over him, yet soon, he lifted his chin, rekindling his fighting spirit. Long Tianyu exhaled deeply, relieved that everything had changed. He had been reborn. While the water ability user, Joshua, was a fortunate encounter, his true objective was a space ability user. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare. In his previous life, he had encountered only a handful of space ability users, the most formidable among them being a woman named Li Wanyun. Yet, since his rebirth, he had yet to locate her and was left wondering where she might be. Perhaps she was simply living a normal life in some corner of the world, untouched by the apocalypse. Xingyuan's spatial abilities were merely ordinary, unlike Li Wanyun, who could wield spatial powers in combat. However, it was of little consequence, for he was capable of fighting on his own. The true value of a spatial ability user lay in their capacity to assist him in stockpiling resources. The thought of battle quickened Long Tianyu's breath. In his previous life, before his demise, his maximum teleportation distance was a mere 100 meters, and utilizing long-distance teleportation consecutively 5 times would deplete his powers. In contrast, rebirth had rendered him significantly stronger. He could now teleport up to 200 meters and perform the feat 10 times in succession. What did this signify? Within a range of 2 kilometers, he was the supreme ruler. Not only had he been granted a second chance, but he had also emerged more formidable. Was this not the mark of a chosen one? This was indeed his most potent advantage. Yet Long Tianyu found himself puzzled. I have been reborn before the apocalypse. My powers have grown immensely, yet these 2 awakened abilities before the apocalypse are remarkably strong as well, far exceeding the newly awakened abilities of my past life. This is quite strange. Perhaps. Long Tianyu furrowed his brow. He had never heard of abilities awakening prior to the apocalypse in his previous life. My interactions with Joshua were solely for the purpose of acquiring water, and during that time, Joshua lived in considerable hardship, with only a limited amount of water to spare daily. Yet, in this life, he had already surpassed his previous existence upon his rebirth. This is a rather peculiar phenomenon. The trio fell into silence. Soon, Joshua offered an explanation. It must be due to Brother Long's butterfly effect. Xingyuan suddenly understood. Yes, it is quite possible. With Tianyu's rebirth, according to the laws of the multiverse, Tianyu is the protagonist, and we belong to the protagonist's faction. Thus we have grown stronger alongside him. He smiled shyly, his voice soft. Brother Long, I will always follow you and never betray you. Just joking, betraying the protagonist and opposing him would make one a villain, destined for failure. Upon hearing this, Long Tianyu revealed a satisfied smile and nodded. Rest assured, we are a team. Even as more members join us in the future, I will always place my utmost trust in you. We were the ones who began preparing before the apocalypse. Thinking of the food they had transported from the granary, Joshua's eyes sparkled, her voice filled with excitement. We received the news of the impending apocalypse in advance, hoarding supplies while everyone else remained oblivious. forming an extraordinary abilities team. Perhaps the end of the world is our opportunity to shine. Long Tianyu nodded solemnly. Before the apocalypse, he was an ordinary person waiting for an opportunity, but this time, he had stockpiled supplies and assembled a team of empowered individuals, possessing formidable abilities. He would undoubtedly become the king of the apocalypse. Let us give our extraordinary abilities team a name, could Joshua suggested. Without hesitation, Long Tianyu replied, Ghostly Abilities Team. Could Joshua exclaimed. Then Brother Long is the Ghost King. Ha ha ha, how imposing. Ghost King. Long Tianyu smiled. Indeed, the title suited his abilities perfectly, and this time, he would certainly make a name for himself as the Ghost King. He raised a can, his spirit soaring. Let us celebrate our first successful mission and the establishment of the Ghostly Abilities Team. The three of them joyfully shared a bottle of beer. With the effects of the alcohol kicking in, could Joshua widened her eyes. Brother Long, what shall we do next? Long Tianyu felt a bit tipsy as well. Not merely due to excitement but also slightly inebriated. In the previous life during the apocalypse, everyone was impoverished, and there was no alcohol to be had. Thus his tolerance for liquor was quite poor. 2 cans of beer, that would suffice. Long Tianyu's cheeks flushed slightly, his gaze imbued with arrogance. Naturally, we shall continue to stockpile resources. In my past life, the entirety of Shurshur was obliterated, and we rightfully seized its provisions. They are devoid of funds and can only resort to zero-cost purchases, exploiting the state's resources. Long Tianyu chuckled. You all say that following me guarantees a feast, so we shall indeed hoard meat at the camp of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department. Thus, the boy with the manifested extraordinary abilities is this young man named Long Tianyu. How Xingyuan succinctly outlined Long Tianyu's entire life history, from his early schooling, the mistakes he made, the evaluations from others to the wages and conditions of his various jobs. It even included information filtered from his phone, encompassing but not limited to contacts, chat logs, search histories, and purchase records. One could say it stripped the individual bare. Sheng An calmly perused the information. Chapter 44. Sheng An, we invite you into the trap song, Lin Wei remarked. This person was previously quite ordinary, neither rising nor falling, possessing ambition yet lacking the corresponding capability. After a brief pause, he added, however, with the emergence of his extraordinary ability, he has managed to take a shortcut, which is immensely practical. Hao Jingyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Long Tianyu must have endured quite some time in the apocalypse. Otherwise, such a transformation would not be feasible. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded, similar to Li Wanyun. Those of us blessed with keen intellect can discern the core issues of one another at a glance. Sheng An lightly tapped the table, her tone leisurely. The two of them. Splendid, the tasks have been arranged in advance, we are just waiting to apprehend them. Just as Hao Jingya was about to inquire further, the communication device chimed again, indicating an update on the computer files. He immediately clicked to open it, and upon discerning the contents, his expression revealed the anticipated conclusion. What is happening? Song Linwei leaned in closer. Hao Jingya turned the screen towards Sheng and Sister Sheng. Your conjectures were indeed accurate. He has utilized his teleportation ability to infiltrate the warehouse, likely positioning himself in a blind spot of the surveillance, to the side and rear of the staff. The photograph has been expertly manipulated. It captures the precise moment the items vanished. In that very instant, the altered image reveals a shadow in the area previously concealed by the grain. This shadow is exceedingly indistinct, and without the enhancements, it would be virtually impossible to discern with the naked eye from the surveillance footage. During that fleeting moment, he was employing his teleportation ability to escape. The shadow has been circled and an inferred outline drawn. Song Linwei's pupils constricted. This outline does not belong to a single individual. Long Tianyu is neither this tall nor this robust. Taking a deep breath, Song Linwei slowly articulated. There are two of them. Long Tianyu is operating alongside a spatial ability user. Sister Sheng's earlier deductions were entirely correct. Hao Jingye remarked, so, this is a duo of deviants? Suddenly, Sheng An interjected, who said there are two people. Both men were taken aback, turning sharply to her. Observing the profound expression on Sheng An's face, Song Linwei pondered for a moment before enlightenment dawned upon him. I comprehend. This team comprises at least 3 individuals, or perhaps precisely 3, for although the number of heretics is considerable, they are not easily located. Song Linwei spoke with conviction. Thus far, the state apparatus has identified only this number of heretics. How could Long Tianyu possibly uncover more? This trio represents the optimal solution: a teleportation ability user, a spatial ability user, and one unidentified individual. Hao Jingye, still perplexed, queried, "Why is there an additional person? Can't the 2 suffice?" Sheng An chuckled lightly, "Because they require someone for cover." Propping her chin on her hand, she twirled a pen between her fingers, her tone languid. His teleportation ability cannot be limitless in frequency or distance. That would defy the natural order. After a brief pause, she continued, "If Long Tianyu possessed an invincible and extraordinary teleportation ability, he would not need to evade the surveillance cameras in the warehouse. He could afford to act without a strategy. The necessity for meticulous planning indicates that he has not yet attained such formidable prowess." Thus, following this reasoning, Hao Jingye slapped his forehead. His abilities must have limitations. He cannot simply elude all monitoring. There must be someone outside to assist, for instance, a driver in a vehicle, allowing him to teleport directly into the car, escaping the warehouse and avoiding detection. Realizing this, Hao Jingye promptly notified the team to search for vehicles within a 10-kilometer radius of the warehouse. Sheng An replied, "Proceed with the investigation. First, examine the individuals Long Tianyu has recently interacted with, as well as those connected to him, to uncover the other 2 heretics." Understood. Both Hao Jingye and Song Linwei replied in unison. In less than 3 hours, a comprehensive report was generated. Pervasive surveillance and satellites were sufficient to ascertain the whereabouts of their target with utmost clarity. Moreover, it is exceedingly difficult for modern individuals to detach from their mobile devices. Long Tianyu instinctively utilized his phone to reach out to others. This investigation belonged to Joshua, who, 3 days prior, visited the hospital to undergo a health examination. Enclosed is her medical report. It was also during this time that Long Tianyu and Joshua had their first conversation, suggesting that her abilities had likely begun to awaken. Contained within are the transcripts of their discussions over the past 3 days, alongside excerpts from their recorded conversations. This data delineates their movements throughout the same period. A multitude of files and reports, compiled in under 3 hours, rendered the activities of the 3 individuals utterly transparent. Their presumed clandestine operations were laid bare, revealing every word uttered. Under the machinery of the state, there is no refuge. Song Linwei swallowed hard. This was his inaugural experience utilizing the highest-level authority to mobilize national resources for an investigation, and he was witnessing firsthand the formidable power it wielded. It was truly terrifying. How could he have ever thought he could evade the state? Ultimately, he had underestimated both the machinery of the nation, and Sheng and Hao Jingye spoke with fervor. "Sister Sheng, shall we proceed to apprehend them now?" The 2 exchanged puzzled glances. Sheng An smiled. "They have already pilfered the grain from the Shusher granary, audacious enough to target the national reserves. With a fortnight remaining, do you truly believe they will refrain from further actions?" "No, they will undoubtedly take further steps," Song Linwei murmured. "Their financial circumstances are rather dire, and now, with the additional resources, they are likely to continue stockpiling." "Indeed," Sheng An nodded, acknowledging that they would continue to exploit the nation's resources. Shusher was destined for destruction, and their theft was entirely justified in their eyes. Both individuals turned to her. Sheng An slowly rose, her elongated figure casting a graceful silhouette, her voice tinged with amusement. "They have already stockpiled provisions, and according to Li Wanyun's inventory strategy, their next step will be to hoard meat. They will centralize the meat from Shusher slaughterhouses, and we shall set a trap for them." Chapter 45. Who dares to disturb the sovereign? The 2 inhaled sharply. Zhang Kuan and Joshua were relatively easy to apprehend, but Long Tianyu's abilities posed more of a challenge. Not in the sense of capturing him, but in the concern of potential conflict that could endanger others. Setting a trap was indeed the most exquisite method of capture. Sheng An had always been adept at discerning the style of the deviant, selecting the most suitable means of resolution. Long Tianyu's actions were audacious. As soon as they shifted the meat supply in Shusher, they would undoubtedly make their move to acquire the maximum resources in the shortest time. As for whether they would adhere strictly to the plan, that was not a concern. Since they had already identified the culprit, they could monitor his every action meticulously and adjust their strategy in real time. Sheng An remarked, "The resources from Shurshur are destined for secure zones. Their theft merely assists in the transportation of goods. Space manipulators are far more efficient than a fleet of refrigerated trucks." Her tone was gentle, her eyes curving in a smile. Yet, each word she uttered sent an inexplicable chill down their spines. Hao Jingye. Song Linwei. Truly, Sister Sheng, maximizing the utility of every resource to the fullest. Regardless of whether you choose to join the End Times Special Affairs Office, it is imperative to make use of it first. As for your willingness to join, that is a jest. You have no choice in the matter. You must join. Countdown to Apocalypse. 14 days. Sheng An, while enjoying her meal, perused the documents in her hands. Jiang Yu and Li Xian, having completed half a day's classes, felt a bit dizzy as they drifted into the cafeteria and sat across from Sheng An, noticing her peculiar expression as she ate and read. Jiang Yu inquired, "Sister Sheng, what are you looking at?" In response, Sheng An exhaled deeply, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Somewhat speechless yet seemingly resigned, as if amused. Jiang Yu was puzzled, while Li Xian, growing impatient, reached over to take a look. Sheng An did not deter them, allowing them to see. As they glanced at the content, they were momentarily taken aback. Chat records? Each page meticulously secured with a clip, brimming with substantial information. They began to read from the first page, discovering it to be a chat log from a small group of 3 titled Ghostly Abilities Team. Had this been prior to the apocalypse? Had they not received these records from Sheng An, they would have certainly assumed it was merely a whimsical chat group. However, at that moment, they swiftly realized that this was a recent investigation into the new heretics that Sheng An and her team had been pursuing. Their heads cleared instantly. The meal was forgotten as they hurriedly continued to read. Ghost King. Action tomorrow, I'll scout today. Future Water God. Are we sticking to the previous plan? Space Master. All right, Dragon Brother. I'm organizing the space. Food takes up 2/3, while meat can only fit 1/3. Future Water God. Understood. Space Master acknowledged. In the future, the Water God spoke, "Dragon Brother, I just visited the wholesale market for intelligence. The administration is reallocating supplies, likely due to the theft at the granary, concentrating the meat." The Ghost King inquired, "Have you traced its location?" The Water God responded, "I followed a refrigerated truck. It is situated on the northern route." The Ghost King instructed, "Drive over to pick me up. We shall converse in person." He then addressed the Space Master, "Do not rush. If the meat has indeed been centralized, it simplifies our task. Once we ascertain the location, we shall jointly rent a warehouse." The Space Master replied, "Understood. With Dragon Brother in action, victory is assured." The Water God remarked, "Indeed, he is our leader, the Ghost King." Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Li Xian exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Yu questioned, "What does this mean? Are they conspiring to steal state resources?" Li Xian paused, then slowly nodded, "Yes." Subsequently, they chorused, "Are they out of their minds? This is a blatant affront." Jiang Yu reflected, "I merely purchased extra grain and was apprehended by Sister Sheng." Li Xian added, "I only sought to save the world, and yet I was caught the moment I stepped outside." They pondered the audacity of these individuals. As they meticulously plotted to pilfer national supplies, Sheng An and his associates seemed to find amusement in their chat logs, treating it as mere entertainment. Jiang Yu raised a hand to his chest, lamenting the audacity of these 3 aberrations. At that moment, Hao Jingye entered the cafeteria, briskly approaching with a folder in hand. "Sister Sheng, I have the latest news. They have purchased tickets to the capital and rented a warehouse, strategically located in the Western District, near the core refuge of the Beijing suburbs. However, those warehouses are currently stocked with national supplies." Sheng An replied calmly, "Let us choose an empty one to rent to them. They have worked diligently to transport our grain. How can we refuse to accommodate them?" Hao Jingye responded affirmatively. After a brief pause, he took out his phone. "This contains the details of their meeting and negotiations. I have extracted only the crucial information." Sheng An nodded, and Hao Jingye sat down beside her. Clicking play, 1/3 of the grain must be retained as a precaution, while the rest should be converted into meat, which is even scarcer than grain. In the future, will land not be cultivable? It seems that the Beijing Academy of Sciences has developed hydroponics, and plant-based ability users can also produce grain, albeit in limited quantities. Nevertheless, it exists while meat has become increasingly precious. The same amount of meat can be exchanged for several times its weight in grain from plant-based ability users. Then it's settled. We will allocate just 5 square meters for other items, while the remainder will be filled with meat. Following the recent grain storage theft, the state has concentrated its meat supplies, making it convenient for us to seize them directly. Is the cold storage strictly monitored? Certainly, it is quite stringent. But what is there to fear? We have Brother Long. They both chuckled heartily. The state must be utterly baffled as to how that batch of supplies vanished. They probably think it's haunted, which is utterly hilarious. Just the thought of them being so perplexed brings a smile to my face. Tomorrow, they will be even more bewildered. Indeed, we shall reveal to them that, in the face of formidable strength, everything is but a paper tiger. The era of nations has passed. The strong shall shape the future. At this moment, Jiangyu and Li Xian suddenly felt a chill, a shiver running down their spines. They turned sharply to look at Sheng An. As expected, Sister Sheng was already smiling. A gentle smile, with her eyes curving like crescent moons, her gaze profound and unfathomable. Though she appeared to be smiling, the air around them seemed to grow suddenly cold. Instantly, the two sat up straight, hearts pounding in trepidation. Goodness, she is indeed a true warrior. In the presence of their overwhelming power, is the nation merely a paper tiger? Is Sister Sheng a paper tiger? This trio is invincible. Chapter 46. Of course, it is because the chosen one is too impoverished. Countdown to Apocalypse, 13 days. The small team prepared to embark on their mission to seize a substantial stock of meat from the national cold storage. Long Tianyu was resolute. With the experience of our previous endeavor, this time we shall proceed with even greater efficiency, aiming to clear the cold storage swiftly.
Tiang Kun nodded earnestly.
The officials are not only at a loss but are even unaware of our existence. He rubbed his hands together, a shy smile appearing on his face. I never dared to imagine that one day I would possess such extraordinary abilities, immensely powerful. Long Tianyu remained silent, but his eyes clearly reflected agreement. Who could have anticipated that they would become so formidable? And they are indeed the protagonists. Long Tianyu smiled, lifted his chin, cleared his throat, and donned a composed expression. Let us depart. First, we shall stop by a breakfast stall to procure some food. We will resolve our breakfast on the way, heading straight for our destination. Joshua paused momentarily. A single statement instantaneously deflated their soaring spirits. Long Tianyu's proudly raised head drooped slightly. He lowered his voice. I ran out of money yesterday when I rented the warehouse. Zhang Kuan managed a wry smile. I've got nothing left either. I spent it all on train tickets. Why did he only exploit the country's resources and hoard nothing else? Naturally, it was due to poverty. He could afford nothing. Long Tianyu paused, then inquired of Joshua, do you have nothing at all? Hua Bei, Bai Tiao? Joshua bowed her head. I used everything to pay off my credit card at the beginning of the month. Zhang Kuan rummaged through his pockets for a while, finally producing 5 yuan. Long Tianyu replied that is sufficient. Let us buy a few steamed buns. Joshua hesitated. Brother Long, prices have risen. Now each steamed bun costs 3 yuan. 5 yuan will only buy 2. It's not enough. Long Tianyu took a deep breath and after a moment said, then let us just buy 2 for now. At this juncture, the three exchanged glances, feeling inexplicably desolate. Joshua shook her head, dismissing the strange thought from her mind. Her voice resolute, we possess an entire warehouse of food and soon an abundance of meat. Compared to our ample supplies and formidable abilities, what does anything else signify? Money is merely paper. Once the apocalypse arrives, it will be worthless. We must set out immediately to gather the most precious resources of the end times. The trio, brimming with confidence, eagerly rushed to the breakfast stall and purchased 2 steamed buns. Once in the vehicle, Zhang Kuan handed the 2 buns to Long Tianyu, who intended to share half with him. Zhang Kuan flashed a grin and retrieved another steamed bun, exclaiming that he had just acquired an additional one. Long Tianyu gazed at the bun, his emotions tangled. Was it truly necessary to utilize spatial abilities for merely pilfering a bun? Something felt amiss. Long Tianyu mused that when a spatial ability user is brought to the brink of death, they release a portion of their spatial resources, and upon their demise, all resources within their space are expelled. This indicated that spatial ability users were indeed targets for food ability users. Zhang Kuan was taken aback, losing his appetite for the bun. Fear not, I shall protect you, and besides, we are still in the pre-apocalypse, Long Tianyu reassured. This alleviated Zhang Kuan's anxiety somewhat. He was a timid yet astute individual, choosing to cling to Long Guo's side to avoid being exploited for their food supplies. What does food even matter? Consider the stockpiled resources we possess. Could Joshua bit into her bun with fervor? The thought of their hoarded goods and today's plans rendered even the tasteless bun delectable. Not far away, a burly man slapped his son, who was staring intently. What are you looking at? Have you never seen anyone gnaw on a bun? The trio appeared peculiar, with their chins held high, each savoring a white bun with delight. The man bellowed, "Hurry and get to school. Let me tell you, if you don't study diligently, you'll end up like those three ruffians, gnawing on buns without any side dishes." The son pouted and took a hearty bite of his sandwich. Meanwhile, prior to the trio's departure, the Special Operations Department had already commenced their activities. At the Apocalypse Special Operations Camp, early in the morning, Sheng An donned his combat uniform, accompanied by Hao Jingye and Song Linwei as they set out. Zhang Yu and Li Xian clung tightly to Sheng An's legs, pleading, "Sister, take us with you. We implore you. Please take us." Whoa! Sheng An shifted her legs slightly, and the two held on even more fiercely. With a stoic expression, she inquired, "Aren't you attending classes today?" Li Xian replied, "No." Zhang Yu added, "We can make it up tonight. I want to go. Can we skip today?" This is a confrontation with three heretics. Unlike before, this time the adversaries are quite formidable, and a battle may be necessary. From the background check, Long Tianyu was raised by his grandparents, who have since passed away. Could Joshua comes from a family that favors sons over daughters, resulting in a strained familial relationship. In other words, they are three bachelors. To subdue such individuals, one must resort to coercive measures. Both the curious Zhang Yu and the self-proclaimed formidable Li Xian were unwilling to miss the spectacle, insisting on accompanying her. Song Linwei frowned. "Do not cause trouble for team leader Sheng." Li Xian grimaced, hesitant to contradict his uncle. Zhang Yu retorted, "You usually stay at the camp. Yet today, you are joining us. Don't criticize us for wanting to witness the excitement." Song Linwei replied. Sheng An glanced over and sighed. "Let's go." "Oi!" The two rejoiced. With a slight smile, she warned, "If any of you cause me trouble, your classes will double, and you can forget about leaving the camp." The two felt a chill run down their spines, standing at attention. Yes. Chapter 47. She has resources. This was Zhang Yu and Li Xian's first experience witnessing a special operations unit in action. Dressed in a tactical uniform, Sheng An exuded an air of confidence, gripping a miniature walkie-talkie with a stern expression. With a single command, the special police stationed at the emergency response unit sprang into action. Sheng An raised her wrist and spoke calmly. "Team 1, report." "Team 1 ready," came the response through the device, confirming their readiness. "Team 2, report." "Team 2 ready," echoed back, stationed around the cold storage facility. "Drone unit, ready." On the screen before Sheng An, a red dot blinked, indicating the vehicle occupied by Long Tianyu and his companions. Surrounding this vehicle, a web of surveillance was meticulously woven, poised to ensnare the target. Li Xian watched in trepidation, murmuring to himself, "So this is the extent of the net laid out to capture me. How could I possibly escape?" Realizing this, he felt a strange sense of comfort in the inevitability of his capture. Sheng An cast him a sidelong glance, her tone unyielding. "When we apprehended you, we deployed only a fraction of our forces." Li Xian, instinctively raising his voice, retorted, "On what grounds?" Zhang Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Song Linwei gave him a light slap on the back, unable to contain his irritation. "Are you out of your mind? Still comparing circumstances? What? Are you dissatisfied that there aren't more people to deal with you?" The bloodline suppression from his uncle successfully silenced Li Xingyuan, who fumed in his chair. Hao Jingye glanced at the time and hurriedly remarked that they should have just arrived from their flight last night. Sheng An instructed, "Send the address to Team 0. They should head directly to Shishir." Hao Jingye was taken aback. Sheng An's gaze was sharp, her voice calm yet firm. "This is our first confrontation with heretics. Team 0 is destined to combat these aberrations in the future. Today serves merely as a preliminary experience. Moreover," she added, "it is also a precaution against heretics." Why the elaborate preparations today? It is due to the impending apocalypse, the emergence of aberrations, and a multitude of heretics on the horizon. They require combat experience. And this is the perfect opportunity. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant against that fellow, Long Tianyu. He has returned from the apocalypse, bearing the scars of a brutal past, and no one knows what he might do. The arrival of Team 0 ensures a foolproof strategy. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan disembarked the plane alongside Team Qi, accompanied by a member of Team 0, Yu Feng. Yu Feng stretched his neck and raised his arms, his voice raspy from just waking. Wang Yuan playfully nudged him and whispered, "Address her as Sister Sheng. Calling her an N in front of Team Qi is courting disaster." Upon hearing this, Yu Feng instinctively straightened his posture. Although Sheng An was younger than them, everyone agreed to call her Sister Sheng. Naturally, behind Qi Lingwu's back, various nicknames were used, An and Bao. Any moniker could be employed. Sometimes Sheng An would reprimand them, while at other times, she would simply ignore it. Yu Feng exclaimed in dismay, "Ah, Team Qi. I was wrong." A single call drew the attention of countless onlookers. 3 strikingly handsome men, each standing at heights of around 6 feet, created a captivating tableau simply by being present. Yet, nearly all gazes lingered upon Qi Lingwu. As others approached, the handsome man extended a greeting. Qi Lingwu raised his head, his piercing gaze sweeping across the crowd. A young woman faltered, her face paling as she awkwardly turned to look at Yu Feng, asking if they could connect on WeChat. Yu Feng instinctively replied, "Of course." Meanwhile, Qi Lingwu had already stepped towards the luggage carousel, with Wang Yuan promptly following suit. After collecting their belongings, Wang Yuan glanced at Yu Feng, who was still engrossed in conversation with the beautiful woman, and let out a yawn, shaking his head. Wang Yuan thought of the individuals escorting Li Wanyun. They had no means to assure her that she could pass through customs safely, with someone there to support her. They could only watch her board the vessel. That very ship had been traversed multiple times during their missions, an experience that sent shivers down one's spine. Wang Yuan's expression tightened as he abruptly shook his head, exclaiming, "Damn it! I wonder how Li Wanyun is faring now?" Upon Yu Feng's arrival, he remarked, "Old Zhao and the others are following her. She won to meet her demise, but she is likely to endure considerable hardship." The two exchanged a knowing glance, reflecting on the plight of the unfortunate girl still suffering at sea. At that moment, Qi Lingwu received a message. He glanced down, his expression hardening. "There is a mission. Let us depart." On the open sea, Li Wanyun found herself in a state of bewilderment. She was aware that the experience would be far from pleasant, but never anticipated it would be this arduous. Gazing at the plate before her, filled with salted fish and seaweed, and recalling the same fare from the morning, compounded by the gentle rocking of the boat, a tumultuous churn arose in her stomach, threatening to induce nausea.
Li Yanyun avertet her gaze.
Having hardly eaten since last night, and relying solely on willpower in Country M, she felt as if she were on the brink of starvation, guarding an immense expanse of resources and munitions, yet suffering from hunger. The thought alone brought tears to her eyes. Embracing her knees, Li Wanyun felt a sense of grievance. She could only immerse her mind into the vast space she possessed to inventory her supplies. Spanning the size of 10 football fields with an almost non-existent ceiling, the space was brimming with provisions and weaponry, far exceeding her wildest imagination. In the apocalypse, she would no longer have to fret over scarcity. Wealth that could rival nations? In this new world, she would be unmatched in her abundance. Contemplating this, Li Wanyun gradually relaxed her grip. A proud smile graced her lips as she picked up her chopsticks. So what if she faced hardship now? She possessed resources. So what if her current situation was dire? She held an abundance of supplies. With her heart swelling with radiant optimism, she dug into the salted fish. What of eating salted fish? She had resources. However, perhaps it was best to retreat to the restroom to enjoy the food stored in her space. Chapter 48. Is anyone there? Because the country paves the way for you. At 11 o'clock, Long Tianyu and his companions made their way along Anchang Road and Nanshan Road towards the cold storage location. Laughter and chatter filled the vehicle. Joshua inquired, "What is the purpose of leaving symbols?" Zhang Kuan remarked, "In the realm of animation, such occurrences are commonplace. Objects mysteriously vanish, leaving behind enigmatic symbols. Henceforth, this emblem signifies a taboo, embodying an awe-inspiring power that instills trepidation. Yet, it is merely an act of bravado." Long Tianyu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Joshua, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Long, since we must utilize it eventually, let us employ it this time. After all, they cannot apprehend us, so there is nothing to fear." Zhang Kuan's eyes sparkled with the same fervor. Long Tianyu contemplated further and nodded in agreement. "Very well, but what shall we use for the symbol?" The ghostly squad, naturally, ought to be associated with the supernatural, evoking terror. How about lightning? That belongs to the thunder wielders, but I believe we should consider. They delved into a spirited debate regarding their emblem. Above, in the distant sky, several drones hovered from various angles, not only targeting them but also maintaining a consistent distance as they followed. Within another vehicle, Li Xian listened to the discourse of this group, suddenly falling into silence. Zhang Yu, fully understanding Li Xian's thoughts at that moment, spoke with a sigh. "I truly wonder where their confidence stems from, still having the leisure to deliberate on what symbol to leave behind. Let us not leave one. This time we must ensure our survival." Li Xian questioned, "Do we really want to team up with individuals like this?" Sheng An cast him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "You pilfered a child's Ultraman figurine yet aspire to save the world. Regardless of perspective, this ghostly squad appears far more rational than you, although none of these individuals are truly sane." Li Xian was left speechless as haunting memories surged forth. At that moment, the computer before them chimed in with Long Tianyu's voice. "Strange. Why have we encountered no vehicles on this road today?" On the expansive road, only his vehicle occupied the space, a dream cherished by many novices. Long Tianyu furrowed his brow, murmuring, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." Zhang Kuan replied, "Perhaps it's because it's a weekday, and the cold storage facility is situated in a remote area. It's only natural that there aren't many bustling locales along the way." Long Tianyu pondered this, nodding in agreement. At that moment, the pager from Sheng An beeped. "The target is 10 kilometers away, approaching Anchang North Road." "Received," came the response. "The roadblocks on Anchang North Road have been cleared." Zhang Yu and Li Xian exclaimed, "But isn't it empty? The state has even cleared the entire road for you." At noon, the vehicle drew nearer to the cold storage facility. Jiaqing announced, "We are just 2 kilometers from the cold storage." Long Tianyu took a deep breath, scrutinizing the footage from the miniature cameras he had installed for the workers. On the screen, the workers were busy organizing the stored meat. The cold air swirled inside the facility, making it even more suitable for concealment than a granary. Moreover, due to their labor, the workers were all facing away from the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. It was the perfect moment. Jiaqing instructed, "All right, park the vehicle behind the cold storage." Sheng An reported, "The target is 2 kilometers away. We will initiate action when we are 600 meters out." Xingyuan adjusted his glasses, speaking in a mechanical tone. "Based on the target's speed, we estimate 1 minute and 28 seconds. Sheng An commanded all departments, "Prepare." 600 meters away. Long Tianyu declared, "Action." Sheng An echoed, "Action." At that precise moment, each of them executed their tasks, each with their own objectives. Long Tianyu's target was the bait cold storage. The objective of Sheng An is to manifest the extraordinary abilities of Long Tianyu. Concurrently, they all surge towards their target. Joshua is utterly unsurprised. She has witnessed such scenarios countless times before. Yet, each instance leaves her in awe of Brother Long's formidable strength. Such immense power is nothing short of invincibility, is it not? She swiftly alters her course towards the side road, fully aware that in mere moments, Brother Long could reappear within the vehicle. However, just as he departs, she adjusts her direction. In the sky, 3 drones swiftly approach, forming a triangular formation to encircle her. Simultaneously, from the surrounding underbrush, figures emerge, brandishing firearms. Clad in military green uniforms, helmets adorned, and faces camouflaged, they aim their ominous weapons at Joshua. Get out of the car. Joshua freezes in place. Everything proceeds smoothly. Long Tianyu flashes 3 times, entering the secluded corners of the cold storage. Zhang Kuan swiftly collaborates, expeditiously collecting the meat from the cold storage. The quantity is overwhelming. His space is filled to capacity, leaving behind several tons that cannot be accommodated. A smile graces Long Tianyu's face as his body prepares to vanish. Suddenly, a spotlight blazes to life above, its blinding radiance rendering all concealment futile. In that instant, both their pupils constrict. The act of vanishing halts. The cold storage door slams shut bathed in the spotlight's glare. The 2 figures could discern little beyond the crimson laser dots dancing on their foreheads. Outside the refrigerated warehouse, Sheng An's voice cut through the tense air. We possess a wealth of intelligence. Moreover, your operational range is limited to a mere 2 kilometers. We've secured everything within a 5-kilometer radius. Wouldn't you agree that a parley is in order? Dragon Tianyu, equally discomposed, squinted, attempting to pierce the gloom. Yet, within the cold storage, nothing remained. The staff, too, had been spirited away in the instant the spotlights robbed them of their vision. Sheng An continued, friends, the temperature within is sub-zero. Emerge, won't you? Abruptly, the lights extinguished, and simultaneously, the doors swung open. A phalanx of black-clad SWAT officers stood poised, their carbines trained upon the pair. The laser sights remained fixed on their temples. Zhang Kuan's legs nearly buckled beneath him. Sheng An reassured, rest assured. We harbor no ill intentions, nor do we seek to dissect you for research. What do you say? Shall we converse? The repeated invitation to converse resonated with mounting dread, each iteration more menacing than the last. Instinctively, Zhang Kuan turned to Dragon Tianyu, who, after surveying Sheng An and the menacing gun barrels, vanished from sight. Seize me? Dream on, he exclaimed. Chapter 49. Captain Qi Lingwu, such audacity. Yet, his arrogance was not without merit. No sooner had the words left his lips than he dematerialized. By the time Hao Jingye could react, a piercing alarm shattered the silence 200 meters away. The underground detection system emitted a deafening shriek, projecting a crimson circle onto the ground. Simultaneously, a fusillade erupted. As the drone and special police fired simultaneously towards the source of the alarm, marked by a red circle, Sheng An spoke no falsehoods. The area within a 5-kilometer radius was entirely sealed off, while infrared detection was employed within 2 kilometers. This was a contest of technology against supernatural abilities, a clash between the state and extraordinary individuals. It was both a capture operation and a drill. Long Tianyu's figure appeared, momentarily flickering. A bullet grazed his arm, and he looked over in terror, subsequently exhaling a long breath. A tranquilizer gun. Impressive, he had only been struck once. Sheng An approached him like a cat stalking a mouse, unhurried in his command to fire again. Meanwhile, Long Tianyu remained constantly vigilant of his surroundings, his voice icy. That shot caught me off guard. Do you think I would be unable to evade your bullets? Sheng An raised an eyebrow slightly. Hao Jingye's heart raced as he exchanged a glance with Song Linwei, both reflecting shock in each other's eyes. There was no doubt about Sheng An's marksmanship, nor about the drone's speed. According to plan, a few shots should have brought Long Tianyu down without question. Yet unexpectedly, he had only been hit once. This fellow's flickering movements were accompanied by astonishing speed and agility, a combination not merely of supernatural talent but also of extensive combat experience, something Hao Jingye and his companions had not anticipated. Sheng An was equally surprised. The flickering ability seemingly endowed him with enhanced speed. It appeared that the flickering power was an upgrade to the speed ability far superior to it. However, during Long Tianyu's flickering, he remained undetectable by infrared until he landed 200 meters away, at which point, no matter how swift, he would eventually be captured. Sheng An approached Long Tianyu, calmly stating, "You still possess 6 opportunities to teleport. 1,200 meters. You cannot escape our encirclement, Long Tianyu. Shall we converse? The fourth conversation had begun. Long Tianyu's breath caught in his throat, his mind suddenly buzzing with confusion. How could they possibly know? How could they be aware of the number of times he could utilize his abilities? He glanced at the swarm of drones overhead, the special police surrounding them, and the red circle that would emit a sharp alarm should he attempt to move, binding him like a shackle. He had underestimated the might of the state machinery. Long Tianyu finally fixed his gaze upon Sheng An's face, momentarily captivated by her striking beauty. Then, clutching his arm, he spoke hoarsely, "You could have killed me, yet you chose not to. Is this an attempt to recruit me?" Sheng An regarded him coolly, replying, "This is an arrest." Their eyes locked in a subtle contest, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters as they faced off. In the distance, Xingyuan, unable to approach, bared his teeth in confusion. "What are they doing?" Zhang Yu asked, "What should we do?" "I suddenly feel this guy possesses the aura of a male protagonist. Arrogant, expressionless, and rather handsome, with formidable abilities." Xingyuan retorted, "What male protagonist? Iron Man is the destined one." Long Tianyu appraised Sheng An from head to toe, a sudden smile breaking across his face. "I am open to discussions and would gladly accept the government's overtures. I would be pleased to have a companion like you, but I have 3 conditions." He showed his understanding. In such an intricate web, his escape was utterly impossible. Moreover, he found himself increasingly intrigued by what the nation knew and by the woman before him. Long Tianyu wore a look of keen interest, his chin slightly raised, his gaze fixed on Sheng An's face, his eyes reflecting admiration and satisfaction. Sheng An brushed off the dust from her tactical jacket, her voice languid. "Firstly, you must converse with us. Secondly, I shall be your future superior. And lastly, we shall not concede to your demands." With her words resonating in the air, she raised her hand and gestured sharply. "Proceed." Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, the surrounding special police fired simultaneously, the cacophony of gunfire erupting around them. Long Tianyu's brow twitched as he vanished from his position in an instant. His body moved like an afterimage, appearing at various locations. Simultaneously, sounds emanated from all directions. Indeed, I can only teleport 6 times over long distances, but the consumption of my abilities is minimal for short distances. Sheng An remained unfazed, casually retorting, "Your abilities will inevitably be depleted." Originally, this was merely a drill. They were untroubled by the prospect of exhaustion. After a brief pause, Long Tianyu spoke again. "How about we place a wager? Should you capture me before my powers are exhausted, I will comply with your wishes. However, if you fail to seize me, you must acquiesce to my 3 demands." Sheng An remained silent, her eyes narrowing slightly. Her gaze seemed to drift into the distance, her brows twitching ever so slightly. Not far off, Song Linwei exclaimed, "Such formidable abilities." Xingyuan also gasped in astonishment, suddenly feeling uncertain of his own capabilities against this individual. This power was indeed impressive. However, he is Iron Man. As long as he maintains his impenetrable exterior, it is utterly impossible for anyone to harm him. In fact, he could even transform himself into a porcupine. With this thought, he found himself quite satisfied. He commenced to contemplate in a more constructive manner, seeking ways to optimize the utilization of his extraordinary abilities and unleash his formidable power. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was already mesmerized, murmuring to herself, "Damn, the more I look, the more I perceive this fellow possesses the essence of a male protagonist." While Sister Sheng embodies the female lead, a superpowered individual and a policewoman. This pairing seems quite promising. Beside her, Hao Jingye observed the scene ahead, mimicking Sheng An's expression and tone, with a slight smile. First of all, Sister Sheng is not a policewoman. She isn't even a flower. Secondly, this fellow is not the protagonist. Finally, do you all believe Captain Chi has perished? The group was momentarily taken aback. The gunfire continued relentlessly, yet Long Tianyu was darting about, his movements so swift that he could only be captured as a fleeting shadow. Occasionally, a muffled groan punctuated the air, indicating he had indeed been struck by a tranquilizer dart, making his elusive form easier to discern. At this rate, he would surely collapse. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth, feigning nonchalance. What's wrong? Afraid to wager with me? Woman, you're rather timid, aren't you? Shooting at me. Does that even serve a purpose? A facade of bravado. Sheng An scoffed lightly. I won wager, but should you lose? She refrained from betting with him, yet the outcome was already penned in her mind. Long Tianyu's breath hitched, his teeth clenched, and he sneered coldly. Then I shall show you, woman, just how many more times I can blink away in close proximity. He was destined to be caught, yet before that he had to accomplish something. One must not underestimate him as a mere soft persimmon. Long Tianyu charged directly at Sheng and bang. Bang bang, bang bang bang. 6 distinct gunshots resonated, muffled yet strikingly clear, each accompanied by Long Tianyu's grunts of exertion and cries of pain. As the final shot echoed, Long Tianyu collapsed rigidly before Sheng An. 2 bullets pierced his palms, evading arteries and embedding into flesh, inflicting the most excruciating yet non-fatal wounds, symmetrically placed. 2 more bullets penetrated his soles, anchoring him to the ground. 1 bullet grazed his scalp, pinning him down by his hair, while another brushed against his groin, securing him to the earth. Ahead, a man's voice rang out with clarity. You can only evade 0 times. Before Long Tianyu could discern the figure, he succumbed to unconsciousness. It appeared her intervention was unnecessary. Jiang Yu and the others widened their eyes, following the sound. There stood a young man, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, clad in sleek black attire, his buttons fastened up to his neck, accentuating his tall frame. Even in identical black uniforms like the other special police, he exuded an unmistakable aura. In an instant, he captured everyone's attention. Beneath his black hat, camouflaged markings adorned his face, failing to mask the sharp, flawless features that inspired trepidation. With a strong grip, he held a semi-automatic rifle, resting it effortlessly on his shoulder. His posture was erect, advancing neither swiftly nor slowly, yet radiating an undeniable presence. Jiang Yu, supporting Hao Jingye, stammered, Who is he? Hao Jingye inhaled deeply. He is Captain Qi Linggu. Chapter 50. A startling revelation. A flicker of shock crossed Jiang Yu's face, quickly transforming into a dawning realization. She had long pondered what manner of man could become Sister Sheng's lover, and how remarkable he must be to stand beside her. At this very moment it was indeed him, only he could fit that description. In the presence of Qi Linggu, Long Tianyu's mere aura could render him utterly insignificant. Compared to the true coolness exuded by Qi, Long Tianyu, who had previously struck her as possessing the charisma of a leading man, now seemed merely expressionless. Cold yet not emotionless, commanding without being pretentious. As she gazed upon his visage, Jiang Yu could not help but murmur, so handsome. Even disregarding all other factors, that strikingly handsome face alone was more than sufficient to qualify him. Sister Sheng had certainly struck gold this time. In her excitement, she instinctively tightened her grip. Beside her, Hao Jingye winced in pain from her grip on his arm, grimacing. I say, you might want to rein it in a bit. Team Qi belongs to Sister Sheng. Don't go looking all starry-eyed. Smack! Jiang Yu delivered a sharp slap to him, exclaiming, What do you know? She continued to beam with adoration, her eyes sparkling, her face radiating awe. It was true that he possessed some prowess, yet his arrogance was reckless, daring to provoke the nation. That was a recipe for disaster. The others were armed with tranquilizers, but Team Zero was not so restrained. Long Tianyu was about to face some hardships. The special police officers holstered their weapons and sprang into action. Especially after Long Tianyu was pinned to the ground by several shots, the 2 of them swallowed hard, their faces betraying their thoughts. They obediently raised their hands, complying with every command, fully cooperative. Finally, Sheng An turned her gaze towards Qi Linggu. Since the moment Qi Linggu appeared, his gaze remained fixed upon Sheng An, as if, at that instant, the entire expanse of land belonged solely to her. The 2 exchanged glances over the form of Long Tianyu lying on the ground. Subsequently, they both broke into smiles, their eyes sparkling with joy. As Long Tianyu was carried away and others dispersed, Qi Linggu quickened his pace. Sheng An, unhurried and composed, stepped forward. As he approached, Qi Linggu, with his right hand gripping a firearm, effortlessly caught Sheng An with his left, cradling her gracefully in a single arm, as if her 5'7" frame bore no weight at all. With a tilt of his chin and a soft smile, their lips brushed lightly, foreheads touching. Long time no see, Team Chi. Indeed, long time no see, Sheng An. It was a joy to reunite, a relief that they were both alive and well. Li Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Nearby, Jiang Yu covered her face, silently screaming, "Oh my! How can these two exude such undeniable chemistry?" Furthermore, with a formidable man in a sleek black sweat uniform and a woman exuding both grace and strength. In that moment, she found herself at a loss as to whom to envy more. "I want to see more. Let me have another look," the former exclaimed while the latter, Li Xian, echoed her sentiment. Yet, Song Linwei's stern demeanor prevailed as he dragged Li Xian away. "You're underage. Keep your distance." Li Xian retorted, "It's just a kiss. What's there to be scandalized about? I've kissed my girlfriend, and it was far more intense." Nevertheless, she couldn't deny the beauty of the scene they had just witnessed. Despite the evident restraint, why did it provoke such an inexplicable rush of warmth and excitement? He paused momentarily, then his pupils dilated in shock. Good heavens, what had he just admitted? Song Linwei dragged the person away, his expression impassive. "Li Xian, you're finished for engaging in early romance. Let's go find your parents."
Li Xin.
The group waited in the car for no more than 5 minutes when Shang An's figure came into view. The tall Qi Lingwu followed closely behind her, maintaining a half-step distance. Sunlight streamed from behind, casting shadows on the ground, where a larger shadow enveloped the smaller one. The sun shone just right, lazy and gentle. Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you two going to be affectionate for a while longer? We can wait for you." Sheng An raised an eyebrow, lifting her hand to lightly tap Jiang Yu's forehead. "Adults' affairs are not for children to meddle in. Time is of the essence. We must attend to business." Jiang Yu rubbed her forehead, speechless. "I'm only a month younger than you." Both were the same age, both 25. Sheng An ignored her and directly got into the car. Qi Lingwu followed behind her, remaining silent throughout, casting a glance over the crowd that made them hesitant to meet his gaze, sending chills down their spines. After all, he was the man who had delivered 6 shots to their brother Long without mercy. They were seated in the second row, with the adjacent seat reserved for Sheng An. Qi Lingwu sat behind her, next to Li Xian and Song Linwei, while Jiang Yu and Hao Jingye occupied the front row. Yufeng was driving, with Wan Yuan in the passenger seat. Ever since Qi Lingwu took his seat, Li Xian had inexplicably stiffened, finding it hard to breathe, unable to sit still. Zhang Kuan and Kujeshue pressed their toes into the ground, their scalps tingling. Until today they had shared the sentiment, but now. Sheng An shot him a glance. "No more nonsense, drive." "Understood, Sister Sheng." Yufeng obediently maintained a forward gaze, his expression filled with curiosity as he blinked his eyes. Zhang Kuan and Kujeshue exchanged glances, silently reassuring each other, as well as themselves. "It's all right, they haven't made a move yet. They must be trying to win us over. But the leader that's just his impulsiveness. If we cooperate, we certainly won't get beaten. True, we are unique supernatural beings. Their attitude towards us cannot be poor." Instinctively, the two straightened their backs. Sheng An noticed their silent exchange of glances but chose to disregard it, allowing their unspoken conversation to unfold. She inquired, "What is the current situation with Li Wanyun?" The latest news indicated that she was still adrift at sea. Old Zhao mentioned that she often sneaked away to the restroom to prepare her own meals, suffering from seasickness and looking pale. Wan Yuan clicked his tongue in wonder. Qi Lingwu, understanding her primary concern, succinctly replied, "The target is safe and will arrive smoothly tomorrow evening." Upon hearing this, Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. Beside her, Kujeshue could not contain her curiosity. Restroom preparing meals? Her expression was a complex tapestry of unspoken thoughts. Hao Jingye, exasperated, remarked, "What are you thinking? Use your brain. She is a spatial supernatural being." Zhang Kuan raised his voice in surprise. A spatial supernatural being. So she wasn't special even before the apocalypse? Hao Jingye responded, "Moreover, her spatial abilities far exceed yours." Zhang Kuan's confidence waned completely, causing his posture to slump. After a moment of silence, Sheng An finally directed her gaze towards them, her eyes devoid of emotion, casting a fleeting glance over the pair. Compared to Long Tianyu, these two were relatively cooperative and perceptive. Previously, it was assumed that Long Tianyu was the protagonist, steadfastly clinging to power, which also reflected a certain level of insight. Now, they find themselves under the jurisdiction of the state, both exhibiting an equal measure of obedience. Ku Joshua discerned at a glance that among this group, Sheng An was the one in command. She cautiously extended the bottle of mineral water she held, offering a sweet smile. "Sister, please try this. It is my special ability, quite pure." Sheng An responded with a non-committal sound, acknowledging, indeed, this girl possesses remarkable discernment. She took the bottle not to drink, but to toy with it in her hands, her gaze lowered, concealing any emotion. Her voice was frigid, each word sharp as a blade, devoid of feeling. Chapter 51. Sister Sheng is truly busy. Everyone wants to meet her in an instant. Both their pupils constricted, their faces as pale as paper. This is bad. The state indeed knows everything. Behind them, Qi Linggu raised his hand, the dark muzzle of a gun aimed squarely at them, as if he were ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Zhang Kuan slumped in his seat, while Kajashua's eyes reddened, her legs trembling visibly. Sheng An's tone shifted slightly, accompanied by a faint smile. "Of course, if you cooperate fully and join our Apocalypse Special Affairs Department, obediently following our arrangements, then, the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department. The state is even aware of the apocalypse. What else could possibly remain unknown to them?" The two were momentarily dazed, grappling with their existential doubts. After a pause, she gently inquired, "What do you think?" The two responded with silence, realizing they had little right to refuse. As if aware of their thoughts, Sheng An spoke softly. "Transporting goods for the nation, we are members of the Special Operations Department and will be treated favorably by the state. However, should anyone dare to pilfer the nation's resources at such a critical time?" How Xingyuan interjected, "Special circumstances demand special handling." With a click, Qi Linggu chambered around, instantly raising the hairs on the backs of their necks. Could Joshua forced a smile, her lips barely twitching. "I think that's splendid. After all, we are here to assist our nation. We are of the state, and we shall follow its directives. Look at that. She is far more astute compared to Long Tianyu." Zhang Kuan observed Sheng An's chilling smile, the gun aimed at him, and the multitude of watchful eyes surrounding them. He swallowed hard. "Yes, indeed, I am here to transport goods for the nation. Upon arrival, I will unload everything without leaving a trace." "And what of the Phantom Squad?" Sheng An inquired, a smile that was almost sinister gracing her lips. In unison, Zhang Kuan and Ku Joshua replied, "There is no Phantom Squad, only the Doomsday Special Operations Department." Damn, the state truly knows everything. How terrifying. Sheng An continued, "Master of Space?" Zhang Kuan straightened, elevating his voice, "That does not exist. I am the state's warehouse, transporting goods wherever needed." "Future water deity?" Sheng An pressed on. Ku Joshua, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I am the nation's mobile water source. At Sheng Jie's command, I will release water immediately." Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. She turned to Zhang Yu and Li Xian, saying, "Look at how well they cooperate with our work. Take notes." Zhang Yu and Li Xian responded, "Thank you, but with Captain Chi's gun pointed at our heads, anyone would be exceedingly cooperative. Come now, continue your account." Sheng An rested her hands behind her head, reclining in her seat, as the sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon her face, reminiscent of a languid cat, her expression increasingly content. The atmosphere instantly relaxed, and both individuals exhaled in relief. They began to divulge the details of their theft. "Ah, no, the transportation of provisions and meat from the national warehouse. A scheme concocted by Brother Long Tianyu. I am merely an ordinary spatial abilities user." Indeed, Long Tianyu possesses not only teleportation powers but is also a reincarnate. "I am just a humble water element user." My spatial abilities awakened abruptly. After a brief slumber, I discovered my newfound space. While bathing, when the water supply was interrupted, I merely called out for water, and it appeared at my command. Long Tianyu found us, and prior to our meeting, he seemed to have sought out others as well, though he did not disclose this. You may inquire with him. Yes, indeed. In his past life, he was a teleportation user, and he mentioned that in our previous existence. Both individuals not only sold themselves but also completely betrayed Long Tianyu, who was lying there undergoing treatment. Sheng An, while savoring a peeled orange, listened intently, her demeanor contemplative. Indeed, their conjectures were not mistaken. They had said everything that needed to be said on their way, and Sheng An instructed Hao Jingye to take them for a routine inspection of the building. Soon after, Li Xian was whisked away by his parents for interrogation. Jiang Yu, wearing a grim expression, was also taken by academician Zhou to tend to the fields. Sheng An leaned against the corridor, her legs lazily draped, while Qi Lingwu stood nearby. Sheng An shook her head, stating that compared to previous tasks, this one was, in fact, somewhat simpler. After a brief pause, she slowly remarked, "But there are only 13 days left." This seemingly nonsensical statement was instantly comprehended by Qi Lingwu. You are concerned about the inadequate personnel in the Special Affairs Department. He pointed directly to the heart of the matter. Sheng An gazed up at the ceiling, murmuring, "The nation has high hopes for the Special Affairs Department, granting us the utmost authority and unconditionally trusting that I can lead the department to play a pivotal role on the day of reckoning." It was a matter of trust, but undeniably also a source of pressure. However, the personnel in the Special Affairs Department were few, and time was exceedingly tight. 13 days hence would herald a catastrophic event of global proportions, as could be gleaned from the fragmented words of the reborn. It would signify the immediate demise of several nations and the obliteration of civilization itself. The duty of the Special Affairs Department was to assist the nation in weathering such calamity as best as possible. Beyond that, there were countless citizens to consider. The weight of responsibility on Sheng An was palpable. Qi Lingwu said nothing, steadfastly standing by her side. For he understood Sheng An. She was a tenacious individual capable of transcending limits, and she would pursue any task assigned to her with unwavering resolve, never having tasted defeat. And he would continue to support her. Sheng An leaned against the wall, shadows dancing across her face, half in light and half in darkness. A once stable world, a thriving civilization, was suddenly faced with the impending threat of a meteor strike. The reborn, the prematurely awakened superhumans, the future aberrations. Countless secrets lay hidden within this scenario. It was as if a great hand manipulated humanity like mere pawns upon a planetary chessboard, mercilessly steering them towards a conclusion scripted by the unseen master. Sheng An smiled, lifting her face, a blend of stubbornness and madness glimmering in her brows and eyes. Qi Lingwu, this time, might just lead everyone to undertake a grand endeavor. The more they sought to extinguish our existence, the more determined we must be to thrive, and to uplift even more souls along the way. She had no intention of preserving her own safety, nor did she desire to stand apart in solitude. It was not for the sake of righteousness, but rather, she yearned to rally her people and confront the heavens in a fierce battle. The game had already commenced. Only death could provide an exit. Qi Lingwu gazed at her, his unfathomable eyes filled with obsession and indulgence. "Good," he said, his tone unwavering. At that moment, Hao Jingye rushed in, as if he had urgent news to convey. Upon noticing the expressions of Sheng An and Qi Lingwu, he paused slightly, bewildered. "What's going on? Why does it seem like Sister Sheng has changed?" Sheng An raised an eyebrow. "Why are you in such a hurry?" In response, Hao Jingye cast aside his chaotic thoughts and quickly stated, "Two matters. First, Zhang Jiaoliang has come looking for you, insisting on meeting. Second, Long Tianyu has awakened and also wishes to see you." As he spoke, he couldn't help but exclaim how busy Sister Sheng was, as everyone seemed eager to meet her. Chapter 52. Far ahead, Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Qi Lingwu inquired, "Who is Zhang Jiaoliang?" "The one who reported Long Tianyu." Sheng An replied with a light chuckle. "That fellow is quite audacious. He must be unable to contain his curiosity about superhumans." "How did he find out?" Qi Lingwu asked, recognizing the importance of the question. This morning, he caught wind of the roadblock news, stealthily made his way nearby, and captured images of the drone squad with his phone. He immediately sensed something significant was afoot and headed straight to the Beijing Public Security Bureau. Hao Jingye raised his hands in exasperation, as those below him remained oblivious to the situation. Upon hearing him mention a special ability, they reported it to Team Leader Chiu. Team A, believing they had stumbled upon crucial information, summoned the individual to the camp. This was indeed a farce. Zhang Jialiang had captured a photograph of Long Tianyu, who had already been seen by Sheng An, yet Team A remained unaware, thinking they had discovered another ability user, and brought him in for questioning. They soon realized this information belonged to Team B, and that this individual was actually seeking Sheng An. One could only imagine the expression on Chiu Yu's face at that moment. Sheng An found the situation amusing. She stepped outside, deciding that since they were already there, they might as well visit their injured comrades together. Zhang Jialiang was particularly curious about Long Tianyu, so he could meet him. Long Tianyu lay on the bed, his face pale, gritting his teeth in frustration. Qi Lingguo had been exceedingly accurate in his strike. His wound was not life-threatening, nor would it leave any lasting repercussions. However, the pain was excruciating. He could not fathom how, despite having the upper hand and everything meticulously planned, a multitude of individuals had suddenly appeared to capture him. Where had they emerged from? How had they obtained this information? Most importantly, who was the man who had pinned him to the ground with those final 6 shots? He had still been in the midst of his blink ability. How could he have been hit with such precision? As an immensely powerful blinker, the invincible child of destiny, how could he have been so easily captured? With the national machinery so formidable, how could he ever aspire to reign supreme? In a fit of anger, Long Tianyu slammed his palm against the bed, only to be reminded of his injury, which caused him to grimace in pain, leaving him in a state of distress. A howl escaped Long Tianyu's lips. Damn it, even the bed is against me. Just then, footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by a man's pleading voice. Captain Shang, please allow me to join. Even if it's in logistics, no, even if it's just sweeping the floors, just let me in. Why do you so desperately wish to join us? This is far from an easy place, came the response. But it is unique. This is a group of superpowered individuals. Long Tianyu was still trying to comprehend the situation when, in the next moment, Sheng An, Qi Lingguo, Hao Jingye, and Zhang Jialiang entered. Zhang Jialiang continued his pleas, but a raised hand from Sheng An silenced him immediately. As they entered, Long Tianyu swiftly masked his grimace of pain and frustration, adopting an air of arrogance, calmness, and indifference. Sheng An cast a glance at him. Do you wish to see me? With a raised chin and a smirk, Long Tianyu retorted, you went through all this trouble to capture me. It must be you who wants to see me. Speak. What is your true intention? What is your stance towards us? He attempted to cross his legs but winced in pain. The slightest movement forced him to lay them flat again, afraid to exert any pressure. Realizing that lying down lacked any assertiveness, he resolved to sit up. Ouch! That hurts. A slight movement almost made him cry out. Is it very painful? Sheng An inquired. How could it be? I am a superpowered individual. Long Tianyu smiled faintly, propping himself up slowly. His arm trembled from the pain, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. It's not painful at all, not even a bit. Really not painful? Sheng An tilted his head curiously. Long Tianyu had fully sat up, releasing the tension in his arms, allowing his entire body to relax. He raised his chin, gazing at Sheng An with a sly smile. Of course, do not underestimate us awakened ones. Once we awaken, we exist on an entirely different plane. No matter how formidable your armed forces may be. Sheng An handed him an apple with an innocent smile. Since it no longer hurts, why not enjoy an apple? Long Tianyu gritted his teeth tightly, trembling as he extended his hand to accept the apple. The moment it touched his palm, a wave of pain surged through him, compelling him to strike the bed in frustration. Yet he suppressed it with utmost determination, the veins on his forehead bulging. With great difficulty, he brought the apple to his lips and bit down hard. Zhang Jialiang averted his gaze, a complex expression on his face. Does it truly not hurt? Why are you sweating so profusely? The sight alone was agonizing. Not at all, Long Tianyu replied with a slight smile, blood oozing from his palm and staining the bandage. I am merely feeling warm, yes, very warm. Hao Jingye instinctively glanced outside. The rain fell today, making the air chillier than usual. Long Tianyu shifted his focus, smiling at Sheng An. May I ask, what is your name, fair maiden? Qi Lingwu cast him a cold glance. Sheng An crossed her arms, narrowing her phoenix-like eyes slightly. What exactly do you wish to inquire? Long Tianyu paused momentarily. Then, the facade of his smile faded, and his expression turned grave. I wish to know, just how much does the state truly know? How did you discover us? To the first question, Sheng An replied, her smile enigmatic. The state knows a great deal. All that you are aware of, we are aware of as well. That is impossible. Long Tianyu raised his voice. Sheng An shot him a sidelong glance. Nothing is impossible. You are not unique. Not unique. The impact of these 4 words is profoundly damaging to those who consider themselves the chosen ones. Sheng An, we shall discuss the first question shortly, for I too have an inquiry for you. Long Tianyu immediately pressed. And what is the second question? He underestimated the might of the state apparatus. The power of the state could likely unravel every detail about him, yet it is impossible for the state to monitor every individual at all times. There must be a trigger for investigation. How could they uncover his secrets? Long Tianyu was utterly perplexed. Hearing this, Sheng An chuckled softly. You may inquire directly with him. She gestured towards Zhang Jiaoyang. Initially, she had no intention of facilitating their meeting, but Zhang Jiaoyang insisted. With Sheng An present, he felt assured that Long Tianyu would not dare to act against him, viewing this encounter as a commendation to be reported to the state. Zhang Jiaoyang instinctively straightened his posture. Since entering the hospital room, he had been curiously observing Long Tianyu. Is this the specter he had seen that day? Long Tianyu gazed back at him. Here stood an utterly unremarkable man, clearly devoid of any awakened abilities, lacking even the extraordinary essence of Sheng An or Qi Lingwu. He was simply an ordinary university student, someone Long Tianyu had never deemed worthy of consideration, in either this life or the previous one. He furrowed his brow. How did you discover me? Zhang Jiaoyang replied earnestly. I saw you. Long Tianyu? His expression was a canvas of bewilderment and confusion. He had flashed, yet someone could still perceive him? Zhang Jiaoyang pulled out his phone, approached him, and presented 4 photographs. Look, I even captured you on camera. I almost thought you were a ghost. Long Tianyu. He stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Jiaoyang swiftly reached out to him, so rapidly that he scarcely registered the action, and with a considerable force, left Long Tianyu momentarily stunned. You go outside and wait for us. We will find you shortly. Sheng An nodded. Zhang Jiaoyang nodded emphatically. He had touched a superhuman. Had he now made contact with someone possessing extraordinary abilities? Would this experience transform him in some profound way? Zhang Jiaoyang's face radiated excitement. Long Tianyu's hand was already aching, and a sharp slap only intensified the pain to the brink of a cry. He was incredulous. Long Tianyu could not fathom why he was being asked that question. Zhang Jiaoyang shook his phone, a bright smile illuminating his face. I am well ahead. Chapter 53 Sheng An. Eliminate him. Long Tianyu. He could never have anticipated that this was the reasoning behind it. He felt an overwhelming haze envelop him. Zhang Jiaoyang had already stepped outside. His purpose for coming was merely to catch a glimpse of the ghost and to implore Sheng An to allow him to join the Special Affairs Department. Clearly, Sheng An and Long Tianyu had matters to discuss, and he, being astute, chose to wait outside. Sheng An reclined lazily on the chair beside her, while Qi Lingwu stood silently behind her, exuding a formidable presence that instilled a sense of intimidation in others. Sheng An spoke, stealing from the national warehouse. Long Tianyu, you certainly possess audacity. You seem well informed, having thoroughly investigated our affairs. One might assume you are aware of the impending apocalypse. Why then utter such naive words? When the end arrives, all those items will be utterly destroyed. By taking them in advance, we are merely helping the nation preserve more resources. Is there an issue with that? Sheng An, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, the city of Shishir will be struck by a meteorite, yet you remain unperturbed at the prospect of acquiring goods for free. Long Tianyu, taken aback, responded, You know? Sheng An replied, I have mentioned before that we possess considerable knowledge regarding this matter. Experts are currently calculating the potential impact zones of the meteorite. In 13 days, They will identify locations where humans can safely seek refuge from disaster. We are already in the process of relocating supplies underground. What you seek to pilfer are not mere possessions. They are state resources, the sustenance for countless lives in the future. These are not abandoned items, nor will they perish in the apocalypse. To take them would be an act of theft, unjustifiable and unwarranted. Long Tianyu pressed his lips together, contemplating. After a pause, he inquired, "What else do you know?" His tone was probing. Sheng An unreservedly disclosed your abilities, the apocalypse, calamities, anomalies, and even your past life. Long Tianyu gasped, his teeth clenched, and cursed. Those two traitors must have betrayed me. Traitors. I had considered them my future allies, the cornerstone of the Phantom Abilities team. Yet before the apocalypse even began, they have already disbanded. No, it is not just them. The entire Phantom Abilities team has been dismantled. Sheng An extended his hand, his brow furrowed in seriousness, stating, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Sheng An, the leader of Group B at the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department. I welcome you to join us." Long Tianyu hesitated to extend his hand, then paused, coldly retorting, "And what if I choose not to?" Sheng An narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in his gaze. Long Tianyu warned, "Do not threaten me. The state is undoubtedly aware of the impending apocalypse and understands the significance of ability wielders. I am not an ordinary anomaly. I awakened early and already possess advanced capabilities." He gazed at Sheng An, a self-satisfied smirk gracing his lips. "The nation will not eliminate me." Everything that had transpired thus far indicated as much. The government's demeanor towards them was serious, yet it was far from annihilation. Long Tianyu felt emboldened. Sheng An remained silent, narrowing her eyes as she regarded him. For reasons unknown, a sudden chill crept down Long Tianyu's spine. He shook his head, dismissing the feeling, and continued with his arrogance. "Do not assume that your weapons render you invincible. In the apocalypse, human effort is the most futile existence. Ordinary people cannot survive. Only those with extraordinary abilities possess a chance at life. As a high-ranking ability user, my potential in this dire world is immense. How could you possibly bring yourself to kill me?" His confidence swelled with each word, even prompting him to shake his leg. However, the pain in his foot made him grimace, though he quickly regained his composure. Her voice remained serene. "So, you are certain you will not join us?" Hao Jingye immediately stood up, shrinking back into the corner. This was disastrous. Sister Sheng was angered. Oblivious, Long Tianyu chuckled. "Not exactly. I previously stated that I would only agree if you meet 3 conditions. How could a powerful ability user ever submit to others? The first condition was that the government must recognize him as the leader, to be the superior of this woman." He could hardly wait to witness her reaction when he laid out his terms. She always wore a calm facade. It was time for her to show a different expression. Sheng An's voice was soft. "I have also stated that I will not comply." Long Tianyu's smile faltered, and he scoffed. "Then there is nothing more to discuss. If you wish for me to join, you must agree to these 3 conditions." Sheng An commanded, "Kill him." Her gaze was frigid, her voice sharp and devoid of emotion. Qi Lingwu swiftly drew his firearm. Bang! From the moment the gun was drawn to the moment it discharged, less than a second elapsed. Inside the room, a cacophony erupted as Long Tianyu abruptly moved, knocking over the 4-stand and other equipment. Long Tianyu's face was a mask of terror. Had it not been for the countless life-and-death crises he had faced in his past life, he would have been unable to evade that bullet. They truly meant to kill him. With trembling hands, he reached for his neck. In that moment of imminent death, the pain in his limbs was forgotten. His bandaged hand felt the warm, flowing blood at his throat. He had come perilously close. Had it not been for his instinct for survival, honed through battles in a previous life, had it not been for the body's innate ability to predict danger, had it not been for his swift reflexes at close range, he would have undoubtedly met his end just now. Thump, thump, thump. Long Tianyu could hear the frantic beating of his heart, nearly leaping from his chest, while his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. Before he could steady himself or fully comprehend the scene unfolding, a sharp crack resounded. In that instant he screamed, "I will join!" Qi Lingwu had already pressed the barrel of his gun against Long Tianyu's forehead. Sheng An stood opposite him, her expression icy, her murderous intent glaringly apparent. Upon hearing his desperate words, she cast him a cold glance and turned to leave. Her long legs strode forward, her voice hoarse yet frigid as she commanded, "Hao Jingye, take him for treatment and ensure he is registered." With those words, she exited the ward, followed closely by Qi Lingwu. Hao Jingye blinked, transitioning into work mode. "Long Tianyu, welcome to the Doomsday Special Affairs Bureau Group B. I am Assistant Hao Jingye. Come, I shall escort you to treat your wounds. After the emergency care, we will proceed with the formal registration." Long Tianyu stiffly turned his head. "Emergency care? Just moments ago I narrowly escaped death twice. I am certain that had I joined those words a second later, or even half a second later, I would have perished. That woman truly intended to kill me." He lowered his head stiffly, discovering that his chest was already drenched in blood, the injury on his neck far more severe than he had anticipated, and at that moment, he felt nothing. In a hoarse voice, Long Tianyu inquired, "Who on earth is she?" Hao Jingye gazed at him with admiration. "She is known as Sheng An, our sister Sheng." The last 4 words were spoken with great pride. Long Tianyu murmured, "Sheng An, such a woman." He had never encountered in 2 lifetimes. Clutching his blood-soaked neck, drenched in sweat and pale in complexion, he managed to smile. "This woman is truly fascinating." He slowly spoke, his eyes brimming with intrigue, a devilish smile playing on his lips as he raised his hand to wipe away the blood splattered at the corner of his mouth. "Do not get any ideas. Our sister Sheng is already taken," Hao Jingye remarked with a hint of disdain in his glance. Long Tianyu's charming smile faltered, swiftly replaced by a grimace of anger. Who dares to claim a woman I have my eye on?" Hao Jingye smiled slightly. "The one who nearly took your life." "Long Tianyu?" Chapter 54. What the hell? This guy is vying for affection. Long Tianyu raised his voice. "The man who just attacked me." Hao Jingye nodded and added, "It was the man who pinned you to the ground this morning, our Captain Qi." Long Tianyu interjected, "Pinned to the ground. Truly, there is no need for emphasis." He yearned to boast, to proclaim a one-on-one challenge against that man, and to question how Sheng An could possibly have chosen him. Yet, as he contemplated the man's imposing physique, striking features, exceptional marksmanship, and commanding presence, he found himself at a loss. Before awakening his extraordinary abilities, he had to concede that he could hardly compare to that man. After awakening, he had been bested twice, nearly succumbing to the man's gunfire. Long Tianyu's bravado failed to materialize, and his breath quickened. Hao Jingye, clutching a folder, continued to smile. "Do not become agitated. If you do, the blood from your neck will flow even more profusely." Long Tianyu released his grip and glanced down at his chest. Previously dampened, his shirt was now soaked with blood, and a pool was forming on the floor. "What the hell? Is my injury this severe?" Darkness enveloped his vision, and he fainted. Hao Jingye, well acquainted with the situation, called out, "Emergency!" Outside, Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exchanged knowing smiles after exiting. Sheng An's eyes sparkled with delight. "Well done, Captain Qi, your coordination remains impeccable. You didn't truly take his life. When a child misbehaves, discipline is necessary." Long Tianyu bore a striking resemblance to a proud dragon, overflowing with arrogance. Yet he possessed the rare quality of loyalty, trusting his comrades. Even when faced with the choice of dividing 2 buns among 3 people, he would opt to act upon what he believed to be a doomed national warehouse rather than betray his companions. For this reason alone, Sheng An was willing to mentor him, never intending to truly harm him. She displayed a palpable intent to kill, yet Qi Lingwu understood her well. Qi Lingwu remained expressionless, yet a subtle smile lingered in her eyes as she spoke in a husky voice. "Your future teammate. You intend to discipline him, but I shall refrain from being too harsh." Sheng An raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Oh, not too harsh?" Qi Lingwu averted her gaze slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. His words were rather unkind. "Thus I misjudged the limits." Sheng An tilted her head, deliberately observing Qi Lingwu's expression. Feeling flustered, Qi Lingwu quickly looked away again. Sheng An stood on her toes, reaching out to ruffle Qi Lingwu's hair before continuing to watch, bursting into laughter as if mocking her jealousy or reveling in the spectacle, full of playful banter. Qi Lingwu felt warmth creep to her ears. She took Sheng An's hand gently in hers. This familiar gesture, a comfort of calluses developed through shared experiences, felt reassuring. They had witnessed each other's struggles to forge those calluses, and they were intimately entwined in that journey, now an inseparable part of one another. Their fingers intertwined. Qi Lingwu held Sheng An's hand tightly as sunlight streamed through the corridor window, casting their silhouettes, one tall and one short, into elongated shadows along the hallway. Zhang Jiaoliang did not have to wait long. Sheng An emerged with Qi Lingwu, both appearing remarkably calm. Could it be that their discussion in the hospital room had gone smoothly? Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, was it indeed smooth? He regarded Long Tianyu, who seemed rather unruly, and doubted he would comply easily. Sheng An nodded affirmatively. Yes, it was quite smooth. Surprisingly, he was quite cooperative. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaoliang immediately turned his gaze to Sheng An, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Sister, I beg you, let me join you. I am willing to do anything. Sheng An shook her head resolutely, declaring, it is impossible. In our organization, lacking the requisite abilities equates to a death sentence. It was not that she held Zhang Jiaoliang in disdain. Rather, their collective mission precluded the inclusion of ordinary individuals. Zhang Jiaoliang, still yearning for her approval, found himself silenced by her earnest gaze, ceasing his futile entreaties, though disappointment etched itself upon his features. Sheng An continued, should you come to possess a special ability, you may seek me out, and at that time I shall consider your inclusion among us. Zhang Jiaoliang exclaimed incredulously, is it truly possible for me to acquire special abilities? Why, could it be due to his encounter with that ghostly presence? According to the laws of fiction, having made such contact, the prospect of joining was indeed plausible. Sheng An inquired softly, do you read novels? Taken aback, he nodded in confusion. Sheng An pressed on, which novels depict a plethora of awakened superhumans. The term special abilities is rather commonplace, but superhuman. That is a different matter. Zhang Jiaoliang's pupils dilated in disbelief, his eyes widening as he turned to Sheng An. The revelation that she had shared this news, initially intended to be divulged later, struck him with urgency. The apocalypse was approaching. Zhang Jiaoliang hastily departed, his excitement palpable. Sheng An smiled, momentarily taken aback before nodding in affirmation. Of course, it is possible. A satisfied grin spread across Zhang Jiaoliang's face as he waved goodbye, his steps light and buoyant. Once he had left, Sheng An chuckled softly, her eyes bright with warmth. Though our university students may be a bit peculiar and their mental states worrisome, they are undeniably charming. Qi Lingwu remarked, indeed, quite delightful. Yes, Sheng An agreed, truly delightful. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu ventured into the cafeteria for dinner. As soon as they stepped inside, they heard Jiang Yu call out, Sister Sheng, Captain Qi, come quickly, sit here. Sheng An glanced around. Aside from Li Wanyun, who was still at sea, and Long Tianyu, Hao Jingye, and the entire B team were present. Members of Team 0, Wan Yuan and Yufeng, were also there. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she sauntered over. You all seem to be in good spirits today? Sheng An raised an eyebrow, directing her inquiry primarily at Zhang Yu and Li Xian. The two, previously worn down by farming and studying, often appeared like specters during their encounters, but today they seemed quite lively. Zhang Yu exclaimed excitedly, our B team has gained 3 new abilities, instantly surpassing Team A. How could we not be thrilled? Moreover, I get along splendidly with Ku Jishue. It's like reuniting with a long-lost best friend. Li Xian was just preparing to learn combat techniques from Yugu, who had recently showcased his impressive skills, leaving everyone in awe. He nodded emphatically, clearly in high spirits due to the camaraderie of his teammates. Previously, it had only been the two of them, both looking as glum as ever, lamenting their circumstances upon each meeting. Now, with the influx of newcomers, the atmosphere was vibrant. Yufeng cleared his throat and raised a hand to signal for quiet. Let us keep it low-key in front of Sister Sheng and Captain Qi. We dare not claim to be handsome. Zhang Yu puffed out his chest with pride. Of course, Sister Sheng is the best in the world. Kujishue picked up a glass of water and handed it to Sheng An with a sweet smile. Sister Sheng, here are some water I saved just for you. Sheng An arched an eyebrow, accepting the glass while affectionately ruffling Kujishue's short hair. Good girl. Jiangyu exclaimed, what the heck? This person is vying for attention. This ISNT friendship. It's a rivalry. Chapter 55. Everyone aspires to be Sister Shang's number one little sister then. One could observe Jiang Yu's impassive demeanor as she bestowed a deathly glare upon her. What are you doing? Kujishue retorted with unabashed confidence. I am trying to win Sister Shang's favor. Jiang Yu, incensed, gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. You better know your place. Do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Kujishue glanced at her, a fleeting look of conflict crossing her features. Jiang Yu, a reincarnator, bore an uncanny resemblance to the heroines of novels. Before Sheng An's arrival, she had genuinely wished to cultivate a good relationship with her. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Yu would not permit her to become Sister Shang's number one little sister. What to choose? Should she side with the fated daughter, Jiang Yu, or with Sheng An? Kujishue wore a broad smile as she presented her chopsticks to Sheng An, her eyes sparkling like stars. Sister Sheng, I have polished your chopsticks. Naturally, the choice was clear, Sheng An. Even Jiang Yu herself was engaged in menial tasks. Their group truly resembled the destined children of fate. Yet, Sheng An was their leader. Kujishue was remarkably perceptive. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yu, seething with indignation, hastily served dishes from her own plate to Sheng An, vying for her affection. Sister, you must try this. It's the fresh seafood we received today. Kujishue interjected. Let us start with some vegetables, Sister Sheng. You should have this. Sister Sheng, eat meat. Sister Sheng, eat eggs. The two engaged in a fervent battle, frantically transferring food into Sheng An's bowl. As they continued, their chopsticks clashed in midair, and in the midst of their tussle, they exchanged fierce glares, tugging at each other's hair ornaments. Others, the immature Xingyuan, utterly bewildered by the actions of the two women, turned to Sheng An and defiantly declared, I want to take a leave. Those classes are only half a day. I intend to spend the remaining half learning martial arts from Brother Yu. He spoke with a sense of righteousness. Gritting his teeth, Xingyuan insisted, Why should I not? Are you unaware of the importance of being well-rounded? Don't you understand the value of comprehensive development in character, intellect, physical fitness, and aesthetics? If I master martial arts, I will undoubtedly become even more formidable. In truth, he simply wished to evade classes. Anything was enticing as long as it meant avoiding lectures, especially martial arts, which was adored by youths. Sheng An, with his gaze lowered, continued his meal, briefly lifting his eyes to glance at him. If you focus on your studies, you will become stronger. But I want to learn martial arts. He had no desire to study mathematics or science. He yearned to play and to possess combat abilities as impressive as Yufeng's. Without raising his head, Sheng An replied, You could choose to pay attention in class, expedite your learning for the day, and carve out time to train with Yufeng. You are being unreasonable. Xingyuan was infuriated. As a powerful individual with extraordinary abilities, why should he be subjected to such oppression? He felt utterly deprived of his rights. Enraged and humiliated, Xingyuan clenched his fist, transforming it into steel, and raised it towards the table, clearly poised to revolt. Song Linwei was equally incensed and was about to speak. However, Qi Linggu, seated beside Sheng An, looked up at Xingyuan and coldly uttered two words. Be silent. This was the first time he had spoken to Xingyuan. Just those two words. Yet the piercing gaze directed at Xingyuan rendered him motionless, momentarily stealing his breath away, leaving him gasping for air. In my mind, the image of Long Tianyu being pinned to the ground by 6 guns plays on an endless loop. Qi Ling's eyes, shrouded in an unfathomable mist, bring forth an overwhelming sense of pressure. He is an extraordinary being. How could he possibly falter? Yet Long Tianyu is also an extraordinary being. He is a veritable Iron Man. What is there to fear? Yet the brutality of this individual is alarming, as the 6 guns have effectively secured the adept to the ground, a sight that is painfully unsettling.
Li sintien uras les internalli.
Instinctively, he feels the urge to retreat, yet he grapples with the embarrassment of doing so. Just as he begins to speak, Sheng An, who has been dining, pulls a gun from seemingly nowhere and slams it onto the table. Without lifting his gaze, he coldly commands, "Eat." Li Xian. Beside him, Zhang Yu and Ku Jiaxue obediently continue their meal. Zhang Kuan dares not lift his head throughout the ordeal. Sheng An casts a brief glance at them and silently approves. Good, the team members are relatively obedient. Captain Sheng, how should we arrange the three newcomers? Though he lacks extraordinary abilities, he possesses keen intellect. Hao Jingye serves as Sheng An's right-hand man, managing and allocating tasks for this group of exceptional individuals. Upon hearing the inquiry, the others, despite their meal, perk up their ears. Zhang Kuan reluctantly nods. Understood, Sister Sheng. It is rather ironic that a spatial adept has been reduced to the role of a mere laborer. Zhang Kuan feels a sense of resignation, though there are others who envy him. Zhang Yu, with a pitiful expression, asks, Sister Sheng, why doesn't he have to study? Sheng An smiles slightly, because his spatial ability cannot accommodate others, nor can it cultivate crops. Zhang Yu opens his mouth to respond no. The ultimate trump card must remain concealed. Joshua, I have arranged 2 instructors for you. For the time being, the water elementalists can only provide drinking water. But once their powers reach a level where they can fully manipulate water, the possibilities will be boundless. These 2 teachers will not only assist you in understanding water, but also in harnessing the multifaceted capabilities of your water abilities. Li Xian protested. Why does she only have 2 teachers? Sheng An smiled faintly, because her classes are fewer. Li Xian, taken aback, was about to voice another objection when he suddenly sensed the bloodline pressure emanating from his uncle, causing him to promptly fall silent. How infuriating! Song Linwei then inquired, what about Long Tianyu? Sheng An paused for a moment before smirking. That fellow is severely injured and needs time to recuperate. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Besides, unlike Li Xian, the reincarnated Flash Elementalist, Long Tianyu is already a skilled fighter with considerable life-and-death combat experience, so his training is not an immediate priority. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, surprised. Wasn't Long Tianyu's injury supposed to be severe? Wait, hadn't Sheng An and Team Qi just visited him? The group instantly stiffened, becoming more compliant. Later that evening, Long Tianyu indeed had ulterior motives. He had yet to officially move in and was unaware to whom this room belonged. Leaning against the corridor wall, he panted heavily, clearly still in significant pain and not fully recovered. With a stoic expression, he contemplated cursing the 2 traitors, but recalling his objectives, he restrained himself and simply stated, Wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 56. Even the Grey Wolf is not as stubborn as you. The 2 stood obediently at the side. Long Tianyu then turned to Zhang Yu, raising an eyebrow. Are you a reincarnator like me? Upon becoming a formal member, Hao Jingye shared all pertinent information with him. Long Tianyu's voice resonated. I will be here in 2 years. Zhang Yu regarded him with awe. Surviving an additional year in this apocalypse indicated that he was significantly more formidable than she. However, was it truly necessary to speak so loudly? Zhang Yu extended her hand. It is an honor to meet you. Long Tianyu reciprocated the gesture, politely shaking her hand. Did you know me in my previous life? Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly. I did not. I was rather lowly in my past existence and lacked knowledge of the ability users. She had only encountered the ability users known to Yu Litian and Qin Jiaojiao. Other skilled individuals were virtually unknown to her. At that time, she was preoccupied with mere survival, leaving little room to attend to such matters. Nevertheless, she held a deep admiration for a powerhouse like Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu paused, bewildered. What is the matter? Zhang Yu took a deep breath and smiled lightly. My friend, what exactly are your intentions? If you find Qin Jiaojiao appealing, then you are her adversary. He tugged at the white bandage on his hand, gritting his teeth. I wish to form an alliance with you. An alliance for what purpose? Zhang Yu inquired, perplexed. Long Tianyu inhaled deeply and articulated slowly. To ally, to rebel, and to advocate for the rights of our extraordinary abilities. His declaration rang with conviction, akin to a valiant warrior brimming with ambition. The 3 stood in stunned silence. After a moment, Zhang Yu suddenly burst into laughter. She had initially kept her voice low, but now she released it, blinking her eyes. Brother Long, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you speak a bit louder? Long Tianyu was taken aback, but then raised his voice slightly, repeating, I said we should form an alliance to rebel, to fight for the rights of our special abilities. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and then, Joshua cleared her throat and softly interrupted him. Brother Long, isn't that a bit inappropriate? The Special Affairs Department is a state organization. Shouldn't we cling tightly to the government's support and follow Sister Sheng? Isn't that quite satisfactory? Long Tianyu, filled with anger, slammed his fist against the door beside him, his face flushed with fury. What is so good about that? How has she treated us? Joshua glanced at his hand and gasped. Zhang Kuan quickly interjected. She treats us quite well. He scratched his head. The food is excellent. The accommodations are comfortable. We no longer have to eat plain buns without any side dishes. Tonight I had seafood, an enormous lobster. It was delicious. Brother Long, you should try it tomorrow. He even gestured to indicate the size of the lobster. Long Tianyu. He swallowed hard and then scolded. What a bunch of ingrates. Is a bit of food all it takes to win you over? You are all extraordinary beings. Joshua timidly raised her hand. Brother Long, it's not just about the food. After dinner, Assistant Hao arranged our work and also provided a logistics contact, allowing us to message for anything we desire. Moreover, if we find something online that we want and send it to logistics, it can be delivered the same day, quicker than certain online retailers. What's wrong with that? Those who have never experienced poverty have no idea what it feels like to have everything covered by the state. Oh my, it's simply too wonderful. Long Tianyu, infuriated, struck the door once more, gritting his teeth. Even so, what does it matter? The apocalypse is imminent. The days of indulging in whatever we desire, of purchasing whatever we wish, will soon be a distant memory. Just a few days remain. Does it truly warrant such actions? Pausing for a moment, he continued, it is not that we refuse to align with the state, but we shall no longer be subjugated by Sheng An's commands, nor shall we be coerced by that man's gun. We must strive for our position and assert our rights. At this declaration, the three others collectively inhaled sharply. Jiang Yu, suppressing a smile at the corner of his lips, raised his voice innocently. Brother Long, do you mean to say that you no longer wish to follow Sister Sheng, nor do you want her to govern you? Of course. Long Tianyu snorted coldly. Do we not deserve that right? Joshua, slightly anxious, implored, Brother Long, please do not say such things. Long Tianyu shot her a glare and retorted irritably, Joshua, have you forgotten our phantom ability team? We can join the state, but we must hold a position of significance. I have already decided. I will establish the phantom ability team, which can operate under the state's name and assist in fulfilling various missions. However, Zhang Kuan interrupted, Brother Long, the phantom ability team has been disbanded. We should continue to follow Sister Sheng. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth in frustration. When was the phantom ability team disbanded? Do you not recognize me as your leader? Zhang Kuan quickly amended. Tianyu, Sister Sheng is the leader now. He recoiled slightly, adding, I acknowledge Sister Sheng. He even thought to himself, if you seek death, do not drag us along. After being suppressed time and again, how could one still be so audacious? Are you a wolf in sheep's clothing? Zhang Kuan silently rolled his eyes. Long Tianyu fixed his gaze upon him, while Joshua tugged at her shirt hem and murmured softly, but you are indeed not as formidable as Sister Sheng. You are merely a defeated subordinate of hers. The Ghost King has been reduced to a mere specter, and naturally, we choose to align ourselves with Sister Sheng. Zhang Kuan interjected, moreover, being with you means a meager meal, while being with Sister Sheng offers a sumptuous feast. Such a stark contrast was evident. They were not fools, after all. Why would they not follow the rightful leader? Upon hearing the term specter, Long Tianyu's grip tightened, drawing blood from his palms. His teeth ground together audibly, and after a moment, he spat out two words. Traitor, Joshua retorted, this is called surrendering, recognizing one's mistakes in a timely manner, and aligning with the nation's direction to establish the correct stance. Her earnest expression was so intense it nearly seemed as if she were swearing an oath. Long Tianyu, weary of conversing with these traitors, turned his attention to Jiang Yu. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. What about you? I hear you have been struggling here. Are you willing to ally with me and join my Phantom Abilities team? Currently, he was the sole member of this team, yet he could not believe he would remain alone forever. Jiang Yu blinked, her face lighting up with interest. Long Tianyu's eyes sparkled with hope as he awaited her response. Are you willing? Jiang Yu smiled and replied, I am not willing. Long Tianyu was taken aback, enraged by the unexpected rejection, and he struck the door with his fist. At that moment, the previously closed door swung open. Chapter 57. Team Qi enters Sister Shang's room. The dormitory room was of high quality. Ordinarily, the door would open without a sound. However, the person opening it was in a foul mood, and with a forceful push, a gust of wind followed, sending a chill down Long Tianyu's spine, leaving him utterly cold. What a jest! This is indeed Shang Jie's room. Furthermore, Ku Jeshua witnessed Captain Qi entering. Sheng An's voice was hoarse. Are you rebelling? Long Tianyu froze momentarily, then his pupils trembled as he stiffly turned his head. What the hell? This is Sheng An's room. However, what greeted him was not Sheng An, but the pallid-faced Qi Linggu. He was clad in pajamas, the fabric loosely fastened, with powerful arms bracing against the door, his Adam's apple bobbing, exuding an aura of masculine allure. Yet, Long Tianyu had no time to appreciate it. He was being scrutinized by Qi Lingwu's murderous gaze. The ownership of the room was of little consequence now. What truly mattered was that he was likely doomed. Long Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine. The moment he laid eyes on Captain Qi, he realized that the situation was far worse than encountering Sheng An. Almost instinctively, he swallowed hard and stammered, I was just joking. However, no one was inclined to listen to his explanation. Before Long Tianyu could react, Qi Linggu reached out and dragged him away. Already gravely injured, he stumbled and fell to the ground under the forceful grip. Qi Linggu did not pause, pulling him along like a lifeless dog, leaving a long shadow behind. Sheng An leaned against the door with arms crossed, glancing at the others with a faint smile. Aren't you all going to sleep? Her voice was calm, yet it sent shivers down their spines. Jiang Yu replied, I'll sleep soon. She didn't miss the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Sister Shang, that Long Tianyu is utterly reckless. Deal with him. He deserves to be reprimanded for saying Chun Jiaojiao has a good temper. With that, she turned and fled. As for their dragon brother, they could only mourn for him. After all, they had hinted repeatedly, yet he continued to boast. That night, the dormitory of the Special Affairs Department reverberated with screams akin to the cries of slaughtered pigs. Yet not a soul emerged to investigate, as if they had long since grown accustomed to such horrors. The Doomsday countdown stood at 12 days. Before dawn, Long Tianyu staggered out of the hospital, his injured body bearing the marks of a brutal encounter. His face swollen and bruised, he walked with a pronounced limp. He refused to accept his defeat. If he had been bested by a more formidable ability user, he could have reconciled himself to that fate. But Qi Linggu, not only was he a rival, but he was also merely an ordinary person. How could an ordinary individual subdue him to such a degree that he was rendered powerless? Long Tianyu clenched his teeth. It was simply a matter of Qi Linggu wielding a firearm while he, severely wounded, struggled to teleport effectively. Thus, he had seized the opportunity to assault him mercilessly. He could not concede defeat in such a manner. He had to fight back. Jiang Yu and Ku Joshua were unreliable. However, there was still another metal ability user, Li Xingyuan, whom he had known in his previous life. Long Tianyu understood how to persuade him, and with that confidence, he disregarded his injuries and ventured out in search of Li Xingyuan. Meanwhile, Li Xingyuan rose unusually early, even before his scheduled time, to carve out moments for combat training. He had skipped breakfast at the cafeteria, hastily consuming a few morsels before rushing out with his clothes in hand. Eagerly, he sought out Yu Feng, calling out with great exuberance, Brother Yu, I have arrived. I wish to learn combat from you. An hour later, Li Xingyuan limped away from the training grounds, sporting a bruised visage, his expression somewhat dazed. How could learning combat entail receiving such beatings? This was a question he posed to Yu Feng. Yu Feng informed him, Team Qi mentioned that we were all trained by Team Qi in this manner, first enduring blows, then evading, followed by counterattacks, and ultimately. Li Xingyuan interjected, ultimately, victory? Yu Feng rolled his eyes. What a joke! Defeating Team Qi is nothing short of a dream. In the end, it's merely about receiving fewer blows. Li Xian. This was nothing like his imagined combat training. Wasn't it about learning, achieving mastery, and becoming a top-tier expert? No one had warned him that the process would be so excruciating. Li Xian touched his face, grimacing in pain. He suddenly questioned whether squeezing out time to learn combat was truly worth the suffering. Li Xian felt a daze envelop him. At that moment, a voice resonated from ahead. Li Xian? He turned to find a similarly battered face, hesitating for a moment before tentatively asking, Long Tianyu? The two nearly failed to recognize one another. In unison, they exclaimed, How did you end up like this? Long Tianyu touched his nose, forcing a feeble smile. I accidentally fell. It's nothing. How about you? Li Xian mirrored the insincere smile. I also fell. Just a minor issue. He swiftly shifted the topic. Did you come looking for me? Long Tianyu seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. Yes, I wanted to meet you. You might not recognize me, but I certainly know you, because in our past life we were acquainted. Li Xian was taken aback. Then, excitement surged within him as he stepped forward, questioning. You've truly met me? What was I like in the past life? Was I also a metal-type ability user? When the world has reincarnators, who wouldn't he be curious about their former selves? It is akin to an intrigue about one's future self. Long Tianyu. Indeed, you awakened your extraordinary abilities at the dawn of the apocalypse, subsequently becoming one of the foremost practitioners of metal manipulation. Famously dubbed the invincible Iron Man, Li Xian. He truly became Iron Man, Li Xian exclaimed with uncontainable joy. In our past lives, we were both formidable beings, having crossed paths on several occasions and collaborated on various missions, fostering a strong camaraderie. You became quite renowned during the apocalypse, living freely and without restraint, earning the admiration of many. Li Xian. His lips curled upward, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Even his recently battered body seemed to revel in a sense of ease and refreshment. Indeed, he was invincible in his former life. The future that Long Tianyu envisioned mirrored the life he aspired to in the apocalypse, imagining himself revered and respected, prompting Li Xian to burst into laughter. However, Long Tianyu shifted the conversation. Yet, in your previous existence, you did not align with the state, living freely as a well-known lone wolf, which was undeniably cool. What led you to join the National Department this time? He blinked and scrutinized him curiously, asking, Did the Special Affairs Division offer you some tremendous benefits? By the way, what have you been up to lately? Li Xian's smile vanished instantaneously. His expression fell, and he muttered angrily, What tremendous benefits! It's a debt. Because of this debt, I'm forced to study every day, and I have no freedom at all. I can't even skip half a day of classes if I wanted to. That woman, Sheng An, is nothing but a female antagonist. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Long Tianyu's mouth. It worked. In truth, he had lied. In his previous life, Li Xian was indeed a formidable figure among the practitioners of the metal-based abilities. However, this individual was a lone wolf, suffering numerous setbacks due to his arrogant and immature demeanor, which rendered him rather unlikable. Consequently, few powerful beings were inclined to associate with him. While they had embarked on missions together, their domineering personalities clashed, leading to a strained relationship. They had engaged in combat, finding themselves unable to best one another, resulting in a poor rapport. Moreover, it appeared that Li Xian met his demise even earlier, as mere days before his death. He learned of Li Xian's fatal confrontation with a mutant ability user, leading to their mutual destruction. Of course, Long Tianyu would never voice such matters. As a juvenile ability user, he loathed being controlled. With Sheng An overseeing him, how could he harbor no resentment? Long Tianyu gazed at Li Xian with anticipation. Chapter 58. The initiative of the reporting ability user. Just as Long Tianyu was about to speak, Li Xian suddenly erupted in fury, exclaiming, It's all your fault. What a farce this rebirth is. If you hadn't reincarnated, the nation would never have discovered us. Nor would they have sent that female antagonist, Sheng An, to keep us in check. It's all because of you reincarnators that I almost couldn't become Iron Man, being subjected to constant oversight. Long Tianyu. Starting life anew, this fellow remains as irksome as ever. inciting an urge to strike him. He took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. With a smile directed at Li Xian, Long Tianyu remarked, "In truth, there may be a way out. As long as we unite as ability users, Sheng An would find it difficult to impose her will upon us." Li Xian regarded him with a hint of doubt, yet the expression on his face unmistakably revealed a spark of interest. Long Tianyu seized the moment and stepped forward, enticingly proposing, "I happen to have a plan. Join me, and together we can establish a team of individuals with extraordinary abilities, fighting for our rights and freedoms from the oppressive rule of Sheng An. What do you think?" "Sounds great," Li Xian replied eagerly. "I've long found her insufferable and yearned to be free from her control. Brother Long, what should we do next?" To his surprise, everything was proceeding smoothly. Long Tianyu's smile grew ever more radiant, though it tugged at the wounds on his face, revealing a flash of teeth. Before he could continue, a loud voice interrupted from a distance.
Li Xin.
"Are you going to class or not? Have you grown too bold to skip your grandmother's lesson and face the consequences?" Li Xian nearly jumped out of his skin. Raising his voice, he exclaimed, "Oh no! I completely forgot today is my grandmother's class. This is bad." He turned to leave, calling out urgently, "Brother Long, wait for me. After my class ends around 10 tonight, we can discuss our plans for rebellion." 10 at night? Long Tianyu paused, quickly grabbing his arm. "We are on the brink of protest and rebellion, and you still want to wait until then? What class?" Li Xian hesitated for a moment. Just then, an elderly lady appeared in the distance, exuding an air of elegance. Her reading glasses perched delicately on her nose. With a slight smile, she remarked, "So foolish and disobedient, old man. Is this dim-witted child truly my grandson? Plotting rebellion with others? If it were to succeed, this dragon fellow wouldn't be so battered and bruised. Clearly, he is just manipulating minors, and only my dimwit of a grandson, Li Xian, could be gullible enough to believe him. The rest of their family are all intelligent individuals. How did Li Xian undergo a genetic mutation? Is it true that a well-built physique and a simple mind are the quintessential traits of an extraordinary being?" Father Song hesitated for a moment. Should he inquire with Lin Lin and Li Huai? Upon noticing their genuine doubts about his parentage, Li Xian erupted in frustration. "Grandparents!" At that moment, Li Huai and Song Lin Lin hurried over. Song Lin Lin wore a composed expression, while Li Huai said nothing, seizing a broom and charging forward. Li Xian exclaimed, "Oh Dad, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I didn't mean to skip class. It was Long Gu who wasted my time. I will go to class immediately. Oh, I was wrong. Father, be gentle. Be gentle. Don't break the broom. You've already broken over 10 in the past few days." Long Tianyu observed the frantically bouncing Li Xian, falling into silence. No one had informed him that Iron Man had parents and grandparents. At this point, it seemed that this potential ally was also of no use. Did he have any choices left? Long Tianyu suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his wound. He sighed, lifted his foot, and staggered towards the camp hospital. Perhaps it was best to seek further treatment. Long Tianyu was eager to find someone to join him in rebellion, to fight for the rights of extraordinary beings. Should he intervene? Hao Jingye inquired. Sheng An, calmly twirling a pen, replied, "Let him be. He won't stir up much trouble." Jiang Yu and the others had resolutely chosen their allegiance to the state. Li Xian indeed wished to rebel, but his entire family of clever individuals was stationed at the camp, preventing any significant uproar. Song Linwei frowned. He is truly stubborn and refuses to settle down. Is it necessary to adopt a conciliatory approach? Sheng An shook his head, striking at the heart of the matter. Soft persuasion was futile against him. 2 years of survival in the apocalypse had forged his own set of survival logic. The more concessions made, the more audacious he would become. After a pause, Sheng An added, "Of course, my distaste for him compels me to want to strike him." Song Linwei pondered. Could he not express that he suspected the latter was the primary reason? Long Tianyu was akin to a gnarled tree, and what Sheng An aimed to do was to first subdue Long Tianyu and then rectify the chaotic branches according to the optimal plan. Song Linwei could not help but sigh. Truly troublesome. Corralling these individuals one by one is no simple task. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, his voice tinged with resignation. There is no choice. Unless one could directly manipulate the ability users like Qiu, it is exceedingly difficult to make them comply completely. The Special Affairs Department is the core of the post-apocalyptic ability user organization, requiring the most fundamental cohesion to influence future recruits. The number of ability users who awakened before the apocalypse was exceedingly few, and they were all remarkably powerful, capable of easily overpowering those who awakened later. Even if they could not maintain constant dominance, the advantages brought at the dawn of the apocalypse were immensely beneficial to the nation. They could suppress those who awakened subsequently. As the apocalypse unfolded, the number of awakening ability users would not be insignificant. At that point, it would be impossible to subjugate them one by one. Thus, it is imperative to establish the best order in the initial stages. When ability users genuinely pledge allegiance to the nation and stand shoulder to shoulder with the Special Affairs Department, come what may in the apocalypse, regardless of the number of unforeseen events, they will unite in purpose. Thus, for the sake of optimal order, it is essential to adopt varying attitudes towards different individuals from the outset. How Xingyuan murmured, even autumn rain may not be without its adverse effects. Due to the nature of their abilities and their differing personalities, Sheng An and Qiu have embarked on two divergent paths. Ultimately, who is superior remains an enigma. Upon hearing this, Song Linwei rubbed his temples and remarked, "Is there not a single ability user who can be somewhat more manageable? At the very least, one who actively cooperates with the state." Hao Jingye replied, "Regrettably, there are currently no dissidents who have voluntarily reported to the authorities. Otherwise, they would not be congregating to meticulously sift through information." Suddenly, Sheng An inquired, "When will Li Wanyun arrive?" Hao Jingye responded with gravity, "At 8 o'clock tonight." Sheng An glanced at the time and nodded, "That is still early. We shall fetch her after dinner." Song Linwei paused, pondering. "Fetch her. Is that truly what we are doing? I fear the one being fetched may be terrified." Just then, the three phones illuminated simultaneously. Sheng An casually glanced at his phone, and his expression instantly hardened. A power user has voluntarily reported, and is currently awaiting at the Beijing Public Security Bureau. The Special Operations Department will collect them. Accompanied by pertinent information, Hao Jingye and Song Linwei were momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a voluntary report. Just moments ago, they had claimed there were no proactive ability users, and now one had emerged. Sheng An sprang to his feet, hastily donning his coat as he moved towards the exit. "Sister Sheng, why the haste?" Song Linwei hurried to rise. In unison, Sheng An and Hao Jingye exclaimed, "To secure the individual." Chapter 59. Sheng An, you cannot always prevail. The astute individual grasped the situation immediately. Song Linwei realized that this extraordinary person was indeed a rare breed of intelligence. This ability user was not only remarkably clever but also proactively reported to the authorities, demonstrating an admirable willingness to cooperate, which set him apart from the usual individuals they had encountered. Most importantly, he was an ice-type ability user. A formidable power indeed. This information was not solely relayed to Sheng An. Qiu would undoubtedly receive it as well. Wouldn't this compel them to contend with Team A? As he watched Sheng An and Hao Jingye depart, Song Linwei refocused on his tasks at hand. He had to manage all arrangements within Team B, oversee the daily schedules of his associates, and even address the various trifles that Shang Jie had cast his way. Rubbing his temples, he pondered the reason behind Shang An's initial eagerness to recruit him. He had once speculated whether it was related to his nephew. However, his thoughts had since evolved. Shang An had indeed spoken the truth. Team B of the Special Affairs Bureau was in dire need of his expertise. Shang Jie was not one to concern herself with mundane matters. Previously, those responsibilities had been passed on to Hao Jingye, but now that Song Linwei had arrived, Hao Jingye had promptly delegated the logistics to him, including the vetting of heretical information. It was a whirlwind of activity, leaving him scarcely a moment's respite. That said, a smile crept across Song Linwei's face as he shook his head and earnestly immersed himself in his work. "Hey Wanyuan, this is Song Linwei. Where are you? What's happening on your end?" At the Capital Police Headquarters, the director was waiting at the entrance. By the time Shang An arrived, Qiu was already standing there with Gu Chang, as if they had been there for some time. Shang An raised an eyebrow. "Team Leader Qiu." Qiu replied with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "Team Leader Sheng." How Jingye and Gu Chang exchanged pleasantries, maintaining a facade of politeness. As long as their temperamental subordinates were absent, the interaction between the two parties appeared remarkably harmonious. Sheng An turned to Director Xiao, getting straight to the point. Director Xiao, where is he? Could you take us to meet him? Director Xiao promptly responded, this way, please. Sheng An and Qiu Yu followed Director Xiao, while Hao Jingye and Gu Chang trailed behind them. Qiu Yu's voice was cool as she remarked, I haven't yet congratulated you, Team Leader Sheng, on adding 3 new team members. You've managed to capture them all. Quite impressive. Her tone was calm, leaving it ambiguous whether it was a compliment or a veiled jab. Casting a sidelong glance at Sheng An, Qiu Yu felt a mix of emotions. She had always known Sheng An to be intelligent, keenly perceptive, and quick to identify critical points. The last time Sheng An had suddenly inquired about a ghost encounter, Qiu Yu realized she had uncovered something significant. Yet, she never anticipated it would happen so swiftly, in just a few days. From sensing the anomaly to identifying the target and ultimately executing the arrest, it was all accomplished without any interference. She had once again been bested by Sheng An. Qiu Yu pressed her lips together in frustration. Sheng An chuckled lightly, it was merely a coincidence. I happened to stumble upon relevant information and pinpointed the individual. While she had focused on Long Tianyu, Qiu Yu had promptly received the news and decisively withdrew her involvement, neither intervening nor sabotaging the efforts. Qiu Yu desired victory, yet she could also accept defeat. That was acceptable. Qiu Yu scoffed, Sheng An, you won't always win. Sheng An tilted her head innocently and blinked. Then, Team Leader Qiu, why not let me have Xiang Han's Huang? I'll concede immediately. Qiu Yu's expression shifted repeatedly before she finally, in exasperation, whisked her sleeve and quickened her pace. On the road, they had already obtained the complete dossier of the extraordinary individual scheduled for today. Xiang Han's Huang, a lawyer whose abilities aptly correspond with her identity as an ice elemental, had awakened her powers just last night. Today, she proactively reported to the authorities, awaiting contact with the relevant personnel. As Director Xiao entered with the 4 others, Xiang Han's Huang sat quietly within the room. Simultaneously, the deputy director rose, nodding in their direction as a gesture of acknowledgement. Upon entering the conference room, Sheng An cast a glance at Xiang Han's Huang, who had black hair cascading to her shoulders, with one side tucked behind her ear. Adorning her ears were delicate pearl pendants, and around her neck lay a simple yet luxurious necklace. Dressed in a silk blouse paired with a chic skirt, she embodied the essence of an elegant young woman. As they entered, she extended her hand. Qiu Yu reciprocated and greeted her. Hello, Qiu Yu. Sheng An smiled and followed suit, offering a gentle handshake. Hello, Sheng An. The group settled into their seats, with Sheng An and Qiu Yu positioned together, while Hao Jingye and Gu Chang flanked them on either side, leaving Xiang Han's Huang opposite them. The deputy director stepped out, and Director Xiao took his place at the side. Director Xiao expressed his gratitude, stating, We sincerely appreciate Comrade Xiang Han's Huang for her support of the nation and her willingness to report her unique circumstances. Xiang Han's Huang replied candidly, If I had suddenly acquired superpowers during my school years, I might have been exceedingly thrilled. Of course, I am happy now as well. However, I do not believe that, in modern society, I have the capacity to wield my powers independently. On the contrary, it could potentially lead to greater complications. Therefore, the most expedient and prudent course of action is to consult the state. Regardless of whether my situation is extraordinary, I trust that the nation will provide me with a most satisfactory resolution. Hao Jingye could not help but nod in agreement, recognizing her as a truly astute individual. Xiang Han's Huang remarked, Observing your reactions, it seems I am not particularly exceptional. Even in this dire situation, she maintained her composure. Sheng An's gaze conveyed approval, and Qiu Yu also appeared satisfied, managing a rare smile. Indeed, she was not unique. Thus, I feel compelled to elucidate the current circumstances for you. Please go on. Xiang Han's Huang replied. Hao Jingye and Gu Chang promptly informed her of everything, including the apocalypse, rebirth, the existence of superhumans, the nation's preparations, the end-time Special Affairs Office, and even Groups A and B. It was truly the apocalypse. Xiang Han's Huang's heart raced. Prior to her arrival, she had entertained numerous conjectures, Yet none had been as shocking as the present revelation. She was not singular. There were other superhumans and even reborn individuals. Most crucially, a natural disaster loomed, and the world was on the brink of destruction. Fortunately, she had awakened her powers. As long as she possessed her abilities, she could survive the end times, avoiding the fate of being crushed like an insect, instantly cast into oblivion. She lifted her glass and took a hearty sip. Sheng An slowly spoke. It is indeed difficult to accept, but this is the reality we must confront together. He turned to her. Ms. Xiang Hanshuang, do you still wish to join us? Without hesitation, Xiang Hanshuang responded, of course. She set down her cup, clenched her hands tightly, and took a deep breath to steady herself, her voice hoarse. Given that an apocalyptic calamity is imminent, to not align with the nation and unite all possible forces would be tantamount to courting death. How could one survive alone in the end times? Even if one were strong enough to endure, what would be the purpose of living once everyone else was gone? The more colossal the catastrophe, the more one must rely on a greater force. The nation stands as the most optimal choice. Sheng An couldn't help but nod in agreement. Having recently encountered numerous willful children of destiny, the sudden emergence of a composed and astute individual was indeed a delightful surprise. Yu gazed at her, articulating each word. So, Miss Xiang, do you wish to join Group A or Group B? This is the pivotal question. Xiang Hanshuang hesitated momentarily. She glanced at Sheng An, then at Yu. Hao Jingye could hardly suppress his anxiety, while Gu Cheng fixed his gaze intently upon her. Sheng An leaned back in his chair, a gentle smile gracing his features. It's all right. We all respect your decision. Chapter 60. A heart drawn on the target. Xiang Hanshuang displayed a hint of uncertainty, tentatively voicing, "May I pose a few questions?" Yu nodded affirmatively. Certainly. Sheng An naturally had no objections. Speak your mind. Xiang Hanshuang exhaled deeply, her brow furrowing. Are all those with abilities regarded as heretics? Is this the nation's stance towards us? Truly, a lawyer. While she overtly used the term heretics, she was essentially inquiring about the status of those with abilities, as well as her own future standing. Both Sheng An and Yu were astute enough to comprehend her underlying concern. Yu furrowed his brow, then spoke slowly. One cannot determine the nation's attitude solely based on a single term. Heretic does not inherently carry malice. Moreover, heretic was originally a term used upon the discovery of the first individual with abilities and has persisted since. One only needs to observe our demeanor to understand that the nation harbors aspirations for all heretics, extending a gesture of kindness and welcome. The Special Affairs Department possesses the highest authority, and by joining us you naturally gain the same privileges. To you, Ms. Xiang, joining Group A means you shall be my assistant. This is a promise from Yu. Upon entering Group A, Xiang Hanshuang instantly becomes Yu's deputy, a position of considerable power. Hearing this, Xiang Hanshuang nodded, yet her brow remained furrowed. Suddenly, Sheng An interjected, I have reported this matter. The nation will officially change its name, but we must wait a little longer. She offered a serene and composed smile. I hope you can place your trust in us and in the nation, for the nation. The term signifies a collective, and you are the hope of the future. The nation harbors no ill will towards you. She gazed at Xiang Hanshuang, her tranquil phoenix eyes seemingly imbued with a sincerity that penetrated the soul. Reclining lazily in her chair, no one doubted her earnestness. Indeed, the nation is a collective entity. If her existence is beneficial to the country, then the nation will go to great lengths to protect her. It would never consider causing her harm. The tension in her brow eased, dissipating her final doubts. Yet, Yu was taken aback. She swiftly turned to Sheng An, her brow knitted in concern. When did you report this? Sheng An responded with a calm demeanor. 8 days ago. 8 days ago. This was merely the day after Sheng An had received her appointment and embarked on the search for the first heretic. Had she already reported to the state and requested a name change immediately after encountering the first heretic? Yu tightened her grip. Xiang Hanshuang cast a few more appreciative glances at Sheng An, her admiration unmasked. Sheng An, however, remained composed, smiling as she inquired, Miss Xiang, do you have any other questions? Autumn Rain nodded, acknowledging, indeed, based on the current information, The awakened ability users possess powers equivalent to those of high-tier abilities in a post-apocalyptic scenario, the reasons for which remain unknown. Pausing momentarily, her voice turned cold. It cannot be denied that under their unwillingness to cooperate, I will resort to utilizing my abilities on my subordinates. Ms. Xiang is an astute individual. I relish engaging with intelligent people, thus there is no need for me to employ my powers. As Sheng An posed her final question to Xiang Hanshuang, a gentle smile graced her lips. All eyes turned towards Sheng An, anticipating her invitation for Xiang Hanshuang. However, Sheng An remained silent, merely gazing calmly at the individual seated across from her. Xiang Hanshuang tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and smiled gently at Sheng An. I hold great admiration for team leader Sheng. You are far more astute than I, and it is evident that you possess remarkable capabilities. Autumn Rain's expression darkened. Was she truly opting for Sheng An? Director Xiao shared the same sentiment. Amidst the trio's dialogue, Xiang Hanshuang's concern regarding her unorthodox status had been addressed by Sheng An as early as the second day of their acquaintance with Jiang Yu. This was her stance. In contrast, Autumn Rain's domineering nature allowed her to assert that she would refrain from employing her powers only if her subordinates complied. In other words, should they disobey, she would not hesitate to unleash her abilities. The disparity was evident. Sheng An, however, responded with a smile. You flatter me. She rose slowly, adjusted her attire, and extended her hand. Though you have chosen Group A, you are still welcome to join the Special Affairs Department, and I congratulate Team Leader Autumn. Xiang Hanshuang extended her hand, shaking Sheng An's once more, her gaze tinged with regret. Sheng An merely smiled, turned, and departed. Hao Xingyuan, momentarily taken aback, quickly collected his belongings and followed suit. In the conference room, Xiang Hanshuang sat across from Qiu Yu and offered her a faint smile. Team Leader Qiu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Qiu Yu's expression was complex. After a moment, she narrowed her eyes slightly. May I inquire as to why? Outside the Public Security Bureau, Hao Xingyuan hurriedly caught up, somewhat bewildered. Sister Sheng, why did she choose Qiu Yu? It is evident that she holds you in higher esteem. And honestly, I cannot discern where you fell short compared to Qiu Yu. Sheng An scoffed lightly. I am not inferior to Qiu Yu, but Xiang Hanshuang does not evaluate us based on our performances. She is indifferent to the conditions we present. What? Hao Xingyuan was perplexed. Sheng An replied, I am not an ability user. That is simply the crux of the matter. Her tone remained as calm as ever. Qiu Yu is formidable, her abilities are impressive. Hence Xiang Hanshuang has opted for her. She likely believes that aligning with Qiu Yu offers a greater chance of survival than with me. Sheng An smiled and walked towards the car. Hao Xingyuan's expression was intricate as he gritted his teeth and muttered, She has truly made the wrong choice. She will undoubtedly regret it. He then quickened his pace to catch up. Back in the conference room, Qiu Yu lowered her gaze. You chose me solely because she currently lacks abilities? You underestimate her. Xiang Hanshuang smiled. I am a lawyer. Often, I do not take emotions and thoughts into account. I assess the evidence. The evidence suggests that ability users before the apocalypse are stronger than those after. The evidence indicates that the puppet ability user, Team Leader Qiu, surpasses Team Leader Sheng. Does it not? Qiu Yu remained silent, fixing her gaze on Xiang Hanshuang. After a moment, she smirked. Indeed, I am stronger than her. Returning to the camp, Sheng An made her way directly to the training ground. At that moment, the area was sparsely populated. Xingyuan was engaged in an ability assessment, allowing the expert team to plan his lessons for the following day. Jiang Yu navigated the training ground with a watering truck, practicing his technique. In the center of the vast training area, Qi Lingwu had set up a target to hone his shooting skills. Bang! Each shot landed squarely in the bullseye, leaving Xingyuan astounded. That autumn rain was clearly no benign presence, resembling a gourd with a serrated mouth. How could he not surpass her? Was it perhaps his incisive remarks that offended the ice-type ability user? Xingyuan appeared perplexed. Sheng An cast him a sidelong glance, her expression impassive. What? Finished with training? Then let us add some more. Sheng An. Xingyuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Hao Xingyuan shot him a glare. Undeterred, Xingyuan continued to grumble. I was merely inquiring. Did you not see the smug faces of those in Group A? It infuriates me. Sheng An ignored him, striding purposefully towards Qi Lingwu. As she approached, Qi Lingwu set down his weapon and turned to face her. Without uttering a word, Sheng An extended her hand. Qi Lingwu handed her the gun, and with an inscrutable expression, she took aim at the distant target, firing several rounds in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. As a sniper, Qi Lingwu practiced at a considerable distance, yet some of Sheng An's shots strayed from the mark. A derisive laugh escaped her lips. It seems I have not practiced in ages. I am unwittingly regressing. Sometimes I ponder, after years of training, whether the strength I sought was merely ephemeral. Just as she was about to set down the gun, a hand clasped hers, while another placed tactical goggles upon her face. Qi Lingwu embraced her, clasping her hand, bending down to rest his head upon her shoulder, gently pressing down on her index finger. His breath brushed against her cheek as he softly murmured, "Sheng An, you are becoming impatient." As his words resonated, he and she simultaneously pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang bang! A series of shots rang out. The first struck above the target, the second below. The third, fourth, and fifth shots. From these 2 points, a perfect heart shape emerged on the target. Sheng An was momentarily taken aback. Then she smiled, acknowledging, "Indeed, I was hasty. I should have aimed first." As she spoke, Qi Lingwu withdrew his hand, and Sheng An took another shot. With a succession of gunfire, each bullet found its mark. Qi Lingwu's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, Xingyuan had just caught up, persistently inquiring, "Hey, Sheng An." His voice abruptly halted as he beheld the results of the shooting. Numerous bullets had struck the same spot, creating just a single hole in the bullseye. Sheng An turned, gun in hand, her eyes, visible beneath her goggles, met his with calm assurance. "What's the matter?" Xingyuan swallowed hard. "Sheng An, are you hungry? Would you like to have dinner?" Sheng An set down her gun, removed her goggles with one hand, and smiled. "Yes, let's invite Group B and call Long Tianyu. I have suddenly grown curious about his past life experiences." Chapter 61. Shang Jie is truly impressive. With that, Sheng An stepped forward to leave. Qi Lingwu secured his weapon and walked alongside her, the two progressing side by side. Xingyuan swallowed again. He first glanced at the target, shaking his head. "Too brutal. I didn't expect Sheng An's marksmanship to be so excellent. Is there any room left for others?" Suddenly, Xingyuan noticed that aside from the holes in the bullseye, there was a distinct ring of marks. A heart, perfectly shaped. Xingyuan jumped up, exclaiming, "Damn," showing off their love at any time and place. How infuriating. Having a partner is such a big deal. He took a few steps, then abruptly halted. "Wait a minute. Shooting in the shape of a heart isn't particularly challenging. Qi Lingwu's shooting skills are impeccable. However, to draw a perfectly shaped heart is not something achievable in a single attempt. This must have been practiced, right?" Reflecting on Sheng An's calm demeanor, Xingyuan's lips twitched. Young lovers really know how to flaunt it. In the cafeteria, Group B was quite populated. Sheng An sat in the center, with Qi Lingwu naturally beside her. Kujia and Jiangyu vied for the seat on her other side. Ultimately, Jiangyu emerged victorious by a slight margin, sitting next to Sheng An, while Kujia could only grumble as she settled next to Jiangyu. An empty spot remained across from them, reserved for Long Tianyu. Jiangyu frowned. He probably won to cooperate, right? That guy is quite arrogant. Qi Lingwu remained silent, merely adjusting the gun beside him.
Instinct Kito, Li Sin Strangbak.
It's good. A display of force will keep that guy in check. However, Sheng An interjected, "This time we won to resort to intimidation. Let us bring out some delicious food." Kujia hesitated. "That might not work, right? Long Gu has said he won to be swayed by such distractions." Sheng An did not elaborate, merely gesturing. "Just do it." The cafeteria staff promptly complied. Song Linwei remained perplexed. "Team leader Sheng, what has sparked your sudden curiosity about Long Tianyu's previous life? We are already acquainted with his experiences. Is there a need for further inquiry?" Sheng An shook his head. "What I seek to understand is not merely his past existence, but the cataclysm of that bygone era, along with the identities of others he is familiar with. This is a question I intended to pose all along. It is just that Long Tianyu has not been cooperative until now. The time for inquiry has arrived." Of course, Sheng An does not consider the past to be an unchangeable truth. No one can make definitive judgments regarding a future that has yet to unfold. Before long, Hao Jingye arrived with Long Tianyu. Initially, Long Tianyu was quite displeased, muttering curses along the way. However, upon entering the cafeteria, both Sheng An and Qi Linggu turned their gazes toward him. Long Tianyu halted abruptly. These two were not to be trifled with. They were known to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Suppressing his ire, he asked in a gruff tone, "What do you want from me? Is there not a hospital where you could summon me? I am, after all, an injured party." His voice trailed off as he suddenly noticed the array of delectable dishes on the table, each one a feast for the senses, from seafood to stir-fries, and even renowned delicacies from various cuisines. Sheng An replied, "Eat up. It is prepared for you. Is there no poison in it?" He questioned suspiciously. "Would I need poison to deal with you?" Sheng An smiled faintly. "This is a reward for your cooperation." Long Tianyu pondered this. Indeed, if Sheng An wished to eliminate him, poisoning would be an unnecessarily complicated endeavor. He strode forward with an earnest demeanor, stating, naturally, "Cooperating with the team leader is an obligation of the team members. Am I allowed to access this cafeteria regularly? Why has no one informed me about logistical support?" Li Xian expressed his confusion. "Brother Long, aren't you unwilling to?" Long Tianyu covered his mouth and smiled faintly. "What are you saying? I don't comprehend. Let us hasten to dine. We must not squander this feast. In the apocalypse, one may find it difficult to procure sustenance." Jiang Yu interjected softly. "Don't understand? Allow him to finish. Let us see if he comprehends. These two traitors, how could they indulge in such a splendid meal behind his back?" Noticing the reproach in his eyes, Yeshua smirked. "Brother Long, did you not say one must not be swayed by mere food? Have you wavered so swiftly?" Long Tianyu raised his chin defiantly. "Of course, it is but a trivial morsel. Only those devoid of aspirations would be lured by food. It is not something extraordinary. Where can one not find sustenance?" He picked up his chopsticks. "I am famished. I shall eat first. You all may do as you wish." As his words settled, he devoured his meal with the voracity of a locust, leaving the others devoid of appetite.
Keskiviikko Jiksue.
Now she understood. Her brother Long was merely a braggart. Yet Sister Shang was formidable. Not only could she suppress with might, but she could also entice with precision. Hao Jingye wore a look of disdain. "Goodness! How long has it been since you last dined? There is plenty. Why the haste?" Long Tianyu, without lifting his gaze, mumbled through his meal. "Delicious, truly delightful." Sheng An and the others were speechless. Once he finished, satisfied, he wiped the corner of his mouth and nodded. "Ask away. What do you wish to know? In light of this meal, I shall speak candidly." As he spoke, he did not forget to drag the nearby snacks closer. "Eating while observing Shang and aren't you full yet?" Li Xian was astonished. Long Tianyu replied casually, "Just nibbling." As he casually indulged in his meal, he showed no signs of stopping. The others watched in silence. Sheng An, however, was unconcerned and directly inquired, "Which formidable abilities did you encounter in your past life? Do you know Xiang Hanshuang?" Long Tianyu was taken aback. "Xiang Hanshuang? You know her?" Hao Jingye hurriedly asked. "Is she really that powerful?" Long Tianyu nodded. "Indeed, she is exceptionally formidable, one of the first awakened abilities during the apocalypse. It is said that her awakening took 5 days, during which she endured considerable suffering. Consequently, upon awakening her ice abilities, she became ruthless and merciless. The precursor to awakening is a high fever, akin to a cold. Most individuals awaken within a few hours, though some may take several days. It is rumored that the longer the duration, the greater the risk of death, and the more potent the awakened abilities. That woman is indeed fierce. Anyone who offends her does not see the light of the next day. Even a mere misstep in her presence can lead to fatal consequences. She also established a team of abilities, dominating with impunity, and has certainly eliminated numerous aberrations." Long Tianyu added. Li Xian inhaled sharply. Subsequently, he remarked, "With her joining Group A, it seems their strength has significantly increased." Long Tianyu responded, "Has she really joined the nation?" His surprise was palpable. Hao Jingye coolly remarked. Xiang Hanshuang is an astute individual. After her awakening, she naturally understood that aligning with the nation was the right choice and proactively joined, unlike certain individuals. Long Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. He then lifted his chin, chewing thoughtfully, and with a hint of schadenfreude remarked, but her joining Group A indicates that, in her eyes, Group A is superior to you all. That may not necessarily be the case. Song Linwei retorted with a sneer. Hao Jingye announced the names of the individuals in Group A once more. Intrigued. Are there any other formidable figures that linger in your memory? Long Tianyu, taken aback, responded. Luo Mingwei and Yang Chuan, as well as Huang Weiyang, have all joined? They are certainly renowned abilities of the future, particularly Luo Mingwei, a master of the lightning element well known as a combat expert. However, he is not stationed at the temporary base in the capital, and I have yet to interact with him. I have only heard of his reputation. Sheng An and Qi Lingguo exchanged glances. It seemed that in Long Tianyu's recollections from his past life, several proficient individuals from Group A had made an appearance. Jiang Yu sighed. Group A is indeed filled with exceptional talents, and there is also team leader Qiu Yu, who possesses the rare puppet ability. Our group seems to lack a bit in terms of abilities. Wait, who? Long Tianyu suddenly lifted his head. Jiang Yu, bewildered, replied, Qiu Yu. Long Tianyu gasped in shock. His expression shifted dramatically, neglecting his food as he raised his voice. The leader of Group A is named Qiu Yu, the puppet ability user. Qiu Yu. Chapter 62. What about Sister Shang's abilities? One could discern from Long Tianyu's reaction that Qiu Yu was extraordinary in his past life. Hao Jingye nodded. Indeed, she is the puppet ability user Qiu Yu, the leader of Group A. Was she powerful in her past life? Long Tianyu nearly leaped up, his voice elevated. She cannot merely be described as powerful. She was utterly monstrous. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly recounted, under the gaze of all present. It seems that Qiu Yu was not well known during the first year of the apocalypse. At least, I did not hear her name mentioned in that initial year. In the second year of the apocalypse, a figure known as Qiu Yu emerged, a puppet master with extraordinary abilities, the sole one of her kind in this world. She possessed an unsettling power, commanding a legion of her puppets, appearing and vanishing at will. Due to the global calamity, transportation became exceedingly difficult. Aside from the ancestral powers capable of flight, others found it challenging to traverse the temporary bases. Nevertheless, it is likely that every base is aware of the name Qiu Yu. She manifested at each base besieged by the aberrant creatures, engaging in frenzied battles that resembled mutual destruction. Could Joshua blinked? Does this not imply that she is akin to a savior? Long Tianyu cast her a disdainful glance and shook his head. If she were a savior, could I still deem her a freak? It is said that she carries countless fragments of meteorites, already among the most formidable of ability users. In her battles against the aberrant beings, she naturally requires fearless puppets, transforming encountered ability users into her puppets to fight the aberrations. In the second year of the apocalypse, wherever the aberrations thrived, she and her puppets were sure to appear. Long Tianyu shook his head. I have not seen her, for ability users tend to steer clear upon hearing her name. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. No wonder they call her a freak. Song Linwei shook his head in lament. This is a scenario of mutual destruction. As the aberrations perish, so too do the ability users, leading to the inevitable ruin of this world. Indeed, she is quite peculiar, ruthlessly converting ability users into puppets while never harming ordinary people. Long Tianyu wore a perplexed expression. Sheng An and Qi Lingguo exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes brimming with understanding. The principle of safeguarding the innocent was ingrained within them, for those very people were the ones they had once defended with their lives and blood. And what of the future? Jiang Yu pressed for answers. Long Tianyu revealed an unexpected truth. She has passed away. What? Hao Jingye gasped. How did she die? Long Tianyu shook his head. I do not know. I only vaguely heard that it seemed a coalition of abilities and mutants conspired against her. In any case, she was already gone before my demise. The group exchanged glances, a silent communication passing among them. Sheng An spoke slowly, abilities and mutants united. With a soft scoff, she mocked, so it appears that true enemies can join forces against a common foe? Intrigued by her reaction, Long Tianyu questioned, "Are you adversaries or allies?" Sheng An regarded him with a faint smile, prompting Long Tianyu to promptly silence himself. Kujashue remarked, "Even someone as formidable as Qiu Yu fell in the apocalypse. Seems this world truly is hell." Long Tianyu resumed eating, raising an eyebrow. "Many have perished. I, too, have met my end, as has Xiang Hanshuang. Who can say how long Lu Mingwei and the others will survive?" Long Tianyu added, "She actually died quite early. That woman was exceedingly domineering. Later, when she crossed paths with him, they fought fiercely, leading to Xiang Hanshuang's demise. He was gravely injured, resulting in a mutual destruction with the mutants." He gestured toward Li Xian. The group turned to him. Li Xian was engrossed in his meal, raising his head in confusion at the mention, with a few grains of rice clinging to the corner of his mouth, looking rather foolish. "Huh?" The others collectively thought, "He certainly does not appear to be a master." Song Linwei felt a complex array of emotions as he instinctively glanced at Sheng An, recalling the seemingly tragic events of his past life. Sheng An pressed his lips together, his gaze perilous. Indeed, if these individuals are unleashed, chaos will ensue. It would be wiser to unify our efforts and confront our true adversaries. When practitioners of extraordinary abilities clash amongst themselves, it amounts to nothing more than infighting. In such an apocalyptic world, this only hastens our demise and provides opportunities for our enemies to exploit. Upon hearing this, Li Xian and Long Tianyu instinctively touched the back of their heads, feeling a chill run down their spines. It appeared they had grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yu sighed. "Alas, Team A's powers are already formidable, and Qiu Yu seems particularly fearsome. Are we truly destined to be outmatched? Just the two of us, Li Xian and Long Tianyu, may not suffice." She looked at Long Tianyu with anticipation. "By the way, are there any other practitioners in our team? Yufeng, Wan Yuan, Hao Jingye, and Song Linwei, has anyone awakened their abilities?" Long Tianyu contemplated seriously before shaking his head. "I have not heard of any." Sheng An exchanged glances with Qi Lingguo, both frowning. "Not a single one. Even if no one had awakened their powers, was there not a single individual who had made a name for themselves?" Zhang Yu persisted. "What about Captain Qi? Throughout my 2 lifetimes, I have never encountered a man with such a commanding presence. Might he awaken extraordinary abilities?" Long Tianyu, with a smile that barely masked his discomfort, replied, "I'm afraid I haven't heard of him. I have no idea who that random person is." He cast a sidelong glance at Sheng An and added cryptically, "Some individuals must sharpen their vision and discern who truly stands before them." Qi Lingguo, expressionless, reached for his waist. Long Tianyu, startled, vanished from sight only to reappear at a different position, wearing an expression of caution. "What are you doing?" He remained silent, merely lifting his eyelids to cast a glance at him. Yet the interplay of his earlier actions and reactions brimmed with mockery. Zhang Yu and Kujeshue nearly burst into laughter. There was one pivotal figure missing. Zhang Yu craned her neck, inquiring, "What about Sister Sheng?" Long Tianyu paused momentarily. Subsequently, he shook his head, stating, "I have neither heard of her nor encountered her in my past life." He stroked his chin, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. "Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. You, a woman who resides in the depths of my heart, should be unforgettable upon mere sight. Furthermore, one cannot deny that, according to Shang An's modus operandi, she hardly seemed like a nameless individual in the apocalypse. Even Qi Lingguo did not fit that description." It was truly perplexing. Shang An cast him a cold glance, disinterested in his musings. Zhang Yu furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "How could that be? It's so strange. I always feel that according to Sister Sheng's way of doing things, she should have garnered some recognition." Li Xian swallowed hard, pondering, unless. A heavy silence enveloped the group. Sheng An slowly interjected, "Unless I perished on the very day of the apocalypse." Zhang Yu's face turned pale, and the others mirrored a complex array of emotions, Li Xian included. He genuinely believed this woman to be the ultimate antagonist. Yet, if such a formidable individual were to die on the first day of the apocalypse, it would be an utter tragedy. In that moment, the cafeteria was engulfed in silence. Hao Jingye suddenly declared, I refuse to believe Sister Sheng would die on the first day of the apocalypse. Nor can I accept that the entire Team Zero was without renown, with not a single person stepping into the limelight. Song Linwei inhaled deeply, gazing at Sheng An. There exists another possibility, one of greater magnitude, a secret beyond the reach of you ordinary ability users. The mysteries continued to multiply, and Jiang Yu felt a throbbing pain in her head. Long Tianyu curled his lips in skepticism. What other secrets could there be? Even if there were secrets, surely they can't have never appeared at all? The probability of an ability user awakening is exceedingly low. It's likely that none of them have awakened. No one paid him any mind. How Xingyuan and Song Linwei turned their gaze towards Sheng An, seeking to extract further analysis from her. However, upon glancing at the time, Sheng An stood up, stating, "It's about time. I must go fetch Li Wanyun." Chapter 63. The International Courier has returned Li Wanyun. Long Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, who did you just mention? He suspected he had misheard. Jiang Yu tilted her head, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Li Wanyun, a reincarnated spatial ability user. What do you think? The child of destiny, you seem rather unremarkable. Long Tianyu was utterly astonished, his mind racing with countless questions. Reflecting on his cooperation today, Sheng An instructed Hao Jingye to provide a brief explanation of Li Wanyun's situation. After listening, Long Tianyu felt as if he had entered a daze. Li Wanyun, like him, possessed extraordinary abilities and had reincarnated before him. She had started with a narrative script worth 50 billion, yet had long been under the watchful eyes of Sheng An and her companions. Li Wanyun was currently aiding the nation in international cargo transport, while Sheng An and her team were about to meet her. The influx of information left Long Tianyu astounded. In that moment, he was at a loss as to whether to envy or pity Li Wanyun. After a lengthy pause, he swallowed hard and managed to utter, "There are just too many reincarnated ability users, aren't there?" "Indeed, far too many," Sheng An replied, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. Long Tianyu promptly stood up, urgency lacing his tone. "I want to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Sheng An slightly narrowed her eyes. A combination of offense and support? It seemed that this situation was indeed quite extraordinary. Hao Jingye curled his lips in skepticism. "What are you going to do? Are you planning to cause chaos?" Long Tianyu replied earnestly, "I will not cause any trouble." He was almost ready to swear an oath. Sheng An scrutinized Long Tianyu, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing.
Revealing no discernible emotion.
Just as Long Tianyu's disappointment began to deepen, Sheng An unexpectedly said, "As long as your body can endure, let us proceed." Long Tianyu was momentarily taken aback. Although it was his own proposal, Sheng An's agreement still caught him off guard. He stood in stunned silence for a while, his emotions swirling in a complex mix, yet he swiftly cast aside these convoluted feelings and followed suit. Behind him, Li Xian and Jiang Yu exchanged glances, both sighing in unison. They too yearned to partake in the endeavor. Damn it! How long must we endure this endless cycle of classes and studying? Jiang Yu remained silent, her heart brimming with tears. She felt powerless in her academic pursuits, realizing that learning had not even allowed her to grow stronger. Regrettably, today was yet another day she wished to reveal her hidden potential. In the vehicle, Hao Jingye reported the current situation. 3 hours ago, Li Wanyun arrived at the port and took a bus directly to the Beijing passenger station. If we leave now, we will arrive just in time. Li Wanyun had endured considerable hardship on this journey, amassing supplies for her space, yet she had also become utterly destitute. Sheng An nodded in understanding. Long Tianyu glanced at the screen before Sheng An, where Li Wanyun was seen resting against the bus seat, her face etched with fatigue. He then looked at the detailed list sent by Wanyuan to Hao Jingye, which enumerated all the supplies currently in Li Wanyun's space, ranging from military arms to a simple pancake she had carelessly stowed away. Long Tianyu swallowed hard. Suddenly, he felt that the capture he had never understood was, in truth, not unjust at all. Certainly, this does not imply that he has capitulated. As if struck by a sudden inspiration, Long Tianyu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, the corners of his mouth curling upward, exuding an undeniable joy. He had encountered that woman, Li Wanyun, before. She was indeed a formidable adversary. It would not be a simple task for Sheng An to subdue her. The current atmosphere suggested that coercion would likely be the approach. Yet, the more one attempts to suppress, the greater the discontent in Li Wanyun. In due course, he could unite with her to instigate a rebellion. The mere thought of this filled Long Tianyu's smile with radiance. Wanyuan glanced at him through the rearview mirror, lowering his voice. Sister Sheng, what's wrong with him? Sheng An lifted her gaze and remarked coolly, perhaps he has lost his sanity. Wanyuan. Long Tianyu glared at them and retorted irritably, I can hear you. Don't you know that the physical prowess of ability users is enhanced? The entire vehicle remained unresponsive. Sheng An continued to peruse the information with her head down, while Qi Lingguo did not even flutter an eyelash. Their silence conveyed a clear message. So what if you hear us? What can you do about it? Long Tianyu. He clenched his fists, poised to speak. When Sheng An interrupted, how does Li Wanyun engage in combat with her spatial abilities? The concept of battling with spatial manipulation was indeed difficult to fathom. Long Tianyu was instantly intrigued. Leaning forward with malicious glee, in my previous life, before my demise, she had already mastered the art of combat with spatial blades, slicing through dimensions, an invisible executioner. While other ability users might evade death, ordinary individuals. The last 4 words were laden with meaning, and he deliberately cast a glance at Qi Lingguo. Lingguo, clad in uniform and clutching a firearm, offered him not a single glance, her gaze drifting intermittently towards the window and then to Sheng An, who was ensnared in contemplation. The space blade, it seemed, could potentially be wielded as well. Long Tianyu's lips curled into a smirk. Are you afraid? Sheng An replied with a subtle smile. No, I am quite delighted. Long Tianyu raised an eyebrow. What could possibly make you happy when the target is formidable? Sheng An stated. This indicates that our Special Affairs Division's Team B has reached new heights. Long Tianyu's lips twitched in disbelief. Was he jesting? That woman had yet to join the Special Affairs Division, and Sheng An had already regarded her as a team member? He could hardly contain his anticipation to witness a confrontation between Li Wanyun and the Special Affairs Division. Of course, victory was unlikely for him. The odds favored Li Wanyun. Yet, the inevitable suppression would breed frustration, presenting an opportunity for him to ally with her. Long Tianyu chuckled once more. Observing his expression in the rearview mirror, Yufeng silently mouthed, Fool. At the passenger transport terminal, standing firmly on the homeland, gazing at the imposing characters spelling out Beijing, Li Wanyun nearly succumbed to tears. It appeared as though she possessed assets worth billions, yet whether stockpiling supplies or stealthily tracking arms dealers, her heart was perpetually in her throat. The space blade was not something she dared to employ recklessly. Stockpiles remained unused, and while tailing the arms dealers, she found herself outnumbered and faced with well-trained adversaries wielding an arsenal far superior, leaving no chinks in their armor for her to exploit. More daunting than regular military forces. Had it not been for the outbreak of conflict among them, she would never have had access to those massive arms depots. Consequently, she maintained a low profile throughout. Coupled with the amassed supplies, she required no further preparations before the impending apocalypse. She merely needed to safeguard her fortress, indulge in abundant feasting for several days, and then regroup to face the impending apocalypse. The thought of the supplies in her space nearly elicited a laugh from Li Wanyun. Food, meat, salt, sugar, and military rations procured from the black market, as well as an array of essential medicines. All the necessities for survival in a post-apocalyptic world filled her space to the brim, enough to last several lifetimes. Moreover, there was a warehouse stocked with arms acquired at no cost. Her fortune was truly extraordinary. Was it not as if the heavens themselves were favoring her? Chapter 64. Li Wanyun, you are suspected of smuggling billions at that moment. Li Wanyun was troubled by her inability to purchase ample weaponry, when an arms dealer's rivalry presented her with a golden opportunity, allowing her to seize the entirety of their arsenal. Of course, this came at a price. Her space was already filled to capacity. Clutching her chest, she could hear the exhilarating rhythm of her racing heartbeat, the fatigue of recent days dissipating in an instant. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Li Wanyun burst into laughter. Though her clothes bore the creases of travel, her hair was disheveled, and dark circles lingered beneath her eyes. Her spirit was buoyant, and her resolve unwavering, a confidence and pride that felt destined. In the midst of her laughter, a hand suddenly patted her shoulder from behind. Turning, she found a young woman with her hair casually tied in a ponytail, clad in a white windbreaker, exuding an effortless charm that was both relaxed and poised, her almond-shaped eyes gleaming with intensity. Li Wanyun furrowed her brow. "Who are you?" As her pupils dilated, instinct took over, and without a moment's thought, she raised her hand sharply, attempting to push the woman away and swiftly escape. This instinct was ingrained from her past life. Li Wanyun's elbow struck decisively against Sheng An's abdomen, the force tremendous and entirely unexpected. However, Sheng An seemed to be well prepared, raising her hand to block the attack. The clash of bones sent a jolt of pain through Li Wanyun. Undeterred by the agony, she swiftly turned her hand, attempting to break free from Sheng An's grasp. Within a brief minute, they had exchanged blows multiple times, each encounter more alarming than the last. Li Wanyun's eyes were wide with astonishment. Who exactly was this woman? Sheng An ceased her probing and increased her force, one hand blocking while the other controlled, sweeping her leg to effortlessly pin Li Wanyun to the ground. Sheng An almost lay atop her. From a distance, it appeared as though they were merely playfully tussling, but only Li Wanyun was aware of the iron grip that rendered her utterly helpless. With a steely gaze, Li Wanyun sensed something pressing against her heart. It was a gun. In her ear, Sheng An spoke with a hint of amusement. In a public setting, it would be prudent not to utilize spatial blades. Moreover, should you kill me, I assure you I can do the same to you. Li Wanyun's expression turned icy. Just then, the gun in Sheng An's hand vanished. This woman underestimated her. As Li Wanyun prepared to strike, Sheng An, seemingly unfazed by the disappearance of the weapon, added, "I have not finished speaking. Besides myself, there are over a dozen skilled fighters around, as well as a top sniper aiming at you. The area outside the station is already surrounded by special police."
Li Wanyun's bratisha.
She could handle Sheng An, but she could not guarantee her ability to evade those encircling her.
Li Wanyun jaset her movements.
Her voice hoarse. "Who exactly are you?" Sheng An met her gaze with an intensity that sharpened her demeanor. "Special Operations of the Apocalypse, Sheng and Li Wanyun. You are suspected of smuggling, amounting to billions. I hereby formally declare your arrest." Li Wanyun's pupils quaked in shock. In a fleeting instant, a myriad of intricate thoughts enveloped her. Who was this woman? How did she know about her possession of billions in supplies? What exactly was this? Why had she never heard of it in her previous life? Submerged in a sea of perplexing notions, Li Wanyun fixed her gaze upon Sheng An, forcing out a question from her throat. "What do you intend to do?" Sheng An chuckled softly. "To extend an invitation for you to join our ranks, naturally." Li Wanyun was taken aback, then retorted with a scornful smile. "And if I decline?" In that very moment, Li Wanyun could distinctly perceive that she was seemingly enshrouded by the specter of death. Someone was covertly aiming at her. Not the casual aim from before, but a genuine, murderous intent. It was an intuition of impending doom. In the security room on the second floor, Qi Lingwu, with headphones on, had already set up his sniper rifle, targeting Li Wanyun. This distance was, in reality, insignificant to him. However, Li Wanyun was a spatial ability user, and Qi Lingwu, with unwavering focus, had his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire at the slightest provocation. Concurrently, members of Team Zero and special police officers, concealed within the crowd on the first floor, were all aiming in the same direction. Hao Jingye, Wan Yuan, and Long Tianyu were similarly hidden among the onlookers. Hao Jingye inhaled deeply. Sister Sheng is in grave danger at this moment. Li Wanyun was a formidable expert in wielding spatial blades. Moreover, based on their observations and analysis, this individual, much like Long Tianyu, possessed a certain arrogance and was not easily amenable to reason. A single misstep could result in her spatial blade instantly severing Sheng An's neck. Wan Yuan, however, remained unperturbed, their past missions having been far more perilous than this. He gazed ahead and casually remarked, "It is merely a test. The more adept one is, the harder it becomes to subdue them. One must first employ strategy before resorting to courtesy." Sister Sheng must demonstrate her prowess to Li Wanyun and showcase the strength of Team B. This delineates the distinction between them and the superhumans. If it were Qiu Yu, she could simply exhibit her puppet abilities to engage Li Wanyun in conversation. However, Sheng An is currently just an ordinary person. She must first manifest her capabilities. The inherent dangers in this endeavor are challenges she must confront in her quest to win over Li Wanyun. Did you not notice that Captain Qi did not express any objections? Each individual has their own responsibilities. They are teammates who may express concern, yet they cannot impede progress. Just as Captain Qi does, they must collaborate with Sister Sheng, enabling her to entrust her back to them. Beside him, Long Tianyu was on the verge of laughter. Indeed, this woman continues to choose brute force to compel Li Wanyun's submission. What nonsense! He understood both himself and Li Wanyun. She bore some resemblance to him. In the face of such circumstances, especially when feeling proud, how could she possibly surrender easily? She would resist, and such resistance would inevitably escalate the conflict between both parties. Even if they were to forcibly integrate Li Wanyun into the Special Operations Department, she would likely harbor resentment. At that point, they could forge an alliance. Long Tianyu regarded Li Wanyun and perceived her as a potential future ally. Nonetheless, he felt the surge of his abilities within him. Should Li Wanyun attempt to strike at Sheng An, he would have to intervene and offer assistance. After all, it is rare for him to encounter a woman he favors so greatly. With this thought, Long Tianyu unconsciously moved a bit closer. He was not mistaken. Li Wanyun indeed wished to resist. Regardless of the motivations driving the woman who confines herself, she could never allow her opponent to overpower her. At the very least, she must secure victory before engaging in discourse. The authority wielded in triumph vastly differs from that in defeat. Just as Li Wanyun was about to strike, her gaze fell upon a familiar figure in the distance. Long Tianyu, battered and bruised. It was him, the one with the elusive powers. Li Wanyun's pupils constricted in disbelief. Sheng An lowered his head and whispered another phrase into her ear. In that fleeting moment, the tension in Li Wanyun's grip dissipated. Sheng An released her, rising to extend his hand once more, his tone gentle. Li Wanyun, welcome to our fold. He held his hand before her, poised in anticipation. Li Wanyun's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions. Ultimately, she extended her hand, placing it atop Sheng An's, who then assisted her in standing. In that instant, the surrounding crowd lowered their weapons, Qi Lingwu gradually releasing his hold. Long Tianyu, poised to intervene, was left bewildered. What did Sheng An say? How could a single utterance compel Li Wanyun to abandon her resistance? Chapter 65. It was merely a word from Sheng An. Long Tianyu was perplexed. Moments ago, the atmosphere had been charged with tension, as if conflict were imminent. Yet, with just a gentle word from Sheng An, Li Wanyun capitulated. In that instant, Long Tianyu experienced not only confusion but also astonishment and a burgeoning sense of respect. Sheng An. This woman was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. He swallowed hard, feeling for the first time a flicker of doubt regarding his rebellious plans. Could he truly contend with such a powerful woman? Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Li Wanyun pondered the depth of Sheng An's capabilities, realizing that she might be more formidable than she had ever imagined. Hadn't the arrogant Long Tianyu been subdued by her? Just moments ago, Sheng An whispered in her ear, "Are you watching Long Tianyu? He is also one of our members, a reincarnated teleportation ability wielder, just like you. Perhaps you could converse." Such a seemingly simple statement bore significant weight. While Li Wanyun was taken aback, she gleaned three crucial pieces of information from it. First, Sheng An had managed to tame Long Tianyu. This revelation struck fear into Li Wanyun, for she was acutely aware of Long Tianyu's formidable strength. Observing his battered appearance, it was evident he had endured considerable hardship. Second, Long Tianyu, like her, had experienced reincarnation. This realization swiftly quelled her anger, replacing it with profound curiosity. Third, Long Tianyu might be compelled to act. With Sheng An, the hidden gunman and sniper, along with the teleportation adept Long Tianyu, defeat in this encounter seemed inevitable, leaving her with no choice but to abandon futile resistance. At this moment, the reverence that Li Wanyun, Long Tianyu, and Long Tianyu, Li Wanyun, held for Sheng An reached its zenith. The crowd began to converge upon them. Li Wanyun's voice was hoarse as she inquired, "How on earth did you uncover my secret?" This question was one posed by every heretic who had been discovered. As her words settled in the air, others approached. The first to arrive was Hao Jingye, who greeted her with a smile. Hi. Long time no see. Li Wanyun was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed on Hao Jingye's face, astonished. Sheng An smiled slightly and said, Allow me to introduce. This is my assistant, Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye. Li Wanyun stood in stunned silence for a considerable time, then gritted her teeth, enunciating each syllable. Little Hao, little Jing, little Yi. Hao Jing Yi. Hao Jingye scratched his head, beaming with a radiant smile. That's me. Li Wanyun paused momentarily, her breath hitching. She swiftly turned her gaze to the side. Next to Hao Jingye stood the local guide from the special travel agency, Xiao Wan, followed by Yufeng, and a few familiar faces approached from behind. At that moment, Qi Lingwu walked over, a visage that was deeply etched in Li Wanyun's memory. Li Wanyun gasped, recognizing several key figures among the arms dealers. She inhaled sharply, nearly leaping up, her voice rising in pitch. Those arms, the arms. Her excitement rendered her speechless. Sheng An interjected, in a moment, we shall take you to fulfill your task and deliver the items to the arms depot. Li Wanyun was taken aback, bewildered by the lack of prior notification. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, What if I were to withhold them? Sheng An tilted his head, his demeanor serene. It is said that space ability users can produce materials, and the researchers are quite curious. We could demonstrate a thing or two. Li Wanyun was left speechless. Hao Jingye produced a list and handed it to her, stating, Comrade Li Wanyun, please confirm the materials for transport. If there are no issues, you may sign to proceed with the delivery. Li Wanyun stared incredulously at the list filled with her spatial resources. Unable to contain her fury, she erupted. The arms belong to you. I can return them, but those materials are mine. How do you even know how much I possess? Why do you know about the few bags of rice I casually purchased at the supermarket? On what grounds do you demand that I surrender everything from my space? She resembled a frizzy-haired cat, her eyes wide with shock, entirely devoid of her previous composure. Clutching a list, she trembled with a blend of astonishment and fury. It was evident that she remained oblivious to the fact that every transaction of hers lay within their grasp. Sheng An blinked. You didn't take everything, did you? The pancake you placed in there was never on our agenda. Li Wanyun bit down on her molars. I ought to thank you, huh? Sheng An smiled faintly. Not at all. Li Wanyun felt an overwhelming urge to commit murder. Long Tianyu instinctively recoiled, sensing the wrath emanating from Li Wanyun, though he himself was not the cause of it. Li Wanyun was unlike Jiang Yu. While Jiang Yu's stockpile was scarcely more than that of a small convenience store and lacked preservation, Li Wanyun possessed an astounding wealth of resources amounting to billions. Just 10 minutes prior, she had believed it to be her own fortune. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses and retrieved a folder. Firstly, the smuggled goods must be confiscated as per regulations. Ms. Li Wanyun, you have not paid taxes on these billions. Secondly, are you certain you purchased them with your own funds? He extracted a loan contract signed by Li Wanyun.
Li Wanyun gaspat.
The memory flooded back. When she took out the loan, her house had been put up as collateral. Yet it stipulated that should she fail to repay by the deadline, she would be liable for damages equivalent to the loan amount and the principal. 100 billion. At that time, she had disregarded the repayment timeline, thinking it was set for after the apocalypse, only to realize that the due date was precisely 1 day post-apocalypse. It was painfully clear that she could not muster the 100 billion for repayment. This implies that the 50 billion she once possessed is no longer hers. Li Wanyun felt a sudden darkness envelop her, nearly losing her balance. Sheng An kindly supported her, speaking softly, It's all right. Joining the Special Affairs Department guarantees you a high salary. Repaying the 100 billion might take less than 50 years.
Li Wanyun, in disbelief, exclaimed.
Seizing the supplies and still having to repay 100 billion. Indeed, Hao Jingye replied politely, the smuggled goods must be confiscated, but the money still needs to be repaid on time. Li Wanyun contemplated resisting. However, her peripheral vision caught sight of Long Tianyu, who was watching her intently, seemingly prepared for any sudden movements. The presence of an ability user is exceedingly troublesome. Li Wanyun restrained herself, inhaling deeply. Her voice still tinged with lingering ire. I truly appreciate your kindness. Sheng An replied, No need for thanks. How Xingyuan added, "We are all colleagues here." Li Wanyun's fingertips pressed into her palm, nearly drawing blood. Yet, as she glanced at these evidently well-trained individuals and at Long Tianyu, who was fixated on her, she thought, endure. Long Tianyu's gaze did not waver. He was astonished. During their negotiation moments ago, he had fixated on Li Wanyun, silently urging, "Fight. Please, fight." However, to his dismay, she did not retaliate. If it were the Li Wanyun he remembered, pushed to such extremes, she would have fought back fiercely. Yet, this current Li Wanyun appeared docile and compliant, merely responding to Sheng An's words. Damn! This woman possesses formidable power. What astonishing lethality! Long Tianyu swallowed hard. In that moment, his rebellious spirit vanished without a trace. This woman, Sheng An, seemed to possess an abundance of hidden cards. How could one possibly contend with her? Chapter 66. I want to kill. Do you agree? Li Wanyun cast aside all other emotions and posed the most pressing question. There are many like me, and yet you are gathering everyone together? Sheng An understood her inquiry. Her expression suddenly turned solemn, her gaze earnest. Indeed, we intend to consolidate all of you within the Special Affairs Division, which will serve as the central hub for the future extraordinary abilities, harnessing national strength to collectively resist the impending apocalypse. Li Wanyun's countenance shifted through various emotions. First shock, then realization, and ultimately acceptance. The fact that the nation could identify her and even utilize her to stockpile vast resources was indicative of its preparedness. The state was accumulating supplies for battle, far surpassing what she could achieve alone. If the national order remained intact perhaps, in the face of the end times, life could be more bearable than if she were to face it alone. In her previous life, she had only survived 2 years into the apocalypse. Who could say how many calamities lay ahead? Although she had amassed considerable resources, she did not wish to witness a world where she alone remained. Li Wanyun took a deep breath. Joining the nation might indeed be the wisest choice. Long Tianyu's decision to join was a testament to the shared sentiment among them. As if sensing her thoughts, Sheng An spoke softly. In the Special Affairs Division, you will encounter many familiar faces, such as Li Xingyuan, Lu Mingwei, Yang Chuan, Huang Weiyang, the recently joined Xiang Hanshuang, and the puppet ability user, Qiu Yu. Li Wanyun was taken aback. Her pupils constricted, stunned by the news. So many acquaintances. Even Qiu Yu, the power of the nation, was far more formidable than she had ever imagined. Countless thoughts raced through her mind, and ultimately, the idea of joining the state solidified within her. Li Wanyun pressed her parched lips together and slowly said, "All right, I will join you." Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. Not far away, Long Tianyu gasped in disbelief. Li Wanyun had truly decided to join them. With a single word, Sheng An had compelled her to surrender, confiscating all her belongings and burdening her with immense debt. Yet she was willing to follow Sheng An's lead and join the Special Affairs Department. What had Sheng An said? He wanted to inquire, but he dared not. Moreover, now that Li Wanyun had joined, Sheng An and his team could easily overpower him. The addition of Li Wanyun only intensified his predicament. Long Tianyu envisioned a grim scenario. He would appear only to be struck down, then reappear and be beaten again. How tragic! His heart raced, and he timidly approached, eventually speaking with caution, "Sister Sheng." This demeanor was unprecedentedly obedient. Sheng An smiled and nodded. "What is it?" "Nothing." Long Tianyu stammered, his emotions complex at the sight of Li Wanyun. A flicker of understanding flashed in Li Wanyun's eyes. Indeed, Long Tianyu was undeniably under Sheng An's command. It was evident that he had been thoroughly subdued. Li Wanyun, familiar with Long Tianyu from her past life, knew he was notoriously arrogant, not easily brought to submission by ordinary individuals. Sheng An, truly remarkable. Her decision to refrain from resistance was wise. Otherwise, who could predict how Sheng An might handle her? Long Tianyu, already battered and bruised, still managed to appear obedient. Surely he had endured unspeakable torment in the interim. Nevertheless, it was best to align with the state, and thus she ought to cooperate, lest her suffering be in vain. Observing the two unruly individuals standing before her, Sheng An felt a deep sense of satisfaction, nodding with a smile. Qi Lingwu maintained her gaze upon Sheng An, a subtle smile lingering in her eyes. How Xingyuan and Wang Yuan, among others, could only marvel at Sheng An's prowess, acknowledging her brilliance with a silent applause. Did they truly believe that bringing Long Tianyu along was to treat him as a mere comrade for amusement? This was a strategic maneuver to ensnare two individuals at once. As the operation concluded and they arrived at the parking lot outside the station, Li Wanyun suddenly halted, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, as if grappling with an internal conflict. Her previously resolute steps faltered inexplicably, prompting the group to turn their attention toward her. How Xingyuan inquired, puzzled, "What is it?" Li Wanyun pressed her lips together, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Joining the Apocalypse Special Operations Department means I will have to act according to the state's directives. Since you all know I am a reincarnate, are you aware that I have enemies?" Sheng An fixed her gaze upon Li Wanyun as she continued, "There are two individuals I intend to deal with. Will you stand in my way?" In stark contrast to Jiang Yu's perspective, Li Wanyun had learned from the perilous consequences of her previous leniency. Out of familial affection for Li Jianli and Li Qiancheng, she had spared them, only to meet a tragic end herself. Now, she had resolved that with her entry into the Apocalypse Special Operations Department, a branch of the state, if she desired to exact vengeance, would they truly impede her? After all, Sheng An was a representative of the authorities. Long Tianyu paused, a flicker of hope igniting within him once more. Is the negotiation about to collapse? Li Wanyun, ruthless and unyielding, harbors a vendetta from her past life. Although Sheng An is similarly fierce, she is ultimately a person of the state, embodying a sense of righteousness. Furthermore, given that these matters pertain to a previous existence, would the nation permit Li Wanyun to exact vengeance upon her past enemies? If discord arises, action will undoubtedly be taken. That would present an opportunity for him. Long Tianyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Sheng An turned her gaze toward Li Wanyun, their eyes locking in an intense exchange. Li Wanyun fixed her stare upon Sheng An, her fury palpable. Sheng An spoke calmly, "We are still in the days preceding the apocalypse. You must understand the rules and order that govern us. I cannot allow you to act recklessly." Li Wanyun clenched her fists, her expression morphing into one of fierce determination. What an absurdity! By joining the state, is she to be denied her chance for revenge? The tension in the air thickened as her wrath spread. Sheng An remained unfazed. She extracted two documents from a folder beside her, her demeanor still composed. The first document contains evidence of Li Jianli and Li Qiancheng's tax evasion and falsification of accounts. The second outlines their conspiracy to harm your parents. Sheng An extended the papers towards Li Wanyun with a faint smile. In these pre-apocalyptic times, adherence to rules and order is essential. Once you have concluded your business, contact the number provided. Assistance will be arranged.
Li Wanyun stood in astonishment.
Sheng An tilted her chin slightly, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing. Enough time for one night, perhaps? Report to the Special Affairs Office by tomorrow morning at the latest. Is there an issue? Chapter 67. She serves the nation, and the nation supports her for reasons unbeknownst to her. Li Wanyun's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by an indescribable complexity and bitterness. Throughout her 2 lifetimes, she had harbored suspicions that her parents had been wronged by her uncle, Li Jianli, and his son, yet she had never unearthed any conclusive evidence. Now, however, Sheng An had presented her with the very proof she had long sought. While they monitored her movements, they had also conducted an investigation into the truth she yearned to uncover. In her previous life, Li Wanyun had endured immense suffering, having grown accustomed to the treacherous nature of the world. They had all experienced the trials of solitary struggle, devoid of support, relying solely on themselves for survival. Yet now, Sheng An regarded her with a calm demeanor, offering her the evidence and assuring her that assistance would be rendered, with a report due by the following day. His demeanor, so unassuming and composed, inexplicably brought moisture to her eyes. Sheng An's attitude mirrored that of the nation itself. She served the country, and in return, the country provided her with unwavering support, a foundation upon which she could lean. In that moment, the once solitary and forsaken spirit of Li Wanyun seemed to find its footing, a sense of belonging and refuge igniting within her. Drawing in a deep breath, she slowly unveiled a smile, basking in the warmth of the sun. Turning on her heel, She waved the 2 papers in her hand and remarked, "No need for an entire night. I shall see you at the Special Affairs Department in 3 hours." With that, Li Wanyun departed. Sheng An watched her retreating figure, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The approach of strength before courtesy was the true gift they bestowed upon Li Wanyun. This reborn woman, beginning her journey with a staggering 50 billion, was officially inducted into the Special Affairs Department. As Yufeng entered the vehicle, he raised an eyebrow, a playful tone in his voice. "This girl must think we are all paragons of virtue, unwaveringly righteous. What a jest! Those who tread the razor's edge, executing the nation's mandates, have undoubtedly witnessed an abundance of bloodshed. How could one still deem them virtuous? They possess a steadfast spirit and a sanctuary for their souls, fighting valiantly for their country. Yet, amongst them, there exists not a single truly benevolent soul." How Xingyuan and others hastened to their vehicles. While Qi Linggu took his seat beside Sheng An outside, Long Tianyu stood in a daze. Sheng An glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. "Aren't you leaving?" Long Tianyu swallowed hard and silently entered the car. He obediently settled into his seat, fastening his seatbelt and folding his hands neatly upon his lap. Sheng An paid him no further mind. The lesson had been imparted effectively today. Wanyuan stroked his chin, reflecting. Neither reincarnators nor pre-apocalypse awakeners, nor those with extraordinary abilities are inherently malevolent. Rather, they embody a glimmer of hope for this world. How Xingyuan cast a glance at Long Tianyu, nodding in silent agreement. Indeed, whether it be Long Tianyu, Li Xian, Xiang Hanshuang, or Qiu Yu and Li Wanyun, none of them have endured long in this post-apocalyptic realm. Under 3 years, these so-called strong ones from a previous life have perished. This alone speaks volumes of their harrowing past. In their memories of that bygone existence, did humanity truly possess the potential for survival? With the emergence of formidable beings and the dwindling of human numbers and resources, one can only surmise that the fate awaiting them was destined for annihilation. Now, with the presence of these reincarnators, the nation is forewarned and can prepare in advance. The existence of these exceptionally powerful individuals may allow more to endure through the apocalypse, preserving greater resources for the future. Indeed, it is a fortunate occurrence. Yufeng raised his brow, pondering whether heaven was assisting them, reluctant to see the world descend into ruin. The narratives often speak of a world consciousness rescuing humanity or a divine order at play. How Xingyuan sighed deeply, expressing a longing for the existence of a deity. After a brief pause, he continued, "The presence of so many reincarnators and individuals with extraordinary abilities is quite peculiar. Perhaps it truly is a sliver of hope bestowed upon us by the heavens." At this juncture, Long Tianyu instinctively straightened his back and lifted his chin. He was indeed the chosen one, a beacon of hope granted by the heavens. Just as he was about to bask in pride, Long Tianyu suddenly noticed that Sheng An and Qi Linggu had remained silent. Their gazes were vacant, fixed on a singular point as if lost in contemplation, their brows slightly furrowed. Could they be deliberating on how to deal with him? Sheng An's vacant expression sharpened as she turned to Qi Linggu. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze they found affirmation. Indeed, they shared the same doubts. Sheng An took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "When I engaged with Li Wanyun earlier, I initially intended to subdue her immediately, but upon sensing a hint of uncertainty, I chose to probe further." The group fell into a moment of stunned silence. Yufeng suddenly realized that Sister Sheng had indeed been entangled with Li Wanyun for a while. Given Sister Sheng's prowess, she could have subdued her swiftly. He had assumed it was out of concern for her safety, but now it appeared there were deeper issues at play. Tension gripped the air as they all became acutely aware. Sheng An continued, "It was quite vague. I thought it was merely a misperception on my part, as it defied logic." Her expression remained composed as she directed her gaze towards Qi Linggu. Qi Linggu slowly uttered the next sentence. "Li Wanyun's techniques bear a striking resemblance to the moves that Sheng An and I once devised during our training, designed to swiftly subdue and block opponents." It was rare for him to articulate such an elaborate statement, yet it instantly elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Wanyuan raised his voice. "Really?" Sheng An nodded slowly. Leaning against Qi Linggu, her tone was complex. "Those techniques are more suited for novices lacking extensive combat experience. Team Zero would not employ them, so, For the time being, only Qi and I would be familiar with them. Qi Lingwu acknowledged with a nod. The techniques employed by Li Wanyun are similar, yet they possess distinct variations, hence the uncertainty. Sheng An exhaled deeply. Her techniques have been modified. Hao Jingye found it difficult to breathe. Raising his voice, where did Li Wanyun learn them? Were they taught by Sister Sheng or Team Qi in a previous life? If that were the case, it would imply she had interacted with Sheng An and Qi Lingwu before. No, that's not right. Hao Jingye quickly dismissed his own assertion, realizing that she did not know Sister Sheng or Team Qi. Her earlier reaction indicated as much, which was rather perplexing. Indeed, quite strange. Qi Lingwu nodded, leaving the group with a new enigma to ponder. Chapter 68. Life in the apocalypse. For over a year, everyone is familiar upon returning to the Special Affairs Bureau camp. Song Linwei hurriedly exited her office. Where is Li Wanyun? She inquired curiously. She turned and instructed, Hao Jingye, send a message to the Research Institute explaining the situation, and have them compile a list to properly plan for Li Wanyun's space. A vast, stationary preservation space should never solely serve to store supplies for daily living. Within it, the hopes for humanity's future ought to reside. As for resources, there will be an increase in the emergence of space manipulators following the apocalypse. Hao Jingye nodded vigorously, stating, I have already reported this on the way. The Research Institute is making preparations. Sheng An nodded in agreement. She then turned her gaze towards Song Linwei, asking, What have you discovered? His earlier reaction had been rather unusual. Upon hearing this, Song Linwei's expression grew serious as he replied, In the information sent to me by Wanyuan, I meticulously sifted through the data and indeed uncovered a potential heretic. The group immediately became attentive, all eyes fixed on him. Song Linwei organized his thoughts and elaborated on the situation. This information regarding the suspected heretic originated from the Third Institute, specifically the psychiatric hospital. The Third Institute frequently receives peculiar patients. Were it not for our explicit request, they might not have reported this information at all. Such occurrences, which seem strange to us, are rather commonplace in the eyes of the Third Institute. The individuals they have encountered are truly bizarre. This particular patient had previously sought treatment at the Third Institute because his parents deemed him excessively silent and somewhat withdrawn, prompting them to consult a doctor. I reviewed his diagnostic report, and it indicated that he was actually quite normal, showing no signs of mental illness. However, his parents were unconvinced and insisted on treatment and medication. This situation does not qualify as heretical. Yet 2 days ago, this individual independently registered for an appointment at the Third Institute, stammering in front of the doctor without uttering a single word, before abruptly fleeing. Such incidents are not new to the Third Institute. Thus, they casually included it in their reports without any special notation. Last night, Wanyuan was tasked with searching through the records of these reported individuals, though not by examining each case individually. The number of reports is exceedingly vast. A screening system has been established for 10,000 yuan, which automatically identifies keywords based on the other party's chat records and also locks onto key information and keywords according to their search history and purchase records. Song Linwei is tasked with examining the locked situations to ascertain what they have discussed, what they have searched for, and whether it has any relation to heresy. This individual appears quite ordinary in other respects. However, after making an appointment, he searched for phrases such as "What if I mutate? Is there any existence of mutation?" and abnormal changes in the body after adulthood, which seems rather conspicuous. Furthermore, he has also booked an appointment with an expert at the Third Hospital. This indeed resembles a visceral reaction someone might have after experiencing a shocking transformation. Hao Jingye expressed his confusion. Mutation? Why would he describe himself as mutated? Is it an awakening of special abilities? Sheng An pondered deeply before inquiring, "What is his name?" "Wu Buyu," came the reply. Yufeng chuckled. His name means silent, as he is not fond of speaking, and his parents believe he is introverted. It perfectly matches his name. Yet, he also bears the surname Wu. So, is he truly taciturn? Or does he actually enjoy conversing? Hao Jingye shrugged. Sheng An then asked Long Tianyu, "Do you know Wu Buyu?" Long Tianyu pondered for a moment before firmly shaking his head. "I have not heard of that name, at least not in my previous life. It lacks any notoriety. Awakening special abilities before the apocalypse, based on current patterns, would suggest that such individuals were capable in their previous lives. Capable individuals would certainly have heard of him. Yet, Long Tianyu genuinely had no recollection of the name Wu Buyu. How Xingyuan retrieved his phone and decided to inquire whether Yang Chuan and Zhang Yu were acquainted.
Yang Chuan.
An Earth Elemental adept from Group A was also a reincarnate. How Xingyuan's brow furrowed in perplexity. What was his true situation? Had he awakened his abilities prematurely, or was he indeed a reincarnate? Reincarnates were not supposed to search for mutations. Meanwhile, at a certain restaurant in the capital, a sign proclaimed the grand celebration of the Venerable Wu Xian's 80th birthday, wishing him prosperity akin to the East Sea and longevity like the Southern Mountain. Clearly, this was a festive occasion. At this moment, as the banquet concluded, guests began to exit. Wu Buyu followed closely behind his parents, Wu Ba and Wu Ma, to bid farewell to the departing guests. He kept his head bowed, his two-dimensional hairstyle obscuring his brows and eyes. In this day and age, such a non-mainstream appearance seemed rather unappealing. Relatives cast sidelong glances at Wu Buyu and urged Wu Ba and Wu Ma, "You ought to properly educate Buyu. He seems to be increasingly unkempt. It's been several years since graduation, and he doesn't attend classes, pursue a girlfriend, or even venture outside. What joy is there in staying cooped up at home? Indeed, this child was quite astute in his youth. What has become of him as he matured? Brother and sister-in-law, I don't mean to criticize, but how could you raise him to be like this? If you ask me, perhaps the name is to blame. Naming him Buyu was a mistake. Duel would have been far better. Now he hardly speaks a word. What does the name have to do with it? His name is Buyu, and he still bears the surname Wu." Wu Ba and Wu Ma felt quite embarrassed by the remarks, and could only nod stiffly in response. Wu Ma cast a discreet glare at Wu Buyu. Wu's father directly pulled over his 7-year-old son, proudly exclaiming, "Wu Buyu may not be talented, but Wu Shanyu is different. This clever lad is quite loquacious," completing his brother's sentences. "Haha, he even ranked first this year." Wu Shanyu obediently greeted those around him, instantly eliciting a chorus of praises. Meanwhile, the taciturn Wu Buyu stood at the back, his head bowed, remaining utterly silent. Relatives occasionally caught sight of him, shaking their heads in disappointment. No wonder his parents were preoccupied with training their younger son. This elder one was indeed a disappointment. Once the relatives departed, Wu's mother embraced her younger son and boarded the car, while Wu's father grumbled, "I shouldn't have brought you today. When others spoke to you, you acted as though you hadn't heard a word, not even lifting your head. You truly embarrass me." Wu Buyu continued to lower his head, remaining mute. Taking a deep breath, Wu's mother chose to ignore him and comforted her younger son instead. Wu's father continued his tirade. "After so many years of hard work, I have achieved something, yet you, my unambitious son, bring me shame. Tomorrow, find a job. From this day forth, I will not give you another penny. You once considered secretly enrolling in a media school. If I hadn't changed your path to computer studies, you wouldn't even think of finding work now. It's truly..." Wu's father persisted in his scolding. Wu Buyu gazed out the window. Beneath the disheveled hair that partially obscured his face, bright eyes sparkled, filled with the reflection of countless stars. After a while, Wu's father shouted, "Say something. Are you mute? Dad, your zipper is down." Wu's father was taken aback. After a moment, he erupted in a mix of embarrassment and anger. "When did you notice?" Wu Buyu lowered her head, still murmuring, "When you and Aunt Xiaomei came out of the restroom." "Wu father? Wu mother?" Suddenly, Wu mother let out a piercing scream. "Ah, Wu Hai, you scoundrel, how dare you betray me? What on earth have you done? Did you fight with that wretched woman?" Wu Buyu's ears were relieved from the chaos. As she continued to gaze out the window, her eyes, hidden beneath her hair, sparkling like shattered stars. In the Special Affairs Department, she was aware that Sheng An and others had numerous inquiries to direct at her. However, she never anticipated that Sheng An's first question would be, "Did you know Wu Buyu in your past life?" Li Wanyun was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Soon, she fell into contemplation, as if a realization struck her. Her eyes widened, and her voice escalated. "Wu Buyu, it's him. You know him?" How Xingyuan was astonished. Long Tianyu also expressed surprise. "You actually know him?" How come I've never heard of this? Li Wanyun cast a disdainful glance at him. Not only do I know him, but you do too. No. Anyone who has lived in the apocalypse for over a year cannot possibly be unaware of him. What? Long Tianyu was dumbfounded. Chapter 69. The first paparazzo of the apocalypse. Everyone was taken aback. Everyone knows him. Just how renowned must one be to achieve such recognition? Song Linwei inhaled sharply, astonished. Could he be like Chiu Yu, an exceptionally formidable and terrifying expert who frequents various bases? The last widely recognized figure was Chiu Yu. Impossible. Long Tianyu vehemently shook his head. If he were a powerful individual, how could I not know him? Moreover, I have never even heard of that name. Li Wanyun was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, she came to a realization and shook her head. Right? I forgot that you are unaware of his real name. His name is Wu Buyu, but due to his notorious nickname, everyone simply refers to him by that. Long Tianyu furrowed his brow, asking, who exactly is he? The others looked at Li Wanyun with curiosity. From her reaction, it was evident that the individual named Wu Buyu was far from ordinary.
Li Wanyun raplia.
He is not a supernatural being. He is a retrogressive mutant. The crowd collectively held their breath, and even Sheng An straightened up instantly. A retrogressive mutant. This was the first they had encountered. Sheng An, with his phoenix eyes serious, gently tapped his fingers on the table, his tone devoid of emotion. Please elaborate. Li Wanyun continued, you all should already know that during the apocalypse, the flow of information between temporary bases is exceedingly slow. In fact, many temporary bases are entirely cut off from one another. The group nodded, indicating for her to proceed. Long Tianyu, growing impatient, interjected, just tell us who Wu Buyu is. Why all this unnecessary detail? He raised his chin, adding, indeed, it's challenging for various bases to communicate, but due to retrogressive flying mutants and speed manipulators, as well as other unique supernatural beings, there are occasional exchanges of information between the bases. His expression seemed to convey, you know what I know. Li Wanyun shot him a cold glance. If I do not clarify, you might comprehend, but Sheng An and the others would not. Upon finishing her statement, she ceased to engage with him and continued. The aerial mutants serve as messengers, transmitting information between various bases. Due to their frequent traversing of these bases, they encounter dangers far exceeding those faced by the mutants within the bases, resulting in significant casualties. Eventually, a powerful aerial mutant united all flying mutants across the nation, establishing the Apocalyptic Airmail, which compiled information from each base into a publication known as the Apocalyptic Gazette. They also dispatched flying mutants to sell the gazettes at different bases in exchange for provisions, while simultaneously managing bounty communications and investigations. By the following year, the Apocalyptic Airmail had gained considerable renown. Long Tianyu leapt up, raising his voice. What? Wu Buyu is connected to the Apocalyptic Airmail. Hao Jingye stroked his chin, exclaiming, that sounds rather promising. Doesn't it? What nonsense. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun chorused. Long Tianyu shook his head. The Apocalyptic Airmail was indeed commendable at the outset, but the Gazette didn't yield much in terms of provisions, since only a small fraction of a base's populace would purchase it, leaving the majority to benefit without cost. Li Wanyun added, therefore, the founder of the Apocalyptic Airmail, that formidable aerial mutant, shifted focus towards bounty communications and investigations. To acquire information from other bases or to locate individuals there, one must offer high bounties. Li Wanyun nodded, reflecting. The founder possesses an abundance of gossip and an exceptional talent for consolidating information, earning him the moniker Apocalyptic Paparazzo, making him one of the most disliked figures among the mutants. In the apocalyptic world, the flying mail service has become exceedingly treacherous. I have long desired to deal with them, yet the paparazzi are well concealed, making it nearly impossible to locate that individual. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth, vowing, in this lifetime, I will ensure the demise of that paparazzi beforehand. Amidst the plethora of information, Sheng An and others listened intently, exhibiting remarkable patience. However, Li Xingyuan could no longer contain himself. Li Wanyun, what exactly are you trying to convey? Why are you digressing so far? Li Xingyuan exclaimed, clearly agitated. As tensions threatened to escalate, Sheng An raised her hand, striking directly at the heart of the matter. Is Wu Buyu the apocalyptic paparazzi? Li Wanyun nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I only learned his name through a fortunate coincidence. Long Tianyu was taken aback. What? Wu Buyu is that apocalyptic paparazzi, the leader of the flying mail service? In the next moment, Long Tianyu adopted a serious demeanor, casting a rare, grave glance at Sheng An. If that is the case, you would be wise not to attempt to recruit him into the Special Affairs Bureau. That individual possesses peculiarities and an eccentric character, devoid of moral scruples, yet highly adept at uncovering secrets. Certainly not a reliable ally. Sheng An refrained from commenting. Her hand, which had been tapping on the table, suddenly halted, and a slow smile spread across her face. Regardless of his temperament, we have now discovered him, have we not? The group fell into a momentary silence. Indeed, Wu Buyu had transformed into a mutant and was undoubtedly taking great care to conceal himself, striving to remain undetected. However, with the presence of those who had been reborn, knowing his name granted them access to all his secrets. Wu Buyu was instantly exposed, his hidden cards laid bare. What he himself was unaware of, they had already comprehended fully. Long Tianyu. That individual is truly an unsuitable companion, duplicitous and untrustworthy. Sheng An glanced at him and replied calmly. Trust is not an absolute necessity. Long Tianyu looked perplexed. Qi Linggu raised his gaze, his voice gravelly. The flying mutant is quite valuable. Moreover, he possesses the ability to uncover countless secrets, likely beyond mere flight. Having multiple abilities, especially at this critical juncture before the impending apocalypse, enhances his potential significantly. Sheng An displayed no discernible emotion, remaining composed. What I require now is his cooperation. Trust cannot be established in a fleeting moment. At this juncture, I do not seek Wu Buyu's trust, but rather his capabilities. Sheng An and Qi Linggu exchanged a knowing glance, discerning mutual intentions in each other's eyes, prompting a shared smile. For reasons unknown, Long Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine. Sheng An tapped the table lightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. We shall discuss Wu Buyu tomorrow. For now, we must investigate his character before formulating a plan. Li Wanyun, Long Tianyu, let us engage in a thorough discussion tonight. Long Tianyu scoffed. I've already shared everything I know. With that, he slouched in his chair, feet propped up carelessly. Li Wanyun rolled her eyes and settled beside Sheng An. Go ahead. I am fully cooperative. Li Wanyun accepted the water handed to her by Hao Jingye, nodding in gratitude. At this late hour, Li Xingyuan and the others, having concluded their classes, hurriedly arrived. As they entered the room, they heard Sheng An inquire, Li Wanyun, where did you learn those techniques? Chapter 70. One step closer to the truth, Li Wanyun was taken aback, her eyes wide with confusion. What techniques? Who taught you the techniques you used in your battle with Sister Shang today? Yufeng inquired, leaning closer. Li Wanyun furrowed her brow, contemplating for a considerable time before suddenly asserting, it must be something I discovered on my own. Discovered on your own? Yufeng's tone was laced with skepticism. Wan Yuan's expression was peculiar. Must it? That phrase carries quite a bit of uncertainty. How can one claim to have independently discovered techniques while using must? Li Wanyun pondered deeply before resolutely declaring, I truly discovered them myself, for in my recollections no one has ever taught me. Those techniques are innate skills I acquired through numerous battles. Impossible, Qi Linggu stated calmly, but with unwavering conviction. Why?
Li Wanyun frowned.
Sheng An lifted his eyelids to glance at her, speaking with composed clarity. Your techniques are not instinctual responses born from combat. You may not recognize it, but the instinctive skills developed in battle differ entirely from those crafted through training. Moreover, these techniques bear the influence of both yourself and Qi Linggu. Yufeng and the others nodded in agreement. Li Wanyun shook her head, feeling helpless. But truly, no one has ever taught me. Sheng An continued, it is not inconceivable that you might have seen something, stored it in your mind, yet forgotten the source only to later employ it in subsequent battles. Pausing for a moment, she regarded Li Wanyun and calmly articulated a chilling hypothesis. It is also possible that someone did teach you, yet you have no recollection, or perhaps your memory has been erased. In that instant, the room fell into an eerie silence. Even Long Tianyu felt a shiver run down his spine. Li Xingyuan rubbed his arms and remarked, please, don't make it sound so terrifying. Moreover, How could anyone have taught another yet erased their memories? He inquired of Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. Do you possess any recollections of individuals with such extraordinary abilities? The two shook their heads in unison. No. Hao Jingye, deep in contemplation, posed the next question. Li Wanyun, are you acquainted with Sister Shang and Captain Qi? Sheng An, Qi Linggu, myself, Wan Yuan Yufeng, Zhao Ziqing, Chun Yu, Jiang Haishu, Li Shuang, Jiusu, Sheng An and the core members of Team Zero. Li Wanyun strained to recall these names, ultimately shaking her head resolutely. No, I have never heard of them, nor have I encountered any of you. Her gaze swept over Sheng An and Qi Linggu. Had she seen these two in her previous life, she would surely have some impression. A profound silence enveloped the group. The situation grew increasingly perplexing. None of the reincarnators recognized Sheng An or the members of Team Zero. Had they all perished on the day of the apocalypse? Or had they transformed into something otherworldly? Everyone wore expressions of deep contemplation. Sheng An lowered her gaze and, after a lengthy pause, posed another peculiar question. When did you die in your past life? Li Wanyun responded at the end of the second year of the apocalypse. What kind of question was this? Hao Jingye suddenly froze, and Song Linwei quickly grasped the implications. The two exchanged a shocked glance. What is it? Jiang Yu asked, bewildered, scratching his insufficiently used head. Hao Jingye inhaled deeply, his voice hoarse. Apart from Yu and Wu Ji, the others all perished in the final months of the second year of the apocalypse. Sheng An took a piece of paper and pen from beside her and inscribed end of the second year of the apocalypse. Subsequently, she meticulously recorded all their names according to the months. Integrating the information from Group A, Yang Chuan met his demise at the end of the second year of the apocalypse. In his recollections, Huang Weiyang and Gung Liqian perished during a monstrous slaughter a month prior. Despite the discord between the two groups, it is imperative that vital information be shared promptly. Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng both possess a sense of moral duty as national assistants. Competition exists beneath the overarching interest. Hao Jingye, in an agitated tone, exclaimed, Next are Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. The final name is Li Wanyun. At the end of the second year of the apocalypse, they had yet to officially enter the third year. Sheng An paused her writing, lifting her gaze with piercing intensity. There are still two individuals, the lightning-type ability user Lu Mingwei and the mutant Wu Buyu. Long Tianyu replied, Wu Buyu is also dead. He furrowed his brow, adding, I do not know how he met his end, but this information is beyond doubt. It is rather vexing. After the paparazzo's death, he had not even had the chance to celebrate before facing another loss. Li Wanyun's expression turned as frigid as ice. Her voice hoarse. Did I not mention that the ringleader among those who have targeted me is Lu Mingwei? Pausing, she coldly chuckled, and I chose to perish alongside him, dragging him down to hell with me. She had been reborn, believing she could thoroughly deal with Lu Mingwei in this lifetime. Little did she expect that he too had awakened his abilities ahead of time. That fellow's powers were formidable. Sheng An's gaze darkened slightly as she inscribed Wu Buyu's name before Long Tianyu's. Finally, she wrote down Lu Mingwei's name, drawing a line beneath Li Wanyun's on the timeline, followed by the words, Third year of the apocalypse. The room fell into a profound silence. Ku Joshua murmured, Why did everyone perish in the second year of the apocalypse? Hao Jingye corrected her. It was the reincarnated ability users and those who awakened early that met their demise at the end of the second year of the apocalypse. Wu Ji died when the cataclysm struck. Jiang Yu perished in the first year of the apocalypse. Yet they share a commonality. They are not ability users, merely pure reincarnators. Jiang Yu's spatial abilities stem not from powers, but from an ancestral bracelet. Song Linwei's expression was inscrutable, his voice hoarse. It's truly odd. Why did it happen before the third year of the apocalypse? Was there something that transpired? Or is it merely a matter of limited samples? Everyone shook their heads. The reincarnators were oblivious, and it was even more perplexing for those who gleaned information from them. Sheng An fixed her gaze on the paper, and then slowly raised her head. Her eyes were fathomless, yet a smile graced her lips. I believe that when we unravel this secret, we may perhaps touch upon the fundamental reason for your existence. Discovering this insight brings us a step closer to the truth, does it not? Jiang Yu and the others were unable to smile. On the contrary, they felt as though a vast abyss lay before them, an unfathomable depth that evoked an unexplainable dread. After a moment, Qi Lingwu smirked slightly and nodded. Indeed, it is a good thing. Sheng An twirled her pen, capped it, tossed it onto the table, and then handed the paper to Hao Jingye. After organizing the information, share it with Group A and submit it to the higher-ups for professional analysis. Understood. Hao Jingye promptly affirmed before turning to execute the task. Subsequently, Sheng An turned her gaze to Li Wanyun and Long Tianyu, offering them a gentle smile. Yet, inexplicably, both felt a chill run down their spines. Long Tianyu stammered, What are you planning to do? Chapter 71. This is from the heart, not cowardice. Whenever Sheng An smiled like that, it was a sure sign that mischief was afoot. Long Tianyu felt an instinct akin to that of a wild beast. Sheng An maintained her smile, stood up, and patted their shoulders, saying, Our team's overall strength is not on par with Team A. Fortunately, we have you too, so I must ask you to work a bit harder. Your tasks have already been arranged. She cast a glance at Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye, who was engrossed in writing a report, looked up and mechanically repeated Long Tianyu Li Wanyun. Wait a moment. Is this the workload assigned to them? So overwhelming that it's impossible to remember all the tasks. Even the most exploitative bosses wouldn't impose such demands. Long Tianyu remained in a daze, counting the items on his fingers as Hao Jingye spoke. Li Wanyun, intrigued by the keywords, asked in confusion what are Team A and Team B. Song Linwei, sitting nearby, smiled as he explained the distinctions between the two teams and their current situations. Li Wanyun fell silent. So, Team A consists of Qiu Yu, accompanied by Lu Mingwei, Yang Chuan, Huang Weiyang, and Xiang Hanshuang, among others. Why didn't you tell me that Qiu Yu is part of Team A? Li Wanyun thought that only the Apocalypse Special Affairs Office existed, completely unaware of the distinction between Team A and Team B. Sheng An looked at her, gently patting her shoulder with increasing tenderness. What is it? Do you wish to leave Team B and join Team A? Nearby, Qi Lingwu silently cleaned his gun. Li Wanyun's body tensed, her expression grave. No, I believe Group B is quite satisfactory. Truly, I hold great admiration for you all and would be delighted to join Group B and follow Sister Sheng. Group A has that detestable Lu Mingwei, along with the unpredictable Qiu Yu and the deeply calculating Xiang Hanshuang. Joining them would not be wise. She reassured herself, resolutely refusing to acknowledge that she was being cowardly. This was a matter of conviction, not cowardice. Qi Lingwu finished cleaning the gun and put it away. Sheng An comfortingly remarked, Do not worry. There will be an expert team to arrange your daily training. Additionally, Song Linwei and his team will assist with the screening work, allowing you to focus solely on your tasks. The two maintained stiff expressions. At that moment, Song Linwei turned the computer screen towards them. On it was a dense array of folders, originating from various sources, organizations, and channels, each folder brimming with content. Scrolling through, the number of folders seemed endless, causing their vision to darken momentarily. Almost simultaneously, they spoke. Long Tianyu said, Isn't it an overestimation of my abilities to assign me this task? Li Wanyun added, I believe I am capable of accomplishing something far more significant. Sheng An's almond-shaped eyes curved gently, her tone warm yet firm. No, this is precisely what you are needed for, and I have faith that you will excel. Both Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun were headstrong individuals, and upon hearing this, they felt a surge of indignation, eager to retort. Li Wanyun suggested, Sheng An is not to be trifled with. Let Long Tianyu speak first. Then, silence enveloped them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, yet no one dared to speak. Li Wanyun inquired, Has Long Tianyu been so severely reprimanded? Long Tianyu responded, Has Li Wanyun truly submitted to Sheng An? How obedient! The two remained silent. Sheng An spoke first, inquiring of Li Wanyun. What do you think? Long Tianyu immediately cast an expectant glance in her direction. Quickly reject it. Oppose it. Li Wanyun certainly found it disagreeable. She yearned to counter, yet with Long Tianyu's piercing gaze upon her and Qi Lingwu preparing for action, Li Wanyun took a deep breath and articulated, Word by word, I believe it is excellent. Sheng An then turned to Long Tianyu, offering a slight smile. And you? Long Tianyu, rigid, forced out 2 words. Quite good. Very well, he would endure this moment. At this juncture, their mutual dissatisfaction reached its zenith. Observing their cooperation, Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Their work enthusiasm is commendable. She waved her hand and turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark. Keep it up. Do your best. The two gazed at the screen with feeble spirits. Do your best, indeed. They must resort to passive resistance. They are formidable possessors of extraordinary abilities. The hopes of the future. How could they adhere to a 996 or 007 schedule? Just supervise for simple words. No main host or guest. Both Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun simultaneously cursed in their minds. Damn it! How could he, supervise me? With stiff movements, they opened the folder, meticulously sifting through names and photographs, wondering if they recognized any extraordinary beings from their past lives. With the thought of the other supervising them, they became exceptionally earnest. Li Wanyun, exhausted from a day's toil, felt weary, yet with Long Tianyu still working beside her, she, already dissatisfied with him, assumed he was going to supervise her as well, so she stifled her fatigue and continued to review the documents. Long Tianyu was utterly vexed. Hadn't Li Wanyun just joined the Special Affairs Department? Why was she so compliant? What time is it? And yet they are still toiling away. However, she perseveres, while Sheng An has tasked her with overseeing his work. Does he dare to leave? Long Tianyu grits his teeth and continues sifting through the tasks at hand. As he progresses, he suddenly realizes that Li Wanyun is outpacing him. How is this possible? Furious, Long Tianyu clenches his jaw, striving to heighten his focus and enhance his efficiency. Li Wanyun, on the other hand, thinks to herself, how can this person, even while injured, not feel fatigued? Knowing that she is being monitored, and unwilling to be outdone, she steels herself and accelerates her pace. Long Tianyu grits his teeth, attempting to surpass Li Wanyun by a fraction. Li Wanyun is resolute in her determination not to concede to Long Tianyu. Thus, each becomes increasingly earnest and swift, and as time passes into the midnight hour, neither dares to suggest resting. Instead, their diligence intensifies. Xingyuan, having set aside his own work, rubs his tired eyes and notices their fervor, momentarily taken aback. He exchanges a glance with Song Linwei, both recognizing the remarkable utility of these two. Their progress in the screening has surged. Furthermore, their seriousness is commendable. Having completed their own tasks, they depart together. Xingyuan remarks, we ought to treat them to a late-night snack. They are working exceptionally hard, even more so than I. Song Linwei replies, those with special abilities are indeed extraordinary. Brimming with energy. It's truly impressive. In the office, Long Tianyu, with bloodshot eyes, asserts, I will not leave as long as Li Wanyun remains.
Li Wanyun, taet clanxa, declares.
I must not fall short of Long Tianyu. The following morning, Xingyuan enters the office, munching on a steamed bun, only to find the two of them rigidly seated in their chairs. As they gazed at the screen before them, a task that would typically require several days of meticulous scrutiny from numerous individuals was nearing completion overnight. Xingyuan found himself momentarily taken aback, forgetting to nibble on his bun. Truly, this was a remarkable display of dedication. Chapter 72. The subtle onset of competition countdown to the apocalypse. 11 days. The cafeteria of the Special Operations Department continued to serve lavish lunches, offering an array of delectable dishes sourced from the skies, the land, and the waters. Anything nutritious and edible was procured by the logistics team. Thus, regardless of how exhausting or busy the members were, they assembled punctually at mealtimes. The nation's sincerity towards the members of the Special Operations Department was evident in every aspect. Sheng An was enjoying his meal, consisting of a bowl of rice accompanied by 3 dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and a soup. The meat dish was a delicate braised crab meat lion's head, while the vegetable was simply blanched bok choy, paired with a seafood soup. The braised lion's head was chosen by Li Xingyuan, and the blanched bok choy was requested by Jiang Yu in pursuit of culinary knowledge. Sheng An and Qi Linggu were too apathetic to order individually, so the kitchen prepared their meals based on other selections, ensuring a well-balanced and flavorful diet. They occupied the left side of the cafeteria, while the right side was occupied by Chiu Yu and Team A. It was a rare occurrence for both groups to be present in the cafeteria simultaneously. Lu Mingwei from Team A glanced over at Sheng An and deliberately raised his voice to engage his teammates. Xiang Jie is truly impressive. Her combat prowess is off the charts. Indeed, her ice-type ability was invaluable, especially in the wake of the meteor's descent, which ignited fires across the globe, raising temperatures significantly. Xiang Jie's powers were not only practical but also of great worth. Lu Gu is formidable as well, he continued with his lightning abilities. A single strike can be likened to a bomb. It is said that only those with extraordinary abilities can truly excel. No matter how strong an ordinary person might be, their potential is inherently limited. Autumn's sister is truly formidable. In her past life, she instilled fear in many, and in this life, she is accompanied by formidable individuals like Sister Xiang and Brother Lu. By the way, have we discovered another ability user? Indeed. Let us hope this one is also a warrior. If so, our team shall be invincible, ha ha ha. The entire cafeteria is filled with boastful chatter. From the perspective of abilities, Team A indeed possesses greater combat strength than Team B, particularly with the presence of Chiu Yu, their leader with the puppet ability. Their boasting subtly mocks Team B. Song Linwei's expression darkens slightly. He wishes to retort, but Sheng An glances at him and inquires, have the disaster avoidance locations been planned for all departments? Yes, in 6 days the nation will officially announce the Doomsday news. The document issued this morning pertained to location planning, with the Special Affairs Department located in the eastern suburban villa area, the core shelter. Sheng An nods. Song Linwei continues, once we finish screening the information at hand, we must relocate as well. However, the core shelter has limited space, less spacious than here, and the dormitory conditions will be inferior, requiring us to share accommodations with Team A. Sharing accommodations with Team A. Just the thought of it sends shivers down the spine. Sheng An pauses momentarily, then lifts his head with profound meaning. There is no need to worry about housing. Furthermore, once Wu Buyu joins us, we can prepare for relocation. The screening work prior to today should have been completed, and there will be numerous anomalies we need to engage with. Time is of the essence. Huh? Song Linwei is taken aback. At this moment, Hao Jingye enters with Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun appeared as shadows, their eyes sunken and their movements ghostly, exuding an aura of exhaustion as if they had been utterly drained. Their entrance momentarily stifled the bravado of Team A. After all, one possessed the formidable ability of combat in spatial manipulation, while the other wielded a unique teleportation skill, both being top-tier experts. Lu Mingwei cast a glance at them, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Are they truly the reincarnated masters? They seem rather unimpressive. Their ethereal gait offered no semblance of intimidation. Li Wanyun shifted her gaze towards them, first lingering on Chiu Yu and Xiang Hanzhuang, before settling on Lu Mingwei, her eyes glinting with a dangerous chill. In her previous life, he had been the architect of her demise. With a mocking smile, she retorted, not impressive? Care for a comparison? Lu Mingwei sprang to his feet, fury etched across his features, seemingly poised for conflict. However, Sheng An interjected calmly, let us eat. Li Wanyun bared her teeth in a snarl. Was she the type to overlook an enemy for the sake of a meal? Her gaze swept across the dining table, where staff had just placed her lunch before her. Her beloved grilled fish, a rare seafood platter, abalone rice, alongside a fresh vegetable salad and a dessert of pearl yam. A radiant smile slowly illuminated her icy countenance. Very well. In truth, she had already avenged herself against Lu Mingwei in her past life. There was no urgency in this one. Swiftly, she took her seat, while Long Tianyu had already commenced his feast. They resembled famished souls reborn, having endured 2 years in a post-apocalyptic world. Just as Lu Mingwei prepared to voice another challenge, she finally spoke up. How is the screening process progressing? Hao Jingye exclaimed with excitement. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun are remarkable. Utilizing their memories from their previous lives, they completed all the screening tasks last night. They even identified several individuals with issues, and I have already instructed the information department to initiate an investigation. Song Linwei, astonished, asked, did you not sleep all night? Hao Jingye nodded emphatically. At that moment, Jiang Yu and Li Xingyuan, who had just stepped into the cafeteria, overheard their conversation. The two exchanged bewildered glances, pondering, what is this new form of competition? Surpassing both attending classes while asleep and only getting 6 hours of rest, this is staying awake all night. How can Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun be so relentless in their work? Are they trying to exhaust us? Suddenly, their steps faltered. Sheng An praised, very well done. This will help us gather our teammates more swiftly. Excellent work. It was rare for Sheng An to offer such commendation. Long Tianyu paused momentarily in his eating, cleared his throat and raised his chin, stating it's nothing special. After all, I am now a member of Team B in the Special Affairs Department. Li Wanyun was not about to be outdone. She promptly lifted her head and replied, thank you for the praise. It is only right to serve our country. Song Linwei, understanding the implications, excitedly proclaimed, does this mean we will be gaining more team members? With your assistance, Sister Shang's ability to gather people will accelerate tremendously. You are maximizing the benefits of your rebirth. Just then, Yang Chuan from Team A, who had been boasting earlier, muttered, I am also a reborn one. I haven't done anything. Chiu Yu shot him a disapproving glance.
Yang Chuan shrang back, subdued.
Shang An then inquired, Jiang Yu, Li Xingyuan, how was your day? In front of Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun, they dared not utter a word of discontent. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, having absorbed a wealth of knowledge, and expanded the scope of spatial cultivation. Li Xingyuan gritted his teeth, declaring, it's quite good. I have mastered the hues of various metals and successfully completed the transformation of metal colors today. Beside them, Lu Mingwei and Xiang Hanshuang bowed their heads, while Chiu Yu cast a cold glance in their direction. Joshua appeared demure, exclaiming, today we studied water friction and water pressure explosions, with remarkable results. In Group A, the water elemental adept Huang Weiyang seemed to be on the verge of resting his head on the table. Chiu Yu's gaze shifted towards him. Zhang Kuan scratched his head, confessing, I possess no remarkable abilities, merely a space wherein I can assist the nation by transporting goods and securely storing vital items for the impending apocalypse. Among Group A, devoid of spatial adeptness, Sheng An chuckled, each of us has our role to play. Our group is commendable. Even if we cannot claim invincibility, we are all striving for improvement. Silence spread among the members of Group A. Did they boast of their formidable ice and lightning abilities? Others possessed teleportation and spatial powers, along with metal abilities, continuously enhancing themselves with tangible success. Did they claim to have discovered an anomaly? Others, through tireless efforts during the night, had uncovered several at once. Did they assert their invincibility? A glance at the neighboring group's current combat prowess reveals their focus on a newly emerged mutant, and with several new adept additions. Lu Mingwei felt a sting of embarrassment. Chiu Yu's expression darkened ominously. Suddenly standing up, she fixed her icy gaze upon the team members and declared, I believe I have been far too lenient with you all. Meeting time. With her words echoing in the air, she turned and strode away. The atmosphere of competition seemed to have begun among all members of the Special Operations Department. Members of Group A exchanged glances, their spirits dampened as they reluctantly rose to follow her. Yufeng called out to their retreating figures, friends of Group A, have you finished your meal already? Why are you leaving? The members of Group A gritted their teeth in frustration. Luo Mingwei could no longer contain himself and turned to intimidate them. However, as he spun around, he found Li Xingyuan, Long Tianyu, Li Wanyun, and Jeshua raising their hands, poised to retaliate. Qi Linggu, Yufeng, and Wan Yuan seemed to hold their weapons, although their grips were ambiguous. Sheng An observed him with an expressionless face. Luo Mingwei. The raised middle finger was his final act of defiance, before he swiftly fled to catch up with Chiu Yu and the others. Group A retreated. How Xingyuan let out a scoff, dare to boast? Just look at team leader Chiu's reaction. Let them compete amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the instigator of this internal strife had already finished her meal. Li Wanyun wiped her mouth and declared through gritted teeth, this afternoon, I intend to take a good nap, and I shall not be disturbed by anyone. Long Tianyu nodded in fervent agreement, me too. Sheng An glanced at them. This time, the two seemed to share a rare consensus. If she disagreed, they would resist. Very well. Sheng An nodded, quite pleased. The two exchanged puzzled looks, wondering if her agreeable demeanor was a result of their recent cooperation. Sheng An set down her chopsticks, wiped the corner of her mouth and smiled. The inspection department has already obtained evidence of Wu Buyu's awakening. This afternoon we shall seek him out. Given Wu Buyu's character and abilities, this operation promises to be rather intriguing. Initially, I intended to bring everyone along, but since you wish to rest, do take this opportunity to rejuvenate. I will accompany Jiang Yu and the others. Consider it a leisurely team-building exercise. Chapter 73. Be a human. The two paused momentarily, then suddenly sat up straight, their expressions turning grave. Long Tianyu declared with a sense of righteousness, of course, work takes precedence. The paparazzi are exceptionally ruthless. I must join you. He jested, after all. That could be the future's foremost paparazzo. Following Sheng An's usual methods, she would undoubtedly compel Wu Buyu to comply, and they were in for an entertaining spectacle. Li Wanyun spoke with unwavering resolve. The abilities of the supernatural are formidable. A few days without sleep is of no consequence. Work comes first. She too was eager to discover how Sheng An would persuade Wu Buyu to join. That individual certainly does not tread the conventional path. Both moral persuasion and temptation seemed unlikely to succeed. Forceful suppression? Long Tianyu pondered that if Sheng An intended to subdue Wu Buyu through force, then someone might assist him in executing his prior rebellion plan. Surely, watching a performance is far more important than resting. The two remained steadfast in their convictions. Sheng An nodded in satisfaction, set down her napkin, and rose. Since you are so passionate about your duties, remember to document all the information from the 3 newly discovered heretics' past lives before we depart. Best of luck. The two exclaimed inwardly, Goodness, is this woman a devil? Sheng An departed, and Qi Lingwu naturally followed her lead, while Hao Jingye and Song Linwei hurried to catch up as they exited the cafeteria. Song Linwei was perplexed. Sister Sheng, why are you deliberately toying with them? Indeed, Sheng An's intentions were unmistakably deliberate. Upon hearing this, Sheng An let out a light laugh. She held Qi Lingwu's hand, playfully toying with his fingers, her tone casual. These two troublemakers, though they seem compliant for now, have only just joined the Special Affairs Department. As long as they possess energy, they are bound to stir up considerable trouble, much like Long Tianyu's previous fervent attempts at rebellion. Li Wanyun is no less audacious. After all, he is the sort who would dare to hoard goods overseas worth 100 billion. Hao Jingye chuckled in agreement, saying, So, Sister Sheng intends to exhaust their energy. If they behave for the first few days, everything will eventually fall into place, and the likelihood of unrest will diminish significantly. As long as we keep them in check now, they will eventually acclimatize to the Special Affairs Department and cease their reckless antics. Song Linwei suddenly understood. Without uttering a word, he slowly raised his thumb in approval towards Sheng and releasing Qi Lingguo's hand. Sheng An adopted a serious demeanor. Let us go check on Wu Buyu's situation. This fellow possesses a rare disposition, and I have long suspected he harbors additional capabilities. The group's expressions turned solemn as they immersed themselves in their work. In the cafeteria, Li Xingyuan couldn't help but complain, You all are truly relentless. Why work so intensely? Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourselves? Long Tianyu shot him a cold glance. Did he think this was voluntary? It was all due to those two insufferable women, Sheng An and Li Wanyun. Li Wanyun was too weary to even respond. She was genuinely fatigued. Both were archetypal troublemakers, fervently inclined to create chaos. Yet now, they had been worn down by Sheng An to the point where their sole desire was to have a peaceful sleep. Please, let them sleep. Just don't disturb them. Jiang Yu had been observing Li Wanyun, taking a few bites of her meal, glancing over, and then repeating the cycle. Li Wanyun, with a cold glance, remained speechless. What are you doing? Jiang Yu immediately brightened up with a smile, her eyes sparkling. I have long admired your name and have always wished to meet you. You are truly remarkable as a space ability user capable of combat. The last 4 words were said with genuine sincerity. Li Wanyun, with an odd expression, retorted, Your space is a realm of black soil. I am merely a fusion of a space ability user and a combat ability user. Your ability is truly unparalleled. Indeed, Jiang Yu's space was exceptionally unique. That expanse of black soil represented a beacon of hope, a sanctuary capable of sustaining life in even the direst of circumstances. Had Li Wanyun not been reborn before the apocalypse, awakening her abilities only later in her previous life, no matter how powerful she might have been, she would have struggled to maintain her existence, especially during times of extreme resource scarcity. Zhang Yu, feeling disheartened, remarked, "I still believe you are far more formidable than I. Moreover, possessing a space like yours is so much more convenient. At least I wouldn't have to toil in the fields." Li Wanyun asked, "Toil in the fields?" Zhang Yu nodded vigorously, beginning to lament. "You have no idea how arduous it is for me. I must learn to operate tractors and various agricultural machinery, not to mention." She continued to chatter on. Li Wanyun listened intently, occasionally nodding, her expression complex. Once Zhang Yu finished, she turned to her. "Sister, do you think I have it tough? How many reborn space users do you know who study diligently every day?" Li Wanyun replied with a serious demeanor. "Zhang Yu, in this regard you are mistaken." "Huh?" Zhang Yu was taken aback. Li Wanyun, with a sense of righteousness, exclaimed, "That is your domain, a uniquely fertile expanse of black soil. The nation has provided you with an array of seeds and tools. Once you acquire the knowledge, you will become the most invaluable resource in the world. Your space is the last pure land. Tell me, who would dare to harm you?" Zhang Yu was taken aback. Li Wanyun continued, "Even if you possess no combat skills, your talents and your space will attract countless individuals willing to safeguard you. Many who are driven by a sense of justice would rather sacrifice themselves than allow you to perish. Do you not realize the significance of your space? The importance of learning?" This was the first time Zhang Yu had encountered such a perspective. She opened her mouth but could not utter a word. Was it truly so? It seemed to be. Li Wanyun asserted, to take a step back. As long as you master these abilities, even if you face unforeseen challenges, you can endure alone. With your space and agricultural skills, could you not survive? Zhang Yu murmured, "So, learning is ultimately for my own benefit?" "Indeed," Li Wanyun replied matter-of-factly. "What is there to fear in hardship? Surviving and aiding all of humanity is the paramount goal." Suddenly, Zhang Yu leapt to her feet. Her cheeks flushed and her voice tinged with excitement. "We have a team-building event this afternoon. I must seize this moment to study a bit longer." With fervor, she turned and dashed away. Long Tianyu looked at Li Wanyun with a puzzled expression. Skepticism etched on his face. Why this sudden display of righteousness? Li Wanyun rolled her eyes in response. "Nonsense, it's merely talk. I'm not the one who needs to study. If I were to learn like Zhang Yu, I would likely scold her even more fiercely." Long Tianyu remained silent. Li Wanyun rubbed her chin and remarked, "Zhang Yu is in a pitiful state. At least I am slightly better off, free from the burdens of farming. However, seeing someone in a worse plight than mine brings me an inexplicable sense of solace." Long Tianyu, after a moment of silence, retorted, "Could you please behave like a proper person?" Ignoring him, Li Wanyun rose from her seat and said, "Hurry up and finish your work. Perhaps you might still catch a bit of sleep afterward. This afternoon, I wish to accompany Sheng An to see Wu Buyu. That fellow was so enigmatic in his previous life. I am curious to discover what kind of person he truly is and how he knows so many secrets." Upon hearing this, Long Tianyu became intrigued as well and quickly set to work. The first gossip hound of the apocalypse, Wu Buyu. How could one not be curious? Chapter 74. The presence of exceptional abilities. Last night, Wu's parents had an explosive argument that escalated to physical confrontation. It was during this turmoil that Wu Dad found the opportunity to confront his son, Wu Buyu, who had unveiled secrets. Wu Dad shouted, "Wu Buyu, come out here." A profound silence enveloped the room. After kicking the door in frustration without success, he stood there, gathering his strength, gripping his baton tightly. Throughout his upbringing, Wu Buyu had often provoked his father's ire. As a child, he was clever and sensible, but at some point, he began to indulge in nonsensical chatter. This would have been bearable if he hadn't wandered off with strangers when out in public. He had faced physical altercations and even been reported to the police as a stalker. One could say that this eldest son had brought considerable shame upon them. Wu Dad believed in the principle that discipline breeds filial piety, hence his strict approach to education, which to some extent proved effective. After being corrected by them, Wu Buyu ceased his nonsensical ramblings and retreated into a shell of silence, becoming increasingly withdrawn. No matter what you said to him, he would not respond. Occasionally, when he did utter a word, it was often infuriating. Why did the relatives torment Wu Buyu? Because many of them had once found themselves at a loss for words in his presence. As time passed, Wu Buyu grew ever more reticent, sometimes going several days without speaking. He neither attended work nor sought employment, avoiding human interaction altogether. Wu Dad and Wu Mom deliberated on the matter, concluding that his condition was a combination of social anxiety and autism, rendering him fearful of crowded places, which left them quite distressed. Naturally, they had tried to compel him to venture outside, but he would merely drift away, following others. Had it not been for the intelligence test he had undergone, Wu Dad might have doubted his eldest son's mental faculties. The eldest son seemed to have become a lost cause. They then focused their efforts on nurturing their younger son, Wu Shanyu. At last, they experienced the joys of parenthood through him, relishing the happiness that a typical child could bring. Yet Wu Dad soon found himself enraged once more. He exclaimed, "From tomorrow on, you must go out and find a job. I will no longer provide you with a single penny, nor will I allow anyone to prepare a meal for you. If you refuse to go out and starve, I shall not intervene." Previously, they had merely overlooked their eldest son, choosing to ignore him. But this time, Wu Dad was genuinely intent on driving him from the home, reasoning that his son was old enough to fend for himself. Inside his room, Wu Buyu murmured, "It seems I can no longer stay here." The following afternoon, after rising, Wu Dad discovered that Wu Buyu's door stood ajar, and the bed inside was meticulously made, clearly indicating that he had departed some time ago. Wu's father furrowed his brow, pondering. How did he manage to leave? Why did I not hear a sound? At times, he felt that his son did not regard this place as a home, but merely as a spot to have meals and a place to rest. However, this time was different. Having departed from home only after lunch, Wu Buyu was now strolling quietly down the street, neither hurried nor slow. A closer examination of his chosen path revealed that he was consciously avoiding all encounters. Meanwhile, Hao Jingye laid out the documents one by one, his expression grave. It has been confirmed that Wu Buyu is indeed a retrogressive mutant. Song Linwei scrutinized one of the documents, which contained images from surveillance satellites and road cameras, accompanied by a detailed analysis report. Searching for evidence of Wu Buyu's mutation was significantly more straightforward when armed with answers. At a particular moment, he appeared in the surveillance footage, but once he entered an area devoid of cameras, he vanished. He re-emerged on the opposite side of the city. Clearly, he had navigated through the wild woods, and the report proposed countless possibilities, all of which faltered under scrutiny. Ultimately, the most plausible explanation was that he possessed the ability to fly. Supporting the notion of Wu Buyu being a flying mutant, there was also a drone that captured a blurry silhouette. After several rounds of processing by the information department, it was finally confirmed that it depicted a winged figure, humanoid, yet with a pair of wings protruding from its back. It resembled a person equipped with a glider, yet its speed surpassed that of any glider, and analysis of wind speed and altitude ruled out the glider hypothesis altogether. When all information was synthesized, the truth emerged. Wu Buyu was a retrogressive mutant who had awakened prematurely. This individual's movements rendered him utterly elusive. Hao Jingye opened a video for them to watch. Sheng An squinted slightly. On the screen, Wu Buyu, who had been walking briskly ahead, suddenly paused. Then, he turned and followed someone in another direction, gradually fading from view. The surveillance switched, and after an indeterminate time, he abruptly halted again, this time trailing behind another woman. Subsequently, he arrived at a hotel, where he witnessed a dramatic confrontation. Shortly thereafter, he was caught in the fray, receiving a punch that left him battered and bruised as he departed. Hao Jingye remarked, "Wu Buyu seldom ventures out, and the surveillance footage we've located thus far is scant. To uncover more, the information department will need to conduct an exhaustive search. Even if it feels like searching for a needle in a haystack, if Sheng An requires it, the state can facilitate it." He found it peculiar. Song Linwei, wearing a puzzled expression, mused, "Why do I feel as though he anticipates what is about to transpire? Is it foresight?" After speaking, Hao Jingye shook his head. "That doesn't seem right. If it were foresight, he wouldn't have approached only to be struck. If he knew what was going to happen, he would have avoided the confrontation. If he is unaware of what will occur, why would he follow? Qi Lingwu remained fixated on the screen, and after a moment, he spoke. Wu Buyu's ability to gather intelligence likely did not begin after the apocalypse. This implies that this individual possessed unique capabilities even before the end times. How Xingyuan and Song Linwei shared a silent understanding, both sensing the truth yet hesitant to voice it. At that moment, Qi Lingwu's revelation caused them to draw in a sharp breath. Instinctively, they turned to Sheng An for clarification. However, Sheng An, stroking his chin, appeared lost in thought. Just then, Hao Jingye received a notification. Wu Buyu had left his residence. He abruptly raised his head. Sheng An extricated herself from her thoughts and stepped outside. An hour later, from across the street, Sheng An observed Wu Buyu's situation through the screen. Long Tianyu leaned over, his curiosity evident as he inched closer to Sheng An, nearly resting his head on her shoulder. Qi Lingwu, without uttering a word, reached out and pushed Long Tianyu's head away, causing him to wince in pain. Hao Jingye, with a serious demeanor, explained, "This individual is quite peculiar. He seems to possess a certain level of precognitive ability. It would be prudent to maintain our distance for now." Li Wanyun furrowed her brows, questioning, "Hasn't it already been confirmed that he has awakened? Why not approach him directly?" Her gaze turned toward Sheng An, seeking clarification. Among all the reborn individuals with abilities, there was a unanimous disdain for this future top paparazzo. They all secretly wished for his misfortune. Sheng An's eyes remained fixed on the screen, unhurried, as she decided to wait a little longer. As if struck by a sudden thought, she looked up at the others and cautioned, "Listen carefully. As long as I remain silent, no one is permitted to approach him or make any movements." Chapter 75. A half hour of revelations. The group was momentarily taken aback. Under Sheng An's steadfast gaze, they nodded obediently. Just as Long Tianyu was about to inquire about the reason, Hao Jingye's communicator lit up. He glanced down and promptly stated, "Sister Sheng, we've uncovered the information. Wu Buyu exposed his father's infidelity and was subsequently cast out. Prior to departing, Sheng An had instructed someone to investigate. This individual rarely ventured outside, so his appearance today must hold significance." Upon hearing this, Sheng An smiled. "Then this truly presents us with our finest opportunity. The Wu family intends to expel him. Is it reasonable for them not to respond?" Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun simultaneously furrowed their brows. What does it mean? Is Sheng An adopting a peaceful stance towards Wu Buyu? Almost instinctively, both entertained a fleeting thought. On what grounds? Soon after, they exchanged glances, their emotions gradually calming. Even if Sheng An desires a peaceful resolution, that peculiar individual may not concur. As it stands, he appears to despise social interaction. How could he possibly agree to join? Moreover, the moment Wu Buyu resists, Sheng An will undoubtedly deal with him. They are in for an intriguing spectacle. Rubbing their hands together, both wore expressions of anticipation. Jiang Yu, having no prior acquaintance with Wu Buyu, Li Xian, or Ku Joshua, lacked any memories from a previous life and harbored no disdain for Wu Buyu, only curiosity. Gazing at the surveillance screen, Jiang Yu murmured, "This fellow seems quite subdued, appearing rather well-behaved, yet his personality is excessively introverted, unwilling even to lift his head while walking. Low-key, reserved, and quiet. These traits seem to envelop Wu Buyu." Li Xian nodded in agreement. "He doesn't seem that terrifying. Isn't he merely socially anxious? What is there to fear? Social anxiety is a rather common disposition." Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun regarded him with impassive expressions. Li Wanyun remarked, "You certainly did not think so in your previous life." Long Tianyu added, "Social anxiety? More like a social terrorist." Hao Jingye then handed a tablet to Sheng An. This outlines his previous outings, with his objective being a temple in the suburbs. Judging by his direction, he is still headed to the temple today, just as he did before. Sheng An nodded and accepted the device for inspection. Wu Buyu has been wandering outside. He seldom ventured outside, rarely frequented places teeming with people. Yet, he could no longer remain confined within the safety of his home. He was compelled to wander. Must he survive in the desolate wilderness? Wu Buyu murmured to himself. He possessed wings, capable of thriving even in the wild, perhaps even flourishing. However, the thought of a life in the wilderness seemed dreadfully mundane. Lacking a mobile signal would render it even more dismal, devoid of any amusement. He shook his head in denial and continued onward. He appeared remarkably serene, his attire impeccably neat, yet his unconventional hairstyle significantly marred the impression he projected. He perpetually hung his head low, his tousled hair obscuring his brow and eyes, instinctively prompting others to maintain their distance. He was heading towards the outskirts of the city, eschewing any means of transportation. Even while avoiding crowds, he inevitably brushed past a few individuals. His steps momentarily faltered. Almost instinctively, he altered his course, following a man to a dilapidated old building. He glanced upwards briefly, then retrieved his phone and dialed the emergency number. "Hello. I have discovered a kidnapping incident. The address is..." Wu Buyu mechanically reported. After hanging up, he muttered softly to himself, "Helping others, an unsung hero. I truly am a good person." With that, he departed with a lightness in his stride, believing that no one had witnessed his actions. However, from a distance, a vehicle containing Sheng An and his companions silently observed the scene. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun wore expressions of indignation. An unsung hero? A good person? How absurd. They longed to hurl disdain at him, urging him to leave. Wu Buyu continued his journey until he reached a temple on the outskirts. The temple was not bustling with activity. It only drew crowds during the New Year's Eve, the first month of the lunar calendar, and holidays. Presently, on a workday, it was undergoing repairs, the main gate firmly shut. Thus no worshippers were in sight. It seemed as though the entire mountain was devoid of life. The main gate remained closed, and Wu Buyu, well acquainted with the surroundings, circled around to the rear and climbed over. This renovation was an extensive undertaking. Many halls were shuttered, propped up by towering scaffolding. Yet for some unknown reason, the work had come to a halt. The entire temple was deserted, granting Wu Buyu a profound sense of security. A smile crept upon his lips, his demeanor transformed into one of ease, and his chin lifted slightly, revealing his expressive features. Clearly, the environment had relaxed him, allowing him to reveal his true self. He casually entered an open hall, which appeared to house a Vajra Buddha, resplendent on its pedestal, shimmering with gold. The merit box and prayer mat were positioned some distance from the statue. For reasons inexplicable, Wu Buyu felt that the Buddha and its massive pedestal seemed mismatched in size. Perhaps it was due to the ongoing renovations. He dismissed the thought and dragged the prayer mat over to sit down, gazing up at the statue, remaining silent for a long while. Social anxiety? A reluctance to speak? Yet, in the next moment, he broke his silence. "I'm suffocating. Every day I hold my tongue. I could burst from the pressure. But I truly dare not speak, for I fear that once I open my mouth, I will spill secrets like my father's affair with the secretary, that Wu Shanyu is the child of my mother and Uncle Wang, that Aunt Li pilfers my mother's bird's nest, that Wu Shanyu pays others to complete his homework, that Uncle Zhao next door has gambled away all his money yet deceives his wife into investing, that the young star downstairs straddles two boats, and that the seemingly honest Bowsy vendor outside has a heart of darkness. My mother's favorite beauty salon constantly berates her behind her back for being foolish and wealthy." He unleashed a torrent of revelations without pause for half an hour. Wu Buyu pressed his parched lips together, exhaling slowly as his eyes sparkled like a galaxy filled with stars, gazing intently at the golden Buddha. "Tell me," he inquired, "why have I sprouted wings and transformed into a birdman?" He continued, "Since childhood, I have been different. The heavens bestowed upon me peculiar abilities, ideally suited for a journalist. Yet my father altered my aspirations. So be it. If I cannot contain my words, others might silence me. Yet now it seems I have no fear. With wings I can flee. I find my wings rather striking, though I hesitate to reveal them to others." Wu Buyu unveiled his magnificent, large black wings that erupted from his back, tearing through his clothing. He inhaled sharply. "Alas, my garment is ruined. I am so impoverished. Where will I find the means to purchase new attire?" Cradling his wings, he muttered, "Such splendid wings should not go unappreciated. It would be a shame. Yet, revealing them feels oddly humiliating. Perhaps I shall admire them in solitude. Wu Buyu indulged in the beauty of his wings for a moment, but soon hunger gnawed at him. Embracing himself with his wings, he lamented, had I known better, I would not have disclosed my father's infidelity, leaving me without a place to go. In a crowded area, I would surely suffocate. When surrounded by others, he kept his head bowed, silent. Yet now, in solitude, Wu Buyu spoke freely. Perhaps I shall reside here. As for money, I could discreetly take from the merit box. After all, I was a celestial bird in my previous life. It is my due. With that thought, he raised his hand, summoning the merit box, his hand morphing into a sharp claw to tear it open. However, to his dismay, it contained nothing. Wu Buyu was exasperated. Where is the money? He angrily hurled the wooden plank to the ground, his mouth morphing into a beak, instinctively compelled to peck at it. Wait, if someone sees me pecking at wood, will they laugh at me? Wu Buyu mumbled, finding the sight rather unseemly. He wished fervently that he had merely possessed wings. Almost immediately, a smile spread across his face. I am alone here. No one is watching. As the thought settled, he began to peck at the plank with his beak. The sharpness of his beak became a blur, and Wu Buyu's expression relaxed. His mouth had longed to peck at something, but the shame of being human had restrained his avian instincts. Now, with no one around, Wu Buyu liberated himself and felt a profound joy. Just then, he noticed an apple beneath the altar. Oh! Wu Buyu's eyes sparkled. His feet had transformed into claws as he hurried over, his beak poised to peck at the apple. However, in the next moment, he abruptly lifted his head, his expression turning serious, his gaze sharp. Who? Chapter 76. Social death is still death. Wu Buyu's tone was incisive, tinged with an undercurrent of panic. He was certain that someone was present. His gaze fixed on the golden Vajra statue, Wu Buyu hesitated. Yet, in the next instant, the statue stirred. Its previously motionless eyes blinked, and then its clasped hands unfolded. The legs that had been cross-legged began to stretch, and its form gradually transformed back into that of a human. A real-life transformation.
Lixin exclaimed in astonishment.
How did you discover me? He shifted his neck and blinked, the metallic hue in his eyes still lingering. You really talk a lot. You seem to be socially anxious. Why so many words? Also, how do you know so many secrets? What is your special ability? He fixed his gaze on Li Xian, his eyes glinting with malice. His sharp claws twitched as he rasped, Who are you? Why are you hiding here, eavesdropping on my conversation? He had made up his mind. He intended to eliminate this person. Regardless of whether he was human or something else, as long as he killed him, no one would ever know what transpired today. Only the two of them were present. If he killed him, the secret would remain undisclosed. Wu Buyu's wings fluttered, his claws growing sharper. He lunged forward with sudden ferocity. Li Xian scoffed, What eavesdropping? We are listening quite openly. Wu Buyu paused, his body stiffening midair, his keen eyes flickering with confusion and bewilderment. Then, from behind the Vajra statue, a head emerged, then two, then three, a row of heads. How Xingyuan greeted, Hi. 9 heads peeked out from either side of the statue. Finally, Sheng An appeared from behind with Qi Linggu, a gentle smile gracing her lips. At last, we meet. Wu Buyu. The once tranquil hall suddenly felt crowded. People. So many people. Thus, he was not alone. But rather, he was alone in the presence of an audience. With a thud, Wu Buyu, who had been lunging forward, collapsed to the ground. He raised his head, clinging to his last hope. How much did you hear? Sheng An smiled faintly. All. Wu Buyu responded with an ellipsis, his wings weakly spread, resembling a lifeless bird. After more than 20 years of introversion, today was a singular indulgence, resulting in a mere dozen spectators. Li Xian, perplexed, questioned why has he stopped moving? Shouldn't he say something? Do something? Jiang Yu and the others, equally curious, circled around Wu Buyu, observing him closely. It was their first encounter with a winged mutant, and they were quite intrigued. Sheng An remarked, He is dead. Li Xian, bewildered, replied, Dead? But he's still breathing. Hao Jingye quietly added, Social death is still death. Long Tianyu burst into laughter, unable to contain his scorn. Ha ha ha. I never imagined the first paparazzi of the apocalypse would be like this. What introversion? It turns out to be merely shy and reserved, talking so much behind the scenes, knowing everything about everyone, yet still self-absorbed. Ha ha ha, he even pecks at the wooden board. You've made my day. Li Wanyun joined in the laughter, her humor sharper as she pulled out her phone, beaming. Don't worry, Sheng An, I recorded it all. If this kid dares to misbehave in the future, I can play it on loop for him, ha ha ha. Wu Buyu lifted his head, yet everyone could see his pallid face and hear his emotionless voice. I prefer warm places. When buried, please choose a ginkgo tree and do not erect a tombstone. I do not cherish this name I currently bear. It is troublesome. Thank you. Having said that, he buried his head again and ceased to move. Jiang Yu was already laughing uncontrollably. Sheng An smiled, leaning against the mirthful Qi Linggu, her voice laced with a gentle amusement. I imagine you are already aware that there are few sane individuals here. Most, like yourself, have awakened prematurely. Therefore, we are here to extend an invitation for you to join us. Wu Buyu lay motionless on the ground, the two wings protruding from his back creating a sorrowful impression, reminiscent of a tragic character from a film who meets an untimely and pitiful demise. Sheng An continued, we have come to understand your true nature. There is no need for you to conceal yourself any longer. Would it not be better to join us? Wu Buyu remained unresponsive. Long Tianyu scoffed, urging, Sheng An, he is incapable of being honest. This fellow is quite deranged. You might as well take him by force. Li Wanyun nodded in agreement, even attempting to play a video recorded on her phone. Wu Buyu's despair deepened. Sheng An lifted her chin slightly, while Qi Linggu reached out to confiscate the phone. Pausing the video, Li Wanyun expressed her discontent, but dared not show her displeasure towards Qi Linggu, choosing instead to suppress her feelings. In that moment, both she and Long Tianyu were united by a singular thought. Let the confrontation begin. Sheng An's voice took on a somber tone. You must have gleaned quite a bit about us, Wu Buyu. The apocalypse is fast approaching, and joining us is your most prudent choice. We shall provide you with a tranquil abode and a feast worthy of a national banquet. As long as you are alive, you shall want for nothing. What say you? Wu Buyu's fingers twitched slightly, yet his gaze remained averted. How Xingyuan crouched nearby, offering counsel. Try to see it from a different perspective. It's merely social death. Look at these individuals. They all once believed themselves to be destined heroes and heroines, and they have faced their own share of social demise. You are not alone in this. Wu Buyu. Thank you, I would rather be dead. Wan Yuan curiously poked the two holes in his back. Puzzled. Open your eyes and tell us. Can you truly transform into a bird? Are you a complete bird? Or a birdman? Do you enjoy consuming wood? Is this newfound hobby only after you transform into a bird? Wu Buyu. Thank you, I am already deceased. Song Linwei squatted on the other side, stroking his chin, deep in thought. How do you know so much gossip? Is your silence a result of being surrounded by too much chatter? Is this why you, a loquacious person, feign reticence? Wu Buyu. Thank you, no more ginkgo trees. Let's bury it here. Sheng An tossed them aside, gesturing for them to step back. Keep your distance, do not come too close. She squatted in front of Wu Buyu, gazing down at his head, shaking her head. Stop pretending, get up. You cannot feign death forever, unless you truly wish to perish. Join us, and not only will you find a tranquil environment and delectable food, but you will also be able to engage in activities you desire. Wu Buyu's ears twitched. Sheng An noticed, smiling slightly. In the apocalypse, signals will be lost, and the internet will collapse. Life will become quite dreary for someone who revels in gossip like you, won't it? Wu Buyu hesitated momentarily. Sheng An, however, if you join us, you will become one of the heads of the information department in the apocalypse, tasked with gathering various information and disseminating it to shelters and future bases nationwide. Wu Buyu's fingers stirred slightly. Sheng An, besides that, you will also serve as the editor-in-chief of the Apocalypse News Department and a frontline reporter, wielding the most information and secrets, with the nation backing you, leaving you untroubled by any repercussions from holding such secrets. Wu Buyu nodded slightly. Sheng An, you have seen that group of people haven to you? As the most exceptional humans, the future's core department will bring you countless delights. Wu Buyu felt his heart stir once more. Indeed, this group of individuals offers a plethora of amusement. Sheng An lowered his gaze, his voice gentle. So, Wu Buyu, do you truly not wish to join us? Wu Buyu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bright. May I propose a condition? Sheng An replied without hesitation. Speak. Long Tianyu Li Wanyun? The two jumped in place. Long Tianyu raised his voice. What do you mean? Sheng An, he can propose conditions? Li Wanyun. Sheng An, this is unfair. Instead of witnessing the anticipated conflict, the atmosphere remained surprisingly peaceful. No one expected that Wu Buyu would exhibit such a demeanor. After facing social death, he simply gave up without resistance. Even more astonishing was that the usually uncompromising Sheng An would agree to his request. It was utterly unfathomable. Sheng An glanced at them, a slight smile gracing his lips. His abilities are unique, and he will contribute significantly in the future. Plus, he is very cooperative. Long Tianyu was taken aback. What abilities does he possess? Li Wanyun wore a perplexed expression. Yes, what abilities? Isn't he merely a retrogressive mutant? Is he truly worth negotiating with? Her tone was filled with dissatisfaction and disdain. Wu Buyu suddenly turned to Li Wanyun, pointing at Long Tianyu. He claims you are a tomboy, fierce and ruthless, and suggests that you take the lead in offending Sheng An, so that if retribution comes, it will be directed solely at you, while he merely reaps the benefits. Li Wanyun? Wu Buyu then glanced back at Long Tianyu, indicating Li Wanyun. She asserts that you are nothing but a scoundrel, universally detestable for 2 lifetimes. Were it not for your slight capabilities, she would have genuinely desired to eliminate you long ago. She has never held you in high regard. Long Tianyu? Chapter 77. The Art of Mind Reading. The voices heard and unheard both were filled with a mixture of fury and dread. Their anger stemmed from his words, while their trepidation arose from the unsettling truth of his statement. Indeed, that was how they felt. They glared at each other. Yet, simultaneously, their reactions affirmed the veracity of Wu Buyu's claims. Li Xingyuan was left speechless, astonished by the extent of his abilities. Sheng An let out a light scoff, his voice laced with amusement. If I am not mistaken, Wu Buyu, it appears you possess the ability of mind reading? The last 3 words were uttered softly, yet with unwavering conviction. Wu Buyu remained silent, clearly acquiescing to the assertion. Apart from the already suspected Hao Jingye, Qi Linggu, and Song Linwei, the others were left in utter astonishment. Mind reading? Goodness, is this something only found in novels now manifesting in reality? Wait, that doesn't seem right. With the emergence of reincarnators, spatial abilities, and other supernatural phenomena. Perhaps mind reading is not so peculiar after all? This wretched world seems to render anything conceivable quite ordinary. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses and exclaimed. Indeed, only telepathy aligns with this, especially when he speaks of the thoughts of Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. Telepathy becomes the sole answer. Song Linwei similarly remarked. No wonder you are privy to so many rumors. You can hear the whispers of the heart. Hao Jingye replied. As long as you pass by someone, you can discern their innermost thoughts, which is why you begin to avoid crowds, for that would unveil too many secrets. Song Linwei paused momentarily before continuing, yet, you seem quite fond of gossip. You can run with others mid-conversation, so why do you still shun the masses? This puzzled him. He understood the inclination to be withdrawn and taciturn, as there was a fear of inadvertently revealing secrets, and clearly, he had suffered in the past due to this, opting instead for silence. But his curiosity was evidently insatiable. He could engage with others mid-discourse, and not just once. So why the reluctance to venture outdoors, to interact with people? Wu Buyu slowly rose from the ground. Regarding this inquiry, he felt at a loss for words. Precisely because I am curious, I cannot step outside to mingle with others. Otherwise, I would inevitably overhear something that piques my interest and compels me to explore further. Song Linwei and Hao Jingye were left bewildered. Sheng An calmly interjected. Each time he steps outside, he encounters numerous individuals. The thoughts of the first person ignite his curiosity, and before he can unravel the preceding context, the second person's thoughts spark his interest once more. Thus he becomes overwhelmed, leaving many of his curiosities unexamined. Wu Buyu, as if recognizing a kindred spirit, grasped Sheng An's hand and exclaimed with excitement, You understand me. You must know the agony of hearing gossip that lacks context. This is exceedingly distressing. I would rather remain oblivious to it all. Consequently, he refrains from venturing outdoors to interact with others. His only interactions are with his family, who have been thoroughly exhausted of intrigue. As long as he avoids human contact, he can spend his days at home, indulging in the internet and consuming gossip, blissfully unaware of the impending apocalypse. If he were to lose access to the internet entirely, he would certainly suffocate from boredom. Wu Buyu. He felt a sense of despondency, his head hanging low in solitude. Zhang Yu, puzzled, remarked, "Aren't you then exposed to a cacophony of sounds at all times? Is hiding at home truly beneficial?" Hao Jingye rolled his eyes in disdain and retorted, "You might as well apply your intellect to farming." It is evident that his mind-reading ability has limitations. Wang Yuan nodded in agreement, analyzing. Previously, he did not notice us while seated on the prayer mat, but upon picking apples, he immediately detected Li Xian's thoughts. It seems he heard Li Xian's inner voice. Song Linwei calculated, if he could hear Li Xian but not us, does that imply your mind-reading ability extends only 2 meters? Wu Buyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these individuals were so astute. Sheng An had first surmised his ability, and now this group had dissected his character and powers with remarkable precision. They were indeed a formidable bunch. Yufeng mused, "It seems your path has not been easy. Your findings suggest you possess this ability even in childhood." Wu Buyu had already faced social demise once. Now, he resigned himself to honesty, stating, "I initially thought it was rather advantageous, as it allowed me to absorb a wealth of gossip, but the repetitive nature of the content around me grows tiresome, and I fear confrontation should I step outside. Is there no way to exert some control over this?"
Keskiviikko Jiaksue timidly inquired.
Zhang Kuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was a given. If he could control it, he would have done so long ago. Wu Buyu suddenly interjected, "Previously, I lacked control, but since my body underwent transformation, I have sensed that if I become stronger, I might be able to master telepathy, perhaps even to halt it or amplify it." The crowd fell silent in astonishment. Then, Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Psychic abilities. Wu Buyu possessed not merely the ancestral mutation ability, he also harbored psychic powers. Telepathy was indeed a manifestation of psychic abilities. Hao Jingye murmured, "The psychic domain is the most intricate and unique among all abilities." He abruptly turned to Li Wanyun and Long Tianyu, asking, "How many psychics did you encounter in your past lives?" Long Tianyu replied, "I once encountered a psychic whose powers could obscure others' vision, plunging them into darkness, which proved advantageous in combat." Such a remarkable ability. Song Linwei inhaled deeply, noting that the most extraordinary aspect was that Wu Buyu had possessed psychic abilities since childhood, albeit without the ability to control them. However, as the meteorite drew nearer, bringing with it unique materials, Wu Buyu began to gradually harness his psychic powers. Sheng An remarked, "It is an incredibly useful ability." She gazed at Wu Buyu asking, "So, what conditions do you intend to propose?" At this, Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun simultaneously scoffed. Though dissatisfied, they could not help but acknowledge the uniqueness of this individual. No wonder even Sister Sheng had granted him special consideration. Wu Buyu smiled sheepishly and scratched his head. "My request is quite simple. I wish to remain by your side." The you in question was evidently Sheng An. The crowd remarked, "Friend, your request is perilous. Has Captain Qi perished?" Wu Buyu added, "Of course. Accompanying you and this gentleman would suffice." The gentleman referred to was Qi Lingwu. The crowd responded, "Friend, your request is even more hazardous. Do you wish to be a third wheel in their intimate world?" Qi Lingwu remained expressionless, while Sheng An raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Why?" Wu Buyu beamed, "Because I cannot hear your heart's voice, and being near you is comforting. This is why I wish to join you." He was irresistibly drawn to Sheng An, a person whose heart he could not decipher, and joining them seemed inevitable. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Hao Jingye exclaimed in disbelief, "What? You cannot hear Sister Shang's heart's voice? What about Captain Qi? Can you not hear his heart's voice either?" However, Wu Buyu shook his head. "I can hear it. But his heart's voice is quite simple and has remained unchanged, so it is more bearable than that of others." "Ah?" Hao Jingye was perplexed. "What is Captain Qi's heart's voice?" Wu Buyu replied, "Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An. His utterance abruptly ceased, not because he had stopped speaking, but because Qi Lingwu had rendered him unconscious. Chapter 78. A hint of personal grievance. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension as the crowd found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, akin to being choked by the weight of the moment. It was rather absurd how even a mere mention of mind-reading could evoke such a display. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun were about to voice their thoughts when Qi Lingwu cast a detached glance in their direction. His expression void of emotion yet chilling enough to send shivers down their spines. It was as if anyone daring to speak would face dire consequences. Wu Buyu's social demise was a result of his own unraveling, while Qi's willingness to eliminate others from the equation was palpable. Instinctively, both fell silent, and the others dared not mock Qi either. The only one bold enough to openly laugh was Sheng An, much to Qi Lingwu's exasperation. As for him, he took Sheng An's hand, and together they exited the grand hall, making their way towards the temple's entrance. Once they departed, the previously hushed crowd finally found their voices. Li Xian, in disbelief, remarked on the unexpected nature of Qi. I never would have imagined him to be like this. Zhang Yu disregarded his comment, covering her face with starry-eyed admiration. Oh, how delightful! Joshua nodded emphatically, also hiding her face. I declare, from this moment forth, I shall only ship this couple. Wasn't this infinitely more satisfying than the superficial on-screen couples she had previously favored? Joshua's expression radiated joy. Zhang Yu turned to her, and they silently squealed together, reaffirming their bond as best friends. From this day forward, if you shared in my enthusiasm for a couple, you were akin to my sister by another mother. Long Tianyu rolled his eyes, scoffing lightly. What is there to be proud of? If Qi Lingwu could awaken a special ability, then that would be something worth celebrating. He shot a challenging glance, daring her to voice such sentiments in Qi's presence. Li Wanyun, with an impassive expression, interjected with irony. And what, pray tell, are they so proud of? Sister Shang and Captain Qi are indeed a match made in heaven. Your jealousy is of no consequence. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth in frustration, retorting, what business is it of yours? Don't presume to know my thoughts. You're merely cursing me in your heart, aren't you? You wish to eliminate me. Dream on, he scoffed. Have you not insulted me? You expect me to shield you? If it weren't for Wu Buyu's mind-reading abilities, I might never have realized how insufferable you are. Are you not a man anymore? Have you become a woman instead? The two exchanged barbs, escalating from mutual disdain to personal attacks, nearly coming to blows in their heated argument. How Xingyuan observed the contrasting figures of Sheng An and Qi Lingwu, one tall and the other short, then glanced at Zhang Yu and Joshua, who were holding hands and playfully shipping themselves, alongside the squabbling Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. He shared a glance with Song Lin Wei, a look of exasperation etched on his face. What on earth are we dealing with here? As they departed from the temple, everyone's spirits remained relatively high, and Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun had ceased their quarrel. It was a rare occasion for Team B to embark on a collective outing. Whether it was watching Wu Buyu's antics on the way or enjoying his solo stand-up within the temple, culminating in his social faux pas, it was all quite entertaining. Zhang Yu remarked, if only we could have such team-building experiences more frequently. How Xingyuan sighed deeply, his voice heavy with foreboding. That may be quite difficult. There are merely 11 days until the apocalypse. No, after tonight, just 10. He mused that the tranquil days might soon be a thing of the past. Qi Lingwu followed her gaze, seemingly aware of her thoughts, and tightened his grip on her hand, speaking softly, after destruction. There is always the possibility of rebuilding. As long as humanity endures, so too shall civilization and hope. Sheng An offered a gentle smile in response. Indeed, as long as humanity exists, so too do civilization and hope. She, along with others, strives tirelessly for this cause. Song Lin Wei, a dedicated researcher, had never believed in deities, yet this marked his inaugural moment of earnest supplication before a temple. If divine beings truly exist, I implore them to grant us safety, to safeguard humanity, and to protect this world. He exhaled deeply, murmuring, perhaps there are indeed divine entities. After all, aren't they the very examples? The reincarnated souls and the precociously awakened individuals with extraordinary abilities. Long Tianyu raised his chin slightly. Thus, if divine beings truly exist, we must be the chosen ones, the destined children of heaven. Wouldn't you agree? He burst into laughter. Li Wanyun, rare in her concurrence, nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Sheng An turned to them with a smile. Long Tianyu puffed out his chest. What is this? Have you come to recognize my extraordinary nature? Sheng An replied, Indeed, I have come to acknowledge your remarkable qualities. She beamed brightly. So, dear destined son and daughter, please recall the specific identities of the two psychics you previously mentioned. Additionally, consider if there are any other psychics or high-level individuals and make a note of them. The two exchanged bewildered glances. What on earth? Isn't this merely inviting trouble for themselves? Long Tianyu's expression fell. I truly cannot remember. I have only met that psychic once when she passed by our base. All I know is that others refer to her as Teacher Su. But beyond that, I am at a loss. Li Wanyun nodded in agreement. I have only heard of her in passing, and she hails from the northern region. I have never even laid eyes on her. She was at a loss for words. Moreover, they might not have awakened before the apocalypse. What use would it be to think back on it? Sheng An, rarely serious, remarked, the psychic realm is quite unique. They may hold even greater significance. It is perfectly acceptable that they have not yet awakened. We can pay attention in advance. Reflect on this carefully. The two were momentarily taken aback. Greater significance in the psychic realm? Countdown to the apocalypse. 10 days. After a restful slumber, Wu Buyu awoke to find it was already the next morning. He was momentarily dazed, gazing around in confusion. This was a splendid suite, simply and elegantly decorated, exuding warmth. Lying comfortably on the bed, the room was tranquil, with gentle morning sunlight streaming through the window, creating a serene ambience. Where was this place? Soon memories surged back. He had visited a temple where he had liberated himself, resulting in an audience of over a dozen people who had heard his words and witnessed his actions. Sheng An had invited him to join. The recollection brought a wave of embarrassment. The room comprised a single bedroom and a living area, and he felt as if he could easily transform it into a sprawling villa. Ah. Wu Buyu clutched the quilt, rolling frantically on the bed, screaming. A voice echoed from outside, Wu Buyu, if you're awake, come out. It was Sheng An. Wu Buyu buried his head in the pillow, unwilling to show his face. Social anxiety coupled with the fear of social embarrassment made him reluctant to venture out. However, he was given no time to ponder. In the next moment, the door swung open forcefully. Sheng An stated, Stop playing dead. Let us go. She observed calmly as Qi Lingwu lifted Wu Buyu from the bed and dragged him out. There was a hint of personal grievance in her demeanor. Chapter 79. That was already our villa. The cafeteria. The cafeteria of the Special Situations Department buzzes with activity in the morning. During lunchtime and dinner, members might be occupied with external tasks, leaving only the morning as a time when both Groups A and B gather punctually for their meal. Oversleeping? Such a notion is foreign among the members of Groups A and B. Following the meeting held by Group A yesterday, the members present in the cafeteria this morning appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, while Group B, resembling phantoms, seemed to be succumbing to a similar malaise as they observed Group A. Both groups were diligently partaking in their meals, creating a rare moment of tranquility. How Xingyuan remarked, Indeed, the root of unrest lies in idleness. When one is preoccupied, there is little inclination to cause trouble. Leader Qiu gradually grasped this essence. As Sheng An entered with Wu Buyu and Qi Lingwu in tow, all attention was instantly captivated. Group B exclaimed, Ah, our avian teammate has arrived, while Group A inquired, Is this the telepathic, flying mutant from Group B? The more attention Wu Buyu garnered, the stiffer he became. He opted to close his eyes, bow his head, and feign death. Qi Lingwu, however, would not indulge him, unceremoniously depositing him into his seat before turning to sit beside Sheng An. Each newcomer received special treatment. When dining, they occupied the core position at the table, seated directly across from Sheng An, flanked by others. In the past, everyone sought to sit closer to catch the latest news firsthand. However, today was different. The moment Wu Buyu was unceremoniously placed in his seat, Song Linwei and Hao Jingye swiftly adjusted their positions, one on each side, maintaining a distance of 2 meters. Upon closer inspection, One could discern that they had even marked the table to ensure this 2-meter separation. They had even opted for a long table to facilitate this distance. Fortunately, 2 meters was not insurmountable, allowing for conversation. Wu Buyu's tousled hair obscured his brow and eyes, resolutely refusing to lift his gaze. Opposite him, Sheng An remarked lightly, "Not hungry? Then let us remove your breakfast." Wu Buyu paused. He had been hungry since yesterday, and after being knocked unconscious, he remained famished until now. How could he not desire a meal? His nose twitched as he caught the enticing aroma. The meals at the Special Affairs Department were always exquisite. Today's breakfast was rather light, featuring Cantonese cuisine with boat porridge, shao mai, glutinous rice chicken, crab roe buns, and delicate shrimp dumplings. Wu Buyu swallowed hard. He was never one to deny himself, so he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat with delight. The moment the shrimp dumpling touched his palate, Wu Buyu squinted in pleasure. The cafeteria of the Special Affairs Department unfailingly conveyed a singular message. For this culinary delight, it was worth joining. While sipping his porridge, Sheng An commented, and Wu Buyu, engrossed in his meal, merely nodded. Song Lin Wei, brimming with curiosity, leaned forward and asked, "Wu Buyu, were you the foremost paparazzo in a previous life, a pivotal figure in the realm of information? Do you possess memories from your past life?" Wu Buyu shook his head. He gazed at Song Lin Wei, his view obscured by tousled hair, his voice devoid of emotion. "I know nothing. My ability to converse with you yesterday was merely because I could hear your thoughts. In truth, before yesterday, I was unaware of the reasons behind my transformation, nor did I foresee the impending apocalypse. Had I been fond of venturing outside, perhaps I would have brushed shoulders with government officials and influential figures, gaining some insight. But the reality is, I prefer to stay indoors, and such information is not available online." Wu Buyu added, "Therefore, do not set your sights on me. I cannot substitute for you in your work or grant you freedom." His voice remained devoid of emotion. Song Lin Wei glanced down, realizing that, in his excitement, he had crossed the 2-meter mark. No wonder he could discern the calculations in his heart.
Li Xin Inyang Shapi.
Such a power was truly formidable. Could it be that he could perceive every thought? Long Tianyu sneered, "So, you understand how much he was despised in his previous life?" Li Wanyun remarked, "He is still quite unlikable." Wu Buyu cast a fleeting glance at the two, his eyes flickering, yet he remained silent, returning his focus to his meal. How Xingyuan felt a twinge of regret. If only he were also a reborn soul, armed with the knowledge from his former life, they could swiftly gather the ability users and even acquire more intelligence. Wan Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, he must possess a wealth of information that others are unaware of. Sheng An also felt a hint of disappointment, but she never lingered in such emotions. She stated, "After we complete our current tasks today, we will officially begin the relocation. In 5 days, we must unveil the Doomsday disaster response plan to the nation at the core shelter. Tomorrow, we need to gather the remaining aberrants. Time is short, and the mission is urgent. Let's not delay." Instantly, the atmosphere among the group grew solemn. There were only 10 days left. No, strictly speaking, merely 5. Nearby, a member of Group A, Lu Mingwei, suddenly raised his voice. "This morning, we already moved our belongings over, and the Special Operations Department has secured our sleeping arrangements. If you go now, it will be too late." He relished their misfortune. Jiang Yu suddenly understood. No wonder Group A had seemed so lethargic this morning. They had risen far too early. Li Xian ground his teeth in frustration. "You are going too far." Lu Mingwei wore a smug expression. After finishing the last bite of congee, Sheng An wiped his mouth with a tissue and smiled slightly. "Who told you that our Group B is staying in dormitories?" The crowd was taken aback. Song Lin suddenly remembered that Sheng An had mentioned he had other arrangements for accommodation. How Xingyuan adjusted his glasses and stated matter-of-factly, "We are staying in a villa." Lu Mingwei responded, "What?" Gung Liqian furrowed her brow, "With alternative arrangements for the villa. Even the leaders are cramped together. How could you possibly have a villa? Simply having a room and a bed is already quite fortunate. That's a reward for those in the Special Affairs Department who are on the front lines. There's no way a villa could be allocated to you." How Xingyuan smiled slightly. "Who says we don't have a villa?" He reached into his folder and pulled out a property certificate. The members of Group A were stunned. Li Wanyun exclaimed. Why does this look increasingly familiar? She raised her voice. That's my villa. Sheng An glanced at her and coolly remarked. What do you mean your villa? Didn't you mortgage it to us long ago? That villa belongs to us now. Li Wanyun was left speechless. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Are you planning to repay the debt now?
Li Wanyun pausa.
Repaying the debt amounted to a staggering 10 billion. She recalled the joy of signing the mortgage contract, only to find herself schemed by Sheng An into destitution, forced to work off her debts, and the painful memories of relinquishing her hard-earned resources worth billions. She glared at Sheng An, gritting her teeth. I want a south-facing room. This is not cowardice. It is merely sincerity. Sheng An nodded. It's a trivial matter. The members of Group A fell into a collective silence. After all, what could they do? They had purchased a villa in that community long before the nation had established its core refuge, and even if they were to be reborn, they would still lack the funds to buy it. Not everyone is endowed with 50 billion at the outset. Reflecting on this, one could not help but notice that the individuals in Group B truly resembled protagonists from a novel. With their rebirth and spatial abilities, not to mention the fertile land and the initial 50 billion, these are the quintessential advantages of a main character. Oh, and now there's the added ability of mind reading. Qiuyu stood up and took her leave. The members of Group A hastily followed suit. As they passed by Sheng An and the others, Lu Mingwei paused. He had harbored grudges against Group B for a long time. Although he had never managed to come out on top, his discontent propelled him to continue his antics. Lu Mingwei halted next to Wu Buyu, scrutinizing him with a derisive smile. Wu Buyu leisurely finished his porridge. He looked up, his tousled hair obscuring his brows, and spoke slowly. Your inner voice is rather fierce. Who is Qiuyu? Why do you label her a tyrant? Cruel, cold, devoid of emotion. Do you intend to eventually rise up and kill her? 1,000 cuts? Good heavens, that sounds quite ruthless. The last 4 words were delivered innocently, laced with casual banter. Chapter 80. Welcome back to our future home, Lu Mingwei? He widened his eyes and leaped up. You. This is utter nonsense. I absolutely do not think that. Qiuyu chuckled coldly. Lu Mingwei, I have truly indulged you for far too long. She raised her hand and continued on her way. No, team leader, I really do not think that. The distant cries of Lu Mingwei grew fainter as he was mercilessly dragged away by his teammates. A clear command from Qiuyu. It was evident that he was about to face punishment. Li Xingyuan felt a jolt of shock. Lu Mingwei certainly had audacity. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, Qiuyu was a puppet manipulator and his direct superior. It turned out that he not only challenged Sheng An but also held a rebellious spirit against Qiuyu. Wu Buyu interjected. Actually, he didn't think that way. I made it up. He couldn't help but sigh. That fellow wears his heart on his sleeve. His thoughts are rather straightforward. Having grown accustomed to those who appear amiable yet harbor the darkest intentions, I find Lu Mingwei to be relatively uncomplicated. He belongs to the type whose thoughts are transparent, rendering mind-reading unnecessary, a quintessential example of brawn over brains. The others stared at him, expressions a mixture of incredulity and complexity. You made it up? Could you be any more nonchalant? They collectively recalled the image of Lu Mingwei being dragged away and gasped in unison. This guy. Truly ruthless. They silently followed along, instinctively maintaining a 2-meter distance from Wu Buyu, except for Li Xingyuan, who boldly walked beside him. He patted Wu Buyu on the shoulder with a grin. Good lad. Finally someone is putting Lu Mingwei in his place. That guy is quite the nuisance, bouncing around everywhere. But with the apocalypse approaching, the Special Affairs Department forbids internal strife. Otherwise, I would certainly give him a proper lesson. You performed splendidly today. Wu Buyu smiled modestly, his demeanor shy and reserved. Li Xingyuan, curious, asked, by the way, you're a birdman, so how do you fight? Yesterday, I noticed that your mouth had taken on a rather pointed appearance, which struck me as peculiar. To be candid, it was somewhat unappealing. Might I request a glimpse of your transformation once more? Wu Buyu raised his gaze and called out, Sister Sheng, Li Xingyuan has privately referred to you as the female antagonist, ruthless and merciless. At this, Li Xingyuan hastily covered his mouth, his tone urgent. Brother, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Previously, the heartfelt musings of Lu Mingwei had been fabricated. But that last remark was undeniably Li Xian's genuine sentiment. How could he not feel a pang of guilt? Wu Buyu's expression remained impassive. This marked the first encounter for the group from the Special Affairs Bureau with the core refuge, which bore no resemblance to its former self. Li Wanyun nearly failed to recognize it, her mouth agape in astonishment. My goodness! The villa district had not been enclosed by towering walls. Rather, all barriers had been dismantled to construct a colossal metallic outer shell, resembling an immense bowl, enveloping the entire villa. The silvery metal exuded a sense of advanced technology, shimmering under the sunlight with a cold yet secure aura, as if one had instantaneously traversed into an interstellar epic. Who could have fathomed that such a marvel could be realized in such a brief span? How Xingyuan inhaled deeply, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his voice steady. This is the latest aerospace material, incredibly durable yet lightweight, capable of insulation. It serves not only to counter the impact of meteorites but also to safeguard against any future calamities. The core refuge is the nation's nerve center and must be impervious to failure. Sheng An turned to Li Xian. You are currently learning how to complete the metallic transformation, correct? Li Xian, momentarily perplexed, then nodded slowly. At this moment, he seemed to finally grasp the multifaceted applications of his extraordinary abilities, as well as the significance behind the necessity of his training. It was somewhat heavy yet resolutely firm. What about the other shelters? Could Joshua inquired with curiosity. Sheng An replied, as much as Li Xian can reinforce, he shall endeavor to do so. Once other metal-type ability users emerge, Li Xian's methods of reinforcement will be disseminated from the core to all shelters, which will then utilize the capabilities of metal-type ability users for further modifications. Li Xian serves as a template. This is not mere rhetoric. With an entire research institute supporting him, he must remain ahead of the metal-type ability users, summarizing methodologies to save subsequent users from the arduous process of trial and error. The same applies to other ability users. Li Wanyun gazed at the adjusting protective shield, genuinely marveling. Indeed, the power of the national machinery is unparalleled. How Xingyuan raised his chin and declared, let us go take a look inside. He and Sheng An, accompanied by others, entered while providing an introduction. The shelter is divided into 4 zones: northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. The surface area encompasses merely the villa district, yet underground, it is significantly larger than the entire villa area. We have not only reinforced the surface villas but have also conducted secondary fortifications of the basements, capable of withstanding a magnitude 9 earthquake. The remaining work requires Li Xian's expertise. The eastern, southern, and western districts are designated as warehouses for supplies and resources, while the northern district serves as a temporary refuge for the populace. Additionally, there are 20 more shelter points throughout the capital, necessitating coverage for the city. While addressing the perilous surrounding areas as he spoke, Li Wanyun and the others widened their eyes, observing their surroundings. It was indeed a stark contrast to their previous lives. This was their first encounter with a nation taking the lead in disaster preparedness, witnessing the extent of what a country can achieve. How brief has this been? Merely 10 days. Li Wanyun gazed upon the transformed houses, which appeared more secure than the fortresses she had constructed. Various devices adorned the tops of all the fortifications, and the houses were interconnected in diverse forms. The surfaces were coated with fireproof materials, small sprinklers were affixed to the exterior walls, and temporary emergency canopies lined the walkways. Countless workers were industriously engaged. Safety. This was her immediate impression. With such modifications in a place like this, she no longer had to fear meteorites or raging fires. Oh, that was no longer her house. Zhang Yu murmured, is this the speed of our nation? Yuan Wan lifted her chin, pride illuminating her face. Indeed, in 5 days, the entire country will mobilize, and every citizen will contribute. Only then will you witness the true velocity of infrastructural development. Zhang Yu exhaled deeply. In that moment, she felt a surge of gratitude for the nation that had discovered them. Would this path, so distinct from her previous life, also lead to a similarly hopeless apocalypse? The group strolled to the exterior of the villa. Li Wanyun's villa retained its original transformed appearance, albeit with further enhancements made by the state. Even if she had been willing to spend lavishly, she would never have attained the scale of what the nation could realize. Some things were beyond her reach, things she had never even glimpsed. This house, devoid of electricity, still radiated brightness, resembling a lighthouse that never extinguished amidst the darkness. Sheng An produced a key and gently unlocked the sturdy door, allowing sunlight to pour into the interior. Chapter 81. His unique ability can save on gas expenses. Doomsday countdown. 9 days. How Xingyuan held a folder, his expression grave and methodical. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun identified 3 aberrants. Lu Yu, Ji Yani, and Gu Qianxing. Ji Yani, a speed-type ability user, was a friend of Li Wanyun in a previous life. Among the information screened, Li Wanyun immediately recognized her. This was her. Gu Qianxing possessed a particularly unique ability known as silence. Within a certain radius, he could render lesser ability users mute, preventing them from utilizing their powers temporarily. If faced with an ordinary person, it would leave them motionless. However, 3 days prior, his demeanor had shifted to one of vigilance, with his online activity escalating from 2 hours daily to 18, suggesting he was in search of information, likely having awakened. Sheng An nodded, her gaze fixed on the names of the 3 individuals: fire type, speed type, and silence. Indeed, those who could awaken abilities before the apocalypse were remarkably powerful, both in skill and strength. She meticulously reviewed all the information, murmuring to herself, one by one, swift and decisive. Meanwhile, Lu Yu sat on the sofa, facing his parents. His father bore a worried expression. Son, what is wrong? His mother, equally concerned, wore a face lined with worry. Lu Yu understood the thoughts plaguing his parents. They were the most ordinary migrant workers. His father labored at a construction site, while his mother worked as a cleaner. His upbringing was solely dependent on his parents' relentless toil, but this came at a steep price. For years, Lu's father has been battered by the elements, resembling a crumpled piece of tree bark, while his mother, with a back that has long since lost its straightness, bends even when she is not laboring. Their bodies bear the marks of hardship and survival. Merely sitting here fills Lu Yu with profound sorrow. Lacking the means to improve his situation, despite graduating from university, he has been unable to secure a position with a reputable organization. The meager earnings from his current job barely suffice for establishing a home, let alone providing his parents with a life of comfort. Just yesterday he resigned, threatening his parents with his own well-being if they insisted on going to work today. He fully comprehends their worries. Blinking back tears, Lu Yu spoke slowly. Mom, Dad, I can finally provide you with a better life. The couple exchanged a bewildered glance. Lu Yu gazed at them reassuringly. Please do not be afraid. I have merely awakened a superpower. As the words left his lips, he spread his hand, and a brilliant flame materialized in his palm, startling his parents. Ah! His mother exclaimed. Mom and Dad, this is the kind of superpower you read about in novels. I have truly changed. From now on, you can enjoy a life of ease. Just like the protagonists in stories, no one who receives such extraordinary abilities continues to live in hardship. After an hour of demonstrations, Lu's parents finally accepted that their son was not merely performing tricks, but had genuinely awakened a unique power. Although they struggled to comprehend it, the reality was undeniable. His mother, somewhat anxious, asked, Son, will this harm your health? Lu's father, regaining a modicum of composure, pressed his cracked lips together, a deep furrow etched on his brow, and softly inquired, Is this something that needs to be reported to the authorities? No. Lu Yu shook his head immediately, pondering the adage that a tree standing out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. His unique abilities could attract unwanted attention. What if someone sought to study him? His demise would be inconsequential, but what of his parents? He must strive to survive, ensuring that his devoted parents could finally enjoy a life of ease after a lifetime of toil. But what could this ability truly accomplish? Lu's father queried cautiously. Lu Yu paused, contemplating the question. Indeed, what could this power achieve? In novels, protagonists wield their extraordinary gifts to vanquish foes. Yet what could he do? Set fires? That would yield little benefit. In this era, igniting a flame is exceedingly simple. He would not need to intervene. If by chance, a blaze were to spiral out of control, he might find himself facing exorbitant compensation claims. Engaging in business? His abilities would offer no substantial assistance. Becoming an assassin? Firstly, he lacked the necessary connections. Secondly, even if he did possess such avenues, could he abandon his parents? The reality remained. His death mattered little, but the neglect of his parents was unacceptable. A wave of melancholy washed over Lu Yu. He had awakened to superpowers, yet they appeared to serve no purpose. Perhaps he could become a firefighter? Yet there are prerequisites to that profession. How could he gain entry? And once inside, how could he utilize his extraordinary abilities? The weight of his thoughts was burdensome. Observing his sudden despondence, Lu's mother gave her husband a sharp slap and exclaimed, "Our son's extraordinary gift is indeed useful. It could save us a significant amount on our gas bills." Lu Yu replied, "Mom, I appreciate your support. So, this newfound power was merely to save the family a mere 30 to 50 units on gas each month?" His gloom deepened. Lu's father, with a serious expression, reassured him, "Son, even if your abilities prove unhelpful, your mother and I only wish for your well-being. Please, do not resign. Remain steadfast in your job." Lu Yu pondered. How could he possibly attend that mundane class after awakening his supernatural abilities? There was an unsettling dissonance in this scenario. Yet, how could he leverage this newfound power for prosperity? A sense of worry crept in. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room. "Knock, knock." Lu's father rose to answer, but Lu Yu swiftly interjected, "Dad, please rest. I shall see who it is." He opened the door to reveal a contingent of special police officers, weapons holstered at their sides. Leading the group was a young woman clad in a tactical jacket, her ponytail swaying as she raised her identification, a radiant smile brightening her face. "Greetings. I am Sheng An from the Special Affairs Department. I am here to seek you out, fire elemental ability user, Lu Yu." Lu Yu froze in disbelief. How did they know? Meanwhile, Xingyuan was engulfed in despair. Her body had undergone a transformation, seemingly awakening powers akin to those in novels. Unlike others, she never considered herself a protagonist. Even with newfound speed, she felt no sense of grandeur. The sudden alteration of her physique and the notion of a divine intervention? If it were a system, she might entertain such a thought. Yet, it was merely a change in her body, leaving her profoundly troubled. In stories, the emergence of supernatural beings in modern society implied the existence of forces beyond ordinary comprehension. With her sudden acquisition of abilities, the stance of those in power became uncertain. She herself was unsure if this awakening was a blessing or a curse, and whether it might herald calamity. Dismissing that possibility, she recalled the narrative conventions. The manifestation of powers often foreshadowed an impending apocalypse. The very thought sent shivers down her spine. She did not believe that having abilities would make her any better prepared for the chaos of a potential end of days. Conversely, whatever may exist, the apocalypse is a catastrophe. She resided in a comfortable home, leading a leisurely life. Whatever she desired to eat, she merely ordered takeout, and it would arrive within half an hour. Occasionally, she saved some money, and during holidays she could travel. But what about the apocalypse? Could one live so well under such circumstances? Xingyuan was most reluctant to face impending disaster, whether it be entities beyond the reach of ordinary people or the apocalypse itself. Xingyuan resolved to continue considering herself an ordinary person. Where there is a mountain, there is a road, one day at a time. Cheerfully, Xingyuan dressed herself, grabbed her bag, and set out for a nice meal. If disaster truly struck, she would have lost nothing. As for abilities, unless faced with a life-and-death crisis, she would refrain from using them. She convinced herself to act as though she possessed no extraordinary powers at all. Just as she pondered this, she opened the door. However, upon doing so, she was met with a group of special police officers standing at her doorstep. Sheng An offered a slight smile. "Hello, Xingyuan, and congratulations on awakening your speed ability."
Xingyuan.
She had convinced herself that she lacked any extraordinary powers. So how could this person know such details so clearly? Chapter 82. How did she know? Gu Qianxing had never been a passive individual. It had been 3 days since his ability awakened. During this period, he cautiously explored his powers, confident that he remained unnoticed. From a young age, he had been remarkable, Qianxing victorious. Now, he could be considered a successful individual in his career, yet his vigilance remained ever-present. Gu Qianxing never underestimated the machinery of the state. Hence, after awakening his powers, he avoided any potential surveillance, refraining from sending related information via his phone. Even when searching for information on his computer, he would never directly input text. He merely needs to engage with some peculiar content, and the vast data networks will subsequently deliver relevant information to him. This enables him to stay informed while ensuring his safety. In this manner, who could possibly question him? After 3 days of investigation, he has acquired a wealth of valuable information. First, the apocalypse is imminent. Second, the nation is already aware and is making preparations. And third, he is unique, yet not alone. What led him to these conclusions? Gu Qianxing first affirms the third point. When the government began to gather those with special abilities, certain videos circulated widely. He sifted through a sea of data and indeed unearthed some useful footage. For instance, a video featuring an individual with lightning abilities captured the sound of thunder erupting from thin air, alongside footage of police officers. The comments suggested it was merely a film set, with some mocking the quality of the special effects. However, Gu Qianxing sensed that those officers were genuine, their uniforms authentic, and the thunder equally real, especially when he stumbled upon a video featuring a golden figure. It was still claimed to be a television production, and the footage was far from clear. Had Gu Qianxing not awakened his powers, he too might have been swayed. Yet he had awakened. Prior to encountering this individual with golden abilities, he had already seen the footage of the lightning user. Upon synthesizing the information, he realized he was indeed not alone. So, what could have precipitated the emergence of these extraordinary individuals? It must be a profound transformation of the planet. At this juncture, the first two conclusions can be drawn. A deluge of meteors is on the horizon, a fact widely acknowledged. Currently, international authorities assert that there is nothing to fear, and some even jest online about the planet exploding, suggesting a holiday might be in order. But what if the nation is preparing for something? How could mere rumors online cause a surge in prices? Such a comprehensive and rapid inflation of costs could only be orchestrated by a far greater force at play. Moreover, he stumbled upon news regarding the premature harvesting of grain in the northern provinces. In coastal regions, the price for dried fish has surged, accompanied by a substantial increase in procurement, compelling every household along the coast to engage in fishing and drying their catch. He also observed images shared by coastal netizens, depicting numerous military vessels being launched, all ostensibly for the purpose of fishing. Have we reached a point where even marine resources are being exploited, and military ships are enlisted for such endeavors? This indicates a stockpiling of food supplies. With a meteorite imminent, the nation is amassing provisions in significant quantities, which speaks volumes. Furthermore, he noticed a surge in job recruitment across various sectors, particularly at construction sites and factories. Discussions regarding this phenomenon were rampant within his classmates' group. A factory specializing in compressed biscuits has suddenly gained immense popularity, with all employees now working in shifts, earning substantial overtime pay, albeit with a hefty workload. Enormous quantities of compressed biscuits are being loaded onto trucks, with production on one end and immediate transportation on the other. One classmate lamented, pondering the scale of the order the owner must have secured. Simultaneously, some netizens have complained about the incessant sound of electric drills around their neighborhoods at night, clearly indicating ongoing construction activities that persist around the clock, rendering complaints futile. Strangely, some have captured images of peculiar spherical construction sites, with reports indicating that there is more than one across the nation. Some netizens jestingly referred to it as Noah's Arkansas. When these fragmented pieces of information coalesce, the overall picture becomes truly alarming. What is even more concerning is that the government's actions appear to be intensifying. The frequency of these encounters has noticeably increased, with several insiders beginning to subtly disclose information. Messages that would typically be deleted promptly are no longer being purged since yesterday, regardless of their virality. They continue to persist. What has prompted the state to act without concern? What looms so closely? The specter of apocalypse is indeed drawing near. Moreover, the moment is imminent, so close that the nation is on the verge of announcement, no longer shrouded in secrecy and even laying the groundwork in advance. The meteorite will herald monumental changes for the planet, akin to an apocalypse. Only such a cataclysmic disaster, surpassing human comprehension, could possibly engender transformations beyond imagination, such as the emergence of individuals with extraordinary abilities. Having unraveled these thoughts, Gu Qianxing found himself unable to sleep last night. He is not like the average person. He is a quintessential opportunist. As the end of days approaches, he not only awakens his formidable powers ahead of time but also acquires crucial information in advance. Unlike the ordinary, he yearns to achieve greatness amidst the apocalypse. What does it matter if the nation is prepared? A global catastrophe is upon us, and the future is destined to belong to those with extraordinary abilities. He does not seek to reign as a king. Being a formidable figure will suffice. In such a world, where order is restructured, it is indeed the perfect moment for him to establish his legacy. Gu Qianxing abruptly rose to his feet. He intended to venture to a more remote location. The capital would not suffice. Given the nation's current preparations, it is unlikely that chaos will erupt in the capital, but smaller locales may not share the same fate. At that time, he could establish his own stronghold amidst the turmoil, claiming his sphere of influence. Gu Qianxing hastily purchased his ticket, gathering all his assets, ensuring to take the property deed for collateral in case of a loan. As long as he stockpiles sufficient resources before the apocalypse, he would be free to act upon its arrival. With confidence radiating from his countenance, Gu Qianxing flung open the door. Outside, Sheng An had just raised her hand. The two stood face to face. Sheng An offered a slight smile. "Hello, the silent-type ability user, Gu Qianxing." Gu Qianxing gasped. How did she know, despite his impeccable secrecy? Outside, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Gu Qianxing wore a composed expression as he followed Sheng An and others out of the residential complex, where several cars were parked outside. Sheng An led him to the second vehicle, opening the door for him. As Gu Qianxing settled into the car, he suddenly noticed two individuals in the back seat, a man and a woman who appeared rather reserved, sitting upright. Gu Qianxing's gaze was filled with confusion. These two did not seem to be nationals. Sheng An introduced them, saying, "These are your teammates for today, Lu Yu and Ji."